you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Fan.
Well, another day, another problem.
All right.
What a way to start off the Thursday edition of Sean, RJ, Bobby, and good morning, Peyton Russell.
Hey, guys. Hey, guys. What's up, man? What's up?
Yesterday, it was Bobby missing. Today, it's Pepe as the curse of the morning show continues. Thanks for waking up with us, turning it on, leaving it on. Are we on the fan cam? Are we good?
Yeah.
All right,
We are allegedly on the fan cam.
Live on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And if you are tuning in, you will notice that Bobby is not in studio. He is in Peyton Russell's chair because starting at 4:22 this morning, we were getting text from Peyton, awful wreck on 30, all lanes shut down. I was just told by a cop that we all have to reverse and go on 635. Cops said, quote, it'll take a while. I still haven't moved. I'm trying to get a hold of someone who can actually start the show. This is why all highways should have shoulders, Peyton said. I'm literally barricaded in, and I'm having stomach problems right now.
Yeah, the stomach problems is this is why you always have to carry a bag of chips with you. Not the small bag. You got to carry a big bag of chips with you at all times, because I had to do this once. I had to use that, and credit card receipts were an amazing friend.
Was the bag full of chips or empty?
It was half empty, and I just dumped it out. Had to take care of it, man. Had to take care of it. I rode the car. I rode it out the window. I held the bag out the window the rest of the car ride home.
That's disgusting.
It is.
He said, I did ask him, I was like, how's the bathroom issues going? Because he's like, we haven't even moved. He's like, I'm getting a little nervous. I've let out a couple toots, and so I don't know if I'm going to make it.
So where is he? Because I was worried coming in on 30, and there was a little congestion, 80, 30, but then it wasn't as fast as normal, but I was not backed up or caught in anything. Where is he?
30 and 635.
30 and 635.
Yeah. It's so you get past that.
Yeah,
on your road on 80 or whatever it is. So yeah, that's a brutal spot anyway.
Fortunately, the most versatile show in the building has two individuals who can bail us out of these situations. Starting with RJ Choppy, as you got on the phone, you were manning the phones and got in here first on the board.
I was here, 5:35, 5:40. The elevator ride was always a little bit dicey. Oh, I'm like the first one up there. Always a little dicey in the morning.
It was sketchy?
No, it just makes some rattle noise as I was getting up. I got on the phone with Peyton, and it's like, I now know why they don't pay anybody that runs that position, because That is the easiest damn thing in the world.
It is?
Oh, my God.
Because you did this. Did you do what Peyton did
Yeah.
over at 103.3
I did
with Michael Irvin?
With Irvin and Steve Dennis and Jen Angle. And
I think you were just paid for dealing with those people.
and Ian Fitzsimmons. Yeah, all the fools. So, yeah, that was more complicated because now everything's so automated. It's really, really easy.
Because I was like, okay, how difficult can this be? We just need the microphones on.
Yeah.
That's it. And I was like, Bobby, you run a board and do some of this stuff at your other job. And he's like, I'm not familiar with the WO and the
Wide orbit.
and who, what, why, where, when. Yet Bobby Belt is sitting in Peyton Russell's chair this morning, and we are going to actually figure out and find out how easy Peyton is to replace.
You know what's funny too is the way that he described, like he texted, he gave us an update on his ETA. I couldn't help but notice he will be here in time for the payload.
Oh, yeah, of course he
Isn't
will.
that a coincidence?
So he texted at 5:50 that the ETA was still 28 minutes.
Oh, gosh.
28 minutes wherever he is trapped for Peyton Russell. So, Bobby, was it easy to figure out back there? Simple? What?
Yeah, so far. The only thing that I'm going to be curious about is I'll obviously have to communicate with you guys what your live reads are, which I think Choppy already wrote them down.
Yeah, I got it.
So you got the first one. And then after that, it's just a matter of making sure that if Peyton's right, that hitting start begins the
Yes,
stack here.
that's
If it
the
does that,
question.
then it's all correct.
And what about playing audio cuts?
That I don't have in front of me.
Okay.
But I was already looking for bed music to play, and this drive is not mapped. So if we want bed music, I'm just going to have to play it off of YouTube, is what I'm finding.
Okay. So we don't have
All
bed
right.
music, and we don't have audio cuts, but other than that, we are on the air.
We are. All the work we did yesterday, all the audio work, is going to be gone, all for naught. Because I assume Peyton doesn't do that at home.
No, he does not. He comes in and generally does it the first hour and a half that he's here.
Yeah.
He's too broke to have audio editing equipment to do that at home.
What a shame, too. I had a lot of Dak Praise audio, so we'll see how fast Bobby can get that turned around. So, Pepe, be careful. And I think it's probably going to be 34 minutes by the time he gets in here if his bathroom issues persist.
That's the worst. And you know, like, because once you get back there, once he does that, once he takes over, he can't leave. We could go. I have 5 minutes in the break.
Yeah.
You know, I could fire one out. I don't think Peyton can.
Peyton, let's see if he's listening first off. Call the hotline, and we'll see if Bobby can patch you through and really test Bobby's skills here. Call the hotline to see where you are and how you can help other Tolos avoid this mess that is taking place out there on the roads. And hit us up if you're stuck or got caught in the same thing. Franklin Franco Injury Attorney, text line 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, and let's see if Pepe actually knows what the hotline number is. So we will have the payload, we think, at 640. Neighborhood Watch. Bobby A. Bear, probably the best voice of...
He's like the dude in Waterboy.
He's the best voice of anyone that we have to preview Cowboy games, so we'll preview the Saints at 8 o'clock. Babe Laufenberg at 8:40 here on DFW Sports Station. Is the phone ringing?
It is not.
Oh.
So either he's not listening to us or he had to pull over and go to the bathroom.
That's right. All right, let's start off inside the Star then. Marshawn Nealon, Jake Ferguson, and John Stevens did not practice yesterday. Ferguson told reporters the pain of his knee injury was a 10 on Sunday, and it was a 0 yesterday. The initial thought is it was an ACL. He said, quote, thankfully just a little bone bruise. I don't even think it's a grade 1. Is that bed music?
This is bed music. This is all I pulled up royalty-free music on YouTube, but this is what it gives me.
Royalty-free.
Turn it on the meter.
It says, calm your anxiety, lo-fi hip-hop mix.
Wow. Can you
Beats
give me
to
a
relax
massage
to.
right now?
I don't think that in this day and age you should make jokes about that,
Yeah,
Chop.
Cleveland.
So
Feel like Delilah here. All right, so Marshawn Nealon and the tight ends and Jake Ferguson with a positive update, Bob.
yeah, Jake Ferguson said that when he first actually had the injury happen, he said he heard it pop.
I can't listen to this.
Great.
He said he heard it
It's amazing.
pop. And I don't know if he actually, when somebody says they hear it pop on the field, I'm like, surely he meant he just felt it pop, right? Like, that's a loud stadium. If he heard that thing pop, I'd be concerned too. But said he heard it pop, and that when they walked back to the training room, initially the concern was, yeah, this is a torn ACL. The trainers were worried that that's what he had. And so they got in there, they did a couple tests, and said they were able to figure out pretty quickly, okay, nope, we're good to go. Doesn't appear to be an ACL. So that's why he had told Dak he was upbeat and positive and that he was feeling like he was going to be okay. But he was like, yeah, I didn't actually really know how good I was going to be until I got back on Monday morning and did the MRI, and they figured out, all right, this is just an MCL.
And what's up with Nealand?
Nealand has a calf issue, and so that one we should know a little bit more about later today. But the calf issue is one that can be a little bit confusing because there were a couple different guys that had the issues with the dehydration, and so sometimes it can be just recovery issue or a soft tissue thing. But today will be the big day. Thursday is always the practice that if guys are not involved in this one or they're limited, that's where you start having some questions.
Dan Graziano taking us a little bit more inside the Dak deal in what happened. What was some of this fight about in terms of the timeline and how it ultimately got solved?
Ultimately, this was about guaranteed money, Sean. That's what this came down to, was the agreement over the guaranteed money.
Let's just teach ourselves a lesson, or try to teach ourselves a lesson. Again, every negotiation is different, but the things that we thought about all this drama along the way. Number one, were you going to get the APY correct? How much you make a year? And then we heard, as of like 3 days prior to the deal getting done, they had not even talked about APY. Then you have to get into signing bonus. Then you have to get maybe into the clauses and all that, which Dak was always going to win out. What else did we hear about this? What else did you teach yourself about, okay, I'm not going to trust this source. I'm not going to trust this hype and this misdirection when we find out what ultimately held it up?
I mean, it's funny when we talked about, okay, could this be an issue of... Like, was the issue
years, the amount of time?
Yeah, and was it something where people were bluffing, or was communication that poor? And it turns out that yes, both. Like, communication was poor, but it was intentionally poor. It sounds like from the Cowboys, because Dak had talked about Saturday morning. He had told this to Jory Epstein that Saturday morning he was on the practice field getting warmed up, and Jerry walked out there to him, and he saw Jerry walking onto the field, and he looked over to the other quarterbacks and was like, oh, F, is he coming over here to talk to me?
Yeah.
And they're like, I don't know. So he ended up talking to Jerry, and Jerry said, have you talked to your representative sometime in the last 12 to 24 hours? It's like, no. So it gets done. He calls Todd France, and he said Todd France told him Saturday, as they're about to get on the plane, Todd France told him, we are not close. You're probably playing this year on your deal. And he was like, okay, all right. Well, I guess this is what we're doing. And then it gets done Sunday morning, which sounds like Jerry knew they were close. Jerry knew they were close to saying yes, and they were not communicating that to Todd France.
I wonder what the strategy is in that. Like, we don't view it as that much of a pressing issue. Like, we don't care that much. We're not even going to get this close. We're not on the edge of anything heading into the weekend. Who knows?
Yeah.
I'm sure. I'm assuming there was a strategy to it, not spring break of we'll get to it when we get to it.
Yeah, but I mean, like, if there was a strategy to it, the strategy obviously failed because they lost on everything.
Not according to them.
Right. But
gave him more time, gave him another 2 days of film to watch Dak from last year.
That's right.
Gave him another 2 days to evaluate.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It's interesting, though, because, like, for everything I heard, the Cowboys brass was still here Saturday night. They didn't go to Cleveland till Sunday morning.
Steven didn't leave till Sunday morning. Steven, so
is
that's
that normal?
Yeah, Dan Graziano's report. Jerry's got his own plane that he flies on. He's not on the charter.
Right. No, I figured that.
So Steven talked about how 7:30, or the Dan Graziano piece talked about how 7:30 a.m. Dallas time, Steven had still not even left for Cleveland yet,
right,
and had actually called Todd France. It was like, hey, let's try to push this one over the goal line. So we're talking about just, this got announced, 10 o'clock Dallas time? Or was it even earlier than that?
No, it was around there.
So 2.5 hours before the deal got done, he was calling, trying to get it done. But the big hang-up was about the guaranteed money. They were able to get that worked out, hammer that home, and ultimately they were able to get the deal done. But this is something where, when we talk about, well, what was the hang-up or what were they waiting for, it does make you wonder a little bit, like, it's okay, is this, if you were going to pay whatever it was anyway, were you just trying to see, could Trey Lance put any pressure on Dak? Were you just trying to see if he could perform to an extent that would be like, oh, look, we got something here. You should knock off a couple dollars from there. But Graziano said that Dak's side had made it clear to the Cowboys that we will negotiate into the season in all likelihood. We're not taking that off the table. But you should know, as soon as kickoff begins, the price is going up.
Let's say good morning to the Tolos, DA11, the great Emilio, YJ with the 6 a.m. club check-in. Michael Ramirez has the map of where Peyton is stuck.
He said he's just parked.
Yeah.
He claims he just parked and he's on his way up here.
Oh, okay.
That is speeding. By the way, Corey Majors Toloing early texts in and says, in regards to the pop, that when he dislocated his knee, he said his teammates on the field could hear it pop. So
teammates of what? Baseball?
I don't know. He didn't say the sport.
Okay.
No.
J. Ochoa, of course, up with us as well, but a little bit hurt that Peyton did not call in.
I know. So obviously he wasn't listening.
Yeah. How could he not be listening? The one time he's not here.
Listening.
He's the main character. How could you? I mean, he's the main character. Like, you would absolutely listen when you're the main character.
If I would have been more than 2 minutes late yesterday, I don't know how much I would have wanted to listen to. I may have turned it down because it's like, I know this is bad already. I don't want to hear how bad it is.
Yeah, but none of us are blaming Peyton for this.
Yeah, you blamed me though. That's
he doesn't
not
have
fair.
a history. He doesn't ruin his mood the rest of the show with
Well,
it.
we don't know that he doesn't. He might come in here with a ruined mood. This is our first chance to see.
That's right. We shall see. I think he's going to be okay. Is the referee working this game going to ruin it for the Cowboys at home against the Saints? Tyreek Hill on what he could have done differently, and the payload, we believe, at 6:40 with a tardy Peyton Russell, the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ's. Just getting started on the Fan.
Well, let's get you over to the greatest of Diamonds Direct.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The pitch. Swung on, lifted in the air to deep left field. Back goes Langford to the wall. It's gone. Ketel Marte has a single, a double, and now a 3-run homer.
How much does the American League suck? Eric Nadel with the call here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. At least heading into yesterday, the Rangers had the best record in the American League post All-Star break. How can that be?
I mean, the A's had it about a week ago.
Good grief. 14-4. They get absolutely smoked by the Diamondbacks in the 2-game World Series rematch. They get outscored in the series 20-4. Ooh. So there you go, Rangers, as they get set. At least we get tonight. You got Thursday Night Football and Kumar Rocker. 8 o'clock pregame, 8:40 first pitch in Seattle as Rocker makes his debut.
Yep.
How are we going to split this up? I think on YouTube, I think I can get my 2 screens. Or is it just like NFL Sunday Ticket Red Zone where they let you put up the multiple screens? You can put up multiple screens anyway, right?
Not for multiple sports. You can do multi-screen for football or multi-screen for basketball, but you can't multi-screen like baseball and football.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to miss the beginning of Rocker. That's at least me. So Kumar's debut against the Mariners, and yesterday they get waxed.
Yeah, it was. I mean, they were toast from the start. I mean, they probably. I think they took like 6 pitches. They took like 6 pitches in the top of the first, maybe 7. And then from there, it was Diamondbacks. The rest of the game, they had no chance after about the second inning. Actually, no, I shouldn't even say that because they kind of cut it. They cut it in the lead, about half of the way in the lead on the top half of the third, and then bam. Here comes more runs, and it's like 8-2.
And an extra kick in the nuts for them. I know Chris Young had to be feeling an extra bit of excitement because before heading into Rocker, DeGrom, Scherzer, you had Eovaldi and Bradford.
Right.
Eovaldi is your ace. Bradford gave up 12 runs in the month of August. That's it.
Did he give up 12 last night, it felt like?
His ERA for the month was a 3.12. So you're like, okay, if we can get these two with Eovaldi, with Bradford, you're not expecting, I'm not necessarily expecting Kumar Rocker. Like, we're happy with 4 innings. 5 innings would feel like a thrill. But it's more about just seeing his stuff and what he has. But we're sitting there talking about 6-7 back in the wild card. Let's get Eovaldi. Let's get Bradford, who was a fantastic pitcher last month. And then he gets destroyed for 8. And he had just given up 1 run his first start of the month of September.
Bad day, just really, really bad day for him to say the least. He gave up a couple, some long balls, and I mean it was really right from the start. So it was just an overall terrible performance from him. Not a great performance from the team standpoint in the series out in Arizona. But now you get the excitement of Rocker, you get the excitement of DeGrom. That's cool.
And even though, Bobby, they've done this since the All-Star break, what's been happening since mid-June?
They are the worst road team in baseball, basically, other than like maybe the White Sox. But with this 2-game sweep, the Rangers now have a 33.3% winning percentage on the road since June 14th.
Yeah.
So over the last 3 months, they are losing 2 out of every 3 games on the road. They are 12-24. That means the Rangers are basically the Colorado Rockies. They're not the White Sox, but they're basically the Rockies on the road over the last 3 months, which is
about as bad as it can get.
And the other day I saw the stat, there are only 3 American League teams who have a winning record since August 17th. Us? Can you name the other 2?
Oakland.
To Oakland and Detroit.
Houston and Detroit.
Houston and Detroit.
Houston 11-10. The Tigers 13-7. The Rangers in danger of becoming the first defending World Series champ to finish with a losing record since the Red Sox were 20 games under 500 in 2014.
The Red Sox did that a lot. They had they won 4 World Series since 2004, and it feels like they had 4 rebuilds in there. It's pretty nuts.
Let's welcome back to the show. You heard the read coming back in. Peyton Phillip Russell. Good morning, sir.
This is awful. This is bad. Usually I check out after 6:40, and I decided to check out before 4:30.
What happened? When do you usually leave? Just take us through the morning. Take us through the trip.
So I woke up this morning. Obviously the show, it was huge today. Lots of audio to get to. Lots of Shannon Sharp audio to get to. Payloads today.
Yeah.
And so I got up at 3:35. I was like, I'm going to get here early, get all the work done, make sure everything's ready to go before the show, like I normally do. And got in my car, easy drive, first 15 minutes, all of a sudden, just see brake lights. Never a good sign when you see brake lights in the middle of the night on the highway. And I stopped there, 18-wheelers all around me, and I see about 4 or 5 cars. People get out of their cars and are walking up to these cars that I guess are sideways. And I can't really see what's going on, but I knew it was bad. And then everyone's got their hazards on, and I'm trying to look up stuff on Twitter, see if anyone's posting anything. Yeah. And then a cop comes up not too long after they finally get someone up there. And he says, yeah, it's going to be a while. We're going to have to reverse everyone here and go down 635. And so that took over an hour before I was finally able to reverse.
How did they reverse you?
So everyone behind me had to reverse as well. So you have all these cars behind me on the highway that have to reverse. They have to,
But reverse
on the highway.
Take this exit or on the highway?
Yeah. So I have pictures on my phone. I'm going against the traffic because, that's the only way out.
Yeah.
You're barricaded around on this highway. There's no way out. There's no shoulder, no nothing.
Cops will go behind, block off anybody's entrance, so they'll force them off at an exit, and they'll close off other exits, and then they'll have them back up, and then make basically this U-turn.
I had to make a U-turn, on the ramp, I guess, going on 635, and of course 635 is backed up because rush hour traffic, and then the stomach issues, and so.
Do you not put a GPS in every morning? Do you just come in and?
Well, this wreck happened right in front of me. It was like we were driving, all of a sudden it was slam on the brakes, and I don't put a GPS at 4 in the morning.
You don't need to that early, Bobby. You wouldn't know anything about that, but
I've never worked a 4 a.m. shift.
That's right. Even when we were starting at 5:30, I never put in the GPS. Now I always have to because it's a rare occasion when I can stay on 30 to 75. But what did you eat last night? What got you going? How did you survive?
I had a nice creamy pot of pasta. Pasta, white sauce, chicken, mushrooms. Oh, it was so good.
Fake.
It was so good.
Fake
I didn't digest it all last night. Usually that's what I do in the morning. That's why I get here so early. That's why that bathroom stall is always clogged and
why it is.
Yeah, because I use it. But so I was feeling it about 20 minutes into that traffic stop there, and I was like, this is not good.
So did you?
I have not gone. Still feeling it, but I'm just gonna wait. Just wait it out. I've done it before. I got 3.5 hours.
You're gonna wait out for the whole show?
Oh well, yeah. Well, this stomach issue is not gonna take 5 minutes. This is a 15.
Really? It's one of those ones.
This is a 15-20 minute. Yeah, this is expressway time right
I don't like those. I don't like those at all.
Expressway time. So this by far was your worst traffic encounter in the history of the show.
Yes, I mean, leaving that early, even when I've had traffic and had to take detours, I've never been this late before.
What were you listening to while we started the show?
It was y'all.
Did you hear
I heard you say call in, but I was listening to the GPS trying to exit, and I was trying to get around cars. I was going Bobby's speed. I was going 85. I would have called in, but
okay,
not my speed.
Okay,
yeah, but.
All right, well, it's good to have you here. We know if you're late, something is drastically wrong, and we are very happy that you're here. And
just like with me, yeah.
Yeah, make it about yourself. 877. Oh, man, did I have some fun text messages from other people about you yesterday.
You should read them on the air.
If I did, you'd cry.
No, I wouldn't. I don't cry.
Would. It would baffle you.
Well, now I need to hear them.
It would cross all the brain signals in your head.
Now I just need to know who wrote them, even if they're not what they are.
They were everything I'm saying.
Do I know them?
Oh yeah.
Oh, now I definitely need to hear.
Now
877.
Shoot, I want to hear this.
I'll tell you in the break when he's out.
What?
When he's wiping Peyton. 877-881-1053. The Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Bobo, bad news for the referee assignment for Sunday against the Saints?
Yeah.
And the Saints, real quick, Saints, weather-wise, going to be okay?
Well, there's the hurricane. Is it Francine or tropical depression Francine?
I asked Amanda yesterday, I was like, worst place to live, you have to pick one, New Orleans or Oklahoma. She said, New Orleans. Not even close.
Not even close.
Yeah,
Not
Oklahoma.
even close.
Oklahoma's had like an exact area of Oklahoma, like an exact spot physically that has been run over by F5 tornadoes like 3 different times.
Yeah, I think it's more. Is it more Oklahoma?
Yeah, there's a spot in Moore, El Reno, all those areas. But yeah, this is about as bad as a tornado. This referee assignment, this is pretty bad. It is.
Well, let's get the New Orleans weather forecast.
Yeah, so like
update.
it's just it's making landfall, and now it's throwing off practice time. So they were having discussions about whether they were going to come here early or have to leave late, depending on how bad it is. So they're still making those. They're still making those arrangements. Trying to
Dennis
figure
Allen
things out.
yesterday was talking about like having people sleep at the facility to make sure that they weren't like getting stuck. Like if they were back home and then couldn't get to the practice facility, or if they couldn't like leave from there. But the Cowboys are drawing the least home-friendly referee in the NFL for their home opener. So Sean Smith officiated 17 games last year. How many games do you think the home team won, Chop?
17 games. I would say the home team won 13.
11.
3-14.
Oh,
home teams were 3-14.
That's what I meant.
With Sean Smith, that's the highest road winning percentage for any official in the NFL by far. League averages home team wins about 54% of the time with just in general across the NFL. So this is a 17% winning percentage for the home team, and you got to get ready for plenty of flags here because his crew threw the 7th most flags in the NFL last year, and it was the 2nd most against home teams. He was 1 penalty flag behind Ron Torbert for the most penalty flags thrown against home teams. It's a aggressive discrepancy for Sean Smith when he's calling home team games. Something about the road.
Yesterday, Tyreek Hill was at the podium while calling for the police officer to lose his job in Miami. Tyreek also said, I could have maybe done a little bit better.
Oh, no.
Yeah, now we don't have it up.
What do you
Well, we had it up. It's on ESPN, and now the ad's playing. So I tried my best. Just...
You told me 5 minutes ago
it was ready. It was ready, but then
he had it queued up instead of recorded.
Okay, so you're playing it off the internet instead of like pulling the audio.
The thing about me is, man, I don't want attention. I don't want to be like cameras out, phones on you, in that moment. But at the end of the day, I'm human. I gotta follow rules. I gotta, do what everyone else would do. So now, does that give them the right to literally beat the dog out of me? Absolutely not.
So you want the officer to
Gone. He got to go, man. Because in that instant right there, like, not only did he treat me bad, you know what I'm saying, he also treated my teammates with, disrespect. He had some crazy words towards them, and they
didn't even do anything. So that's Tyreek Hill yesterday, kind of making it balance. I need to do better, but I still want the officer gone, and then the beating the dog out of me.
Yeah, the one thing I don't want the attention part. That's not Tyreek at all. Like we know that. But yeah, I thought that he gave that was a pretty decent statement because he was like, I did some things wrong. And then the cop obviously did do too much. Went too far. I think
would we say
they didn't beat the dog out of him?
They didn't beat the dog out of him, but yeah, he didn't need to be
every time. I agree, the officer went too far with the way he yanked him out of the car and put him on the ground. But every time Tyreek has given a verbal update on that, there's been one glaring inaccuracy in it.
Yeah, and so how much more do you feel like? Okay, like as soon as you say something glaringly inaccurate in one statement, and then another statement makes you go, all right, well, how much are you just beat above board in general? How much of the rest of this is just you talking.
Yeah, like the first time it was, I just kept my hands on the wheel, complied. That wasn't totally true.
Yes, sir, no, sir.
Yes,
sir, no, sir.
Yes, sir,
There was
no, sir.
I don't believe, don't touch my window, is yes or no, sir.
Then it was, I didn't roll it down because I didn't want to create a media mob scene like Taylor Swift going to the VMAs. And then they beat the dog out of me. So that's where we stand. I like that Tyreek said, he really is, though, continue to preach, like, my kid camps, I've changed, I need to be a role model, I'm doing all these different things, I need to be an example. So at least he is going ahead and saying that, and we'll see what happens to the officer. Would you have a problem? Would you understand if they let him go, the officer?
I don't know what the Miami Police Department's history is, so I don't know how
This guy's had over 20 years on the force as well.
I don't know that that's fireable.
20 years of the force, if he's got no other incidents like this, like there hasn't been any investigations on him, I don't know that they're gonna let him go. If he's one of these problem cops where there's been complaints about him in the past, then they might.
The traffic on 635 parted just in time for Peyton Russell to execute the payload, starring Shannon Sharpe. Cover your ears, hide the kids. After what happened with Shannon Sharpe on IG Live yesterday, Peyton has in the payload next. But let me get you on over to that brand new job, that brand new career at mycomputercareer.edu. Get started and get ahead in your IT professional career. Which path is right for you? This is just computers. It's information technology with no previous background or experience required. Are you new to IT? You could start your career in months, not years, with the free career evaluation. IT professionals, if this is already your career, upskill and advance for yourself or for your business. It's all right there with the inquiries. Connect with them for a deeper dive into the opportunities that await. Their dedicated team is here to provide you with detailed information about the programs, answer all the questions, and help chart a course for your IT education and career. 2 locations here in the Metroplex. I've been to one in Dallas. They have one in Arlington. We are national as well. So check out mycomputercareer.edu to see if it's for you.
This week on GMFB Overtime, we're talking Bills, Dolphins as the AFC East battle begins Thursday night. Plus, a look ahead to NFL Week 2 Sunday action.
Weeknights at 8 on KDFI, more 27.
The people have spoken, and they want waffles. Backed by Waffular Demand, it's Racetrack's Waffle Breakfast Sandwich. That's right, Racetrack's fan favorite is back. 2 delicious waffles embrace fluffy egg, tasty sausage, and melty cheese in a sweet, savory hug that'll get your morning going. You love it, we love it, and we just had to bring it back for a limited time. So rejoice and grab a waffle breakfast sandwich before they're gone. Racetrack, whatever gets you going. Available 8/7 to 11/5 at participating locations.
I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, debunking 3 myths about fiduciaries. And you're going to be surprised about myth number 3. Myth number 1. Fiduciaries are too expensive. Not at Trajan Wealth. Our interests are aligned with yours, so we don't need to push costly investments. The more you make, the more we make. It's that simple. Myth number 2, they will only want to sell me something. Absolutely not. At Trajan Wealth, we have hearts of teachers, and it's our goal to educate and empower, not sell. And the biggest myth, myth number 3, fiduciaries are only for the wealthy. Not at Trajan Wealth. Whether you have 50 grand or 50 million, we know it was hard-earned and we'll treat it as such. Let's grow together. So, here's your opportunity for 100% complimentary professional Q&A. Call Trajan today at 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced
Call home.
How about that?
DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
You thought you could get rid of me, traffic, but you couldn't. You couldn't. Halo's not at 6 o'clock. It's at 6:40 every Thursday at this time. Yeah, I showed up about 12 minutes late, 13 minutes late, just like Bobby did yesterday. But that's okay. That's okay.
I was more like 3.
I don't count it as being late, though, because of traffic. I think I get a pass for that.
Yeah, Bobby's was an Aaron Rodgers unexcused absence.
Yes, but
only one of us making excuses. The other owned it completely, but okay.
But I'm here. Now I will say this. How mad would y'all have been if I walked in with like McDonald's or something?
No, that'd have been great.
For the show, but like I walked in like 10 more minutes later just because I was like, you know what, I'm already out, might as well get some breakfast for you guys.
Little irritated.
Yeah, I don't think the bosses would have liked that.
I think I could have held it down okay to where he could have justified getting us breakfast.
That's true. I don't know whether to give you the credit or RJ the credit for getting us going. What do you think? In talking to both of them, who would you trust the most to take your spot in a state of emergency?
I think getting through that first segment, either one. I talked to RJ over the phone. He was fine with it. We FaceTimed. I couldn't FaceTime Bobby because he's an Android.
Yeah. Full show, though.
Ooh.
Well,
Bobby.
you do it on your side.
That's right. So I get credit. There's got to be credit here.
But I mean, it would have been a full show just taking it, from break to break and stuff. I mean, there would have been no audio, no real bed music, no.
Okay, so now I'm gonna have to run the whole show for you one day.
Yeah. Well, you can do it tomorrow when I'm out.
I can't because we'll be at Firehouse #1 in Burleson.
That's right.
Let's get to the moaning.
Let's get to the Let's get to the late night stuff. Well, late afternoon. Shannon Sharp, our favorite guy. He was. He said he, accidentally went on IG Live. I don't know how you accidentally do it, but
let's start there. How do you do an IG Live?
Have you not done one of these before?
I've done it, but it took me a while to figure out where to go. So I'm on my main page.
Mm-hmm.
What do I do?
Put the plus sign down there, and then you would just hit that.
You swipe over to live.
Plus sign down here.
Plus sign?
Yeah. Okay.
And then live is right there.
All right, so 2 buttons.
2 buttons. So if it's unlocked, theoretically it could happen.
Shannon said he just came in. He threw the phone on the bed.
Bobby.
No one is bringing up her doing it though. No one is bringing up like
That's
maybe
the point.
she hit the button.
Here's what I think happened. It's adjusted like the video starts off where the phone is being set down. I think he was trying to set the phone down to record and he had the wrong recording function up.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right because it does when you go to IG Live, it looks like your camera. Right, it's the same thing. So if he had,
he thought he hit record and he set his phone down, and luckily it was on selfie cam.
I mean, look that's the camera.
Yes.
Right, hit that button, and all of a sudden
that looks just like record.
I mean, this is all of our worst nightmare because once this happens, once it gets out there, man, it's over. It's over. Especially with your how you talk during it and what you say,
theory,
what you sound like.
There's a theory out there, and I think some people have done this. Some people want it out there. Like this makes Shannon. This is gonna make Shannon Sharp even cooler to people. And there's other people who, whether it's certain body parts they want shown off, it's intentional. There are intentional leaks that are out there, and some people were accusing Shannon of that. They always bust his balls. Like Ocho last night on their podcast was like, I'm just glad it was Michael, not Michelle, because people bust Shannon Sharp's balls over that. They're like, where's your girls? You're always talking about this all the time. So, look, is it initially embarrassing? Yes. But people are also going to give him props. Like a lot of females in the sports world were commenting on this stuff yesterday. Like, oh, he got that dog in him.
So
Michelle Beadle said, not me. It was not me.
Was not
the girl's
me.
name was Michelle. But I think y'all's theory makes the most sense. But there are plenty of people who would have this go out there intentionally because it can up your cool factor. It can.
He denied it initially.
Yeah.
Oh, it's hacked. He went the JJT excuse.
And that lasted about 2 hours, if that.
Yeah, because you can hear
longer than he lasted.
It's very difficult.
Much longer.
It's very difficult to impersonate or get tricked by Shannon Sharp's voice. and the groans. The groans that he had in that Ocho was making fun of. It's unmistakable is the word I'm looking for.
It's unmistakable.
Unmistakable.
Because I think you said you sent this to us, but I had only seen the one video at the time, and it was just her. So I was like,
now look at your phone acting up.
I know it's our good friend Siri going off here. But
Michelle.
I know, right? So I was like, okay, that's plausible deniability. You couldn't hear him, but then all the other ones come out, and Bobby played one for me just now.
It's clearly him.
Boy, that's clearly Shannon Sharp.
So we do have the audio from last night. Not the IG Live audio. That one we can't play. I know you can't play that. But we do have Shannon Sharp with Ocho Cinco on the Nightcap podcast last night, explaining the whole thing and admitting he made a big mistake.
Event that happened today. Obviously, I'm embarrassed. Someone that is extremely, extremely private, and to have one of your most intimate details, the audio heard for the entire world to hear. I'm embarrassed for a number of reasons. People count on Shannon, Shay Shay Media, Club Shay Shay, Nightcap, ESPN. There are a lot of people that count on Shannon at all times. Even when I'm behind closed doors, I still try to remain a level of, professional, although I'm in the privacy of my own home. I'm very disappointed in myself. Not for the act. I think there are millions and billions of people of consenting age that engage in activities, but to have your most intimate detail on the audio to be heard, I'm disappointed in myself. I let them call them. I called my sister. My friends reached out. But guys, this was not staged. Came in, I threw my phone on the bed. engaged in an activity. I did not know IG Live. I've never been on IG Live. I've never turned IG Live on. So I don't know how it works. And so all of a sudden, my other phone is going off and people are calling me FaceTime that I've never talked to a day in my life on FaceTime. And it didn't, I'm like, why are y'all calling me FaceTime? And after a while, Jamie, and he says, Shannon, you on IG Live. I'm like, doing what? You know, I'm like, what am I on IG Live for? I ain't hit no IG Live button. He says, they can hear. I'm like, so now, Ocho, you know, I say, ask for patience. He said they can hear. And now I'm starting to get agitated again because you called me and say I'm on IG Live when I know I didn't click myself on IG Live. And he said they can hear me. I said, hear me doing what? He said, it sounds like you were having sex. Man, my heart sank. It dropped.
Oh, I couldn't imagine, man.
I couldn't imagine.
Because then you get judged for everything. You get judged how you sound. I mean, everything. Everyone's out of breath doing that.
But
I
love that he
I think that's what they're judging.
I love that, he thinks that people do is like, oh, this is something I think most people do every day. Yeah, there's 4 people born per second. I think pretty much people do this every day.
So, Peyton, would you be more or less embarrassed by your audio than you think Shannon is by his?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think I'm showing up to work the next day, just with it being out there. I mean, that would just
No, but you gotta, I think, you know, the crux of Bobby's question, it's a very, very good question. I think it's safe enough, especially 6 o'clock. What you usually say or do in those modes, I would be less embarrassed than what Shannon's play-by-play was. Yes, you're embarrassed in general, no doubt about it. Maybe not choppy, but in terms of what is usually said and what Shannon was saying, grunting and delivering, I would be less embarrassed than Shannon.
Kristen said if this happened, we pulled the kids out of school.
Oh my gosh.
You're that bad?
She heard this video last night. She's like, we would pull the kids out of school if this happened.
Yeah, it depends on is it an intimate one or is it
It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So think about what you at 2 o'clock in the afternoon would be saying.
I'm usually sleeping by then.
Those might be the raunchy ones.
Exactly. I'm more embarrassed than Shannon if mine comes out from 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
More embarrassed.
Yep.
Okay. Well, Shannon wasn't too embarrassed as this podcast went along, as he said nobody was harmed in this. He's talking about ice packs. Then Ocho goes to his cardio problem. He goes, you need to stop lifting so much. You need to get cardio.
He has 2 phones, though.
He's
2 phones.
One for what?
Shannon's doing a plug.
One for the plug and one for the load.
He is he's definitely a sprint cardio guy. He's not long form.
I'll tell you what, though, like Paul Pierce was trending. Paul Pierce got run from ESPN for his intentional IG Live with some of the ladies of the night. Is this how's it different?
I think the difference is I have a feeling they may have been trying to get rid of Paul, right? Because like all he, not all he did, but I mean he had a few things. He hit the alcohol on the camera, the girls, the other stuff. So like that hit like a trifecta. This was just a legit, honest mistake.
Yeah. So there's the Shannon Sharp, but this is going to help him. I'm telling you. I don't always agree with there's no such thing as bad publicity. This is only going to help Shannon Sharp because people are going to think of him like, oh, he's
he got that dog in him.
He's getting it in. Got that dog in him.
Well,
yep.
and then I was watching right at the beginning of the podcast, and it was all these ED medicines, all this endorsement.
No one can hear what you said because you're talking over him. So, like, your little wink to Choppy, no one knows what you said except for you.
I'm just winking to Choppy. That's all that matters.
Go ahead, Peyton.
But, yeah, this is going to lead to monster endorsements. And, like you said, Sean, I really hope ESPN doesn't do anything about this. Honest mistake.
They're not.
Just don't do anything. Let's just move on. But it'll be funny a lot.
Because they're not going to do anything because Stephen A. will tell them not to do anything.
Yeah.
That Stephen A. wants them there.
And they'll make the references to it. Subtle reference. They'll make 1 or 2 maybe.
Could you imagine, like, other ESPN personnel? Like, he's the one, like, that would of the other people on First Take.
You want me to imagine their sex tape?
Shannon is the one that would, like, of the guys. Like, Shannon is the one that, outside of Russo, you can really tell. Oh, my God, look at that. Oh, it's amazing. Oh, my God. Shannon's the only one.
I like that little hip swivel.
Sitting here thinking of that forehand in tennis. Oh, my God, that forehand.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of, like, a Bob Cousy reference or something that he would throw in.
Cousy can only go right, so can I.
All right, Babe Laufenberg is going to join us at 8:40 this morning. That's usually when Below the Belt happens. So we're going to have a special edition of Below the Belt, a look at the New Orleans Saints ahead of this week's home opener. That's next on the home of the boys, 105.3 The Fan.
But let's get you over to Boomer Jacks, your official game day headquarters and the place to watch all.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take out
no,
my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Real or mirage?
Yes.
What are the New Orleans Saints?
A
Football team.
mirage.
A mirage?
Yeah, mirage.
100% confident in that?
Yes.
Cool logo.
It's a decent one, the fleur-de-lis.
Fleur-de-lis.
Yeah, it's a decent logo. I do like the black and gold color scheme as they're rolling into town. The Saints do come to AT&T Stadium for the home kickoff for the Cowboys this weekend, and they are coming off what was the most dominant performance of any team in Week 1 as they just absolutely beat down the Carolina Panthers, and it was two guys turning back the clock. Derek Carr. No, not Joe Horn. Joe Horn. They beat up on Joe Horn's son, J.C. Horn. But Derek Carr, who looked as good as he's looked in recent years. And then the big one was Alvin Kamara. Kamara looked back to kind of the guy that he's been for several years. What was that?
Go Vols.
Is that a Vols?
V-O-L.
I've never seen that before in my life.
They just came up with it like 5 years ago, and it's so stupid.
Gang signs. That's what it looks like to me, Chop. Alvin Kamara looked really strong in this game. They've got Jamal Williams too, so they've got a strong, physical, punishing running duo now that they're really going to lean on. So we'll find out pretty quickly. Okay, was what Dallas was able to do against the run last week, was that legitimate, or was it a little bit of smoke and mirrors because Cleveland was down some running backs, Cleveland was down some offensive line help? What is the reality of what the running defense is now? Because New Orleans is ready to run the ball, and they've got a new offensive coordinator there this year by the name of Clint Kubiak, who Clint Kubiak came from San Francisco.
Oh, they're going to say Gary.
Gary, I was going to say Gary.
No, well, he did come from Gary. For Shannon Sharp means he came from Gary. But he came from San Francisco. He has been spending time with Kyle Shanahan and the entire 49ers coaching tree and coaching philosophy, which means that a lot of what they want to do is they want to establish the run, and then they want to build big passing plays off of play action. And so that's a lot of what they did last week. They were running the ball, they were getting success doing that, then they were hitting big plays in play action. And so that's a big setup for what they'd like to do this week. There's some questions about who's going to be available on the defensive side of the ball, because they're two probably most notable defenders that people know in terms of name-wise, outside of like Cameron Jordan, Marshawn Lattimore, and then Honey Badger. Both of those guys are DNP so far early in the week. Both of them, there's questions about whether they're even going to be available in this game. Matthew had played really well before he got hurt in the game in Week 1. He had a fumble recovery. He had a couple tackles. He had played well and had to help establish things. But they've got a very deep secondary. If Dak wants to try and throw the ball on New Orleans, that might be a little bit difficult because they do have a strong secondary. And on the other side of it, they can run the ball really well, set up the play action pass, and cause some problems for Dallas on the defensive side. So I think there's a little bit of me that wonders, obviously it's not a 47-10 team. Like, that's not who they were last week, is not who they are in general. But there is a part of me that wonders if they might be able to just put some pressure on Dallas.
They're a 9-8, 8-9 team. That's all they are.
Yeah.
They were 9-8 last year. One of these middling. They're Derek Carr. So you're 9-8, middle of the road.
They were 9-8. I never considered to think of them as like a above 500 team last year. I figured, just thinking about it, they were 6-11.
Cowboy audio of the week, though. You want to talk about attitude and swagger? You didn't even mention Chris Olave in that preview. We know how good of a receiver he is. Trayvon Diggs was asked about him yesterday.
What challenges does Chris Olave bring as a receiver?
It's a trick question.
It's a trick question.
He's a good player.
And you got to look at Diggs' face while saying this back to the reporter. Play it one more time, Pepe. Trayvon asked about Olave.
What challenges does Chris Olave bring as a receiver?
It's a trick question.
It's a trick question.
He's a good player.
Man, that was stone cold. He said it as well. I was like, okay, Trayvon.
I almost expected him to say "you weird" for that on the
right.
back end of that.
What do you make of that? Has he done that before?
No, I mean he can be a little.
Olave
short.
last year had his rookie year, by the way, 72 for 1,042 and 4 touchdowns. Last year, Olave had 87 catches for 1123 and 5. He's damn good.
He's really
He's a good player.
He's really good. I think it's one of those things where Diggs is generally short in media to begin with. Like, he's not very detailed. He's kind of quiet. I think that given that nature, when it's something that obvious to him, then he's a little like, yeah, he's good. He's really good. That's like, I mean, are you going to ask me? You ask me how good Amari Cooper is?
You think he was kind of giving an attitude towards the question?
Yes.
Okay.
I think he thinks that that's silly to ask like how good Olave is.
Okay.
Like to him, it'd be similar. Like, are you going to ask me? Like, did you ask me last week? Like, is Amari Cooper a good receiver? Yeah, he's really good. Like,
it wasn't shade.
No, I think it's more like that's a ridiculous question.
Yeah, do players? That's the thing. Like, because do players like getting asked about other players? I assume the answer is no. In general,
I think if they're matched up against them, they don't mind. I think they understand. Okay, this is what the breakdown is. This is what I'm seeing on tape. These are the kind of things that I'm approaching. But in terms of the like, are they good or not, or is that a challenge? Yeah, it's a challenge. He's
don't
good.
take it too seriously, dude. It's don't be Orlando Scandrick. It's media's in there. They're asking their generic questions, but I like the swag.
No, it's. I mean, honestly, the one that was always really uncomfortable to ask questions to was always Amari. Because Amari, you would ask him a question. It wasn't that energy, but it was similar in that you would ask Amari a question, and if he thought it was dumb, he would never just. A lot of guys will just answer your question and go, "I'm going to guess this is what they meant," and not stop things down. Amari would look at you and he would go, "What do you mean?" And then they would explain it, and he'd be like, "That doesn't make sense, though. What are you saying?"
7:00 edition of Below the Belt because Babe Laufenberg on at 8:40 as we are previewing the Saints on the home of the Cowboys.
Yeah, and one of the things that you're going to see a lot of with the Saints is that, like I mentioned, there's a lot of play action. There's a lot of different things that like to do that. But there's also a lot of trying to push the ball towards the middle of the field. So a lot of the stuff that you'll see crossing routes and different things where they're trying to pick guys off and hit deep crosses, similar to the way that Kellen Moore used to do things here. Kellen Moore always used to set up play action, deep crossers, and kind of space guys out and pick guys off in the secondary. You're going to see a lot of that from New Orleans as well. But the big thing, this whole basis is going to be, I would guess the first couple drives, they're going to come out and hand the ball to Kamara and say, let's see if Dallas's run defense is actually fixed.
Is he the guy that's past the age of like 27, 28 that just hasn't slowed down, or is he slowing down?
Kamara looked like he had slowed down the last couple of years, because the last couple of years he was averaging 3.9 yards per carry or something combined over the last 2 years, and he's been dinged up. He's 29 now.
Yeah,
he's still a receiving threat though.
I mean, he's still a threat in general. Like he's showing that
they need to free him. I need to see him somewhere else for the final 2 years of his career while he has something left. Someone who will be able to track him down if you watch the Cleveland game is Overshown. Yesterday, people were up in arms because Overshown couldn't get his number 0 because Jerry won't take it from Rowdy. So that was a side topic.
See, that's different. Rowdy is 00.
Yeah.
So I don't see what the issue is. There is no number 0. Rowdy wears, unless Mrs. Rowdy wears 0.
KNC has to ask Jerry this on Friday, the Rowdy number controversy.
I don't know. I've heard, because we asked him about it. I've heard that there's somebody who maybe wants 0 that has said they have dibs on it.
Another player.
And I can't say who.
Okay.
But it sounds like somebody feels like they have dibs on it, and so they told him, no, I'm trying to buy up my jersey inventory because I've got claim on that. I'm not going to say
initials
who.
Micah Parsons?
No, I'm not going to say who.
Listen to Micah Parsons talking about Overshown. I thought this was an awesome clip yesterday.
I don't even know what happened. I'm going to tell you, I can't. Like, bro, you got people on Twitter think you faster than me now. I said, I can't take no more breaks. I said, them fresh legs is getting you. I said, but nah, he's so fast. He's explosive, bro. And I told him after the game how proud I was of him because, we talked me and Overshown girl relationship last year, and over this time he's recovering. I just kept checking in on him, and when throughout camp I was checking in. I was like, man, how you feeling? How's your knee? And to see all those talents and everything that we all saw in camp, just so happened that injury come out there like that in the first game, his confidence to the roof, man, he just got me super excited. Like,
yeah, you're faster than a 40, but from what I understand, the combine, y'all 10-yard split's about the same, so his burst is.
Oh yeah, he's going. There's no doubt about it. He's going. I mean, but I don't think people realize how explosive he is. Right. He's coming downhill with intent, with everything. I think he's one of the most exciting players that I've seen that no one's ever get to see. I think he's going to be an all-pro player.
Boy, it's nice to hear Clarence Hill's been listening to us here on 105 through the Fan when we talked about those 10-yard splits. Thanks for tuning in, Chill.
He's a master of giving credit.
Yeah, exactly. he tagged us during the Jerry interview. He was good about that. But no, I'll tell you what I take out of that more than anything is I'm listening more and more to Micah lately when he talks, and I'm trying to read, are we hearing any maturation?
Yes.
You think we are?
Oh, my God. The past 2 months, I want to give him the credit while I can because I was part of the opposite in the offseason with what I had to say. Since that point, this guy has been a model teammate and face of the defense, in my opinion. He said everything perfect in training camp and everywhere else. I don't know what happened. I don't know whether he's putting on an act for the contract. I don't know if something clicked, someone got in his ear, whether he got his number 0 or 00. I don't know, but he's been totally different, I think, from a rough offseason.
I think he definitely had people in his ear this offseason that said, hey, let's clean things up a little bit. Like, let's make sure that we're doing everything the right way. We're being a pro. We're growing up a little bit. And you hope he's taking it to heart. It sounds like he has. I guess we won't know until like real adversity hits before we see how he reacts to some things.
Yeah, when if the defense one day gives up 38,
or he gets no sacks,
or he shows up on the stat sheet and there's nothing. There's not a tackle. Remember, there's that one game last year, right? Not a
Giants game, I think it was.
Not a single tackle, nothing.
But whether it's Zimmer, whether it's contract, whether it's other players, I think Micah has been pitching a perfect game with all of his responses on it.
It was really post-game after the Packers game. I think there was a lot of tension, like in the immediate aftermath and the week after. I think there was a lot of teammates who were not happy with the way that things were handled totally by Micah. And so I think that this was kind of a moment where it was like, hey, let's look at this a little more soberly. You're about to get paid. You're about to represent the organization in a big way. You need to make sure that you're doing things the right way. And I think he has. And so he deserves a lot of credit for that.
Yep.
So
that's the Saints preview with a 7 o'clock edition of Below the Belt. Tom Brady was loving himself some Mike Zimmer during the Browns call on Sunday. Dak talked about it yesterday. He said, it's a defense that frustrated me all camp long. Their strength is confusing the quarterback. When you can do that for a split second and you have the pass rush that we have, it's awesome. And then Brady, during the broadcast, said there's just so much scheme challenge that he does, forces you to hold the ball and wait for it to get open, and that's not where you want to be as a starting quarterback. I sent you a Colt McCoy for you to translate X's and O's film-wise, as Colt McCoy was talking about the difference between Zimmer and Dan Quinn's defense.
Yeah, that was actually Chase Daniel.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chase Daniel.
Chase Daniel.
Colt McCoy, what would Colt McCoy have said?
I want you to watch Zimmer's defense. Now I want you to watch Dan Quinn's. Now I want you to watch this.
Yeah, a lot of it was he was pointing out a lot of the different things relating to the way that Zimmer shows pre-snap looks. And this is something that I was talking about with Brian on Love the Star the other day. The idea of mugging in the A gap is what they call it. In terms of, you got the two guys that are standing on either side of the defensive tackle. They're standing. The A gap is basically both outside, like both shoulders.
Dan
on the
did
center.
That too.
No, Dan did not do a
with
lot
Micah.
of. Dan did not do a double A gap.
Not
mugging.
a lot.
No,
with Micah he did. Micah would do that.
Micah would occasionally stand in the A gap, but double A gap blitz is the whole idea. There is like when you're showing that pre-snap is you don't know who's coming. Sometimes it can be both of them. Sometimes they can both drop back. Sometimes it can be one. And one of the things Chase Daniel talked about is you get press looks from the corners. You've got the defensive line. You've got the linebackers up on the line of scrimmage. When he walks up to the line of scrimmage, Deshaun Watson, he's looking at it and saying, there's 8 guys who are potentially able to blitz here from this look. And so he starts making protection calls and he starts motioning the running back in there. And as soon as he motions the running back back, they show the linebackers drop back and show, okay, just to let you know, this was a dummy look. We're not actually blitzing these linebackers. And now you've adjusted your protection and shifted things based on, well, okay, now the looks change. Now it doesn't even look the same anymore. It's no longer what I thought it was. And it kind of plays with the quarterback's head a little bit. Dan Quinn was big on static looks. Like, here's what it is. I don't want to risk that my linebackers aren't communicating properly, and one of them actually thinks they're going here, or one of them thinks here and this. I don't think Dan Quinn always trusted the communication from his guys on defense, and so he was like, I've got to just put them in position, tell them this is where you are, now just do your job. Because what I can't risk is you don't know what your job is, and then we have a massive bust. I'd rather just deal with the chances of you getting beat. And that's one of the things that Zimmer's trying to work on now is be on top of your game because there's a lot of confusing pre-snap calls where you're supposed to be showing one thing and doing something else at the snap.
You know how bad things can get if you start off 0-2 in the NFL. RJ Choppy has the teams who have to get a win this weekend. We got Thursday Night Football as well. The commercial-free Expressway with the Neighborhood Watch is next on Sean and RJ. But first, let me get you on over to Hurtado Bar.
Sunday morning with the Cavenders kickoff at noon on your official home of America's team. 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
We are commercial-free, the Neighborhood Watch, covering all of your local stories, including maybe Peyton's traffic jam on 635 this morning. That's coming up at 740. The best voice of all the Cowboy previews we do, Bobby Hebert at 8 o'clock. No, Bobby that we can tolerate at 8. Babe Laufenberg at 8:40 here on Sean and RJ.
We might lead off with Neighborhood Watch, by the way, by you telling me who texted you.
We're not. But it was a good hour that I had a conversation with this person over text, and we were just letting it all vent out. And
an hour.
Yeah. Ooh. It was a good session. It's a good session. Let's go around the rest of the NFL.
Interesting.
With 0-2.
0-2 team, Sean. So this obviously is week 2 of the NFL, and in week 2, you have a chance to go 0-2. Which was a very bad number in the National Football League. Since 1990, about 11% of teams that start 0-2 make the playoffs. So, 1 out of 10.
Now, how much is that going to change with the 17th game, I wonder?
17th game and the 7th team.
Yes.
In the playoffs, right?
And what happens if you remove the Bengals from this 0-2 start? Because I think they've made the playoffs like 3 times doing that recently.
Well, interesting you say that. They did it 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Right, in 2022. So, since 2007, 131 teams have started 0-2. 13 have made the playoffs.
Ugh.
How about since 2020? 33 teams have started 0-2. 2 have made the postseason.
Uh-oh.
Cincinnati 2 years ago, and then Houston last year.
I love these types of stats.
Just those 2. So that's it. So I wanted to ask y'all what you thought about these teams who are in must-win territory, who are currently 0-1. One of these teams might do it, right? They might start 0-2.
And by the way, tonight, Bills, Dolphins, 7:15 on Prime. Kumar Rocker against the Mariners on the Fan at 8:40. So Bills, Dolphins tonight.
We might catch a break. It might be halftime when Kumar's out there.
Yeah.
Might catch a little break there. All right, so I'm going to throw some teams at you. Green Bay. So they still have to face Detroit twice, San Fran, the Rams, Houston, and Miami.
Well, it's 0-1 against 0-1 Sunday.
That's right.
Colts at Packers. Both are 0-1. Sandler yesterday kind of changed my thinking on the Packers because Malik Willis is so freaking terrible. I'm going to give the hot take and say that if the Green Bay Packers lose to the Colts this weekend, they will not make the playoffs.
Ooh.
Changing it on the wall of take. I don't even know if it's a hot take, but it does make sense. Like Malik Willis is
He's bad.
Awful.
Do they expect Jordan Love back by
never
October?
mind. I'm sorry. I take that back. He's playing this weekend according to Matt LaFleur.
Matt LaFleur. I don't know. I guess this is if you've ever played for the Packers thing, you just lie about injuries and say ridiculous things. The way Aaron Rodgers was like, I'll be back 2 months after tearing my Achilles. Same sort of thing. Matt LaFleur says, I'm not even going to rule out that he misses a game. He could play this week against the Colts. That's what's going to happen.
Colts are favored by 3 right now on the road.
If he plays against the Colts this week, I will shave my head bald.
Oh, there we go. He wouldn't do it for the kids, the struggling kids in Sandler's charity.
Is that why Sandler complained to you about me yesterday?
Maybe he'll do it for Jordan Love. Good try. All right, who else is willing to jump on my bandwagon? If the Packers lose, or the Colts, you can take either side. They're both 0-1. If the Packers lose, they won't make the playoffs.
I don't think they're done. Colts would be done just because
Colts would be done because of the Colts.
I think the Colts were done before they played their first game.
Yeah.
But, Packers would not.
Anthony Richardson had some fun highlights.
He does have some fun highlights.
They are watchable to me because of him.
Throw it at 65 yards going the other way.
He had the throw of the week.
Oh.
That was the throw of the week.
Great throw.
I saw somebody, I think it was Charles McDonald wrote about it yesterday for Yahoo. He was like, for all the analytics nerds that want to talk about Anthony Richardson isn't accurate and he's this and that, just remember, this is as bad as you're ever going to see Anthony Richardson play is right now. This is as bad as he'll be. It is literally only up from here. So if you want to take that gamble that he won't become good, fine, but that's your own risk.
Yeah, I think Green Bay's in trouble because, like I said, they have 2 against Detroit, San Fran, Rams, Houston, Miami, and that's possible. Like, there's a good chance they're going to lose 4 of those games. I mean, those are tough games.
But the good thing for them with Love out, if he's out 2 or 3 more weeks, Colts, Titans, Vikings.
Right.
That's not hard.
They could theoretically be 3-1. I mean, all they need from Malik Willis is like semi, just halfway decent play. And
I don't know. Is their defense that good?
No, not in my opinion. I don't think it's good enough to just like carry like that.
All right, so that covers 2 0-1 teams.
All right, so it was Green Bay, and I didn't put every team in here just because I figured some were just like not going to make it. The Jets are the next one.
Oh man, I was afraid you were going to say that because this is a tough one.
So the Jets, they have Buffalo twice, they have Miami twice, they have Houston, the Rams, Jacksonville, and Pittsburgh.
That's a team that's done. If they lose this week, they're done.
The Jets?
Yep.
Because I'm also trying to take into account the division and, the Patriots, maybe the surprise win of the week, and Buffalo and Miami not going to be pushovers. You're saying that they would be done. I will agree with you because I'm also not going to bet on Aaron Rodgers' health. I got to read this. I got to read this quote from Rodgers, by the way, too. Yesterday was a different version of relax. And if Peyton was here on time, we could add the audio clip.
That's right.
Listen to this. I think we always have to stay relaxed. It's a long season. I think at times people think the season is like you're out in the prairie or the desert and you're moving around trying to find water. But it's more like a nice, slow bolero where we're just swaying with the music.
Bolero?
I don't know. I'm guessing. While we're just swaying with the music and reacting to whatever comes to us and through us. Just trying to not get too high with the highs or too low with the lows. But I will say if they lose to the Titans, which I don't think they will not make the postseason. They get Patriots, but they get Patriots, Broncos, Vikings after that. That's a nice schedule.
I mean, they win this one, they could be 4-1.
And then they lose, they could be 3-2.
That's right. Yeah, that's true.
Broncos, Vikings, Bills.
Right. It's the Titans.
I'm sorry. I'm Patriots. Broncos, Vikings.
Yeah. By the way, you can get into this game for $38. It's Titans home opener.
Yuck.
And that is not even the lowest.
I wish that was the price for my Bama Vandy tickets.
You couldn't find a hookup?
No, I got it for free.
Oh, okay.
I wish it was the hotel. I was sitting in the student section or whatever, the family section.
That'd be fun. Yeah. That'd be fun.
Need to talk to Kristen about her hotel hookup she has.
Oh, yeah. Can you give me the brand? What's the hotel?
I think it's Marriott.
Oh,
I think.
That's what I need.
Absolutely.
I don't know. I'll ask her.
All right, next up is Jacksonville.
If you tell me who talked about me.
Jacksonville plays Cleveland.
Oh.
And then after that, they go on the road to Buffalo. They play Houston. And they still have games with Philadelphia, Green Bay, Detroit, and Houston again.
Woo! I love that you're giving the future schedules. And I'm rooting for you, Deshaun. Let's go, Deshaun Watson. As yesterday, he was asked to respond to the newest allegation. And he's like, I'm just going to let the league go ahead and control that. I will say the Jacksonville Jaguars are done if they lose to Cleveland. They will not make the playoffs. And I hope to make Mike Bassick suffer even more.
So the only thing that gives me pause when you're listing off these tough schedules is that it then sounds like they still have control over their destiny, like if they right the ship. Is the thing. It's almost like one of those things where obviously
because by giving the schedule, of course everyone controls their own destiny.
No, I know, but if you say like there's 2 games against Houston left, okay, well they're in the same division as Houston. If they beat Houston twice, then that covers over a lot of the issues.
Okay.
So I'm saying that it gives them a chance to
yeah.
kind of like handle something within their own division. Yeah, probably done. Just because that would say something to me. If you lose to Cleveland after blowing that game in Miami where you were up, then that tells me that you're chokers.
And up and then driving at the end and a fumble like that. They had it. I mean, they should have won that game.
God, you are Mr. Shoulda, woulda, coulda for Jacksonville. That's all you do. You simp for the Jags, maybe as much.
Well,
as
I mean, you have to have.
You got to remember
context
last year,
with
the
it.
first half.
You got to have context.
You got to remember the QBR.
And
you got to
hate
remember
on
this.
Houston.
You got to remember that.
You got to have context with it. I mean, they're the fumble late.
What is this? Because he defended the city of Jacksonville as like a nice area too. What is your Jacksonville connection that you're defending so hard?
And you're wearing a Jacksonville color hat.
Well, yeah.
What is Jacksonville color hat? This is a swing juice hat. Okay. I used to go there every summer. every year.
There it is.
Now, my grandparents are buried there. You want to talk about that? Okay.
Where's your mom buried?
Yeah,
What
exactly.
do you defend, Bobby?
Yeah,
Do you even know where your mom's buried?
Yeah, I don't cheer for South Oak Cliff just because of where my mom's buried.
Even know.
Now this is tough. These are your two childhood teams, then the Browns and the Jaguars. How are you gonna pick who to cheer for?
Oh, I'm cheering for Jacksonville. I'll cheer for Jacksonville. I like their colors. Very nice colors.
Clearly.
And your shorts.
I like soft colors. I like soft colors on sports teams. Baltimore is the next one. So they have the game against Vegas. Then they come here. Then they got Buffalo, Cincinnati. They got to go to Tampa. They got Philly, Houston, Chargers.
I'm going to...
I mean, they should be okay for the playoffs, but
Well, that's the stat. That's the point of the segment.
Yeah, it is. But
you don't make the playoffs.
You know, they would probably be a wild card team on the road. You know, it'd be very difficult.
Bobby, you go first.
No, not done. Because I mean, they were on the road against Kansas City, and you could argue they should have beat them potentially. Like, I mean, it was. If you look at the side statistics, thank you for the cut sheet. An hour and a half later, Peyton. If you look at the side statistics,
smack him. And look at this. Pittsburgh's in first place in the North. Would you look at that? Baltimore, Cincy, Cleveland, all 0-1.
Yeah, if you look at the peripheral statistics, they outplayed Kansas City. Like in the stat sheet, they were better, and so. Now, the only thing that would give me pause is if you're at home and the Raiders beat you, that may tell me something about what you are. Yeah. But to me, I would think of it as a little fluky. I'm saying that Baltimore could easily, over their last 15, win 11 out of those 15 and still go 11-6.
I agree. Baltimore can still be alive at 0-2.
All right, next one. The Rams. They got Arizona, but they have San Fran twice, Green Bay, Seattle twice, Philly, Miami, and Buffalo. That's a lot.
Go ahead. Give your predictable take.
Well, I mean, Zach would tell you nothing's impossible for Matthew Stafford, even though he was like 18 games under 500 for his career before he got to the Rams.
The problem here is the division. You know, like, what is Seattle? They feel like the Saints to me, 8-9, 9-8. What is Arizona? They're already fighting with Marvin Harrison Jr. over touches there. Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, I mean, Arizona should have arguably beat Buffalo last week, like being up early. They were up early. They should have won that game. If you're telling me Kyler's back, they almost beat Buffalo, and then they beat the Rams, then I'm going to believe that Arizona might be more competitive in that division. And so I would say, yeah, if Rams lose, they're done.
I will agree.
Mm-hmm.
I will agree.
I think y'all are spot on that one.
There seems to be a trend, though, that these teams that feel the 0-2 pressure are facing an easier team. Is it just falling that way? Who's got the toughest matchup that you're looking at of the 0-1 playoff possibilities?
Well, Atlanta.
Oh.
So Atlanta lost last week. They play at Philly this week. Then they're home to Kansas City. I mean, they're staring 0-3 in the face. They still have two at Tampa. They play the Cowboys and the Rams.
You ready?
And the Chargers.
You ready for my 5-alarm take?
Yes.
5-alarm take. They go 0-2.
They start Penix.
And Michael Penix, Shannon Sharp's favorite quarterback, takes them to the playoff. No, I'm just kidding. They lose. They're out. They lose. They will not be able to recover because of that video of Kirk Cousins' back right leg.
If they lose, though, let's look at who else is in that division. Carolina's got the Chargers this week. The Saints have the Cowboys, and then the Buccaneers have the Lions. The Bucks and Saints could lose; they'd be 1-1.
Yeah,
so that's true.
I mean, that's going to be a 500-ish team that wins that division anyway.
Yeah, you're right.
You're saying they're not dead.
Not
they go
done.
0-2.
Not done.
They are done unless Penix saves them.
I think they'd be done because they'd be 0-3. If they're 0-2, they're going to go to 0-3 because I don't think they're going to beat the Chiefs. Last one.
Real hot take.
You have Cincinnati. So they have the Chiefs this weekend at Burrowhead.
I'm starting to. I hate all teams in the AFC North. I'm starting to hate the Bengals. They're so frustrating.
They're very frustrating.
Are they as frustrating as the Chargers?
Yeah.
Or still the Chargers. At least since he makes it to the playoffs
every year or a Super Bowl every now and then.
The Burrow wrist thing.
That whole
controversy. Is he okay?
Yeah.
I don't understand why people were making a big deal over the water bottle. Like, he did nothing weird with the water bottle, the way he flung it up and caught it. Are you an athlete? You have any type of coordination? Watch this. But you do it.
Whoa, look at that. He even cupped it, huh? I like that.
With my
Hands
lotion
that size, too?
With my lotion bottle. You just do it like that.
Yeah.
But he was shaking it.
Sure.
I'd be more concerned about
flexing it.
I'd be
and
more
stuff.
concerned
Yeah.
about that.
Absolutely. So, Chiefs this weekend still have 2 with Baltimore, Philadelphia, Chargers, Cowboys. So that's 1, 2,
Bob,
3.
I know you're already going to say since he can still be alive.
Since he can still be alive.
That's 6
but
games.
I don't feel as comfortable with them as I would Baltimore in that division, still being alive.
What do you think, Ralph?
I think they're still alive. The division's brutal. Real quick, one more thing on Atlanta. After they play the Cowboys, this is their schedule from November on. Saints, Broncos, Chargers, Vikings, Raiders, Giants, Commanders, Panthers.
Oh, my gosh.
That's their last, 7 games.
That's for Atlanta?
That's for Atlanta. So, even if they do
Penix
start 0-3,
Penix time.
they could make a run.
Cincinnati. How much is the chase? It just feels uneasy there. They are right now feeling the worst case scenario of what the Cowboys could have been with all the contract drama in the offseason. Like Bengal fans, I can see them being ticked off at the owner of you basically cost us our year because we're going to go 1-2 to start off with Jamar touches, Jamar conditioning, Higgins, what's going on there? I will still not bury them if they go 0-2.
It really is amazing how much we overreact to 1 week in the league because you have to.
Yeah,
because these numbers show you have to.
Because that number. That's why I love the segment. I love that stat. But I want Cincinnati to get there.
I want them to be done just because of the whole blonde Burrow thing.
I agree.
That whole energy this year.
He's a Bond villain, man.
No, that's not Bond villain. That's Die Hard 3 villain.
It's a blonde villain.
Blonde villain. I see what you did.
Yep. Everyone did. It was obvious.
Yeah.
It's obvious.
Obvious to whoever you were talking to yesterday, too, I'm sure.
Yeah. Let's get to the biggest. I almost said
real quick,
I almost said something to give it away.
You should tell me.
Real quick, by the way, since 2007, 66 teams of the teams that started 2-0. All right, it's about 65% that make it.
Make the postseason?
Yeah, so it's not as big the other way. 0-2 is only 11% make it rate. 2-0 is a 65% make it rate. It's not that big of a deal.
All right, there it is. Expressway commercial-free Thursday edition. Tomorrow, we're taking the show to Firehouse #1 in Burleson with a brand new bottle cap opener giveaway.
Yes, sir.
105 through the fan. Sturdiness.
Very good bottle, very sturdy. It's one of those things you twirl around your finger.
Yeah.
I love to do that. I'll twirl anything on
Would
my
you
finger.
twirl that? I would be worried about a potential injury.
Every time
from
he
that.
does that, last time he busted his eye.
I'm a big twirler. I'll twirl anything, and then it'll hit me in the face.
Spinner.
And you know what? And then I'll go back and I'll spin it again because that's what I do.
Let's get local.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news. So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
Yep, and it's time for Neighborhood Watch, which is Sean Sharif just said. We will be in Burleson tomorrow. That is 828 Southwest Alsbury Boulevard in Burleson, Texas. Just follow Kelly Clarkson's aura. Just look for it on the western sky and follow it all the way to Burleson.
She from Burleson?
Yeah, she's a Burleson gal. And so we will be at fire station #1.
And it'll be my turn to be late tomorrow. Bobby yesterday, Peyton today, probably me tomorrow.
And Peyton's skipping the firehouse tomorrow. We got Chris Strong on the board, which means the show will be run correctly, just like it was in Glen Heights.
Okay.
That's what we got. Yeah.
Have you Google mapped it yet?
I did last night because Ivan, when I social media at Burleson, he's like, have fun with that. And I was like, what? And then I looked it up. 65 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Ooh,
okay. Yeah, that's about what it was to Glen Heights for me. Just about an hour.
Sprawling metroplex
it
there.
Is.
Did Ivan happen to send you a sneak photo of me last night, like he has a tendency to do?
Explain that.
So Ivan is always, we're on the Cowboys road trips together because he engineers the Spanish side, and apparently for a year he would just take he would take photos of me. Without me even knowing, and then he would text them, and then he would text them to you of just me walking around. So I was working Cowboys crosstalk last night. We had Timmy Newsom on, Great guest. You can go back after this and check it out. It was actually here on 105 through the Fan from 7 to 8.
Who's that?
Timmy Newsom. He was Cowboys fullback from 1980 to 1988. Next week, Tyrone Crawford, if you want to hear how things are going up in Canada. But he always takes a sneak photo of me. So I got him back on the plane the other day and made sure to send it over to you. And now it's my contact photo.
Yeah, real quick, you mentioned the sprawling Metroplex. Have you seen the overlay of a map of DFW over New York City?
No.
It is, if New York City is Dallas, Fort Worth is like Pennsylvania. It is so massive. They did one with Houston and Connecticut. The entire city of Houston is like bigger than the state of Connecticut. It's crazy how much we have spread this place out.
And then, speaking of on the roads, and then tomorrow, speeding, getting to Burleson where you need to go. Are they changing the speed on Central?
So on Central here, they are going to change the speed from 70 to 65, which, you can't get up to 70 half the time on this road anyway.
No.
Outside of the time we're on the road in the morning. But, yes, they're going to move in certain parts, like from Mockingbird to Woodall Rogers or something. It's going to go from 70 down to 65.
So I saw this in your email last night as I was getting ready to do Cowboys Crosstalk, and I exclaimed about it when I saw it. And Ivan had seen this already, and Ivan has the opinion that I do. He goes, "It's fine. You can make it 20 miles per hour. If I need to be somewhere, I'm going to get there however fast it takes me to get there."
I wouldn't take driving advice from Ivan. That's why he's not at this station anymore.
All right. Another thing that we've got to plug here, Rally House. I'll be at Rally House today from 4 to 6 p.m. This will be the one in Arlington. This is 309 Curtis Mathis Way, Suite 117 in Arlington. So come on out. We'll be giving away a Cowboys jersey, and you can shop the latest in local sports team styles and everything else at Rally House. That's from 4 to 6 p.m. today, so come on out. We're going to have a good time. Okay, so our Facebook community group post of the week this week is actually a Reddit post. I'm cheating. It's sort of like a social media post. But I felt like this fit kind of what the whole point of Neighborhood Watch is supposed to be and getting connected with the community and everything else. So give us your answers on the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. And Choppy, I feel like this is specifically used for you. So it's asking about planning a weekend in Fort Worth. It says, "Hi, everyone. My family and friends are flying over to Fort Worth for my graduation weekend later next month. I'm not from Texas. That's just where my graduation will be. I want to plan a weekend for a couple older family members that will be in attendance, and also has events/activities for my friends as well. I'm in my early 30s, as are my friends. I was Googling some events, but I couldn't find some that may interest us as a group. Any suggestions are appreciated. Thank you in advance." So what would you say if you were planning a night out on Fort Worth town for somebody? What would you advise them to go check out?
Okay. It was me, or it was one of us. Are you talking like they want to go to the zoo and the stockyards and all that?
Sure.
You're talking about drinking and
that,
food.
exactly.
He just read you everything they're looking for.
All right, so hit up the stockyards for a little bit. Go to backyard at 3:00. Watch the late games. Play some Papa Shot. Dinner. You're gonna walk right across the street. You go to Hot Sayuki. It's a hand roll sushi spot.
Ooh,
fantastic. And then go to a speakeasy. Go to Thompson's or Amber Room, and you'll be set. If you want to do the Pirates of the Caribbean stuff, where it's like you want to do your Vegas cliche, then go to Joe T. Garcia's.
Okay, so I'm glad you mentioned Joe T. Garcia's, because that was another thing that came up this week that I'd seen on Facebook and Reddit separately. Two different people asking the question on both places. Why are people around Fort Worth so nuts about Joe T. Garcia's? Why are they so defensive about the place?
It's just a staple.
It has become a staple.
Yeah.
And to me, it's if you're not sitting on the patio at Joe T. Garcia's, you're missing the whole point of the experience. A lot of people will go inside to go eat. It's good Mexican food. It's not anything that's blow your mind, but it's margaritas and patio and atmosphere. And if you want to see famous people, a chance at a famous person, you go to Joe T. Garcia's.
Yep. I mean, Riata's the same way. I mean, you have good food, and
they're still open.
They moved. I think they moved. I don't know where they moved to.
Okay.
They moved to just down the street. Thanks, Sasha. But there's a lot of places down there to go. It's just a matter of do you want to go the more cliche Lonesome Dovey stockyards, or do you want to stay down downtown?
Okay, so this was an article over in the Houston Chronicle. They were talking about food costs and how fast food costs are rising, which I have no frame of reference for this other than when I go to.
Yeah, because your wife you send to the grocery store.
Exactly. And, I don't have to watch the budget really. I'm just like, yeah, go spend whatever you need, honey. Do your thing. But no, this is actually something that where I notice it a lot of times is where when I see restaurant costs, like, oh my gosh, that thing on this menu has jumped $2. What the heck's going on here?
Chicken wings.
Dude,
I won't order chicken wings anymore.
No?
Nope. Won't order them.
Because of the cost?
Because of Dawson?
How ridiculous. how out of control has that gotten? Because the thing I first noticed it with was brisket. I saw brisket costs like jump at the restaurants I was going to, like to an absurd amount. Where it was like, this is now like $30. When did that happen?
30 a pound.
When did that happen? Because that was always, I felt like that's like double what I feel like it had been in the past. But what are chicken wings running now?
I don't even know, man. I feel like you can't get 12 wings.
It's $15 for 12 wings.
Except for the KNC Buffalo Wild Wings appearances. But you can get sushi for like just as much, it feels, as chicken wings.
You can.
Sushi.
Yeah, like now you may get like, it may be the one of their premium rolls or whatever, but chicken wings are expensive. Like that's didn't somebody say it was like that used to be like the worst part of the bird, the throwaway part, and then they figured out how to make buffalo wings, and now it's like the most expensive part of the bird. It's crazy.
Well, I mean, this is like, so we talked about a couple weeks ago that one of the indicators that maybe the economy in Texas isn't doing so well right now is the fact that dinner sausage, like the consumption of dinner sausage is going up. And they say that that's usually an economic sign that people are looking for cheaper proteins to be able to buy. Well, over at the Houston Chronicle, they have this report from Share Our Strength, which is a nonprofit that looks at childhood hunger and different things like that. And they were just surveying families about food costs.
This is why people are eating dogs and cats now.
That's right.
That's why, exactly it.
They're eating dogs. They're eating cats.
So
they're taking the heads off.
If you look at this, Share Our Strength did a research and was surveying various families across Texas. 75% of Texans now say that food costs are rising faster than their income is. And Kristen ran into this recently where she was just kind of explaining to me, like, I can't, like, usually I used to be able to reliably go to Aldi or somewhere over here where it's like, okay, I know I can get this cheaper. I can go here. She's like, everything has gotten like ridiculous, like in terms of the cost of food
all right,
in the grocery store.
I'm just looking at a random wing spot. No affiliation with the station or anything. 10 classic bone-in wings. 10. Give me the price.
$13.99. I have no idea.
That's a joke.
I have
10
no
bone-in?
10 classic bone-in.
No frame of reference.
I would guess, I don't know, $14?
$26.15.
What?
Look at the menu. Look at it.
It must be big wings.
Hey. Look at the prices.
Oh my God,
dude! Air fryer.
Hang on.
$6?
Am I off, Chop?
No, but it says okay. So 9 boneless is 14.
Nuggets are $14.
10 is 26. These got to be huge.
Okay,
right? I would think they'd be massive.
But still,
that's a lot of money.
I told
that's
you,
a lot of money.
Wings don't play, man.
So they have at one of my spots that I like. They have lollipop wings, which I guess are not technically like chicken wings, but still, they're just like there's 4 of them, and I think those cost like $10, $11 or something like that. So I mean, it's definitely gotten ridiculous. But this is something that we run into this a lot, where you start just wondering about, like, Addison has run into this at her middle school recently where...
I'm trying to start a political fight this morning.
No, I'm not. This is not.
Fantastic.
I'm not. I'm really not trying to. Addison had recently, like, said some girl, like, at her school had said she forgot her lunch or whatever else, but she had forgot it, like, 2 separate days that week. And it turned out she really did just forget it. But that was the thing that, like, Addison was concerned about. She's like, what if she, like, can't afford it? Or, like, what if there's something where she can't get that? Because that's the thing. Food costs are rising so fast that now people are, like, starting to have those concerns. And Kristen's always talked about how, like, expensive it is. And it's almost been cheaper lately to just buy the food at the school. Like, to do the lunches that they have there than to, like, buy and pack lunches because it's gotten so absurd.
That's why last time people always make fun of me for the amount of food that I cook. And I'm like, I'm eating this for, like, the next 3 or 4 days. And you go and you get, stuff for spaghetti sauce at the store and compare that to just going out to lunch. And it's insane. It is insane. You cook this, you have it for the next 2, 3, or 4 days.
Right.
And compare the price.
Compare the price.
Now, it's got to be good with eating the same thing every day.
Yeah.
Which I'm fine with.
And it feels like cooking for one person if you don't have any of the ingredients. Now, that's the thing; you got to stockpile these ingredients.
Yeah.
Because if you don't have anything and you've got to go buy it all, that's expensive.
Yes.
But if you've got like seasonings and stuff at home, you're good.
Well, here's also how expensive things have gotten for food. It's not just food, it's also the prep that it takes. So this was an article over in the Dallas Observer. The shake fee that shook Dallas, a margarita whodunit. So have you ever heard of Blondes Who Eat, Sean?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so Blondes Who Eat, they have this massive social media. Stop. Blondes
So
Who-
is Shannon Sharp.
Blondes Who-
Although I don't think she was blonde.
Blondes Who Eat, could be. Blondes Who Eat has this massive social media following. They're two sisters, these foodies who they go on social media and they just, have different food takes and restaurants and stuff like that. So they released a viral video last week where they talked
they
about.
get treated better at some places than like people you thought were your family. It's amazing. Shocking.
Okay, I know what you're saying. So they talk about how they went to a restaurant in Dallas last week, and it's getting people all worked up. So they said that we went to dinner here tonight in Dallas. Not going to say the name of it. The food was exceptional, but when we got the bill, and normally I don't look at bills, I'm just like, yep, sounds good. Here's my card. I know that sounds ignorant, but whatever. We got the bill, and in my head, I knew what we got was only going to be about $150 worth of food. The food was great.
Only.
So how did we get a $530 bill? She said the first item in question was a spicy skinny margarita made with...
They must have served them the water from Sunnyvale.
So they get a premium tequila brand, which was $14, but the receipt had a $3 prep fee on the receipt.
Oh, man. Okay, so you rocks charges people... If you're charging me for ice, $3 for ice, y'all got problems, man. It's ice.
People are also now charging like 18-20% gratuity on like a bar bill. Like we go get 4 drinks to pregame somewhere, and it comes with a 20% gratuity. When forever it was just 8 people or more.
Well, also, I mean, how for forever,
and then gratuity on drinks.
Forever, the standard on a drink. You go to the bar and order, it's $1.
Well, that was us in college.
That was in college, right? It was like
now
because you buy a beer, buy a beer, and then it's $1.
Yeah.
Like that was it, right? $1 per drink. Now it's 20%.
And then even at the Rudder Room, even that crap hole in Oxnard, if I sit there and leave, they always give you back like 50 cents.
Right, so you got to that's $1.50.
Well, I feel like a bum. Like, am I being rude by leaving the change here? I feel like leaving changes are even rude.
I leave the change and the $1.
Yes.
So it's $1, but they do that on purpose, right?
But even leaving the change, I feel. So anyway.
Well, she says, all right, that's fine, prep fee, but what is the prep fee? She asked, the waiter told her, oh, it's the shaking of the margarita. that was what they were charging $3 for. She goes, okay, that's weird, but just put $17, not prep. So then she looked at the frozen margarita. That was $32, and that had a $13 prep fee on the margarita.
So was the price not on the menu when they ordered it?
So
did they add the prep fee after?
It was something where she was just ordering margaritas, I guess, with certain tequilas in it. And then when it came out, but I mean, still,
don't be a blonde. Look at the price.
Fine, that's fine. But
it's like RJ in the airport. RJ orders like the top shelf margarita, and he's like, "What? I'm sorry. Look at this bill. What is this? I ordered Casamigos. Why is it more expensive?"
Well, see, he would never take the server's suggestion for the tequila though, like he did. At
what
the
was
airport.
What was this from? What were we, at the
every time we go, you always order like a higher shelf one. I remember coming out from California one time, and you're like, "Whoa, look at this!" I was like, "You're in an airport ordering."
I think it was just Don Julio. It was just Don Julio.
Yeah,
I didn't want the Cuervo. I didn't want the caramel coloring.
Just Don Julio.
When she got to the end of the bill, though, over $100 worth of shake fees on the different margaritas that they had. Wow. And now she didn't say what the restaurant was, and now people are trying to figure out, okay, where is this? Where
it's a hell of a job in BYU.
The former Saint, the best voice to preview Cowboys New Orleans, the Ragin' Cajun, Bobby Hebert on Sean and RJ next.
Let's get you over to Johnson Fitness and Wellness, kids. You know, I love talking about
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on another cloudy day. I like it. Oh, wait. No, I'm loving the rain so much, I even got my car washed in the rain yesterday. Yeah, went and did it. No line. Right here, next to the station. I even went and got the car washed.
All right.
I need my foundation fixed, stop filling my pool, bring all the rain possible. So I loved it. You're going to love Sunday as the Cowboys are favored against the New Orleans Saints here on your home.
Just figured it out.
Of America's team. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider, Bobby Bell. We got Pepe in the back live on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Yesterday, while Taylor Swift was showing love to her boyfriend at the VMAs Travis Kelce. The Kelces were showing love to Dak Prescott. This is Jason and Travis on their New Heights podcast being impressed with number 4.
Can you talk about a better day? Just sign a multi-$100 million contract and then go out there and win your first. That's a day. That is a fun experience. Well done, Dak.
I've been able to kind of hang around Dak here and there, and he was at tight end U this year, speaking his mind to all the tight ends there and giving them an idea of what the tight end position looks like through the eyes of a quarterback, and at that, the highest paid quarterback in the league. So guys were getting nuggets of gold from him, and I'm so appreciative of his time and him being able to do that. But at the same time, he is such a good guy, man. Just such a good dude, and couldn't be happier for him, especially with all the speculation through last year and the injury and having to kind of go out and prove himself, knowing he's kind of proved himself already, but did it again last year, and sure enough, now he's the highest paid player in the league.
So that's Travis talking about his interactions with Dak. My godson was at tight end U.
Well,
it was there in Nashville, I believe. And then Jason said, I may tick off some of the Eagle fans showing this amount of love to the Cowboys quarterback.
I'm going to say this, and I think it's probably going to upset some Eagles fans. I like where Dak Prescott is at right now. Like, when you can see it in his interviews, how much more comfortable he is being like a leader in the NFL.
Oh, yeah.
I think early on in his career, and anybody's like this, you're going to get more generic answers. You're not going to get a lot of depth. You're not going to get really insight into who he is. And I think that's a big turning moment for a lot of players when, like, I'm just going to say whatever the I want because this is where I'm at, and I'm confident in who I am and what I can do. In the last 2 years, you've seen, I just feel like he's more confident. It appears on the field, off the field. It just, I'm digging his entire vibe right now. He's
figured it out, man.
Yeah.
He's figured it out, and he knows it. And on top of that, I was talking to Chris Jones in the locker room today about it, and he was mentioning to me, he's like, man, a lot of guys don't know Dak Prescott, one of the hardest working guys out there.
Yeah.
Oh. Whoa. Did he really?
Wow.
Hey,
that's so.
You need to go and get the total end of that clip. It needs to go to the very end.
Oh,
because Jason made a joke in there. You're saying Travis could get in trouble for impersonating a black guy.
Believe he did that.
Look at RJ's mouth.
I'm thrown.
They were teammates at Mississippi State, Chris Jones and Dak. So I mean, they were there the whole time with each other, so he would know. But man, that was. Can I hear the end of that again? Holy cow, that was. I heard the first part with Kelce yesterday, and I was like, all right, yeah, Jason Kelce, which I think Jason Kelce misses the point. It's not about Dak being more comfortable as a leader. It was Dak was negotiating through the media is what he was doing.
Well, also, it's like when you have, now when you factor in his first contract, he's got $400 million in the bank. It's a lot easier to be yourself.
All right, listen to the end of that again.
Today about it, and he was mentioning to me, he's like, man, a lot of guys don't know Dak Prescott, one of the hardest working guys out there.
Yeah.
I was like, what? Is that how do you know this, Chris?
How do you know this,
and
Tim
I guess
Meadows?
Okay, does that save it at all at the end? How do you know this, Tim Meadows?
Wow, it's a good reference. Very good reference. I mean, I don't know. I mean,
we do Chris Arnold like that.
Yeah, I guess.
It's true. If you know the guy,
wasn't Nate Newton talking about Chris last night?
Yeah,
he was.
I guess if you know the guy, it's different. I guess it is.
Oh my gosh, that was still funny though. That needs to be a drop whenever we're talking about Dak.
All right, Chop, this one's for you.
All right, let's do it.
All right, this is right in your wheelhouse. Yesterday on First Take, Jeff Saturday blew away and disturbed Stephen A. Smith with a Dak Prescott comparison.
I played with a quarterback who had these same question marks assigned to him for however many years, 7 years, whatever it was. The same question was when he gets to the playoffs, he's not the same guy. He's not.
Don't say that.
Absolutely, people say that about Peyton. I lived it.
I'm hyperventilating. You're comparing him to Peyton Manning?
No. I'm saying No, I'm saying how people talk about Dak Prescott, of the lights and the moments and whatever all this stuff is. The body, and you said it about Peyton. So you know and I know. People would question what happens in big games and how this all goes.
He's 11-13 postseason.
Okay.
Stephen A., look at me. Stephen A., hold on, look at me. You know for a fact with Peyton Manning, right, the first couple of years he struggled, but you know for a fact the knock on him has been the best regular season quarterback.
Right.
It's true.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me answer that.
Wow.
Let me answer that.
Yeah. So he's talking about from an expectations standpoint, and then.
Well, I mean, I don't even know that. I don't even know you could say that. That's more lunacy because, like, I don't know there's a quarterback in the history of the sport that had more expectations on them coming in.
Yeah.
Like he's like LeBron.
Maybe Elway.
Sure. Right. Yeah. But we're talking about once every 30 years.
Yes. And then Stephen A., while whining and throwing his little hissy fit, let me answer that. He answered it.
The knock against him was that he couldn't beat Brady. This man was running the offense. He was calling his own plays. We were like, anytime you run into Bill Belichick and Tom Brady, you gonna fall. That was, I'm not saying they didn't say those things about him, but that was the prevalent issue. And Dak Prescott was never given the responsibility. Am I lying about that, Jeff? Has Dak Prescott ever had the responsibilities at the quarterback position that Peyton Manning had?
No, but last year they asked a lot of him similar to what they did of Peyton Manning. And they're asking to give him this year. They're asking it again of him this year.
All right.
He's not wrong, by the way.
No, I mean, look, there were the knocks on Peyton were there. Some deserved, some unfair. Same with Dak. Some deserved, some unfair. But they're there. The expectations are not the same, and maybe what they're asked to do is not the same. Like, because
Jeff Saturday's right. Most of last year, Dak was asked to do stuff similar to what Peyton was during his career.
What did he call like Peyton? Like there was no play call.
Dak was essentially calling the offense the last half of the season.
Okay, but Peyton Manning ran no huddle, called the plays. Like you get 3 plays, you call them there at the line of scrimmage. You're telling me Dak Prescott
Dak was essentially calling the offense after the bye week, the entire season.
All right, so he's getting up. He's getting up to the line of scrimmage and picking between 3 plays. Like how
he's getting that, like all the stuff you saw inside the touchdown to Brandon Cooks. That was Dak coming to the line of scrimmage with a certain call, and then Dak is checking into whatever he wants. That was whenever we talk about early in his career, Dak was going to the line of scrimmage in 2016. He was not making many checks at all. Like this is Dak a lot of times checking the protection, and then he's making the call for what they're going to get into. He's audibling them into plays a lot.
But like McCarthy's still calling the initial play, whereas like there was that fight on the sideline. Peyton was like, Jeff, I'll call the plays. You just sit there.
Did Peyton and Jim Kelly call
Dak very rarely?
Let me ask a question. Can they call the initial play? Are they calling the initial play themselves versus Dak altering Mike's play?
I don't know what Indianapolis went to the line of scrimmage with. Dak is most of the time they are running a play that Dak has called. Most of the time the offense is running something that Dak calls at the line.
And then the final part was Stephen A. comparing Peyton to Dak, and still just losing his mind over them in the same sentence.
I was at NFL Network, and that was a question we asked.
What a flex.
Many times of Peyton Manning. And I guess there was the comparisons, of course, when your contemporary's Tom Brady and he keeps like racking up the rings. Obviously, there is truth in what you're saying as well.
Tom Brady
but
was
I promise
racking up
you,
the rings.
That was a
storyline.
storyline.
They were sending him home, but most importantly, the point is the responsibilities that Peyton Manning had. Am I lying, Jeff, when I said this? Damn near his rookie year, Peyton Manning, if not his rookie year, literally, certainly year 2, the man was running the damn offense. Okay? That's how brilliant he was. Everything was headed to him. Mike McCarthy had Kellen Moore booted out of Dallas so he could call the plays. The responsibilities that was on Dak Prescott's shoulders don't come remotely close to the responsibilities that was on Peyton Manning's shoulders. Y'all got to be kidding me. Y'all can't say this on national television, man. You can't do this.
Flat out ignorance. It's flat out ignorance of what the Cowboys were asking Dak to do last year. Mike McCarthy didn't call the offense last 11 weeks of the season. That's why things changed. Like if you look at like what the offense was the first 5 weeks, and then you look at the rest of the year,
they ditched his.
It is not the same offense. If you watch the first 5 weeks, it's not the same offense.
Like I think what Steve is trying to say. My guess is that Mike still called a play in. You called in.
No. I think what Stephen A. is saying here is that he does not believe that Dak is in control of the offense the same way Peyton is, and it's not true. At the snap, they're calling something that Dak put them into almost every time.
Then what's Mike saying in his ear?
Mike can come to it with any sort of call he wants to initially have. If Dak has 5 things that he's going to check into, Dak is almost always...
Yeah, checking into it, yes.
The expectation is going to the line of scrimmage. Dak is going to check them into something.
Which
That's
I think
most of the time.
I think a lion's share of the veteran quarterbacks would do.
No, not the vast majority of quarterbacks. They're not calling it the way Dak.
I think what we're trying to straighten out here is Peyton Manning picking any page out of the playbook to start the call with versus Dak altering or checking what Mike started with.
To me, it's like, I'm trying to think of what's a good comparison for how, like,
know what I mean?
little. Yeah, I get I understand.
Like, is Peyton starting from more scratch every play than Dak?
No, because they're basically starting with a blank canvas. Whether Peyton picks it or McCarthy picks it or however the setup is, when they get to the line of scrimmage, it's equal in the amount of times that they're running something that the quarterback called. It's Dak is calling, putting them into plays that they are snapping the ball with a play that Dak has essentially chosen most of the time to a Peyton Manning-like extent.
Okay. Maybe we need to figure out a better way of doing a demo on this. Like Orlovsky would probably figure out on TV. Like relaying something, explaining what Dak would do with that.
Right.
You know, it could be a fun radio exercise. There it is.
Yeah, Orlovsky, he's great. His demos are great.
Well, he was a teammate at Peyton's too, I think.
Yeah. But
So
but Orlovsky's also a Lion POS, so it doesn't totally matter.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. I see you on YouTube. I'm watching your comments, so I got that basic target on you.
Uh-oh.
I'm seeing it. I'm watching you, Juan. Go ahead. Keep it up. 877-881-1053. Don't give Juan's a bad name. Like my guy at Chevy, Platinum Chevy. Don't make me think of the Juans like that. All right. We have Babe Laufenberg at 8:40 here on DFW Sports Station to preview the Saints game. But tonight is Kumar time. Time to rock. Time to rock on the home of the Rangers. And an NBA Finals rematch is happening, according to Bobby's favorite NBA player. Next on Sean and RJ.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
.53, the fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-3333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
1-2 from Anderson. A swing and a long drive to right. Back goes Adolis. He's on the track. He's at the wall. He leaps, and it is gone. It's a 3-run homer, and it's the 4th home run for Arizona today.
Ooh. Rangers get smoked in the game, in the series, 14-4. They lose the series 20-4, and they saw their old buddy Jordan Montgomery on the mound last night getting the save with 3 innings pitched, gave up 2 hits, no earned, no strikeouts.
Yeah, the rare 3-inning save, very Goose Gossage.
Without a strikeout.
Yeah, what was it? It was like the last 5 innings of the game. Arizona walked 3 Texas batters. I don't think they got a strikeout in the last 5 innings, and Texas still couldn't really do anything.
He is beefy.
But you know what? He may win another World Series.
Look, they're a good team. They're going to make the playoffs.
They've been really good in the last 2 months or so.
Of course, tonight is the debut of Kumar Rocker going up against, Thursday Night Football is going to start first with Bills Dolphins, and then 8:40 first pitch on the Fan with Bobby's new favorite pitcher.
Yeah, which I'm going to have to get clarity from Sandler because somebody's already correcting us nonstop on the fan text saying it's not Kumar.
It's Kumar.
It's Kumar. And that's what they're saying.
Well,
So-
we have Dawson Sandler 2.0 after tonight.
Yeah, guess what? I've seen Harold and Kumar. I didn't see Harold and Kamar.
Okay, Jared, goodbye.
So you know my rule. The moment a name is established as that's the pronunciation of those letters together, that's the pronunciation of those letters together.
I wonder if I could, and I'm genuinely excited to watch this tonight. I'm probably not going to get much sleep. I'm about to take one of these little afternoon naps before I go do my my Rally House appearance in Arlington from 4 to 6 p.m. today. That's the one on 309 Curtis Mathis Way, which maybe you can get a Kumar Rocker jersey there. I don't know. Maybe you can get lots of Rangers gear. But I'm going to have to take a nap so that I can make sure that I can stay up and watch this 9-inning no-hitter from Kumar Rocker.
There you go.
Because that's what I'm expecting right out of the gate. No, I haven't learned from my high expectations for Jack Leiter or my high expectations out of the gate for Wyatt Langford. I'm saying we're gonna get Jabba Chamberlain for the next month.
Jabba Chamberlain.
Wow, just keep the flies away. I'll tell you, like, considering where he was over an extended stretch of his last year, like he had the issues where basically the Rangers got gifted him in the draft, right? And then he had the injuries. My expectations are zero. This is not like a
Zero?
Well, yeah, it's not a Jack Leiter thing. We're like, oh my God, the expectations, because there was a time last year where it was like, man, we're just never going to see this guy. He's always hurt, yada, yada, yada. The fact that he's here, that to me, today is enough. I'm just excited to see him.
I asked ChatGPT the other day. I was like, hey, tell me what you know about Kumar Rocker. This is what they said. Rocker features a 4-pitch mix headlined by a plus slider that serves as his primary outpitch, showcasing late sharp break in the mid-80s. His fastball sits comfortably in the 97-98 range and has touched 100 miles per hour, displaying good riding life from a high arm slot. Rocker's command is average, but he projects as a high-variance prospect with frontline starter potential.
Jason Tatum went on Fallon and was asked for his 2025 NBA Finals matchup.
Predict which two teams will be in the NBA Finals next summer.
Ooh, the Boston Celtics.
Say it!
It's going to be a rematch. We're going to play Dallas again.
Hey!
Wow. Unoriginal again. He has to repeat the finals he just played in. What a loser.
I was just about to say a reason for us to give him props, but the unoriginal, that fits. You got to talk about this crazy Joe Mazzulla profile.
Joe Mazzulla, if he was, thank God that he was given an outlet like basketball, because this guy would be a murderer if it were not for basketball. I'm convinced of it. He is insane. So Joe Mazzulla did an interview recently and it was recapped over at the Boston Sports Journal. And the stuff that he talks about is nuts. He talks about this past summer, how, it was a normal summer. He talks about riding the duck boats through Boston streets during the championship parade and celebrating with the fans. He says, I had to match the energy of the people. It was a release because it was one of the times where I could be as intense as the people around me. This is the most intense, passionate thing I've ever been part of. Why, when you hear him talk about stuff like that, that sounds like psychopath stuff. When you say, for once I was able to connect with humans and match their energy. I felt their life force feeding into me. He talks about how he needs to stress humility and a continuous commitment to improvement as the team prepares for the upcoming season, and the unconventional inspiration he draws from nature, likening his players to killer whales. He says they very rarely attack their prey by themselves. There's a huge humility aspect to that. You think that he's like, man, these killer whales. Like, what does he think that he thinks orcas actively are just like, hey, we got to have humility as we try to eat this seal. We need to work together as a team. Yeah. I mean, they definitely work together as a team.
Together.
They do, but I don't think any of it's like, let's talk about how humble we all need to be as we approach killing this seal.
Let's ask Dak for advice on going after, other prey.
He says Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, those are two killer whales. Two orcas right there that he thinks they work together. But he found teaching moments throughout the summer in his time away from the Celtics. He talks about baseball games to Broadway shows. He says he went to a Boston Red Sox game. It was a comeback against the Toronto Blue Jays, noting a dropped infield fly ball that changed the game's outcome. He uses this to teach his players about the importance of fundamentals and attention to detail, stating, "You have to commit to the details, and you have to have an understanding of what goes into winning and losing." But here's how miserable this guy is and what a psycho he is.
So what did he take from the fly ball?
He said that you have to show like it because the Blue Jays missed a pop fly and then they end up coming back. The Red Sox come back from that late in the game. And so he's like, see, this is right here. It's the little things that get you killed. If they would have caught that pop fly, then things would have been different. But here's how big a nut job he is. He ruined his wife's summer vacation away from basketball. So
like
he took
the former Celtics coach?
He took, yeah, for different reasons. He took her to the U.S. Open. So it's like, okay, this is nice. This is a place to be seen. It's apparently a great event that people like when they go
Golf
to
or tennis?
Tennis. Okay. And they say it's one of these like
apparently it's a great event.
People describe it, say it's like one of the best sporting events you can go to.
Nighttime, electric, New York.
Yeah.
He took his wife to the U.S. Open and ruined it because he spent the entire time. He couldn't just watch tennis. He spent the entire time charting unforced errors by the players and keeping track of how often the players would talk to their coaches. He was just curious to see what they would do.
Hang on, aren't you not allowed to talk to your coach during a tennis match?
I don't know. I would imagine it's like during a break when you're sitting down or whatever.
Yeah, you're not really supposed to be like conversing.
Maybe that's why he was tracking.
That's what they do, the hand signals.
So that maybe that's exactly it. Now
you're telling me he was writing this down.
That's what he said. He said he was charting how often they were doing it. Made even worse. You go to a Broadway show.
Challenge flag.
Wait,
what?
I'm throwing the challenge flag on that one.
You think he's lied?
I'm not buying that one.
I'm not either.
I'm not buying.
He's so crazy though. I could see him like thinking, "Oh, that was communication. I saw it.
He probably maybe started to do it, and his wife was like, "Dude, simmer the blank."
Well,
down.
you know what she said? She said, "Stop this. Let's go see Hamilton." Okay? I don't know if they saw Hamilton, but they went to a Broadway show. Okay? So they go to a Broadway show. Certainly there's nothing that he can track there, right? Wrong. Joe Mazzulla managed to ruin this for his wife, too. He sat there taking notes.
This is like the belt marriage.
Yeah.
He sat there taking notes on how the performers were regulating their breathing between talking and singing.
Okay.
That's how he managed to ruin the Broadway performance. This guy is a psychopath. He is a nut.
Yes.
I don't even know what to say. Like, this is not real. This is not a real person. This is Russell Wilson as a coach.
Now, he did note, after all the difficulties that they had, which, by the way, hit a couple interesting notes there. He said Indiana, despite sweeping them, he was like, that was the hardest series we played. He's like, that game that should have gone 7 games. He said we should have had a 7-game series there, which in reality, they should have lost 2 of those at least.
Yes.
But he talked about how hard that was. But he said, as hard as it is, his one hope for this season is he said, I hope it's 10 times harder than it was last year.
Oh,
shut up. This dude is the worst.
Babe Laufenberg coming up at 8:40 on the home of the Cowboys to preview the Saints.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
Yep. Look, you show up late because of traffic, and you get not 1 but 2 segments today.
And you're out tomorrow, so you get more airtime today.
Well, how about that? Yep, I'll be gone this weekend.
You get rewarded for being late.
Thank you. Bobby does not. All right, guys, have you guys all have kids? Have you traveled with them on an airplane? I imagine a lot of us have.
Yep. Kristen has with Addison. I've never traveled with the kids.
One of the worst experiences of my entire life.
Ooh, okay, so how do you calm down Ollie on the plane?
Drugs.
Melatonin.
Kids' melatonin. It backfired because of the delay in the airport. It had timed out perfectly. He knocked out. 3-hour delay. We're boarding. He woke up.
Tart cherry juice, man. That's what Bassick drinks to go to sleep.
Tart cherry juice?
Tart cherry juice. It's got natural like melatonin in it.
Sign me up.
So this story here is for all the parents with kids that they take on airplanes, on flights, and I really hope you're not like this mom, because this mom deserves not Mom of the Year here. Because we have this mom here on this flight, mom with her son or daughter. The daughter's on the iPad.
Hang on. Start.
This is what happens when you give them 2 seconds.
You don't know?
Reset.
Okay. All right. This mom is on a flight with a daughter. The daughter has an iPad. Just keeping calm, keeping it to herself. Across the aisle is another mom with a son. The son does not have an iPad. The mom has stated, my son doesn't have an iPad because we don't do iPads on vacation. So he just has to sit there and be in silent and talk to his parents. The son sees the daughter with the iPad and says, Mom, well, I want to be on the iPad because the daughter has it. So the mom with the son, that's anti-iPad, anti-fun, then goes over to the daughter and tells the mom, hey, can you tell your daughter to take away the iPad because my son doesn't have one because we're anti-iPad on vacation. So
Put
mom
yours
with the-
away because mine doesn't have theirs.
Exactly. And I'm like, okay, that I'm not a parent, but controlling the other kid here, that's a pet peeve of mine. Trying to parent someone else's kid.
Yeah, it's this is so. Look, I understand. I respect that we don't do iPads on vacation. But you're not on vacation yet. You're in a tube.
Wait for that plane to land.
You wait for the plane to land, then you take it away.
Yes.
You want to be tough guy parent. Great, cool. Wait till you get to your destination because there's not a kid in the world.
I believe the Joe Mazzulla story over this.
Yeah.
I don't believe that a mom or a parent would have the balls to go across the aisle and say, put yours away because this is the rule in our house. I don't believe this.
Somebody told me to turn off air disasters on the plane.
And what is that?
It's a show that dives into the investigation. Why did this plane crash?
Was the volume up?
No.
All right, well, I can at least see that. You're previewing death.
Yeah.
All right.
The plane, you got an inverted plane falling into the
You're doing
the
a
ocean.
loop of plane crashes. That's disturbing.
It's on my phone, and there was a seat empty between us. You don't have to look at my phone.
Where were they sitting?
They were on the outside seat. I was on the window.
Yeah, I'm not justifying it. They should keep their own, mind your own damn business.
But I believe in the nosiness and the crappiness of people that there might be somebody on a plane who could do this.
So did a fight or tussle happen? What was the end result?
The mom with the daughter with the iPad, she basically just said, screw you, I'm not going to do it. And so, which is what most parents should do here. I mean, Sean, that would be like if, Bobby with, Laura in public and you're with Ollie and you're telling Ollie, no, you can't have ice cream just because Laura's having ice cream. Yeah. He's complaining. Then you tell Bobby, hey, tell Laura to put up the ice cream.
That's why all the other parents hate us, including Bobby's wife, because we're the candy parents. We're the treats. Hey.
Oh, you got all the treats?
Oh, you got all the treats. I want to give your kids sugar. And they're like, oh my gosh. And I'm like, too bad. They're in my house. If my kid's going to get candy, I'm going to give your kids candy. You don't like it? Get out.
This did happen. Not exactly like that, but where Ollie was eating candy at the end of the party, and I told Laura, I was like, all right, you're done. And then Laura's like, but Ollie, I was like, great, that's Ollie's, that's what Mr. Sean and Miss Amanda have decided. You're not getting any more candy.
Did she not get any?
I think she stole a sucker behind my back.
Yeah, I just can't. We come out, I don't think Eric will let Eric's wife won't come around us anymore because we have,
you make it rain sugar.
Processed sugar around.
It's the cheapest way to get rid of people.
What?
Just give their kids candy if they don't want them.
Keep them away?
Just keep them away.
Yeah.
It's the easiest and cheapest way. Start giving them suckers and
give them a booster.
Or a booster. Wow.
All right. So there's an extra edition of The Payload with Philip Russell. What?
Bobby and I. We just have.
You need a separate camera just for y'all. Y'all do your own show.
That's 6 times a show this happens.
Babe Laufenberg previews the Saints. Maybe one quarterback will show up this hour. Next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
So Cavante Turpin's going to stand at his 35 and wait for the punt from Corey Bjorkis.
Yeah, and they have had a couple of good returns. I mean, he's been real close to breaking one, but a couple of nice returns, but looking for the big one. Maybe he'll come right here with the Browns backed up a little bit.
The kick actually comes from the goal line. A little end-over-end wobbler taken at the 40 by Turpin. Trying to get up the middle, 50, 45, get a block. Right sideline, 30, he's pointing. 20 and to the 15, to the 10. There's your return.
Babe Laufenberg on the call.
He did that with Kalen Carson and the interception a couple weeks ago.
That doesn't count.
It does.
I hope, Babe, you're not taking credit for calling that, are you?
You are kidding me, aren't you? I mean, I didn't listen. People say, hey, how Brady sound? I'm like, how would I know? I'm doing the same game he is.
Right.
I didn't get to hear it. Did he call that?
I don't believe he did.
He did not.
Okay. So why the hell would you listen to him?
Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys color analyst, seer of the future here at 105.3 The Fan. Good morning.
Good morning. I will tell you, I told Bones, the special teams coach, thank you for making me sound smart. He said, hey, well, let me know when it's going to happen again. I said, no, you got to let me know when it's going to happen again. Okay, ready for your trivia?
Yes.
Yep. Okay, number 4 is not really a common number for a quarterback, is it? But, I mean, you think of 12, you got Bradshaw, you got Namath, you got Staubach. But last week they played Deshaun Watson, right, number 4.
Yes.
Dak, number 4. This week, Dak goes against Derek Carr. What number does he wear?
4.
4. Okay, so.
Oh, so we all won the trivia. Yes. We're on the board.
No, that would be September trivia. You know how McCarthy talks about September football? That would be September trivia. So Derek Carr has the 3rd most touchdowns by a player who has worn the number 4, passing, 73. Dak Prescott has the 2nd most, 74. Who is the leader in terms of touchdown passes who wore the number 4?
Brett Favre.
Yeah.
Boom, September trivia.
Suck it, Peyton.
Dang
it. In your face.
How many did he have? How many did he have, guys?
How many career touchdown passes?
Yeah, Prescott has 74. Carr has 73.
507.
482.
Peyton, do you know?
I believe it'd be 186, right?
Yeah, 186. Yep.
186.
There's not a chance in hell that Brett Favre has only 186 touchdowns.
Remember, he wore a different number.
What?
This is just by one of the number 4.
There's no way. I'm looking this up.
What was his other number?
What? He wore number 4 his whole career, babe.
Oh my God! Did we get Babe Laufenberg? Did we turn his own trivia against him?
Even still, I was wrong. He only threw 336 touchdown passes, or no, 508. 508.
I said 504. I said 507. Right? I knew Manning snapped it.
508.
But they were all his number 4, babe.
Yeah. 508. Wrong.
And Dak has way more than 73, I think.
Dak had like 40 last year.
Babe, I think you butchered all of this.
No, Dak's got 203.
Babe, are you unwell? Are you unwell?
And he wants credit for calling the Turpin return. And how about we should
245.
Who gave you this? Was this Zero? Did Zach Rowe give you this trivia info?
Sham. Hey, Zach's my guy.
I was like, what other numbers did he wear in Minnesota with the Jets?
You ready?
Hit me.
Yeah, hit us.
No. Okay, move on.
All right, move on. G-Bag of the day. All right, the Saints. More impressive than you thought, or the Panthers are that terrible?
A good question. Like anything, probably a little of both. But I will say this now. The Saints last year, they won 4 of their last 5 games. So they've now won 5 of 6. The Saints could have been the Cowboys' wild card opponent last year. Oh. They had the same record as Green Bay. They lost a tiebreaker because of common opponents, But they also lost a tiebreaker at 9-8 to win the division. Tampa Bay was also 9-8. So all those tiebreakers that you kind of don't pay too much attention to, they all came into play for New Orleans. So, yeah, they're a decent team, but should they come in here to AT&T and beat the Cowboys? Probably not. But are they capable of it? Yes.
What are the top things to worry about with them, whether it's on offense or defense?
Well, Kumar is always, to me, a little bit of a handful. I know last year he didn't have a great year. I'm not a fantasy player, but I'm sure the fantasy players could tell you a little bit more. But his numbers were all way down from what he has been. But to me, he's still a dangerous player. Derek Carr, hey, we saw him come in with the Raiders, right, to AT&T a couple of years ago and had a fantastic game. He's fully capable of getting hot, right? So they can be a part. Their defense has been good. It's kind of always been good. It's kind of always been, to me, a little bit overlooked. I don't like to use the word underrated, but overlooked. So yeah, I mean they can present some problems, no question.
Babe, if you blitz Dak, like the stats show that he kind of really makes you pay for it.
Right.
Is that the same with Carr? Or is that how can you get to him? Or is there a spot where if you do something, he really takes advantage of it?
Honestly, I have not dug in to all the New Orleans tape, but again, he's a strong-armed, good quarterback. I think, he's been with the damn Raiders. I know last year, obviously, he was in New Orleans, but that's just you're fighting an uphill battle trying to win in that organization, and I think he played a lot better than what that team was, or. Again, it's a hard place to win. It's like every quarterback that has gone to the Jets. It's just a burial ground for quarterbacks, right? And I think pardon me?
Especially Favre.
Well, all of them. For the last since Namath, and we'll see what happens with Rodgers. He did not look great, but now, hey, he's 40 years old, coming off an Achilles. So, but anyway, long and short is, I think being with the Raiders, be it Oakland, Las Vegas. It's a tough place to win. It was a tough organization to overcome. And, we'll see what happens here in New Orleans.
Babe Laufenberg joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Babe, what did you think of the debut with Mike Zimmer and specifically Trayvon Diggs talking about how, hey, we got into maybe 5% of the looks on the calls that Mike Zimmer's got in his bag? Yeah,
obviously a great performance right off the bat. And I actually asked Zimmer the question on Monday at the coordinators thing, how important is it? He's been through this a number of times, right? You go to Cincinnati, you're putting in your defense. You go to Minnesota, you're putting in your defense. How important is it to come off and play well in that first game? Because as he pointed out, this defense was pretty good. Most times you're taking over because the year before the defense or the offense, depending on your coordinator position, right? They sucked. And it's like, we got to get a new guy here. Mm-hmm. So then teams are willing to embrace the new philosophy because you say, God, we were so bad last year. Well, any change is better than what we had. But that wasn't the case here. They were good. They were really good. And so you tend to meet with a little resistance when that happens. I always say Chan Gailey had the toughest job coming in here, no matter what you think of Chan Gailey. They had a whole bunch of guys that had won Super Bowls, doing it a certain way in a particular offense. And so you're going to be a little resistant. You say, hey, wait a minute now. Why are we changing up what we've won 3 Super Bowls with? Because even through the changes, when Norv Turner left, Bernie Zampese, who taught Norv Turner the offense, came in as the offensive coordinator. And they won that Super Bowl in '96 against Pittsburgh. So I think the long and short is they're all selling something. Coaches are all selling something. And it's really not all that much different. But the whole key is to get your players to buy into what you're selling. And you have a game like that. We heard all the remarks after the game, all the comments. They bought in. Now Zimmer can say, you come back into that Monday morning meeting and you say, see, if we play the technique that we're teaching, that I'm teaching, we do the things that I'm teaching, it's going to work. And the players all saw it work.
What do you think he's teaching the most different from a Dan Quinn defense?
Well, they disguise it a lot more. They play linebackers at the linebacker position, which is different. The big defensive tackles. And, hey, there's a lot of ways. one thing I don't like about what happened in Cleveland and Zimmer and the whole thing is it's almost this notion of thank God we got rid of Dan Quinn. Thank God we got rid of that guy. And he came in here. He took over a defense that was awful in 2020 with Mike Nolan. I mean, awful.
He did Dan Quinn did a damn good job here.
He did. So I hate the notion that, well, thank God he's gone, because he did do a great job. And again, there are different ways. Everybody plays defense differently, right? Pittsburgh has played a 3-4 for about 50 years. And there's 4-3 teams and 3-4 teams. But I'll say this. I think they went from one very good defensive coordinator to another very good defensive coordinator.
Second half offense this past week kind of stalled out. Was that a concern, or do you think they were just not trying to give anything away because they had that in the bag?
No. I mean, did they maybe run some trick plays that they have, and you say, hey, let's wait for that after the Turpin punt return, which I called, by the way. I don't know if you guys are aware. No, I mean, that was the opening drive for Cleveland in the second half, and then it became 27-3. And I just think you lose a little bit of your urgency offensively, even defensively to a certain extent. But the big thing on that second half, they were 0 for 5 on third downs, and all the third downs were 3rd and 6 or longer. So they were getting penalized in those drives. You got a 3rd and 12, 3rd and 14. You're not going to pick those up for the most part. But you'd certainly like to see them convert a couple, right? They had a couple of 3rd and 6s, and but that prevented them from getting another set of downs and sustaining drives. And but offensively, it kind of got obscured, quite honestly, in my opinion. It was a very average offensive performance. I mean, they were 414 on third downs. They only averaged 4.4 a play. They had 265 yards of total offense. Those are not winning numbers, but obviously when the defense played the way they did, you get a punt return for a touchdown. That game became a little bit of a laugher.
Mike McCarthy tomorrow, Jerry Jones Tuesday, both of them now taking back seats to Babe Laufenberg Trivia. I cannot wait for it next Thursday at 8:40. Thank you, brother.
Okay, and very quickly, you got to cut Bobby Hebert some slack. Remember, he's in New Orleans,
Yeah. And what, because of the wind and the storm?
Yeah, they got a hurricane down there. For goodness sake.
Is it like happening right now?
Yeah, I think that's what the Dan Brunoff email said. It made landfall.
Okay, all right. Well, you're right, babe. My apologies.
Okay,
thank you.
Well, you guys have a great day. Sorry for the screw up on the trivia.
That was amazing. It was amazing. Babe Laufenberg on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Is the National Football League even more popular in your house than it has been? And how popular was Shannon Sharp yesterday after the audio that came out? Final hour, Thursday edition, after this.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch and YouTube. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Carter in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a Tolo. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com will join us at 9:20. We will crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece at 9:40. Is the NFL still that dominant in your house? And how much has the lead grown? As Choppy, you have some ratings that even surprised you yesterday.
Yes. The NFL in week 1 averaged, I can't even, it averaged 21 million viewers per game during the opening week, making it the most watched week 1 on record.
Caitlin Clark effect.
It's a 12% increase over last year.
Wow.
Yeah.
I heard people talking about college football. Okay, so this was the least football starved I've been in the offseason in a long time.
Right.
I think part of it may have to do with like our, show chemistry, so the dog days weren't as bad.
Right.
With the additions and stuff that we can talk about during dead periods. And I was not as excited about the Cowboys heading in. So I felt like this football offseason went faster than most. But in hearing college football previews and lead-ins, it sounded like the most college football starved people were. And these numbers tell you that people were more NFL starved than they've been. And while saying that myself, I do feel like the gap between the National Football League and everyone else is growing.
Oh, it's not even a discussion. It's absolutely growing.
Like in my own personal care as well. Just being honest about it.
Sure. Yeah. Now,
like this baseball season feels like it's never ending. Now, a ton of that has to do with the Rangers being out of it. It's felt like for a very long time. But I have not been as football starved this offseason. But the college numbers, the NFL numbers are opposite.
They're opposite.
It shows people are dying for it.
Chiefs Ravens averaged 29 million. Detroit and the Rams averaged 23 million. The Cowboys and Browns averaged 23 million.
Is this Mark Cuban's worst sports statement ever? Hogs get slaughtered. Pigs get fat. Hogs get slaughtered. This will eventually take down the National Football League. That or powder dry and understanding the CBA.
Yeah, I mean, did he ever say anything about like Rodrigue Beaubois that was really stupid or something? That might compete, but other than that.
The 6 games that were part of the Fox's doubleheader averaged 19 million, best start since 2020. First time since 2020 that Fox had the Sunday afternoon doubleheader in week 1. In the previous years, they both carried it. They both had a doubleheader. CBS averaged 18 million for its 6 games, the most watched week 1 singleheader since 1998. It's a huge number. For comparison speaking, real quick, the average of 21 million is more than the NBA Finals and World Series combined viewership numbers.
Football Night in America on NBC beat every single college game except Texas, Michigan.
What?
Football Night in America was
the pregame show?
Beat every single college game except Texas, Michigan.
See, for me, that's like a rare break you can take in the day.
Oh, is that pregame show? Yeah. Now
Fox NFL Sunday beat all but 2 games: Texas, Michigan, and Colorado, Nebraska.
Wow.
Yeah, and then because you also had those Colorado, Nebraska, and Texas, Michigan were the only 2 that weren't on the ESPN family, which doesn't have because they had their DirecTV issue. So that will play a role. That would play a role in that. But look, it is a monster. It really is. And the Caitlin Clark game against Angel Reese and LSU Iowa this year, that set like all the ratings, and that still didn't even hit the average NFL game.
The average.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
is the sport?
It was like 19 million.
Wow.
And then the average NFL game was like 21.
Is the sports gap growing in your own house on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line at 877-881-1053? Or did the Dallas Mavericks finals run cause NBA love for you? We've talked about the baseball problems over the years. College football, are they still number 2 for most of the country in the Metroplex? What about the Dallas Stars and the excellent teams that they've been putting out there? The gap has been growing for me. It has with the NFL love compared to everything else.
Yeah, I mean, again, they do such a good job of making it accessible for the most part. Though, like, is that going to change for me with like the Mavericks being an easier?
It's not accessible with all the networks and streams you have to get all the games.
Well, I mean, when you've got YouTube TV and you just take care of that, and you're not reliant on dinosaur technology like you gentlemen have been.
Tonight, YouTube TV gives you Amazon. You don't have to go get Amazon Prime.
I mean, I have Amazon Prime because I have a wife who likes to order things for the house, so that's where that gets tied into.
I would imagine for you though, RJ, it is. Although you said your NFL love has grown, but I don't think you have not dropped off with baseball. I don't think you've dropped off with college football. You're the only one, I think, in the whole building that knows any a college basketball player's name. Maybe the guys on BetQL. So I would think with you, maybe the gap has grown the least.
Well, look, it's not so much the gap that the love hasn't grown. It's the importance that's grown, and I think that's a major part of it. Like the game, the NFL individual is just more important than everything else. Like now, you can have individual people who want to have. I'd rather the Rangers win the World Series than the Cowboys win the Super Bowl, or than the Mavericks win the NBA. Like there are fans that will prioritize that.
I don't know. Maybe because like off season, I'm still doing a bunch of stuff with NFL. Like that feels more work related at times. Whereas when I watch basketball, that feels like it's a break. Yeah. So maybe I don't know that the gap's grown for. I still love the NFL the most, but I feel like maybe those other ones feel like escapes for me more than football does at times.
Yeah, for me, it's so NFL, MLB, and college football have always been 1, 2, 3 for me. MLB has always been up there. I've grown up playing baseball, watched it with my dad and my brothers, so we've always been in love with baseball. But yeah, the NBA and NHL, it's like if the Mavericks and Stars are in it, it's like I'm not watching as much.
Yeah, like I like Brett Boone on. We have a great chemistry, but behind the scenes, I'm like, should we have Brett Boone on during the baseball playoffs? Are enough people going to care about that listening to our show when the Rangers are not in it?
Tell us on the fan text right now.
Yeah, tell us on the fan text.
Yeah.
Sounds like the only football thing dying is the Manning cast. That
was me. That was me.
Bob,
So
sorry.
the Manning cast. We might be on its last legs.
What
here.
do you call it, Choppy?
The boring cast?
Well, all but 872,000 people would agree with you. That is how many viewers the Manning cast drew.
Will Chambers took offense that I said Choppy's the only one who knows a college basketball player. Sorry, Will.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
that's right. Kentucky.
Sorry, I forgot about Ron Mercer.
Oh, Scott Padgett. Sorry. Good job, Will. We are heading to the death of the Manning cast. This I made the comparison last night. I was trying to think what's similar to me. Reminds me of the show Weeds. Did you ever watch the show Weeds?
Used to love the show Weeds.
The first season, some of the best TV you're ever going to see.
Tremendous.
And then it was just downhill from there. And that's the Manning cast. And the Manning cast has completely lost its way. It has plummeted to an all-time low of 872,000 viewers. Now, like you mentioned, they were trying to say, hey, the DirecTV consumer is factored into this. That may have also caused an issue here. But for this plummet, this is a 43% drop from week 1 last year. And I don't think 43% can only be explained away by DirecTV.
Maybe part of it, but it's still their number one problem is how in the year of our Lord 2024 can they not figure out the technical aspect of this?
The delay.
Force them to fly. Eli fly from New York and Peyton fly from Denver.
Wait, so are they having the lag just between them?
Well, them.
Or is it just always the guest?
Well, the guest. The guest is the main lag, right? But look, they have Stephen A. sometimes is not there on First Take. He's in another location. Like, how is this still a problem?
Some of the things that beat the Manning cast this week: ESPN2's broadcast of Cal versus Auburn, Fox's broadcast of Texas Tech versus Washington State, and NBC's 1 p.m. broadcast on Saturday of the Paris Paralympics drew 300,000 more people than the Manning cast.
Because there's content that is,
I haven't watched them forever,
valuable there, right? Their breakdown has some value.
And honestly, Aikman being, hold your comment, your insult, Aikman being on the Monday Night Call has caused me to go to the Manning cast less.
Yeah,
I like Troy's bluntness on that.
Yeah, I love his recommendations of just kicking the field goal on 4th and inches.
Outdated takes.
I just love
one of your old stale choppy takes. You go with the cabinet.
Yeah, you know what? This punter, man, he's a real force.
Tell me, you've been on the show with him for a long time. Me, not nearly as long. Tell me, was he equally this critical before Sarah had slobbered all over Troy Aikman at the party?
No,
or he hates up here.
He hates every great legendary broadcaster.
Did you
Scully? He's taken down. Al Somnia, Al Michaels,
Al's boring.
Troy Aikman,
Vin's boring.
Collinsworth.
I mean, yeah. Given what
Collinsworth's just arrogant. He's just a punk. And plus, I don't care what a wide receiver has to say about anything.
But you love Sterling and Kay, though. Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't love them. I like Sterling's voice.
Did you see, speaking of legendary broadcasters, Babe Laufenberg's explanation to us? He's clarified how he messed up the trivia.
Go ahead, Bobby. Take over the segment.
No, I'm just asking if you saw
Our
it.
Shannon Sharp audio. Just wait.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, explain it.
He meant wins instead of touchdowns. There you go.
He meant wins instead of touchdowns.
Yes, there you go.
That was for 8:40 when Babe Laufenberg was on. The viral story of the day. My father-in-law was right.
About
you. The viral story of the day. That's how a second person side texted me. Shannon Sharp accidentally going on Instagram Live while having relations with someone named Michelle.
Oh, baby.
And we got the sounds.
Yeah.
We got the directions. We got everything. And Shannon Sharp tried to say he was... What's that?
Huh?
Shannon Sharp tried to say that he was hacked, and then he admitted the truth last night on Club Shay Shay.
Event that happened today. Obviously, I'm embarrassed. Someone that is extremely, extremely private, and to have one of your most intimate details, the audio heard for the entire world to hear. I'm embarrassed for a number of reasons. People count on Shannon, Shay Shay Media, Club Shay Shay, Nightcap, ESPN. There are a lot of people that count on it at all times. Even when I'm behind closed doors, I still try to remain a level of professional, although I'm in the privacy of my own home. I'm very disappointed in myself, not for the act. I think there are millions and billions of people of consenting age that engage in activities, but to have your most intimate detail on the audio to be heard, I'm disappointed in myself. I let her call them. I called my sister. My friends, obviously my friends reached out, but guys, this was not staged. Came in, I threw my phone on the bed, engaged in an activity. I did not know IG Live. I've never been on IG Live. I've never turned IG Live on. So I don't know how it works. And so all of a sudden my other phone is going off and people are calling me FaceTime that I've never talked to a day in my life on FaceTime. And it didn't, I'm like, why are y'all calling me FaceTime? And after a while, Jamie, and he says, Shannon, you on IG Live. I'm like, doing what? You know, I'm like, what am I on IG Live for? I ain't hit no IG Live button. He says, they can hear. I'm like, so now, Ocho, you know, I say, ask for patience. He said they can hear. And now I'm starting to get agitated again because you called me and say I'm on IG Live when I know I didn't click myself on IG Live. And he said they can hear me. I said, hear me doing what? He said, it sounds like you were having sex. Man, my heart sank. It dropped.
So the internet trying to find Michelle. Ocho Cinco saying he needs cardio work.
Yeah.
He said, I'm just glad it was Michelle, not Michael. What else? What else did I write down here? But I think this is through a tube of toothpaste. I think this is going to be a big win for Shannon Sharp. People are like, poor Paul Pierce. He got fired for the same thing with an IG Live. Y'all's theory seems to make a lot of sense as I was trying to figure out how to go to IG Live.
It's just, you know,
you think he was setting up a film session?
He was probably going to film it. And he accidentally, because the IG Live camera looks very similar to an iPhone camera. Maybe he was just on, it was on Instagram prior to.
Because I haven't seen the accusations that it was a gotcha from the girl. Because he said he came in, he threw the phone down. Could she have hit the button? Why would she do it? He didn't seem mad at her in their podcast last night. But having him and Ocho, gosh, having them recap it was freaking hilarious. Grimy.
Oh, yeah.
That is I'm surprised ESPN puts him on their regular shows without being like, yo, man, you got to chill on the podcast.
On the podcast?
Holy, man, they get raunchy.
Dude, like Stephen A. apparently does his podcast. He will go on. He says they have no say in what I say on that thing.
I'm some of the theories that are out there.
Just like I Love the Stars.
Right. Some of the theories that are out there.
Grimy.
Yeah, some of the theories that are out here on who this Michelle may be and do we know the Michelle are interesting. That I don't know that we can. But if you just look over the ESPN roster of people named Michelle, there's some interesting possibilities here.
Let's cross talk with the KNC Masterpiece at 9:40. But first, Nick Eatman's preview of the New Orleans Saints from DallasCowboys.com after this.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Window Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
What challenges does Chris Olave bring as a receiver?
This is a trick question.
This is a trick question.
He's a good player.
Dang, Trayvon Diggs. Trick question. He a good player. Was that him kind of mocking the reporter's question or mocking Olave? Let's bring in Nick Eatman, who lives at the Ford Center of the Star in Frisco, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Good morning, Nick. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Doing well. Were you there for that in Diggs? What do you make of that comment?
No, I did not hear that part. I was kind of, we're a little short-handed now, so we're bouncing around a little bit. Other spots, I didn't hear that one, but that's Trayvon's kind of that way, like where he's kind of like if he's not really in the mood to be talking, he's just not going to give you what he thinks you want. And so, yeah, he's a good player. I mean, he probably would say that about Jerry Rice, I guess.
Are the Saints? What are the chances that the Saints are a better team than we thought coming into the year after the Carolina game, or Carolina just sucks?
I think they are. I think Carolina is really bad, and they have their own quarterback issues for sure. But I think that the Saints. I think there's always 5 teams that are way better than you think they're going to be, and it could be the Saints. It could be that team. I've always said I believe week 2 is one of the most important weeks of the entire season.
Yes.
I always pencil that game or circle that game when the schedule comes out, because I just feel like to be the team you want to be, you've got to like either stack a win together if you won the first week, or you better not go 0-2. And so I always think there's a lot of importance. We'll really find out what teams are in week 2. I think we're going to find out a lot about what the Saints are.
Yeah, Belichick said he thought that week 2 was more important than week 1. Robert Saleh said it feels better being 0-1 with Rodgers than 1-0 last year.
Well, without him, of course it does.
Without him. So how have you felt about Derek Carr throughout his career? He's one of these difficult to decide on guys, I think.
Yeah, I don't know how to spell the word meh, but that's pretty much it, you know.
I mean, it's MEH,
better than his brother. How about that?
Better than his brother. So am I.
Yeah.
Careful, you'll get blocked like Bobby did by David Carr.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I don't know what that means.
I got blocked by David Carr for talking trash.
Oh, blocked. I don't know why I was thinking Mutombo. I don't know what was wrong with me this morning. Fair. But better than yesterday. So, anyways,
Bobby was playing one-on-one with Mutombo the other
I don't know. I don't live in the world where we're blocked. I don't even think like that. I should,
Who has blocked you? Who has blocked Nick Eatman?
Gary Patterson.
Oh, really?
Oh. But I don't think he runs his own account. So, I mean, whatever. I mean, Mrs. Patterson? I don't know. Yeah. You got to remember back in the day, Baylor, TCU, Art Briles, all that stuff. Yeah. But it's all good. It's all good. I don't know. I don't know who else would be. I mean, I'm sure there are some, Derek Carr, to me, I think he's like the opposite of what you're going to get, what you had last week. He is going to complete passes. He's not going to throw it into the stands. He's also not going to probably shed Micah Parsons when he's got him in a bear hug. So I think if they get to him, I think they can get more sacks, but I do think he's going to hit open receivers and he's going to be, more functional than what they had last week with Watson.
How big is that? How much more of a test do you think is this week, the running game that the Saints have and the type of runners that Kamara and Jamal Williams are compared to what they had against the Browns last week?
I think Kamara is obviously the big difference there, but it's that, thunder lightning type thing that the change of pace always it can be a problem and we've seen it work well with the Cowboys too. I mean, once you start thinking you've got the angles just right for this guy, and then Pollard would come in and it's kind of, I think for them it's maybe a flipped version, but either way, and Kamara is not like a little change of pace. He's not like we know how big he is. I mean, he could run in between the tackles. He is so dynamic. I think he's one of my favorite players in the league. Not with the Cowboys, just because I just love the way he plays the game, and he's also one of those examples. And RJ could probably attest to this. It seems like he's a much better pro than he even was in college. He kind of was a surprise, I think, coming out of college to be that good, at least from my perspective. I don't know.
Nick Eatman joins here 105 through the fan. Yeah, he had Butch Jones as his coach. He didn't know how to use him. That was pretty much
that. Before, after Dooley.
That was after Dooley. Every Tennessee fan could see he was clearly the best player on the field, and he never played.
Okay.
It was crazy. Speaking of him, when he is set up outside, how do you think they approach it? Who do they use?
That is a great question. I think this is why, I've heard a lot of, can you spy him? I'm like, spy him with who? Because put him on the outside, you would want a Jordan Lewis maybe. He's done that in the past. But if he's kind of in the middle of the field, that's not the guy you want. I mean, that's where you think the Marquise Bells and the Mukwamu maybe, or one of those kind of safety types. Or do you just go with Overshown and say, all right, run him down? And I think most of the time when you're talking about what they're going to do, it's a combination of everything. But that's why I think he is so good, because he is a mismatch nightmare, because he lines up outside. I would want a corner or a safety, but then he shifts them back into the middle and they run the ball, and then that's probably not where you want your corners and safeties to be.
Nick, Jake Ferguson, Nealand, and John Stevens on the injury report.
Yeah, the calf injury with Nealand, that to me would be the most concerning there.
Wow.
Especially, just because he didn't practice. And
no, I'm saying that's good for Ferguson.
Well, good for Ferguson. Ferguson says he's got no pain, and this is what's kind of today will be the test. Of course, he says I have no pain. It was just more of a scare, I think, than anything. He says he's going to do everything he can to play, but he also he said I'm going to do everything I can to be 100%. So if he's not, and if he can't give that, I don't know what the number is of where the Cowboys will put him out there. But he's trying to be 100%, and he said it'll be a collective call between him, the trainers, the coaching staff on what they do. But it looks to me, if you've got no pain, you're able to go and run around and do your thing and not wearing a brace or anything, I think he has a good chance to play.
We have any update on Dalvin Cook? I forgot that they even had him before yesterday.
I don't have an update on him, but I did see. I'm not supposed to. You're not supposed to look out and watch anything, practice or anything. But I saw just a little bit of him running the ball, and he looks pretty good. Like he has some elusiveness to him. I saw one play, and I saw 20, and I just kind of glanced. I was like, it looks like Pollard, the way he was kind of running in the open field and shifting. And I'm like, all right, that's Dalvin Cook. Again, I have no idea how they plan on using him, but I will say that, I think they're just kind of waiting on him getting going. But I do believe there's going to be a time here, probably sooner than later, that we're going to see him.
Where's the Saints coach on the list of anonymous ones in the NFL that you don't think of or know much about? The only thing I know about him...
He's a visor guy, right?
What's his name, Choppy?
Dennis Allen.
Good job. The only thing I know about him is he always shut Brady down. That's the only thing I know.
He did, yeah. With the Bucks would play them, and it would be like, I remember coming home from a game on the road, and they were playing the Sunday night game, and they were it was 9-6 or 12-3 or something. I'm like, yeah, he does kind of have he's the Brady whisperer. The Cowboys were not that until the very end, but I don't know, visor hoodie guy, and but it does seem like a good, a scheme type coach. He can figure things out. They do things kind of unorthodox, I guess, but Taysom Hill, he's still, he doesn't really scare you. But if he doesn't scare when you're not really thinking about him, that's when he'll kind of make a few plays, and they can just line him up in different ways. It's something to watch. So I think this is going to be a challenge. I really do. They don't play here often. We know there are a ton of Saints fans in Dallas. I think there will be a good amount of fans for the Saints in this game. I just think it'll be a good, fun atmosphere. The Cowboys better be ready for.
Nick, thank you. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right, see you guys. See you tomorrow.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Tonight, Thursday Night Football, Buffalo and Miami.
Got a couple of betting insights for you here. Some trends. This is from BetMGM, who's a partner of BetQL. So primetime games, there was 4 primetime games in week 1. Okay. And because you had the Thursday, Friday, Sunday, Monday. The favorites were 4-0 against the spread. And the Miami started as a 1-point favorite. Now they're 2.5. They moved up. A lot of the money going on Miami. 99% of all bets are on Tua over 4.5 rush yards.
Over 4.5 total rush yards?
Total rush yards. 99% of all bets at BetMGM. And it's about to be 100%. I'm about to go on there and do it myself. I found this one pretty interesting. To score the first touchdown, Tyreek Hill is 6-1. That seems like a great number.
Yeah, I mean, they tend to run a lot, but I mean,
Still,
their backs.
you think he's going to get a touchdown a game almost. I mean, or close to it. The guy seems to get a touchdown a game.
Mostert is out tonight, and Achane is game time decision. And so, yeah, I would think you'd lean a little more heavily on the idea
it's
that
just
Tyreek
I think
would
it's
score.
just a halfway decent bet there, just 6-1 to get that. But a little bit of pause here. Since 2003, when 2 teams that are 0-1 against the spread meet in week 2, the underdog has won 65% of those. So those teams are Bills, Giants, Raiders, and Titans. Those are the 4 underdogs that are matched up with another team that was 0-1 against the spread in week 1.
These were Tua's rush yard games last year. 5, 3, 0, 7, 6, 0, -3, 8, 7, 6, 1, 0, 15, 0, -2, 14, and 7.
And he had 11 in week 1.
But he did not have a game over 15 yards rushing last year.
He only just learned how to fall. He doesn't know how to run yet.
Okay, so I can't remember. Do sacks count as negative rush yards?
No.
Because I know they do in college. I wasn't
Not
sure
in the
they
NFL. Mm-mm.
Okay.
Kneel downs count as negative rush yards.
And rushes.
Mm-hmm.
So if you bet like for Patrick Mahomes, that's why I bet that one in the Super Bowl. Patrick Mahomes, X amount of rushes, 3.5. I mean, 3 of them are kneel downs.
Find out how to go hang out with the KNC Masterpiece today. You can do that as we crosstalk with the fellas next on Sean and RJ.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Let us now crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece, where you can go hang out with the fellas today because they are not here in studio. Choppy, is that a New Orleans Saints restaurant that they're in? Is that the Fleur de Lis?
We're in New Orleans.
You know what? It does look like it could. Yes, right behind Kevin. I do believe that looks like very Fleur de Lis.
The Saints Show of Record. Looks like he's sitting like in a very it looks like a chair in a castle. That felt, that red felt.
Yes.
Where are you? How close are we with our guesses, Kevin and Corey?
We are, in fact, in New Orleans,
No, we're
and
not.
I am in a throne so the Saints can understand that the Cowboys are their king.
Okay, all right, I like that.
Looks a little too sunny to be in New Orleans right now.
Jeez.
Yeah.
What's the cake that you eat where you get is it a
king
baby
cake?
cake?
It's a king cake.
Okay.
Terrible.
Oh, it's awful.
Oh,
If
it's
you
so
get the
bad.
baby, then that means you're going to have good luck for the year.
I gotta say.
But it's a terrible cake.
What are the overrated things in New Orleans?
Everything. The food.
Wow.
That-
Excuse me?
No, I didn't remember you complaining about the food when we went that year. It was fantastic. It was great seafood.
Okay, I do love seafood, but I don't like Gulf Coast seafood. Okay, I like I eat cold water seafood. Okay, I don't eat lobster if it's not from Maine. If it's from Rhode Island, I don't want that.
You don't want
Okay,
it?
I only eat Alaskan salmon.
So you're not going to have any oysters then?
Oh, I'll eat oysters. I'm going to have oysters. Okay, I will not scoff at the oysters.
Will you eat clams?
Yeah, Shannon.
I mean, yes.
Oh, my God.
You're a
And then
gentleman after
the other
all.
thing is that Roger Emmerich coffee, that tree bark.
That chicory.
Oh, that
Yeah,
was awful.
everything. It's overrated. It's too like I don't
Are
know.
y'all talking about Cafe Du Monde down there?
That's overrated too. Those beignets.
What are you talking
those
about?
are
They're
not
coffee
that
and
good.
beignets. You need to do it when you're hammered. That's you can't go there and
People
be like,
go
oh,
there
this
in the
is great.
morning.
You go there,
they're
when you're
hammered.
hungover.
No.
It's a hangover cure, and it's hey, I got hammered, and I got to go do something in the night of it. That's what you do.
And those drinks on the street.
The hurricanes.
Those
the hurricanes.
diabetes
yeah.
traps.
That's a diabetes. That's diabetes in a can.
Yeah.
That's the
still be
Quake
called
Roads guy.
that?
That's Wilford Brimley in a can.
Now, I'm not agreeing with you on the food. I separate myself from that, but everything else, I think we'll have fun.
Look. It's.
way to
I'll
hype
say
up
this.
that
I'll
trip to
say
New
this
Orleans.
about. I'll say this about Louisiana. At least it's not Mississippi.
I love
Or
their
Jacksonville.
I love their accents as well.
That's the best part of
yeah.
it.
Troy Landry at the Super Bowl party. That was my celebrity freak out moment.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Do you know who that is?
Not a clue.
Okay, you just good. That was a good job faking right there. Oh, where are you guys again?
We are at Shakerton's in Arlington, 1409 North Collins Street. So we're like right off of 30. It's off or 35, 30.
30.
30.
30.
30.
And,
Be
30
careful
Collins,
when you
right?
get on to 30.
Yeah, we're right off of
because-
Collins. And if you're coming from the Garland area, it sounds like it's all shut down still.
Stay off of 30 for a while, man.
But yeah, we're going to be out here all day today, courtesy of our friends at Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey. So come on out and enjoy some Sagamore today. It's going to be an awesome day for us. This is an awesome spot, dude. I think that's why, like, the Fleur de Lis pattern on the wallpaper here behind us, I get that, but this is an awesome little spot. I love it.
So they have giant Jenga, which brings back some nervous memories for me. I don't know if I've told you guys the story. I was at Barcadia with a few friends. We were playing giant Jenga, but we had an odd number of people. And this lady walked up, chain smoking a cigarette while she was drinking her drink. And she was like, I'll play Jenga with you. And so I was like, oh, okay. And somehow I got put on her team. And she just she took one of those puffs that felt cartoonish where all the ash was hanging off the cigarette, but none of it actually fell. And she goes, are you any good at this? Because I don't like to lose. And then she was drinking her drink while she smoked. It was the most high-pressure Jenga game I've ever been in. Luckily, we won, or I really thought she would have put a cigarette out on me.
Did you tell her she was losing the cancer battle?
No.
With the smoke stick right there.
No, I didn't.
All right.
It felt like a high-stress enough situation.
Well, for next time. So were you searching? Was it obvious you were searching for a partner that you needed a fourth?
No, it just felt like there was three of us, and she just walked up. It's like she had some weird, can I get into your business vibe?
Oh.
Hey, honey, do you need a fourth? And I was like, oh, my God.
I didn't know whether your traffic was the one that affected Peyton. Peyton was
Yes.
late. 2-hour traffic delay for Peyton. Had to reverse on 635 this morning.
So on 30, that's where it started, and that probably backed all the way up into Rockwall off the bridge and everything. For about 4 exits, so from 59 to 55, all of 30 seems to be shut down. And so, yeah, I had to exit and divert, and then, of course, everybody else in the world's trying to do that. You just get stuck on, the regular streets, and, yeah, it's a grind out there.
Did you guys figure out what was the cause? What ended up happening?
I don't. I unfortunately, I don't know. I was too busy,
Anything.
What'd you say?
I never saw anything about what was the cause of the wreck, but it was at least 3 or 4 cars.
Yeah.
One time I was over in that area, we'd gone over to Platinum Chevy to hang out and see our friends over
GM
there.
Justin Rowe.
Yeah, and on the way back, there was like a gas leak somewhere in the Mesquite area, and I was like, oh no, this isn't great. So I hope it wasn't anything. We got to keep an eye on it and see what's going on.
Man, that's one thing I don't do is I don't use GPS.
Your toxic masculinity.
Well, yeah, I welcome traffic, right? Give me time in give me peace of mind.
But what if it's going to make you late for your job, like Peyton?
I mean, be late for your job, man. I'm sorry, it's life.
What?
Sounds pretty stupid and stubborn to me.
It is stubborn, Sean.
I use the GPS every morning.
Really?
Got to. Now that we come in and start the show at 6.
Yeah, a little bit later.
Dude,
I can never stay on 75.
I just got my kid a car. He turned 16. We got him a car.
Flex.
And
what'd you get him?
Fancy.
Yeah, well, listen, all right, and it was, it's like a 2015 RAV4, and he gets into it. He's doing all his stuff, and he's like, "Hey, Dad, where's Apple CarPlay? How am I supposed to know where to go?" And I was like, "Use a freaking Maps Go, kid. Like, go find one.
Get a
map
Garmin,
out.
man.
Yeah, exactly. Come on, these kids these days, they don't know, man. We had to memorize street names.
Sean still doesn't have Bluetooth in his car. We found that out recently.
If I gave my 14-year-old a map and said, "Figure out where we live," I don't even think he could point.
Oh, I would do terrible too.
But at least if I gave you a map of DFW, do you think you could find Sunnyvale? Like, if I just said point to it quick, you have 1 second. You don't get to look for it.
Yeah.
You have 1 second to find. You know exactly where it is.
Yeah. A map. They should do that on TV. Like, get a payphone, right? Or
the rotary phone.
A rotary phone, a map, and what is a third thing? Like a
cassette
CD player, a cassette player.
Or a boom box that you have to carry with you while you're out
And you have to say,
there.
operator,
Like Radio
whoever can figure out these things, you're like going through a...
Find the 5th song on this record.
Yes.
Oh, my gosh.
Yes.
I don't think I could do that either.
Isn't
I don't
vinyl
think
coming
I could
back,
do
though?
that.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe it is.
Corey, what's coming up on the program?
Oh, man, it's going to be an awesome day today. We start things off scouting the Saints, Kevin. We got to get into that immediately, and I've been doing a lot of that, so we're going to dive into that right out of the gate. And then at 10:40, Jared's going to join us to talk a little bit about Kumar Rocker's start tonight. Really excited about that one. This is one of those nights where I can't decide which one I'm going to have on the laptop, which one on the TV, because I have to watch Rocker pitch.
Well, Boach said he thinks Rocker can reasonably go 5 innings, so lock in on that.
He did
And
say
then
he would. What are the odds on the no-hitter? I asked him about the no-hitter.
Very
He
low.
said, what are your
Very
odds?
low on the no-hitter.
They're going to have a couple combined no-hitters this series. DeGrom and then this today.
Okay. Who's
I like it.
combining on the back half of that no-hitter?
I think he's saying
hopes and
they're
prayers.
just the
That's what's
starts.
combined on the back end.
Okay. All right. Gotcha.
So the football game,
7:20ish,
and then 8:40 for first pitch.
Yeah, so halftime.
You think we can get Rocker at halftime?
I think we get Rocker at halftime.
Yeah.
It depends on how quickly the Rangers go 1, 2, 3 in the first. That's what I'm hoping for. Let's go 1, 2, 3 in the first. We get the Rocker.
Yes.
Oh man,
You make a fair point.
Have you
Jeff.
guys been missing Bassick?
Yeah.
Whoa, that was a
pause.
telling.
No, that was a
pause.
Manning cast delay. Don't worry.
Because I heard.
Yeah, no, there
There's more pauses than that than Shannon Sharp video.
Yeah. Oh. When he
Hey,
got,
did he admit that he wasn't hacked last night or this morning?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
when are you guys breaking that down?
Well, so we did talk about that yesterday.
as it was happening.
Yeah, as
right?
it was happening, because he said he was hacked, and I guess my question for y'all is like, I'm sure people get hacked. I know they get hacked, but do you ever believe that as an excuse
No.
anymore? Because that's the go-to excuse.
really.
No one believes that they were hacked, but then other audio and video came out where it was clearly his voice. Shannon probably has Who else has another voice that is unmistakable? Tyson. Be like
Tyson does. Morgan Freeman.
James Earl Jones.
James Earl Jones.
No longer with us.
But like Shannon Sharp, you can't lie. You can't say that that's not you. You know what I mean?
Right. Godfrey.
Gilbert Godfrey. Yes, a Gilbert Godfrey sex tape.
Bobcat Goldthwait.
Oh, no, I don't want that.
Oh my gosh, it feels so good.
Keep doing that.
Who's that guy who talks with a Western voice? He was
Sam Elliott.
Sam Elliott.
You get a little Sam Elliott action.
That could be Bruce Bochy, though.
Yeah.
I
Bruce
think Bruce Bochy and Sam Elliott.
Tell
can dub
Broach to
for each
reenact
other.
a sex tape.
Good old
I
Bruce. Old
will
Bruce.
not do that. Hey, speaking of things we're
That's
supposed to
pass
ask
ball
people,
right there.
are you going to ask McCarthy tomorrow why he can't get to his press conference on time? Because you were supposed to ask that last week. I asked my question
Yeah,
that
we
you wanted
we
last
played
week.
your audio from Friday where you guys were mocking Sean after that. Yeah.
Yeah, my speech problem, making fun of
Hey,
people
no,
with issues in life.
Hey. For the record,
No, that's
go
me.
back
That's
and watch
me.
that.
Hey.
I disavowed that straight away.
Yeah.
After laughing.
Well, you know, I feel
No, I did not.
I feel like this is the week to do it because they are coming off a win, easy opponent. We're at the firehouse. He'll probably be nicer to us in front of the firefighters. So how should we phrase it, Kevin? You did a great job of asking Jerry the tough question last week. How would you ask it?
So he talks a lot about the importance of schedule and being precise and everything like that.
Yes.
Is that a tough message to push across when he can't be on time for his
No,
own
that's
press
not
conference?
how you would ask that. I could do it.
You like the first part of it, though, right?
Hey, the way I would do it is, Coach, you're always here with us at 6:30. Bam, like clockwork. Our midday show was wondering why maybe that same prompt timing doesn't happen for the press conference.
You can
Great
say
way to do
you
it.
can say complaining.
That's
They're complaining
That's
about
fine.
him all the time.
I'm fine with that as well.
We told them to shut up, suck it up,
Yeah.
We'll back end it with that.
I defended you here,
Stop
Coach.
crying
I said,
about
look,
it.
he's a busy man, a lot to do.
I like that.
If he's 90 seconds late, he's 90 seconds late.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh,
it's-
no. I'm fine with that as well, RJ. Just for the record, you be sure to relay that. I'm also fine if he's 90 seconds late. It's when he's like, hey, maybe I'll be 12 minutes late. And,
Okay.
that.
Choppy's going to do it.
I'll do it. I'll even start by saying, Coach, I have the best relationship with you here, so I figure I have some equity built up.
That's good.
I can throw this your way.
Yeah, and he'll say, no, me and Bobby, we're the besties.
Right.
Yeah. All right, we are going to be on the road tomorrow. The Firehouse Tour continues. Firehouse #1 in Burleson. Where are you guys again? Kevin, I think you should give the address after the way Corey did the first time.
We're at Shakerton's, 1409 North Collins in Arlington.
The KNC Masterpiece, live from New Orleans, right here on The Fan.
Thanks to Comerica, you can listen to Sean and RJ anytime you want. From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Already getting valuable updates this morning live from Shakerton's in Arlington from the 817. Kevin, it was an 18-wheeler on 30, spilled goods and fuel spilled across all the lanes, closed for morning cleanup. Well, thank you. That makes a lot of sense.
Kevin.
That is unfortunate. I hope nobody got hurt then. I realize that is a massive inconvenience, but I hope everybody's okay then.
Yeah, my kid just, I was talking with gas leak in Mesquite a long time ago. My kid just texted me and said he has a gas leak at his school.
What?
And so I'm trying to get more information before I
of you. All right. You ready? What? It is very nice of you. Are you ready to dive into the Saints? Give me cut number 9, if you will.
Carr rolling. Watch Landon sneaking out. He throws. Touchdown! Held on to by Foster Moreau.
And if you're watching us on the YouTube or the Twitch, it did appear as though Corey was pumping his fist when the Saints scored a touchdown.
Oh, one of our Tolos popped in.
That's a great excuse.
One of our
but what
came
it
in.
felt like is you were cheering for the Saints right there. So it's time for our next up series, and we dive into scouting the Saints. And so here's what I want to start with. I want to start basic, and then we'll drill deeper.
All right.
Saints defeated the Panthers 47-10. 47 points were the most points scored by any team in the NFL. 37-point margin of victory, biggest of any team in the NFL in week 1. Is that like, hey, wow, that's neat? Or do you immediately dismiss that because you're going against what it feels like a consensus bottom 2 NFL team?
And when you say bottom 2 NFL team, sometimes I feel like it's not even an NFL team.
Okay.
Like the way, if you watch that game and watch some of they were bumbling. They were all over the place. They didn't look organized at all. looked like that was their first time to ever play together. And so that's where whenever I watch that game, I go, okay, that was a warm-up for the New Orleans Saints more than anything else. And I wouldn't expect the Panthers to have much success throughout this season unless they can figure out how to play a cleaner game. But yeah, Kevin, man, they had the Panthers only 58 yards on the ground, 2.9 yards per carry.
Yes.
Those were the two best rushing statistics in the NFL for your defense. So that part of it, and then Bryce Young struggles throughout the day, yeah, that's going to be one of those where I look at it and I go, the Panthers are bad. New Orleans took advantage of it.
Okay. All right. I can understand that. Now, the same question, I guess, kind of holds firm with Derek Carr, which, you know what? I'm further investigating this now.
Okay.
Because I've seen multiple places that said Derek Carr was 19 for 24. But then the Saints' own press release said, no, he was 19 for 23. Are we cooking the books here with this one incomplete pass? Because that's what I need to know.
They're trying to change up his completion percentage just a little bit, like they did with Jordan and all his steals back in the day.
Either way, that's right, hometown bias. Either way, it was impressive. The stats as they were put in the system, Derek Carr, 82.6% of his passes were complete, the sixth highest percentage of his career and the best ever with the Saints. So clearly he had a standout day. And again, I know you already referenced all the things that happened with the Panthers, but still, it was an impressive performance. You went up against a subpar team and you really beat down on them. So let's talk about some of the reasons why. Offensively, Alvin Kamara, 83 yards and a touchdown, 83 yards rushing and a touchdown. That's great. Here's what I want to focus on. More importantly for me, he caught all 5 of his targets out of the backfield. Now, that's something that we've talked about in the past is you have issues, not you, just people in general, with the Cowboys' run defense. Part of that sometimes can be the running quarterback, but part of that sometimes can trickle over in terms of these little screen passes out of the backfield and stuff. And so if Alvin Kamara is going to be efficient, that's naturally feels like it's going to be a challenge for the Cowboys defense.
I'm not too concerned about Derek Carr taking off running. So I'll say that's one of the things that's not a big concern for me throughout this game. And therefore, I feel like your linebackers, man, we just saw it. That linebacking group and the rotation that they have, the mix of linebackers that they have, and the speed of Overshown, I feel very comfortable, more comfortable than I felt in a long time. Plus, Kevin, if you watch I'm not saying that it's fixed, but the Cowboys' defensive front did a really...
Oh, you mean fixed as in mended, not fixed as in corrupt.
Yeah, not corrupt. No, it's the Cowboys' defensive front did a really good job of holding their ground. Mozzie, we talked about Mozzie. He did a good job doing his job.
Yeah.
The other guys on that defensive front, that defensive tackle area, they did their job too. I am a little concerned about Marshawn Nealon's calf injury. We'll talk to Mickey about that here in just a little bit, just because that calf injury, if that keeps him out, he's one of your better edge rush defenders. And so if that's a problem for him and he's not out on the field, that's concerning because you're getting lighter and lighter at that position now, and I don't like that so much. But with Alvin Kamara, he's going to get his, but Kevin, the pursuit of the Cowboys linebackers right now is really good. It's the best that I've seen in years. Eric Kendricks is fast. Overshown's fast. Those guys are going to get to Alvin Kamara quickly, limit the amount, because they like to get it to the ball to him in space. They'll limit the amount of yardage he can get after he gets into that space and after he gets the ball in his hands.
So you're telling me I don't have to worry about that aspect at all?
I'm not too concerned about it right now.
All right.
Okay, let's say he breaks off one. I don't think it's going to be much more for the rest of the day.
You know what? I think I would enjoy this as a future segment for the Tolos, the folks on the YouTube and the Twitch. We bring up things that might concern us about an opponent, and then everyone listening debunks why you should not be concerned about that. That'd be awesome. And hopefully by the end of it, you're like, that's it. That's all that's on my list. And you guys have debunked all of them. That would be tremendous. From the 817, Kevin went to the Dallas Card Show with my son this past weekend. Always an excellent decision. Spun one of the wheels out there for $5. Found me a Bobby Bonilla rookie card, and I think it's an error. Sweet. I always think it's fun to go out there with Brandon as well, so wanted to shout them out. Going to go shake them down today. Big supporter of Peace-a-thon. Look, I already told you.
I just feel like there's a different phrase you could use than shakedown, but it does sound intimidating.
Hey,
so
it works. Now, all right. let's talk. Do you want to talk more about the offense, or do you want to move over to the defense? I know you did talk about how well they did rushing wise. Do you want to stick with the offense then?
Well, I wanted to flip the other side and ask you a question about this, because the Saints' rush defense isn't their best quality. The Cowboys' rush offense is not their best quality.
Sure.
Whenever that matches up, how do you feel? Because the Cowboys, you feel like their pass defense is pretty good. Their run defense in Game 1 will look pretty good. Their offensive passing is probably their strong suit, and that's how the Cowboys are probably going to live. So whenever you have two things that aren't good match up, do you go, well, let's just scrap that part of the game? Or do you say, hey, we need to work on this week to take advantage of it?
Yeah, and because isn't that going to be your argument, right? Like, you have to try to find a consistency to the run game that, I don't know. One thing I'm really fascinated in this game is the offense was very poor in the second half for the Cowboys. Now, was that a byproduct of Cleveland's got a good
Same thing
defense?
happened last year, right, with the Giants to open the season. And the discussion was they didn't have to do anything.
And I think that's a fair point, because, like, that game was over. At no point did I think the Cowboys in the second half were in any danger of losing that game. But you would have still loved to see that it was like, I don't know, 47-17 or something along those lines. Even Dak admitted it wasn't his best game.
Go hang 100 on the team.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, I would love to see that someday. So I would like to see more offensive efficiency, and that feels like it starts with the run game. I don't know how reasonable that is, because we've talked again and again and again about the quality of the running backs room and what the expectations are, but I do hope you get a more consistent offensive effort, specifically from the run game.
Okay, yeah. Then that's kind of, I'm hoping that they can start to build something there, because, look, if Zeke can give you 4 yards a carry, you'll take 4 yards a carry from Zeke. I'm not necessarily needing explosive plays from him. I feel like I can get that out of the offense somewhere, but I do want production that keeps them honest, because listen, the Saints' secondary is aggressive on the run. Their safeties will come down. Their cornerbacks will crash down too. If you can take advantage of that with play action, that's going to give Brandon Cooks opportunities downfield.
So you just brought up something I'm really intrigued by, and we're going to talk with Saints beat reporter Ross Jackson in just a few minutes. But I want to know more about Marshawn Lattimore, because he ended up leaving the game, but a lot of folks are like, hey, the game was out of hand, and it was just like a precautionary thing. But then you've seen them bring him along slowly this week. So I just want to see, like, hey, is he back, and at what % he's back? And then Kool-Aid obviously bounced in there in his stead. So I am curious to know a little bit more about how those two players are going to stack up going into this weekend. And then another thing to watch, it's just one game, right? Like, that's all we have to judge it off of right now. But holy moly, did the Saints change their philosophy on using motion and play action?
Okay.
So you remember, I don't know, a couple weeks ago, we talked about how much teams use pre-snap motion and everything. The Saints were really low on that list, and all of a sudden, boom, they spike near the top of the NFL. They had the biggest increase year over year, although just 1 week, in pre-snap motion. And you also saw a lot more play action. So your previous scoutings of this Saints offense might already be out of date if they're going to really upgrade it. Or maybe, again, they were like, that's an opportunity we have against the Panthers that we might not have against the Cowboys.
You know who their offensive coordinator is, Kevin? It's
Blandino.
New this year. So definitely you'll be out of date if you're looking at last year's stuff. You really were going to watch last year's stuff to know
that makes sense.
What the personnel is, but it's Clint Kubiak. You ever heard that name before, Kevin? Kubiak?
Yeah, Kubiak is a very famous last name.
Yeah, his
well, in the sports world, I don't know.
Gary Kubiak is his dad.
Okay.
And if you ever know anything about Gary Kubiak's offenses, the Texans, the Broncos, Arian Foster era, Terrell Davis era, like, he knows how to run the football. This is where the Shanahan group and all those guys, they come from Kubiak lineage. That's one of the trees they learned from in that area. So, yeah, Clint Kubiak has similar ideas, similar concepts that he's trying to develop and implement in with this offense. So he was the offensive passing game coordinator for the Niners last year. I would suspect to see a lot of similar type stuff that he's implemented, or that his family's been able to implement across the NFL.
Can I read you a really fun text and then a less fun text?
Please.
From the 817. LOL, I could see Kevin being like, I'm going to go shake. So up and down he goes, pulls out a cardboard mat and break dances until that person is like, ugh, here, take all the things. Hey, whatever it takes, whatever it takes. And this is a different one. I'm just going to read it so people out there, they know and they feel like they have resources. From the 817, guys, I need help. One of my best friends is making threats to hurt himself. I've been staying up with him, talking to him. He's out of town for work. What is the phone therapy people he can talk to? Go to NamiNorthTexas.org. NamiNorthTexas.org. They have people that can talk to you virtually, and then, once you're back in town, they have all kinds of great services across the Metroplex, so many free services. And I just wanted to read that. I know this is for a specific individual, and I'll respond to that person privately, but if anybody is feeling that way, I just talked with somebody again yesterday who messaged us on our Facebook page. And I was like, hey, you guys were talking about mental health, and I need help. And so I just wanted to, say it out there for everybody. NamiNorthTexas.org. And I'll give you my phone number, but the NAMI people are the professionals. I think you should talk with them.
I can always encourage that.
But I will talk to you, too.
Yeah.
But just the NAMI North Texas folks are the professionals.
I just saw a story, Kevin, where John Bon Jovi helped a lady that was standing on the bridge ready to go, and he talked her off the bridge, man.
Shoot.
John Bon Jovi, dude. Can you believe that?
Crazy.
It's my life.
No, see, I thought about that, but it felt...
It's now.
I don't think...
You do want to live forever,
I
Kevin.
do, but I just don't know. I don't think Bon Jovi's doing a bit, right, when he's trying to get that lady off the bridge.
No, there's lots of different options.
Okay.
There. Yeah, I'll find one that's good, though.
Okay. Yeah. We're the KNC Master. I don't know how to transition
I
out
would
of that.
totally be like, hey, John Bon Jovi, I'm done. What do we want to do today? Well, that's what I would do.
Man.
You know what? I gave a second thought to it. Let's go have some coffee.
Because you would think...
Or some Sagamore Spirit Rye whiskey.
That's true. Like, you need to spend your day with that person, right?
Yeah.
Because y'all just shared something that you'll never, ever forget. So, yeah, if they want to come on down to Shakerton's, that's great. We would love to have them. I mean, if there's somewhere else you need to go as well, I understand. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with New Orleans Saints beat reporter Ross Jackson right here on your home of the Cowboys and the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
I mean, as much as Kamara's carried it down here, they give it to him, and he stands up into the end zone for a Saints touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. We're live at Shakerton's in Arlington. I know my map app said it wrong and said Shakerton's may not be open. It's Shakerton's, and they are open. So come on out in Arlington off of Collins Street if you want to come see the show. And right now on the D&M hotline, we bring to you Saints beat reporter Ross Jackson. Good morning, sir. How are you doing?
Hey, guys, I'm doing great. Thanks so much for having me on. Hope y'all are holding up well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I sorry if I asked that so slowly, but I know clearly storms have been an issue. Is it is it going to be a hurricane? Is it going to be a tropical storm? Either way, it's going to be really rough. How has that impacted your life? And then I guess perhaps the Saints preparation?
Yeah, I mean, personally for me, nothing big here. I'm all good. Everything's been fine in terms of the area that I was in. With the way that the storm kind of dispersed, it was a little bit lighter. Now, over where the Saints training facility is out in Metairie, they kind of got, pummeled a bit. They got overwhelmed by some of the water and, flooding and stuff like that. But as far as I understand it, when it comes to the Saints facility and everything, things are all good. So what they kind of did was that they moved their practice up yesterday to make sure that all the players were able to get home to their families and kind of be there and hunker down during the storm. And then today they've moved things a little bit later so they can get some of those extended meeting times that they would have missed yesterday in today. But otherwise, practice time, participation, all these other things were pretty much the same, just kind of moved around a little bit in terms of scheduling.
One of the things that I saw you talking about and the Saints talking about this week is kind of following the edict of it's just one game. I know it was a dominating victory, but do you get the sense that that message has sunk in, or like how the team is prepared to follow up with, hey, I know we dominated, but it's one game. Let's keep going.
Yeah, I think that's very much going to be kind of their mentality throughout this season. I mean, they were kind of talking about that even going into that Carolina-Panthers game, where like no matter what happens in this matchup, it's 1-0 or it's 0-1, it's one game, and then we move on to the next. And so they're kind of like been fixing that as their mentality, even through training camp when we spoke to them and spoke to players and coaches, and they kind of had that same type of mentality. So I think that's just the way that they're going to approach this season, is kind of really kind of try to play the mentality of the game-by-game situation, which is kind of the mentality of the underdog, right? Like the mentality of the underdog is kind of that way. Like this goes how it goes, and then we correct and move forward, or however it is that you want to think about it. And so I think the New Orleans Saints are kind of looking at it in that same perspective.
Were the Panthers that bad?
It's a great question, because I do think that there's some truth to that. I do think that, like, yes, the Carolina Panthers are absolutely abysmal. Like, I do think that that is the case. But I think that that's a situation that they are okay with right now, because they've kind of – I give the Panthers a lot of credit for just kind of embracing where they are in the NFL life cycle. We watch so many teams try to ignore the fact that they're in that rebuild area and try to compete and try to stay up and all these other things. And Carolina just kind of said, you know what? Got a young quarterback, going to focus on that. And really this whole season for them is about the development of Bryce Young more than it is about anything else. And so I applaud them for having that mentality. And so I think that that does make it a little bit challenging when you look at the New Orleans Saints opening performance of a 47-10 victory to kind of go, how much of that was that the Saints are good now, and how much of that is that the Carolina Panthers are just a bad football team. So I think you kind of have to look at the things that are independent of the opponent. What was their play calling like? Did they include their easy buttons in their offense? All these other things. And I think they checked a lot of those boxes that could still bring some cautious optimism for fans as they get ready for a much more challenging opponent, the Dallas Cowboys, this weekend.
That's a great line to throw in there, because one of those other things to look at is Clint Kubiak and what he's brought to this offense, and how much did it change with the personnel that they do have? How much did what they want to accomplish change offensively?
Yeah, pretty impressive in terms of what they were able to do over on the offensive side. So again, leaving alone the opponent of the Carolina Panthers, kind of just looking at their play calling tendencies. They went from number 27 in the NFL last year in tight end target distribution to the top of the NFL in week 1 here in 2024. They went from using just over 33% of their snaps, including motion in just over 33% of their snaps, my apologies, in last year's season, to over 60% in that opening game. So they took a big step forward in terms of the use of motion. And then Derek Carr's play action dropback percentage went from just over 14% to 40% here. So to kind of bundle that all together, because I know numbers aren't always great for great in these audio formats and things like that, but like that's a big jump, and 3 of their kind of biggest depleted areas from last season in terms of getting their offense in rhythm and finding ways to be able to kind of challenge a defense in new ways. So Clint Kubiak's brought a lot of those easy buttons, motion, play action, RPO, screens, things like that, back to this New Orleans Saints offense.
How vital is it not only that the changes got made, but at least in week 1, they were really effective? I believe it was an article I was reading from you that said Carr was 7-9 out of these play action attempts for a touchdown, had a 130 passer rating. So how encouraging is that not only did they up it, they were effective at it?
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, to where what you're trying to look for in this offense, particularly on the offensive side here, is that in terms of improvement, you're looking for, the play calling improvements, which we just notated. You're looking for the execution improvements, which I think that's a really good example of that. Derek Carr, not only that, but also being perfect down the middle in this game, which was an area of the field that they didn't attack very much in the passing game last year. We also saw him throw only 1 incomplete pass and pick up a bulk of his yards, as well as 2 touchdowns by targeting the intermediate area of the field, another spot where they didn't successfully target last year. So we saw some shifts in his game that kind of replicate what we saw from his most successful side towards the end of the season, where he had a really, really good close to the year. And so we saw some of those same elements kind of be pervasive through that 6-game stretch and then now this opening game. And then the last thing that you're always looking for in this is the individual effort and how that leads to impact. And I think we saw that from the offensive line. We saw that from Alvin Kamara. We saw that from Taysom Hill. And so there's a lot of those little elements of kind of checking all three boxes over the course of that opening Carolina Panthers game.
You just mentioned one of the names that inquiring fantasy minds want to know. What exactly is going on with Taysom Hill?
The answer is yes. Everything is going on with Taysom Hill, right? Yeah, I mean, he wears the number 7, but he also played 7 different positions over the course of that game against the Carolina Panthers. He played at fullback, running back, tight end, wide receiver, or excuse me, not wide receiver, but tight end, and then also played in all 4 he's a 4-core player, so he'll be involved in every part of the return abilities as well as coverage units, with the exception of a punt return. He's not a returner in that situation. He's trying to block a punt in that situation. So he's on the field constantly. And I think that he's going to be utilized quite a bit in this game. I imagine he's going to be a big focus. I mentioned earlier that the Saints were number 1 in the NFL in week 1 in terms of tight end target distribution. I think that's going to probably shift going into this game because with Dallas's really, really successful and efficient pass rushers, I expect a lot of those tight ends to kind of stay in and help block. And so Taysom Hill becomes a weapon because he can chip and release, run a route for you. You can line him up, at quarterback, and then of course get him involved in the run game and have him run out of the backfield to either help with blocking or, contribute to the run game. So I would expect a lot of different things going on when it comes to Taysom Hill and the ways that he will be utilized, because whether it's throwing, catching, or running, I think he's a shoo-in to be involved at some point in all 3 of those things in a game.
One of the Cowboys' strengths is Micah Parsons. I mean, the ability to get at the quarterback and take advantage of that opportunity on the edge. One of my favorite players to watch during our draft coverage was your left tackle, Talisi Fuaga. What's how has he progressed? How has he done? How do you feel after that first game?
He had a fantastic opening game, really, really good, especially for all intents and purposes, he's still a rookie starting left tackle, right? Like not an easy position to be in. And I thought that he looked really strong in this game. Now, Carolina's got one of the weaker pass rusher groups in the NFL, if not the weakest. So if nothing else, it's a big confidence building game for him, right? Like he was able to go out there and kind of establish his play demeanor and all those things that you like seeing on his college tape at Oregon State. I think you saw a lot of that in this game as well. But he still had to match up with guys that are talented, right? Jadeveon Clowney, he got a really great rep that he just kind of climbs the entire into the second level with Derek Brown in tow, the starting defensive tackle whose season is unfortunately over now, but is a very talented player. And so I think that he built a lot of confidence this week. Last week. I think that this week up against Dallas, again, I would expect him to get some help, but it's going to be a real kind of test of where he truly is, kind of a litmus test. The tough thing here is that Micah Parsons is going to get his. He is, in my opinion, the best defensive player in the game of football, was last year, probably could have been the year before too. And for me, I think that, the biggest thing for him or for Taliesin is to make sure that when Micah Parsons does make his play, that you erase him and move on. You have to have that short memory. And then it's on the Saints to kind of minimize the effect of that and when Parsons does get those plays.
Kind of like that little dig in there at the AP voters for not voting him for Defensive Player of the Year. I dig that. We're talking with Ross Jackson. Ross Jackson right here, Locked On Saints, beat writer for Louisiana Sports, and Saints analyst for WWL TV. Another thing that I know it might have been precautionary, how is Marshawn Lattimore looking? And then I'm curious, when he was out, what did you think about the performance of Kool-Aid?
Yeah, so to update on his status so far, he has told us several times now that he's fine. However, he didn't participate in practice on Wednesday. Now, I will say that the Saints have a very common, or I guess what we see from them oftentimes, is that they're very precautious when it comes to injuries nowadays. And so especially with a hamstring injury, which is always typically if it's not fully healed, it's a matter of when, not if it gets worse. And so I think some of that was just them kind of being careful. So maybe a big one to watch, of course, going into this week, and we'll see how it goes. Now, the advantage to a guy like Marshawn is that he has been in this system with Dennis Allen from the moment that he was drafted back in 2017. And so he could conceivably not practice Wednesday, Thursday, be limited on Friday, and then still play on Sunday. Like he's one of those, those core guys. And so because of that, it's worth watching the injury report, but I do think that there will be a little bit of gamesmanship here by New Orleans. He'll be questionable on Friday, and then it's going to be a big old game time decision on Sunday or something like that. So we'll see which way it goes, but that's kind of what I would watch there. I did think that rookie second-round pick out of Alabama, Kool-Aid McKinstry, fared well. He did have one, play on a scramble where he came off of this coverage that he didn't necessarily need to. Dennis Allen highlighted that in one of his recent media availabilities. But outside of that, he played 27 snaps on defense, I believe it was, and played particularly well. I mean, again, not the most challenging situation over there for Carolina, and then eventually, a very in-game situation for them. But it was a good opportunity for him to get out there, learn a little bit, go back, see the tape this week, and then see what he's able to do moving forward. But you'd love to have Marshawn Lattimore out there against these talented wideouts in Dallas.
Man, outstanding stuff, Ross. We really, really appreciate it, and glad to hear that you're staying safe, and hopefully all the folks in New Orleans are as well.
Thank you, buddy. Really appreciate that. Thanks again for having me on. Really appreciate it.
There you go, Ross Jackson, right here on 105.3 The Fan. He was a wealth of information.
Is that two Jacksons? Did we have Zach Jackson last time, or was it Zach? It was
Jackson.
So we've had two Jacksons on now. Both of them have delivered awesomely, dude.
Okay.
I'm proud of this. Good job, Alec.
So what Jackson will be next?
Action. All right.
Michael.
Oh, well, I'm afraid I have some terrible news to tell you off air, Alex.
I bet there's a Mike Jackson out there.
That's a good point. That is a good point. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Shakerton's in Arlington, courtesy of Corey's shirt. Now, I guess if you're not watching the YouTube or the Twitch, you probably need more description for that. But we hope you come out and see us for the program. Coming up next, it is Baseball Buckets with Corey Majors.
Let's talk about Kumar Rocker's first game, his debut with our friend Jared Sandler next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Here's the payoff pitch. And that's cranked to the left field corner, and that is in there. One hop to the wall. In to score, Guillorme. In at second with a double is Grichuk. That's the 13th extra base hit for the Diamondbacks, and that ties their club record for a game.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Shakerton's in Arlington off of North Collins. If you want to come out and see us, they are indeed open now. They got their power hour lunch going on, which I actually believe lasts for 3 or 4 hours. So hopefully you'll come out and see us. Right now, we bring to you Baseball Buckets with Corey Majors and Jared Sandler.
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. Now batting with Baseball Buckets, Corey Majors.
Buckets. Thank you very much, Chuck Morgan. Really appreciate that. And Jared, thank you very much for hopping on with us today. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm great. You know, it's so nice of Chuck to be in his booth every time you do this segment and announce.
He's a pro.
Yeah, I usually just text him. I text him and I say, "Hey, Mike's out this day, so you know what you got to do." And he says, "Yes, sir. I'm there for you."
Do you think he just lives in that booth? I mean, it's pretty sizable.
So
I'm
maybe
not gonna
he
lie,
just
that
lives
thought has
there
crossed my mind. That thought has crossed my
You
mind.
could. I mean, that thing's decorated like it's a bit like it's his man cave. That thing's awesome.
Some built-in
I don't know where Chuck lives, but like if he hypothetically lived like 45 minutes away, day game after a night game, I mean, why not just sleep there? What's the
Sounds
harm?
like a brilliant
Jared,
idea.
do you kind of wish you lived at the ballpark?
You know what I wish? Anytime I'm in a ballpark and I'm like one of the last ones there, which is often the case, I think all the time about how awesome it would be to have like all my friends and play like a massive game of like tag or paintball or hide and seek or like something sweet where like the ballpark just becomes your playground. And I don't know. I think that would be the coolest thing. Like if I was like 14, 15 years old, basically using any sports venue as like your PE gym or like your sleepover gym where you can do like cool stuff like that. Yeah, I think about that like way too often.
That would be awesome. That is my new, Jared, I know it's not going to happen for this piece-a-thon, and you're probably going to want to use it for Swinging for a Cause. That's my new goal, is we get with the owners, ask if they'll give us the stadium for a night, and we can have a massive
game of
tag game.
Yeah, I mean, you could do that for your event out there. I know it's going to be at the stadium again.
That, you know what? Yeah, it will be at the stadium. Thanks for bringing that up. Tickets available. Go to 1053thefan.com/sandlot. It's a pretty unique experience. You get to hang out on the field. You can do things as simple as playing catch on the field or wiffle ball home run derby. We've got events for all different sports and activities, raising money for kids with physical and intellectual disabilities. So thank you for making note of that. But yeah, it's like the movie Tag with John Hamm and that movie is such a brilliant. Like that's what like basketball. Basketball is a movie where I'm like, how has that not become a sport? Basketball is the best sport. Tag, like that is. I would like to believe there are people out there, adults, who still like channel that inner kid in them, and they still play tag in some sort of adult way.
If you had to guess right now, what time do you think you will call in to the GBag Nation tomorrow to argue about how good Kumar Rocker's start was?
Hey, Jared, you don't have to answer that question. I do want to get to a couple texts real quick, though. Somebody said,
it's a forward promote. What's the problem?
Somebody said, grow up, Jared, but that would really awesome. That would be cool, though. And then somebody said the Sandler Slumber Party. That sounds like a great idea.
Gosh,
I think we're doing that. So that is, I did like that Kevin kind of did lead you in the direction that I wanted to go, though, and that is the excitement tonight for Kumar Rocker. And I know we got a football game going on that we can keep an eye on. You can hear it on the Odyssey app. And then on top of that, Rocker's pitching for the first time. And we discussed yesterday Leiter getting multiple opportunities in a row and kind of being able to calm down with it. What do you expect out of the personality of Kumar Rocker?
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be like a cliche thing to say about him, but he kind of has a football disposition about him when he's on the mound. He kind of, pitches with a swagger and then a presence like a football player, which makes sense because he was raised by his mom, Lou, but then his father, Tracy, who was a big-time football player and now a coach with the Tennessee Titans. He's bounced around the NFL and college, but he's a big physical presence on the mound, right? That's so opposite of Jack Leiter. Jack Leiter's not that big. He throws 98, but, Kumar Rocker is a big presence. He's someone who I think has had a professional pedigree and way about him for a while. I think, the weird thing at Vanderbilt, it was a surprise that he went to Vandy, but for 3 years, it was kind of like a ticking clock until he was going to be the number one overall pick. And it just seemed like, that's a tough pedestal to hold. And people just started trying to pick him apart. But I mean, he's been working towards this probably for quite some time, obviously. Fastball, slider, his two best pitches, throws a changeup. He's been working on a curve. He also has a cutter, but I think a lot of what he did coming up in AA and AAA this year was fastball, slider with the occasional change. And so the key is going to be, how often do major league hitters chase the slider? How often does he have to go to that changeup? And then when he gets third time through, which I don't know if he'll get there tonight, But that's, how is that repertoire going to work when he has to face hitters for a third time?
Yeah, man, that's the idea on hearing Bochy talk about it the other day. He said, he didn't just kind of ask for this; he knocked the door down.
Yeah,
on his way, and we had, this is one of those he earned every second of his opportunity here.
Did you think he also made it sound like, I know he didn't explicitly say this, but just the way he was describing it, he made it sound like Rocker's in for the 2025 rotation, regardless of how this little tryout goes?
Well, so here's what I'd say. I think Kumar Rocker, without question, is going to be a big presence in the rotation next year. But they've got some tough decisions to make with him. Typically, and this is where you enter the gray area of pitcher health, typically when a guy is coming off of Tommy John surgery, which is what year, that first full year, you're not going to, if he is a young guy, so not like a Jacob deGrom, but if he's a young guy, you're typically not going to extend his innings more than maybe 25% of what it was the previous year. So now that's not a hard and fast number. That's just a general, every team's got a different philosophy. But what I would feel pretty confident in saying is that the Rangers don't have plans.
Oh, man.
Was that us?
That was like the most dramatic part.
Did he just die?
The Rangers don't have
his phone. His phone could have died just now. That could be a thing that just happened. So that's kind of
from the 817. I heard opening day starter next year. No, we are not confirming that. I'm not confirming that about Rocker.
But do you want to help spread the rumor?
No,
because if that's an idea, I'm totally okay with that. If he pitches that well, then he gets and deserves that opportunity. It could be between him and DeGrom for that opening day starter.
I mean, that's fine. I do not want to start that rumor. Alec, do you still hear us loud and clear?
Oh, Jared's back.
Okay, yay.
I'm here. Where did it cut off?
You said it was like at the dramatic point when you're like, but that's not to say, and then it cut off, and I really didn't know what you were going to say next.
So the Rangers could have him in the rotation from start to finish, but just really monitor his innings. That would probably lead to a lot of people getting frustrated when he's through 5 scoreless, but they pull him even though he only has 70 pitches, right? It could be, hey, we're going to start you in the minors, where if you go 3 innings for a couple starts and then 4 for a couple starts and 5 for a couple starts, that's not going to be a detriment, and they kind of slow his innings early. Or he could be with the big league club at the beginning, normal leash, and then they kind of shut him down in the middle. Maybe give him 2-3 weeks off, kind of deload, and then get him going again. Or it could be one of those things where, and this is always the awkward one, hey, no leash, no governor, but probably by mid to late August, we're going to shut you down. And it doesn't matter whether we're in first place, last place, World Series favorite, World Series contender, whatever. So, and here's the thing, too, guys. Like, I say all this, and I can't tell you that Kumar Rocker throwing 180 innings next year would be detrimental for him physically. I just don't know. And the reality is no one knows, but there is enough of a track record here, like Ronaldo Lopez with the Braves. Not necessarily coming right off Tommy John, but he's been a reliever. They make him a starter this year. He was awesome. But you know what? He's out for the rest of the year and might have to have surgery as of a couple days ago because of a shoulder issue, right? And it's tough not to connect dots and say, well, the major growth in innings didn't contribute.
Kevin.
All right. Excellent. I this time I felt like I got the point of where he was going, unlike the cliffhanger for the last one. So I understood. Great information, as always, from Jared Sandler.
Screw you, Jared. Goodbye.
I think Dawson snuck up into the studio and hung up on him a couple different times there. I think that's what happened, Kevin.
All right, serious question. Is it more likely or not likely that he will talk to the GBag Nation unplanned tomorrow?
More likely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I was looking for.
There you go.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're shifting the schedule up just a little bit with the Mike McCarthy presser supposing to start at 11:10. We'll see how that goes. Coming up next, though, live from Shakerton's in Arlington, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. What to watch for, and can you watch Bills Dolphins? Next on The Fan.
You've made us number one.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 The Fan. We're live at Shakerton's in Arlington. What I want to reiterate what happened last segment. People have taken this the wrong way. From the 817, seems kind of reckless to make a declarative statement that Rocker is our opening day starter in 2025. But I trust you guys. That is not what happened by any stretch of the imagination. But you know what's going to happen right now? We go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Here we go! Of course, Gridiron Gravy brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why paint your house when you can shield your home? Visit rhinoshieldtx.com. Now, I want to start with Bills and Dolphins. Are you excited about this game? What do you expect? And how many people are prepared? Because it feels like this happens every week. There's a game like this. It happened last week with the Peacock game. I can't believe it's on another channel. It's an Amazon Prime exclusive. So are people going to clutch their pearls tonight, not understanding this is a third year that Amazon is going to do this, or are they just going to go to social media and bitch about it anyway?
Well, Kevin, I think it's the third year that Amazon's done this.
Yes, it is.
So I don't know if you've heard that or not.
I have.
But this is one of those, like, you've been prepared for this for a while. You're either missing Thursday night football or you have Amazon, and most everybody has Amazon at this point. For the shipping, I know like that's been a big factor.
Not necessarily for they have some good shows, but
I like a lot of their shows.
I think probably the shipping is what drives it more than like their content.
That's where whenever I don't want to say it. Okay, I'm going to say it.
Last season,
remember the drop of my wife is.
No.
Remember me say no? I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to say it.
What did you say?
That drop that we used to have that I finally got cleared off out of the computers. That was why she got it for shipping, and I was like, really? That's all we get for that? And now it's turned into a very beneficial thing. No, I think people are going to be okay with it, and I think they're going to be excited about it. I'm very interested in a couple different things tonight in this game specifically. One is I was talking to my kid this morning about this game. He wants to sit down and watch it with me tonight because he's now like all into football.
Sure.
And I was like, look, you're going to get to see one of the most explosive offenses in the league. And he goes, what about the other team? What about their offense? I said, it's a one-man show. Like, it is literally...
He's a hell of a dude.
Yeah,
though.
It is the Josh Allen show. So, like, this is going to be fun for you to see. But when we get to tonight, you got Achan who's dealing with the ankle.
Now there is optimism that he can go. I know for some people that's probably not good enough. Mostert's out.
Yeah, Mostert's out. So who's their other one? Jeff Wilson Jr., Go Mean Green. So, like, and he's one of those... both of those guys came from that San Francisco system with Mike McDaniels and said, we can run here, and he's fast, he's strong, he's a good secondary option to have there. So I think their running game is going to get it after it tonight. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Now, Corey, I know you know this, but from the 254, so excited to hear y'all are in New Orleans today. I just drove here from Baton Rouge.
Nope.
Where can I find you guys? We're at Beignets.
No, that's not.
Off of South Bourbon Street.
No.
If you want to come see it, that's
we are
not,
in Arlington
that
right
is
now,
not
Kevin.
Accurate.
We have some Tolos here with us right now, and lunch is underway. And
Shakerton's in Arlington.
We got our friends at Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey out here hanging out, and are they? What do they got going on over there? It looks like they got a little barrel set up.
Hey, stay focused. You still have to do this show. Other people can come here and do other fun things.
Come out here and do other fun things, and also get your lunch on. The Power Lunch is available today. So, yeah, don't go to New Orleans right now because we are not there.
All right, gotcha. What do you think about this exchange? It's delightful, but also I'm like, come on, Tyler. You didn't see where he was going with this? So this is Micah Parsons and Tyler Guyton talking about how did it go. Micah, how was it? Tyler, it was good. Micah said, he's crazy good, talking about Myles Garrett. Tyler, he's freaky, he's fast, he's strong. And then Micah said, you got the best two out of the way. You got to know what that means. Tyler goes, what do you mean? And Micah goes, me and Myles. Now you can go against everybody. So, like, I think a lot of people,
like
I do think that's fun back and forth, but it's an interesting point is going up in training camp, you see Micah Parsons again and again and again. First game of the regular season, you see Myles Garrett. I'm not, like, obviously Watt or Crosby. There are other, like, really quality ends out there, but it's hard to find people that are better than that you're going to go up against.
Imagine coming into the league and having to block DeMarcus Ware as a rookie and having to deal with that. And like the Cowboys have had that good experience, and you get some reps against them. They're different players for sure. Like Max Crosby's best play is what? His bull rush. Myles Garrett is very fast and strong, can get out wide, but he's elusive because he's so fast and big at the same time. So that's one of those like elusive things along with the strength that comes with it. And each matchup is going to be different for you. And I like that he had Micah versus Myles Garrett, and now he gets another one to go in with this. But he needs to definitely continue to work on staying square, getting out of his stance really, really well. Work on his mechanics. Keep doing that, staying square, not lunging too much, because you saw that a couple different times. His footwork's going to be key this year, man. That's going to be an absolute key for Dak Prescott, too, because Dak doesn't need any pressure coming from a side that he can't see.
Now, I'm going to give you an update on Deshaun Watson and his attorney. Listen for the part of irrelevant information in the statement that he gave to Pro Football Talk. All right? So this is Tony Busby, who, we talked about a lot. I intend to make my client available for interview along with the two individuals who spoke to her immediately after the assault. I also have video to share that will be pertinent to the case.
Oh, my gosh.
So
it sounds like there's a lot more to be done with this case.
Indeed it does. And I just,
This is interesting, Kevin, because a couple of years ago, maybe even last year, I was getting Deshaun Watson fatigue, and I felt like I was away from it, and now here it is again, and it's similar stuff coming back into the world, and it's like, oh my gosh, this guy, like so much bad involved there.
And that's the thing that
seems.
It's tough across the board because, I hope he understands why people would not give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah,
Let's
for
go
sure.
around. But Busby says we're going to talk about it after he has other stuff to do that he included in his release for some reason.
Implosion of the submarine.
Yeah, and I was also intrigued because it was the Coast Guard hearings. There's actually a lot more I want to know about that. It just didn't feel relevant to this particular case. And then they said they have video to go along with it. I know usually we wait for Forgiveness Friday, but I think this is stupid. Jacksonville Stadium is called Everbank, right?
Okay.
They're changing the name of it for the home opener to Trevor Bank.
Jacksonville
Yeah,
and Everbank,
neat.
is Everbank changing all of their banks to that
I don't
for the day
think
or
so.
for the week?
I don't. Maybe they just throw a TR on the front of it. What are we doing?
I'd kind of like it, dude.
Stop
yeah,
it.
man, it's a great cross promotion. I
Is
think that's
that
a brilliant idea.
That's like the time we almost renamed our station 105.3 The Hand.
Yeah, when Tony Romo broke his pinky.
By the way, that is a real story. you might not remember it, but that is an absolutely real story. We were going to rename
more
it that for the
behind
day.
that. We need to
That's
open
true.
up about that
That's
next
true.
time.
We also put out a press release saying we had the prettiest lineup.
We did
in all of radio.
We did,
which is confusing.
Well, Kevin, we now have the Twitch and YouTube, so
that's true.
You get to look at our
we
faces.
We didn't at the time. I'm sorry that you have to look at our faces, but
I think that's a smart cross promotion. It's a lot of fun. It's goofy to have, but you better win if you're going to do that. If you're going to do something like that, you better win. Otherwise, people are turning that around on you on the way out.
not to spite Mike, but this makes me want Jacksonville to lose.
Okay, I understand
and
that.
lose badly.
Wow.
Because I think they're also playing Cleveland. So if Cleveland looked good, you'd be like, hey, we just beat a quality team. Because if Cleveland loses again, then you're going to be like, oh, crap, they're not very good. And so, I want them to lose by a lot. I'm not going to lie about that. All right.
Hater.
First head coach to get fired in the NFL.
Did it already happen?
No. The betting odds.
Oh, okay.
Now, at one point, Mike McCarthy was the heavy favorite, but now he's all the way down to tied for 6th.
How much do you think Dak Prescott's contract helped that? I think it really did help it, and because one of the key factors to Mike McCarthy being ousted early in the season would be he lost the locker room, and now that Dak is here, Dak doesn't want he's here for good. He doesn't want anything to screw up this season, so he's not going to let the leadership group let somebody fall apart for Mike McCarthy just because Mike McCarthy's in the last part of his contract. So I think this is a significant factor that Dak got signed and CeeDee got signed. If they're on the same side, they're not going to let that thing fracture in that locker room to let the coach go.
But another important part of this, Corey, is if it's not Mike McCarthy, who's at the top of the list?
Dabes.
Brian Dable is the leader to be first head coach fired. Do you think that is a fair assessment?
I think it's unfair to him, but he did. He was there whenever they said we're signing the big contract for Daniel Jones. I think he's a decent coach. I think they have a miserable quarterback, and I'll be quite honest too. The rest of that team doesn't look very good either.
I do.
So
think,
maybe that all is on him and the head coach.
I do think this is probably the right thing to say. Did you go? He goes, Daniel Jones. He said, I understand the fans' frustration, but I'm worried about the opinions of people in this building.
Oh, my God.
That's the right thing to say, but I also think, like, they probably have a similar opinion in the building. Just the thought.
Yeah, they do.
Would you possibly watch the Manning cast for the Super Bowl? Like, I know the Manning cast has been really successful, even if the ratings dip at the start of this season, but when ESPN has the Super Bowl in 2027, they're going to do the Manning cast, which I think is probably a good idea.
As an alternate program?
Yeah. They do the same thing with the national championship for college football and everything. They have all kinds of options. Do you think people are going to lock in on that? They're going to be like, nah, I need to go with the traditional broadcast for the Super Bowl.
I mean, I'm more interested than, Kevin, what their regular season numbers are like, because anybody that watches that consistently will probably be like, now I want to watch this again, because they like that vibe. And I think the way they bring in some of their guests, when they're talking football with their guests, it's really good. When they talk about other stuff, I get bored with it and I'm like, okay, I'm going back to the football game. But I think that they could get some numbers, but I don't think it's going to really put much of a dent in the Super Bowl's numbers, because the Super Bowl's numbers, Kevin, come from casual fans or people that aren't even football fans. They're just there for the party, growing that. So that's where those numbers come from. But I think this is a good alternate for anybody that really wants to dive in deeper on stuff.
This is a totally serious question. Would there be a big dent in the ratings if it was a special edition of the Manning cast and the Chiefs were in the Super Bowl, and then the Manning cast included Taylor Swift and Jason Kelsey?
Yes.
Like a pretty...
Absolutely.
Okay.
Now,
I could see
Kelsey
that.
does work for ESPN,
That's
too.
true.
So what about Kylie? Kylie Kelsey, Jason's wife, and Taylor, since they're friends.
Yeah, we could figure that out, or you could show her arguing with some lady who overstepped about getting an autograph or whatever that lady wanted.
Or you could have a really good debate and have Taylor Swift and Brittany Mahomes on at the same time, because some people are her fans and some people are the others.
That's going to be the next cultural debate. It's really weird that we tried to have Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese as a culture debate versus a basketball thing.
Mm-hmm.
Is it now going to be Taylor Swift versus Brittany Mahomes, so as a surrogate for the presidential election?
Yeah, that's the way it is, Kevin. Because when it comes to politics,
I have no thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live from Shakerton's. Coming up next, will Mike McCarthy show up at the podium? But also, if not, we'll do something fun for you next right here on the Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Soda Weight That's state of the art.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's take you to Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy, brought to you by Ford in North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas.
Feeling to be able to do anything for you today?
They're still going to be working with Britt today, and then we'll see how the early part goes. Potentially, get some work at some point into the practice. I think we're going to make a decision right after media leaves. So.
Yeah, I'm Machado with The Athletic. You guys didn't make a ton of moves in March, but you added Eric Kendricks. Was that just kind of a no-brainer because of Zimmer? And then have you gotten what you were expecting when you guys did sign him?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Eric, that was a big get for us, especially the timing of it and everything that went into that. So, and you could see the impact that he made on game day, but his impact was felt immediately when we start installing the defense. So, yes, can't say enough about him. He's off to a great start. He's just an awesome fit for us. True pro, same guy every day. Just as far as working relationship from what I see. But yeah, he's made a big impact on our defense.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. We talk a lot about Micah Parsons around here, but it seems as if DeMarcus Lawrence had a pretty good game. Just your thoughts about how steady he's been since he's been.
Yeah, DeMarcus Lawrence, D-Law was our game ball winner. So, and obviously Micah had a heck of a game too, so it was part of that conversation. But, when you really break down his play, I mean, his pressures, his ability to attack the football both in the run and the pass rush is, he's a role model, for our younger players, and his production numbers speak for themselves. But yeah, D-Law had a hell of a game.
So game balls, are you doing it differently how you present that? 'Cause I don't think you did one after the game.
Yeah, but I don't recall. Very rarely do we do one after the game. I mean, it's something unique. We have always looked at the tape and the coaches vote on the game balls. So I hope you guys are okay with that. I mean, because coaches, they put together a plan. I think they have a pretty good idea who plays well. So we figure that's a good process, and we present it to the team on Mondays. So.
Saudis, The Athletic. Mike, I'm sure it varies by position, but what have you seen from the biggest adjustment for rookies, not just on the field, but off the field to becoming pros that first year?
Just establishing your routine. There's so much that goes into that. In number one, just look at the length. They go into their senior season. Obviously, they put a lot into that, and then as soon as that's over, they got to train for the draft. And so they're kind of on this nonstop spinning wheel, and it's the busiest year of their life, from athletics standpoint. So. I think just staying in tune. So there's so many things that go into that, and that's why they talk about the rookie wall, and I've seen it happen. So that's why I talk so much about scheduling and getting into a rhythm. Get your routine in order. That's why we spend the time that we do, and really rely on our veterans in the locker room to make sure that they're letting the guys, the young guys know to fill in the blanks in the gray area when things come up.
You've raved about this rookie class, and you talked about the veterans, but specifically having veterans at the position like Guyton Beebe, have the guys on the offensive line, Leofau at the linebackers, and Carson at cornerback. How much does that play a role? Do you delegate a lot of your messaging through the positions like that?
Well, delegate messaging. I mean, messaging is constant from the head coach all the way through the whole coaching operations in locker room. It's important. That's why you have leadership councils. That's why you have coaching staff meetings, and because it's critical, because you want the same level of accountability through every position room. But the reality of it is, in the NFL, and it's been like this as long as I've been here, the offensive line room is a lot different than the defensive back room. So, and just from a personality standpoint, so you have team operation focal points that need to be the same, but you got to be in tune with the fact that personalities, teaching methods are really different to different. I mean, you go to the quarterback room, that's going to be different than the D-line room. So just being in touch with that, actually one of the big points that O2X, the human performance company that was in here, they couldn't believe how different each room was, compared to their world, how everything has to be the same. So it's an interesting component of group dynamics that you have to be on top of.
Garrett Podell, CBS Sports. Mike, you've talked about with Dak the growth, and he talked about in spring. He's at the 500 level, or second year of the offense. What are some check marks or evaluation points you'd like to see him hit throughout the year to really display that kind of growth?
I think the biggest thing now, when you reach a standard of play, is just playing to that level with the consistency of it. You want to stay away from the peaks and valleys. I think that's the next step.
Ed.
Mike Ed Werder, WFAA. Taysom Hill came into the NFL with you in Green Bay. That was his first training camp. What was your evaluation of him then, and how has he evolved into sort of a multi-role player that he is now?
I mean, we thought he was a hell of a quarterback. Number one, he frankly, I think every year when you sit down at the end of training camp, I know it's the way I've done it, you have, 58, 59, 60, there's different numbers each year, obviously, where you players that you feel like that they've really earned the opportunity to be on the 53. And Tyson was one of those guys. I mean, he clearly played well. I think he may have led the league, the whole NFL, in rushing in the preseason. I mean, he played extremely well that year. And frankly, we thought we'd try to slide him onto the practice squad, and that lasted about 2 minutes. So, and then he's still in New Orleans but his career, what he's done is, it's been awesome to watch from afar. But, he came in as an older player, obviously very mature, but, I really liked him as a quarterback, and I think what Sean and now Clint's doing with him down there is awesome to watch, because I think just like anything in life, the more value that you can add, obviously, your job security will go a little longer. So he's mastered that. But he's a weapon. I mean, he is a weapon. He does a lot of things. He's a bigger man than when I had him in training camp. But like I said, I thought he was a very good young quarterback prospect at that time.
Aaron Kaslin's Lone Star Live. Mike, you said, I think on Monday, that you would have liked to get Deuce Vaughn more touches. Why is he somebody that you want to make sure you include? And then also, how did he grade out on his?
Well, the biggest thing I thought about Monday was getting the running backs more touches, and obviously Deuce would have been one of them. If you look at the second half, I mean, when our performance on third down, I mean, we didn't have enough touches, period, for the whole offense. So, but yeah, definitely. I mean, Deuce is up on the 48, 49, you definitely want them involved. So I think the biggest thing is, ball distribution is something that we spend a lot of time on projecting, but the reality is you got to go play the game, and third down usually factors that.
How did Deuce grade out on the special team snaps that he played?
I'd say he did fine. Yeah, he did fine.
All right. Thank you, Mike.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Mike McCarthy right here on 105.3 The Fan. Not as many necessarily Saints-based questions as I would have thought.
Man, that Taysom Hill thing was pretty interesting.
Yeah, he said he got him on the practice squad, liked him as a quarterback, and, we talked with Ross Jackson earlier today.
He's everywhere.
And, yeah, he played 7 different spots
He's Roy Kent,
in the opener. Except people don't have vulgar chants at him.
Not yet.
Or for him.
Not yet.
I don't, okay, fair. But yeah, that was interesting. I guess I don't particularly recall that as well.
I got a question that I would love to ask McCarthy. And maybe next week, Kevin, because you've already submitted a question to him.
Yes.
And now he's showing up early.
But he was never mind. Nope, I'm not doing that.
But I'm kind of curious if they would ever consider using Trey Lance in some sort of form like a Taysom Hill. I don't know if he can catch the ball at all, but he's so good at running. He's such a good ball carrier. I wonder if that's there, or if that's just not in his mind, because that was something that Sean Payton brought in, and the Saints said, let's just keep it around. And I just wonder if that's something that maybe McCarthy's never thought of, that he's like, you know what, the skill set's actually useful for something.
Now, what I want to know is, did you think I would play this potential audio that Alex got right here?
There's Hintz, turned to the lineup today, and they score! Hintz with the setup, Robertson the finish. That's his first goal in 11 games, and the Stars have pulled to within 1.
I know it is the middle of football season, and baseball season is winding down, but I wanted to throw this out there. We got more details about the Victory Plus app.
Okay.
So it's the hype videos and the commercials and everything like that are up. It launched Wednesday, which was yesterday, and feature broadcasts will begin in the preseason for the Stars on September 21st, which just so happens to be my birthday, if you're wondering about that. But they're going to show 69 of the Stars' 82 regular season games on the platform, and it's going to start in the preseason, which I think is a good idea, not only to give people their kind of, preseason hockey fix, but also I think it's a good idea to maybe potentially work out some of the bugs on the app. I'm sure they've run all kinds of tests and everything like that, but you still want to run it live, see what kind of traffic you get, see what kind of issues that you run into. But I know folks are excited. People that have been mad at Bally for several years now. Well, Bally no longer has the Stars. They no longer have the Mavs, and it feels like an overwhelming likely probability that they're not going to have the Rangers either. So this is a cool avenue. It's free, and it's launched.
Man,
are you on the app now?
I am looking at the app right now, and I got the FAQs up right now, Kevin. Question. Is Victory Plus really free? I think that's always if somebody says free, you're like, really? Come on, what's the catch here?
Okay, I want the answer to that, but I also want to know, do you ever think they should put an FAQ in that section that says, what does FAQ stand for? Just in case you're like, I don't know.
Well,
frequently
actually,
asked questions.
it does say frequently asked questions.
Right. I just didn't know if that ever came up.
But yes, Kevin, free, fans first mentality, and that means we want you to be able to watch your content from your favorite teams in an easy and budget-friendly way.
And I just want to point out, I think that should include the statement for now. I appreciate that they're doing this. I'm stoked that people are going to have this opportunity. Like, I had DirecTV, so it didn't affect me as much, but I'm stoked people are going to have this opportunity. I'm just curious. I would love to know more about the business plan of how much targeted advertising they have to be able to put out there, how many users they have to have on the app, or what kind of frequent viewership they have to keep it as a free app. I think eventually it will become a charge app, just because that's what seems like every app is like, hey, if you're streaming, it's going to go up little by little or maybe in big chunks at a time. So I think eventually that's going to happen. But for now, how many Stars fans are out there is like, I couldn't watch the games before, now I can.
Now I get to do it for free. I do, Kevin, I'm looking right now, and it does say you can, like, the App Store and Google Play. I don't know if it, on my LG TV, is it in my App Store? Can I go get that there? I'll have to really
like
dig into the FAQs.
Research last night.
Okay,
okay. See,
more FAQs are going to be on this page soon. I'm betting, Kevin.
See what you can do about that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We are live from Shakerton's in Arlington. The Power Hour lunch hour has begun, and coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider Mickey Spagnola right here on 105 through the Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
17-3 Dallas. There's a delayed blitz tipped up in the air. Intercepted on the deflection by Parsons. The interception was grabbed by Eric Kendricks.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Shakerton's in Arlington. And right now, we bring to you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Now, I know we got a lot to get to. I want to go back to Jake Ferguson. I don't think anyone questions how tough of a human being he is. But his statement that I loved, his pain for the knee on Sunday was a 10. Now it's a 0. And he goes, thankfully it's a little bone bruise. I don't even think it's a grade 1. So even he is trying to downplay the actual physical pain that he's in. Does this lead you to believe that he will play on Sunday? Or do you think cooler heads will prevail and they'll be like, dude, we know you're tough and you could probably play, but maybe we should just wait a week?
I think there's a lot of stuff that needs to be checked out before that decision goes either way. I think he'll continue working with the trainers today, and they'll, along with Nealon, by the way.
Yes.
With the calf injury, and then maybe towards the end of practice, they'll see if they're capable of doing anything. This would be the padded practice day of the week, so it's kind of their heavy work day. So I think they'll, reserve the right to see just where they're at. We were able to see both guys doing the rehab work on the cords, and both seem to be moving well. But it's kind of straight line stuff, premeditated steps. So it's not playing football. So we'll see. I mean, I think, the rest of that, when he did kind of a press conference there yesterday in the locker room, it was like, well, got to be smart. We'll see what I can do. If I can play to my standard, then I'll be out there. But if I can't, then there's no sense trying to play football. So I think he was being very realistic about it. There's part of me that thinks you could possibly play through the bone bruise pain.
Ferguson,
but
yeah.
the MCL, when it gets a little tear in it, it'll let you know that, well, no, you can't really do that. So I think that's going to be the deal that'll most affect his ability to either play or not play.
Mickey, I might be a little more concerned with Nealon and what the plan would be, because that's a young player who's probably thinking, I got to be out on that field. I want. He might rush it and all that stuff, but I'm a little more concerned with what the plan would be if he can't be out there.
Well, one of the things they used him at, I know he got a bunch of snaps, but it wasn't all at defensive end. They had moved him inside on some nickel pass rush situations too. So I think they've got some guys that can do that. And at the defensive end spot, if he's not good to go, I don't know if that means Micah Parsons has to play more snaps at a true defensive end. If they would have to keep Tyrus Wheat active to take some of those snaps. It'll be interesting to see how they would compensate for him, because I thought for a rookie playing his first game and the number of snaps he played, I thought he played awfully well. I don't, numbers doesn't really matter as much as being active, doing your job, setting the edge, getting pressure where other guys can benefit from what you did on that side of the field. So, that'll be a good one to watch. But again, just judging how both guys were working on the chords, I think that gives you hope, but hope doesn't heal.
Where do we stand with John Stevens? Because I know we were just talking about the replacement plan essentially for Marshawn Nealon. The plan in place would, of course, be you would go with Schoonmaker, and McCarthy said he's a jack of all trades. But where is John Stevens and his hamstring?
Yeah, he was still rehabbing. And I don't know that, he was doing a little bit of running, so that was encouraging. But again, he would be more of a receiving threat than a true tight end needing to block. I think, Brevin Spann-Ford would get a bigger role as a true tight end. Okay. And then the other thing that they can do, if they didn't bring Princeton Fan off the practice squad, is, give Hunter Lipke more snaps and kind of in that H-back role, kind of lining up off the line of scrimmage on the edge of the offensive tackle. And you can, kind of manipulate that loss of one of the tight ends by using him a little bit more, not as a downfield pass threat, of course, but more of a, from blocking standpoint and doing some things on the edge that you can throw in those little swing passes to try to do something different if you don't have your main threat at tight end.
Well, and then, on their offensive side, Alvin Kamara is that key feature for them. Although Derek Carr looked pretty good throwing the deep ball.
Don't say it. Hold on. Don't say that. You said you still don't believe.
The Panthers stink, by the way.
You don't believe in Derek Carr.
The Panthers are terrible. I just saw one play. But, this Clint Kubiak offense is a little bit different to deal with. But it's very similar to kind of, what you're seeing with the Dolphins, what you've seen with the Niners, because that's where that all came from.
Yeah, he's kind of a chip off Shanahan's block. They ran for 180 yards.
Mm-hmm.
That's what got my attention. And
Can I ask,
go ahead.
To go along with that, Kamara, 5 of 5 for catching all of his passes out of the backfield. I know that's a passing yard,
Right.
but like that obviously feels like an extension of the run game as well.
Well, just get the ball in his hands anywhere
Yeah.
you can, right?
Yeah,
and he looks
yeah,
like
yeah.
he's healthy. You know, he's dealt with some injury situations the last couple of years, but boy, when he's healthy, he's a load. And this will be a very good test for this defense because they'll kind of stretch the run game. You know, it's and Mike was talking about you got only so many people to cover only so many gaps, and so it's going to take a pretty good effort with everybody kind of being where they're supposed to be and being able to make plays. But you know, I keep harping to go back to last year when they got in trouble. It was teams running on them, and I don't know that was a great test. From Cleveland to say, well, you know, if we take away Watson's running yards, which were 39, you would have held the Browns to 54 yards rushing. So that kind of gives you some hope. But I think we got to continue seeing a consistent ability to stop the run against quality teams. And, hey, this is a quality team. You know, they finished the season strong last year. You know, and as Mike
4-1,
McCarthy
right?
pointed out, you know, 4-1, and then they win this one, so they've won 5 of their last 6 games. You know, they were a playoff quality team. They didn't qualify, but they were playing well at the end of the season. So I think this is another good test to see if you know they have improved against the run. Unlike last year in the 6 losses, teams ran pretty effectively over them, a couple for more than 200 yards, right? So this will be a good one to see how those guys hold up in the middle, and then are you setting the edge? And I think the one thing that maybe I don't know if it got away from a lot of people, but you know, we see what Parsons did and Overshown and Kendricks, but the game ball, as Mike pointed out today, went to DeMarcus Lawrence. You know, the old hand, boy, he sets the edge and he causes problems on the backside of runs, and it's like, okay, you want to double team Parsons on one side? You're going to single block him the whole game? I don't think so. So I think he's really key in this run defense for them to be able to set edges, keep things inside, and then hopefully your linebackers can come in and clean up.
Did you like his little back and forth with the media there, McCarthy, that is, about the logistics of when they give out the game ball and how he feels people were mistaken about how that goes down?
I think I quit taking notes at that point. Sorry.
All right, it still happened. Now, the way you describe this, Mick, and I don't want to simplify this too much, but it kind of feels like the Saints and the Cowboys are both looking at one another to get out the same thing. What I mean by that is, like, the Panthers look like they're going to be one of the worst teams in the NFL. Who knows about the Browns at this point? I feel like the Cowboys and the Saints are looking at each other both and being like, hey, you look like you might be pretty good. Hey, you look like you might be pretty good. Let's see how we match up with that.
I think you're exactly right, and I don't think anybody should take the Saints for granted, right? Like, well, it's the Saints. No, this is going to be a really good test. The way, you know, let's just throw away Carolina. Because they did to Carolina what you should do if you're a good team, right?
Yeah.
You just pounded them.
Yep.
And scored 47 points.
That's the most in the NFL, yeah.
Right? And so, and I would imagine the 180 yards rushing probably number one also. I'm just guessing. I didn't look at it.
I could see that. I didn't look that up either.
That's
sorry.
a lot, though, right?
Yes.
So, I just think what the Cowboys need to worry about is themselves, how they play. And then, you know, maybe that takes care of business because, you know, teams are going to come in with strengths just like the Saints are going to if they're not waterlogged, right?
Yeah, so we talked with...
I heard
the coaching staff stayed
at the facility.
By
they
the
had
way.
a slumber party, huh?
Yes, which is what we were trying to do for the stadiums around here. The other thing we did learn is it looks like they're pretty confident in Marshawn Lattimore, which obviously if you're a Saints fan or the organization, you have to be excited about that.
Yeah, absolutely. If they can, he didn't practice. It's a hamstring, so those are, sometimes you just kind of let it, and okay, let's see what we, can get them to the game. Maybe not practice a lot, but
Sure.
just get them to Sunday. One of the things on their offensive line, their starting guard, Lucas Patrick, had a toe injury, and he didn't practice. And their rookie left tackle was limited with a back. I'll try and do it. Talise Fuaga.
Yeah, there you go.
How'd I do?
I think it's Talise Fuaga.
All right.
But you're pretty close.
I'll take you on that.
Yeah.
I was paid to correctly type their names, right?
Yeah,
Not
there you go.
Sure. Fair.
But
Well,
so it's two rookie left tackles.
Yeah.
In the game.
I am absolutely excited about that.
So it'll be interesting how tough their offensive line is. I think from what I was researching that they were questioned pretty heavily in the offseason. Like, I don't know about this offensive line, but they did a good job the first game. Now we'll see against this Cowboy defense. But I think that's maybe going to be the key to this game, not to give away keys to the game already, but how well the Cowboys defensive front plays against that offensive line of the Saints that did a good job the first game, but really weren't tested.
Just as long as you're ready with that prediction tomorrow, Mick, we'll be good to go. Thank you very
Thanks
much.
for the
good sir.
reminder. I'll put it on my
There
to-do
you
list.
go.
He's gonna go home and just think about it all night.
That's
I'll
all I'm
probably wake
asking
up
for.
at 3 a.m. Oh, now what's that score?
You can text us then. All right, thank you very much, Mick. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
Have a good day.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Corey, quick football note for you, but it is college football. The demise of the Pac-12 perhaps has been overstated. Now, it is true. It has two teams. It is the Oregon State and Washington State. But the reinforcements are coming in 2026. Boise State, Colorado State, San Diego State, and Fresno State will all join the Pac-12 for the 2026-27 year. Now, here's my question, Corey. Do you think you're allowed to be in this new conference if you don't have state at the end of your name?
Doesn't sound like it.
Because it's Oregon State, Washington State, Fresno State, San Diego State, Colorado State, and Boise State.
Yeah, all those are states.
So
how's that going to affect
Stanford?
the SEC?
Probably not.
Oh, no.
Right? I feel like the SEC is like, that's fine.
They're like, we're okay.
Yeah.
All the rest of you guys.
We brought
though.
in Texas and Oklahoma. Like, we're going to be good. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Shakerton's in Arlington where the Lunch Power Hour is underway. Coming up next, the over-under. Statistical overreactions to the Cowboys season opening win. Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where, look, I know it's going to come up eventually. Corey's going to talk about it. That's fine. Let's just get it right out of the way. We're going to do the over-under, statistical overreaction to the Cowboys season opening win. But we're live at Shakerton's in Arlington thanks to Ruben. Not thanks to me, as in the commercial break, I almost knocked our station off the air.
You sure did.
I was really excited to say hello to Atolo, to shake his hand. In that excitement, I knocked over my glass of water, and the equipment is like, 2 feet away from me, 1 foot away from me? And so the water feverishly started to move towards all of our equipment, and I just kind of was like, oh, crap.
Kevin,
I'm sorry.
I'm glad that our equipment's waterproof. We could do this show underneath the ocean if we needed to, because I believe in Ruben that much.
I don't think Ruben agrees with that.
Don't worry about what Ruben agrees with. He'll have to.
Forgiveness Friday.
Oh, there you
yes.
go. But man, I just want to, if you're thinking about coming out to Shakerton's for lunch, or if you want to get off work early today, and come out here and start having some old fashions from Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey, then what I suggest is you come in here and enjoy this, because one of the Tolos just told me, dude, I got in here, already 3 people have asked me if I need any help. The service in here is fantastic.
Yeah.
So make sure if you want good service and if you want good drinks and good food, Shakerton's in Arlington's the place to be today. By the way, Kevin from the 713, bring back where y'all determine a winner based on NFL mascots. That's always a fun listen.
Battle of the Beasts. The only thing I struggle with is Colby was my dude on that one. You know what I'm saying? It kind of feels wrong to do without him.
The whole thing was I refused to take part in that.
You did not believe in it.
And you and Colby crushed it.
All the people whose bank accounts we increased,
Y'all
believed in it.
Y'all did a really good job.
All right.
I should have been listening.
That's true. You definitely should have. Now, this is going to have some elements of nonsense in it. And so I want to prepare people for that. But I think it also has plenty of elements of realistic stuff in it. All right. Alec, can you go ahead and give me that cut number 4 so we can dive in on this?
So second down, Prescott with a deep fade right side for Lamb. Oh, he caught it. Beat the pressure and got down inside the 30 to about the 26, and that was over Denzel Ward.
So one of the most fun things to do in any sport after like the first or second week is push forward the preposterous paces that people are on. Man, that was a lot right there. So I have several stats for you right now.
I love stats,
what
Kevin.
Vegas says they should be at.
Okay.
What their current pace is and what you think will happen.
Okay, let's rock that out. You have what I think will happen?
No, you will have to tell me what you think. I have the rest of the numbers ready to go.
I want to do a segment one day, Kevin, this year where each of us predict what the other one would say.
Look, we've spent all of us have spent enough time together, especially you and I. I think we could both get the gist of, what the other person is thinking. Like when Corey wants to slap me upside the head. I'm usually aware of that. All right, Dak Prescott suggested that he will throw for 4,040.5 yards.
In this game?
No, in the season.
Gotcha.
Now, remember, they usually set it at 0.5 so you don't have a tie. He's on pace for 3,043 yards. Will he surpass the 4,044?
Dude, the first week is not a predictor for the NFL anymore.
The hell it's not.
Except for the Panthers.
And the segment. That's true. And the Giants.
Look at how many, there were only 2 300-yard passers in the first week.
By the way, we'll go more in depth on this tomorrow, but did you know the passing yards in week 1 were the lowest for the opening week since 2000?
Wow. No, I did not know that.
That's crazy.
When it comes to now, Dak's stats are not incentive-based. So I kind of hold back a little bit on what I'm about to say, but like Washington's cornerbacks are terrible.
Sure.
At some point, I think Dak might have a 500-yard passing game this year.
Okay.
And so I think you're going to make up for what happened in week 1. What you just said about what he's on pace for, I think is going to change pretty dramatically next week. But I think that number is reasonable for Dak, especially how much they are going to rely on him if this run game isn't real. Now, I want to ask Mickey. I wanted to ask him today, but I'm glad we didn't because now we have something for tomorrow about when we'll see some Dalvin Cook. But if the run game just can't do it, then they're going to have to rely on Dak, and that number might be light.
Now, Dak Prescott is predicted to get 29.5 touchdowns and 11.5 interceptions. It's good news, bad news scenario. He's currently on pace to throw 17 touchdowns.
Okay.
And also on pace to throw 0 interceptions for the season. That's impressive.
Yes, but 17 touchdowns.
Okay, let me tell you this.
Is not impressive.
Dak Prescott plays the whole season.
Mm-hmm.
He throws 17 touchdown passes and 0 interceptions.
Okay.
Do you accept?
I'm betting they don't have a winning season.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I
got you.
I think they are going to need Dak to be the reason the offense is winning.
Yeah.
I mean, I appreciate the no interceptions part, but I feel like there's going to be some fumbles in there and other stuff too. But that is an interesting number. Have we ever seen a no interception season with 15 plus TDs?
I don't think so. I think the lowest was like 2.
Is that Aaron Rodgers?
Aaron Rodgers had that one preposterous year. All right. CeeDee Lamb. Here's the bad news. He's on pace to have 0 touchdowns this season.
Oh, man.
He's predicted to have 9.5, so hopefully we'll get more than 0. He is also predicted to have 1,325 yards. So I want to focus in on this stat line. This is Vegas's over-under for CeeDee Lamb's season. 1,325 yards receiving on 107 receptions and 9.5 touchdowns. That would be disappointing, right? I know those are big numbers, but that feels like that would be kind of disappointing.
Because of what he did last year?
It would be, 20-some-odd down in catches, like 300-some-odd yards down in receiving?
Yeah. Look, man, if he had 100 catches this year, are you disappointed in that?
I think I might be.
Okay.
Just because, how many did he have last year? Like 130?
He had 135.
Okay. So, yes. And I know 100 is a crazy amount of catches, but if you tell me he's going to drop 35, not drop, but he's going to fall down 35 catches, that's a giant drop.
And I think the other thing, too, is over the last 3 years, he's averaging 13.2 yards per catch. I think his career, it's actually 13 on the dot. But 2 years ago, last year was 13. Before that, 12.7, and then the year before that, 13.9. He gets big gains whenever he gets his receptions because he's fast. He can get upfield quickly and do that. But I agree with you, man. I think that would be a disappointing season considering how much you just invested in him and how much this offense really relies on him. Now, if I factor in and I say he did that because Brandon Cooks was another 1,000-yard receiver.
Yeah.
Ferguson was another 1,000-yard receiver, and Dak was actually just dealing all over the place. That's a different story.
I agree.
Because
in my mind,
team matters most.
Yes, you're right. In my mind, that looks like 110 catches.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I got
As opposed to 100.
Look, man, I know the Cowboys spent a lot. Maybe it was 10 times it was handed off on the first down. They did a lot of that. I do feel like majority of the time it's trying to figure out how do we get the matchup that we want so we can get the ball into CeeDee Lamb's hands. That's where their mind is focused first. But I think the other thing about that is defenses know that too. They got to figure it. So CeeDee's got to battle through that and be the one that says, I'm getting the ball no matter what.
Now, this one is actually probably closest to being about spot on.
Okay.
Micah Parsons, the over-under was 13.5 sacks. He's on pace right now for 17 sacks. That feels like the most – I know some of these are kind of like nonsensical and fun. That feels achievable. I'm not saying he will get that, but do you see Micah being closer to, let's say 17 versus 13 sacks?
How many times we get to play the Panthers this year? Not enough. Man, I want to say that 17 is definitely feasible for him.
Okay.
But I've struggled with that because end of season it kind of starts to disappear for him. And I don't know if that's just his legs or if teams go, oh, this is what they're doing. Man, I want to see more of the way that Mike Zimmer lets him do it because Dan Quinn had kind of a one mode, and there was a lot of things missing from Dan Quinn's philosophy also, I think. And I think Zimmer has a much different philosophy that actually allows Micah to move all over the field and do pressure from other places. So I think that definitely is a feasible thing, but I think it's going to require a couple of multi-sack games because I think he can get held.
Sure.
He can
I agree.
Held down. Now this weekend, Kevin, against the rookie offensive lineman might be a place to go. That's a tough dude. I loved him. I loved his toughness, his mean streak about him. But man, if you can kind of take advantage of the rookie nuance that he doesn't know yet, then yeah, that could be an option this weekend.
From the 214, I'm on pace to piss my wife off 17 times this year by not helping around the house on Sundays. I'm going to take the under on that because don't forget, Thanksgiving, there's another Thursday game, there's a Monday game, so I think you'll at least 13, 14 times at the most.
Yeah.
So not at the least, at the most.
Dude, I'm probably going to make her mad like 28, 30 times with all the,
So you think multiple
It's
times?
only 2 nights a week that there's not football on.
Yeah,
So.
that is true. All right. This one might be the most interesting to me. Ezekiel Elliott. He's on pace for 680 yards rushing. He's projected at 600.5 yards rushing. Where do you think that falls? Do you think he goes over 600 yards or not?
Yeah, I'll say he does because I think he'll get enough touches requisite for it.
Okay.
And I think the yards will stack up. I just don't see him busting loose for any game-breaking plays. But he can be a player. I mean, I don't know. He did try to show us all up by jumping over a cornerback out there. Maybe he still does have those legs in him. But I just don't see that. But I see him getting the ball frequently enough to stack up those kinds of numbers. And then, obviously around the end zone, that's where everybody feels that he can do his best work.
Should I be concerned about this text from the 432? Hey, guys, proposing to my girlfriend tonight, 1-to-1 odds that she says yes. Now, that is actually only even money.
So
that's a coin flip.
So he's setting the odds.
He says this could be a misunderstanding of odds, or it could be this a coin flip situation. I don't feel like I would propose in a coin flip situation. That's just me.
I wanted a guarantee. I pretty much knew that Adrian was going to say yes. I think the number, Kevin, there was probably 1% that she'd say no.
Sure.
I kind of felt that
That's
we were
a scary percent.
It
but still.
was a scary percent.
You're right.
I also felt there was like a 65% chance that the ring was getting stolen because I was proposing in downtown Dallas.
Sure, that makes sense. Now, I have 2 more for you. I just want to tell you these. You don't need to predict them. What do you think is the all-time record for most punt return yards in a season?
460 yards.
Believe it or not, it is 875 yards done by Desmond Howard in 1996. Kevontae Turpin, he is on pace for 1,632 yards returning. He's also on pace for 17 touchdowns. The record is 4 touchdowns on punt returns in a season, done 3 different times.
I'll tell you what, Kevin. If he gets 17 touchdowns on punt returns this year,
yes,
then I will go with Dak Prescott getting 17 touchdowns and the Cowboys having a winning record.
Okay.
If you can guarantee me that, then I'll be on board with you there.
And if it's not that, it could be this. What do you think is the record for most field goals made in a season?
Most field goals made in a season, 49.
Ooh, not bad. 44 by the San Francisco 49ers in 2011. Brandon Aubrey's on pace for 68 field goals. Now, most points scored by a kicker in a season, David Akers in 2011 with 166. Right now, Brandon Aubrey is on pace for 255 points. So that could be another way you could just overwhelm teams with punt returns and field goals.
From the 469, if she says no, say April Fools, and also remember, marriages work. From the 214, UNT's a 9.5-point dog in Lubbock, over or under. Kevin's my better, so I'll just take Kevin's advice on that one.
I do not think that Texas Tech is very good.
Over under 4 games of 100 yards plus for Zeke. I think
they said it at 1.5. I'll take the under.
Me too.
I hope I'm wrong.
I do too.
Okay, by the way, the person proposing followed up and said, yes, I don't know how odds work. Okay, good. Okay, so we're all with you. Best of luck tonight with your proposal. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, do you want to get Alec involved with a little NFL overreaction or reality?
Yes.
We'll do it next live from Shakerton's in Arlington during the Power Hour on 105.3 The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The air to the end zone to Evans for the touchdown. His second touchdown grab of the day. The fourth touchdown for Baker Mayfield.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. We're live at Shakerton's in Arlington. They got their power lunch hour going, and we are here for it. This is going to be part of the Expressway. We got AM on the FM coming up, but right now, are you fine gentlemen ready for some NFL overreaction or reality?
Alec?
Oh, yes.
There you go. I like that answer.
You know what? Because of that, Alec, I want you to start this first question because I love that enthusiastic response. Overreaction or reality, the Saints are a fraudulent 1-0 and should not be feared.
That is reality, Kevin.
Whoa.
I really do like what Clint Kubiak is doing with that offense, even just 1 week in. And Corey, you've harped on that a lot, that it's a different offense. And I do think that there is a very good chance that ends up being their interim head coach at some point in the season, if not their permanent head coach after this season. And I think he is awesome, but I do think that that roster still has a ton of holes, and their head coach right now, Dennis Allen, is one of the worst in the NFL. Cannot stand listening to that guy's fake emotion after the post-game locker room celebration. He's fraudulent, so the team, is de facto fraudulent because of him.
I'm right there with Alec on this. I think they are a fraudulent 1-0 team. I think they're going to end their season kind of in the middle of the pack of things in a bad division and be like, oh, okay, I guess we worked out. They get to beat the Panthers twice a year. But I'm not really scared of this game, but there are features of it that if you let it get loose a little too much, it'll be a problem. But I just don't think talent-wise they pair up and match up well with the Cowboys. They are rebuilding that team. They are, completely kind of looking at it going, what more can we add to it? So I think that there's a lot more they have to do. I don't think the talent matches up with the Cowboys, though.
Do you think they are who we thought they were?
We'll find out.
Okay. NFL overreaction or reality? I'm excited about this question. Admit it, Baker Mayfield is a good to very good NFL quarterback.
Now?
Now.
Or like in his career. Like we won't look back at his career and go, man, Baker Mayfield was just the best. I don't think that's going to happen. What if he's in the
middle of turning it around?
I don't. But how much longer does he have?
He's only 29.
Okay, so maybe 4 years to turn the whole thing around there. I think he is a good quarterback. I also think he defeated a team and threw four touchdowns.
Yes, he did.
Against a terrible Commanders secondary.
Fair.
So I will say I will wait to see how he does against the Lions, who beefed up their secondary a little bit this offseason. I want to see how they do that first. I know.
What if he throws for 4 touchdowns and 0 interceptions again and they win?
Then I'll go, oh my gosh, this is crazy.
Okay.
But then, I mean, the Broncos defense is cold. There's a lot more ahead of him that he's going to have to deal with. And I'm not ready to say it after that. But he did get some good work in last year with Canales, and he also got some good work in with McVay that probably helped him out a little bit to really having worked in Cleveland for so long,
Yeah.
it was just and the chaos that was going on
Sure.
up there, he probably didn't know his head from his butt the whole time, and now he probably has a better understanding of what to do in the NFL.
Alec?
I like the analogy of not knowing the difference between his head and his butt. That's amazing.
Have you ever seen that South Park episode
Oh,
where they
no.
eat by shoving food up their butt and then poop out of their mouths?
Yeah, that's not great.
The Surgeon General said it was better for their digestive system.
Oh,
But
really?
that was just a cartoon, so I don't think the real Surgeon General said that.
I don't know about that, but what I do know is that I do think I was wrong, and I don't think this is an overreaction. I think it's reality that Baker Mayfield is a good NFL quarterback, and I think at his highest in his best games, he is great, but I think he is more consistently good. And you only need that to win in the NFL, and especially with the talent that's surrounding him on that offense specifically. And their defense isn't anything to write home about, but it's not bad by any means. So overall, I think he does because of his level of skill and his just the level of comfort that he has with that offense now. I think it does put them above because of him. His level of skill puts them one step higher than they probably should be.
I know Baker Mayfield can be very polarizing. Here are some of the texts. Do you want to go ahead, Corey?
Having Mike Evans does make you look good. I'll also add that.
Absolutely. From the 903, overreaction. From the 806, the Browns could really use a quarterback like Baker Mayfield. I agree with that.
No.
From the 903, Faker Baker. And then from the 214, where's Mike? Remember, Mike is on assignment with the Texas Rangers this week. He will be back on Monday, but I also need you to be listening at the beginning of the week so you can get all of that information straight away.
Gotcha. Yeah. And how
Just kidding.
How much time is he out for this month?
Oh, man. Look, you should listen next week when he's here because he's going to be bouncing on and off the air for probably about the next month and
It'll
a
be
half.
nice. It'll be nice.
All right, NFL overreaction or reality. We are going to be beat down and have to suffer through the Justin Fields, Russell Wilson nonsense every week, all season long.
Reality.
Ugh.
Yeah, because I don't know if Russell Wilson is ever going to truly be healthy throughout the whole season, and their only other option is Justin Fields. So I think, and Kevin, also the fact that Justin Fields can be has these qualities, these traits that you're like, oh my gosh, you can't find that anywhere else. As a running quarterback, he still fears letting it loose downfield. He still fears, he questions himself so much when he's back there, but you still have that. So, yeah, I think that's a reality. Every week you're going to be like, what is going on with those two? But can we just ignore it? Is that an option? Is there a way to stay away from it? Or are the Steelers going to be winning enough games to be like, oh my gosh,
Okay.
their defense was good enough to get them through this one?
See, that's a good point because then you can't ignore it.
Yeah.
If the Steelers are on pace to go 11-6 and they're in the mix, you can't ignore it. So I need them to win 5 games. So you can be like, I guess, but who cares? All right, next one. NFL overreaction or reality. The entire state of Ohio is headed for an NFL apocalypse.
Oh, my gosh. What does that mean?
Well, it means that the Cleveland Browns look terrible. They're stuck with the worst contract of all time. And the Cincinnati Bengals registered what could go down as the worst loss of the season in Week 1.
You say apocalypse. Alec, does that not sound like typical state of Ohio football?
Yeah. I mean, if it even is a real place, but yeah, that does sound typical.
What?
Ohio's
Hold
not
on.
a real place. There's nothing cool there.
They have the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Not a real place.
It's overwhelming, too, by the way. It's too much. It's too
Okay.
loud. Yeah, man, the history of both of those teams suggests that it hasn't been good. I don't know, apocalypse sounds like everything was going well and then it turned wrong. They just got good for the last few years now, the Bengals did. So I think that's definitely a reality, but it's just back to normal for that state. The only real good football there is Ohio State.
Yes, actually, that feels fair at the moment. NFL overreaction or reality. The NFC East and maybe the entire NFL should be afraid of a rejuvenated Saquon Barkley.
Yes. Matter of fact, we'll talk a little more about this in the 1 o'clock with the running backs that they have there.
He was outstanding in that.
Kevin,
opener.
this kind of stinks too because when was the last time you saw a good team that already had really good players across the board add a good running back to the mix? San Francisco?
Yeah.
So, this is the
That's
thing
paid
where
off pretty well for them.
Barkley was the key feature for the Giants. He was really the only thing dragging that team along, and that's one of the reasons he got hurt, because of the way he was using his own body. Now he's on a team that has a couple of Lamborghinis to go along with it, and a quarterback that's still trying to figure his way out. Who can dump it down to Saquon Barkley and allow that? So this is one of the reasons I wanted to see it, and now that I've actually seen it, fear Saquon Barkley a little bit.
Alec?
Yeah, I'm going to say that this is a reality, and I really do.
You'd say that.
I like that this is happening. I hate that it's happening in the NFC East specifically and not with the Dallas Cowboys, but I do feel like here in the next few years we're going to get to a point where the running back position might not exactly be totally sought after the way it used to be, but I think it's going to be a lot more important to the game again here in the next few years. And I think this is going to be the start of it, is by, some of these veteran guys leaving their teams because they've been beat up, and they go to a new team, and just like Saquon, they say, hey, if I play a full 17 or 16 and say the last game doesn't matter, I'm fully available the whole season and I am the difference in these games, then you're going to start to see the running game become a little more important again, and I want that to happen because I really do enjoy the run game in the NFL. So I do think this is reality, and I think it's a good thing for the NFL as a whole, obviously not for the division itself.
Now, Corey, we were talking about Thursday Night Football, and you were showing me some stats off air. So, NFL overreaction or reality? The hell with the turnovers. Josh Allen is absolutely a top 3 quarterback in the NFL.
I mean, if the whole point of football is to score points, then yes.
Okay.
And that's what he does. Now, does he put them in bad positions sometimes with the turnovers? Yeah. But then he goes out and makes up for it. He's that infielder that can't play infield. He's Odor kind of.
No, that makes sense to me, actually.
Where you're just like, yeah, man, we know we can rely on him to produce but we're going to have to deal with the bad that comes along with it. His last 4 games totals. I'm sorry, Kevin, 5 totals in Miami. 312 yards, 4 touchdowns. 435, 4 touchdowns. 214, 2 touchdowns. 447, 2 touchdowns. 426, 2 touchdowns. That's total yards there, by the way. So, that's what he does. He produces, and he gets that team. He is the show there. I think he is, but the way we always quantify it is, has he been to these bigger games? Has he been to the Super Bowl and done that? That's what people are kind of holding off on him. We saw the shootout against Kansas City.
Yeah.
We really wanted more from that, and that's when he's kind of failed again, is he's got to get a little further. But during the regular season, yeah, man, he's a top 3 quarterback during the regular season.
Alec?
Ooh, I think Corey put it best here.
I wasn't sure if that was you were thinking or I had to repeat the question to you thought, but I appreciate that you knew.
I was thinking, and I was like, I can't really paint a better picture than that. I'm right there with Corey.
Okay. Now, NFL overreaction or reality. This might be the last one. We'll see. The Packers will miss the playoffs because of the Jordan Love injury. Now, I realize it's only 1 week, and I realize they've talked about how fast he might be able to come back, and there was a lot of love being thrown at this team in the preseason, but that's my overreaction or reality for y'all.
I'll take that as a reality. It's already going to be tough to get into the playoffs anyway, and I don't believe Malik Willis. I really just don't yet.
Sure.
But I do believe Matt LaFleur. I think he's a really good coach. But this might be something if it lasts too long, and then on top of it, if it hinders him throughout the season. Dak came back from the calf injury, right, but still didn't look right. He comes back from the shoulder. He still doesn't look right. So those injuries linger with you through a season. It takes an off season usually to recover from it. So if it's the 4 games he's out and then maybe 3-6 games that he's dealing with it while he's playing through, I think that could be a struggle too.
And Corey, you mentioned something big there, is that if he can come back really quick, sure, but how does he look after? And for that reason, I'm actually going to go opposite of you. I'm going to say that is an overreaction, because I think that it's going to be fine because Jordan Love is at his best when he has his feet planted and he's in the pocket. He loves to break away and make those crazy throws off the back foot, across his body, but half of those end up being bad decisions. So almost in a weird way, if it limits him to stay in the pocket more and to plant his feet and stay upright, I think that they're in a better position if he does come back relatively soon. I think that their passing game won't take much of a dip in that area. I think it could get better because sometimes he does do a little too much trying to be like Aaron Rodgers with these crazy throws, but I think in a weird way it could benefit them by having him just kind of calm down, make his reads, and just throw the ball in the right manner at the right time. So I think it's an overreaction.
Okay, let me ask one more quick one if that's okay with you guys. NFL overreaction or reality? You believe that the Bengals tried to match the Justin Jefferson deal. So the word on the street is they have offered Jamar Chase 4 years for $140 million, which would be the same per year guarantee as, or the same per year salary as Justin Jefferson. But Justin Jefferson got $110 million, whereas supposedly the Jamar Chase deal would only give $90 million guaranteed.
Oh man, and that's kind of seeping out here now.
Yes, that's the buzz happening. Do you believe that? And why would Cincinnati? That feels like a pretty big deficit.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to have it that far off, except for they are. I mean, with Minnesota, were they spending that much anywhere else?
No, because they shed their quarterback. Yeah. So that's, yeah.
With Cincinnati, I mean, they got T, they got their quarterback, they got that. So they are looking at it a little differently, and they're a supremely cheap franchise in general. But that would seem like a bad decision with this guy, but I could see it.
Okay.
So I'll believe it. I'll believe that they did because they see this window with their quarterback and the receivers.
Do you believe, Alec, that this is a real deal, and are you kind of proud of the Bengals for sort of offering up some money?
I'll believe in it because their owner is Mike Brown. Like it begins there and it ends there. The fact that he was willing to say, yeah, on paper, we're going to get the big $140 million price tag, but your guarantees are going to be way lower than the next guy. Yeah, that screams Mike Brown to me. I say that this is totally believable.
Excellent stuff right there. I hope you guys appreciate it. NFL overreaction or reality? Bonus question, Alec. I'll let you answer this one. NFL overreaction or reality? I might have another version of this segment ready for tomorrow.
I'm going to say that's a reality because you are the most prepared man in radio.
Ooh, we'll find out if that is accurate or if Alec's a damn liar. But right now, KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, live from Shakerton's in Arlington. I feel like it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time, 4 a.m. on the FM. We've been running it all week and been having some fun here, causing some chaos and playing some sound. I'm going to continue to do that here today. I've got a great clip from Teddy Bridgewater that we're going to get to here in just a minute. You haven't heard from him in a while. He's busy coaching high school football out in Florida, and he's doing a great job, by the way. But he did a podcast appearance, and he talked about why exactly he retired from the NFL. It's kind of lighthearted, but it's also kind of heavy at the same time. So I think it's some great, real, and raw insight from Teddy Bridgewater we're going to get to here in just a second. But as custom, we always start with a question of the day. And this is based off of a personal decision that I made here this week because I am very much tired of traffic. We'll get into what I mean by that when we answer this. But 877-881-1053, that is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. The question of the day, gentlemen, is what is something that you wish you would have done or caught on to earlier in life? Because for me, it's something that I ordered just 2 days ago. I don't even have it in my possession yet, but I am so excited that I did it. I finally got a toll tag, and I can thank the great and late great Ted Nichols Payne for instilling this belief in me. Why would I pay to be on a road?
Sure.
Because I used to engineer GBag's remotes with Ted out at FC Dallas games. And, I live in Grand Prairie, so Frisco to Grand Prairie, that's a little bit of a drive, and I would not take the tolls. And so Ted would always be like, why is it taking you forever? Why do you have to leave so early? I'm like, Ted, I am broke and I am in college. I am not paying for tolls. And he was like, you know what's crazy? I don't either. And I was like, boom, I have the validation of TNP, so I am not going to take tolls for these remotes. I will just leave 2 hours early because I'm going to save this money. But I'm starting to realize that, I'm going to be at the Star in Frisco calling high school games here pretty soon, as well as just going to practice and covering the team. So I'm like, I'm going to be out there a lot more than I usually am. So I probably just need to bite the bullet and do it. So I finally ordered it. It's going to be here next week. And I do have a high school game that I'm calling next Saturday at the Star. So I'll finally get to test it out. I'm excited.
You're an adult now.
Yes, I feel like a true adult now. Like, this is amazing. My dad was so proud of me. Like, I've graduated college. I've paid for my own college. Like, I don't think he was more proud of me at any point in my life than when I told him a couple nights ago I just bought a toll tag.
Now, Corey, this is a great question. His question of the day in AM on the FM is usually a great question. My answer is, I wish I had caught on sooner to the advancements in audio technology, because 2 cars ago, when I bought my Equinox, that Platinum Chevrolet, and then some dumbass destroyed it in the highway, I was devastated to learn that I could not get a CD player in my car. Okay,
you can install one.
I'm trying to be honest. I was devastated.
My
at
kid
this.
has one in his.
Okay, see, that's really impressive. And also, my family would make fun of me because when I would go on walks, I would plug in my earphones to the phone and then put them in my ears at the gym and stuff like that. And I've discovered, I know this is not new to some people, I was a very late adopter of Bluetooth and other technology where I'm like, well, who cares if you don't have a CD player? There's literally any song just about in the world at your fingertips that you can punch up on your car. And going hands-free or wire-free has been a game changer. I feel really dumb for not doing it sooner, but there's my admission for y'all.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely go with investing in stocks and gambling. I wish I'd have done that. Yeah, and it is a good one because you can win, especially if you know, like, you got to be smart. You really do have to be smart with the way you bet. Okay, Kevin, the rules for betting that they always give: don't bet more than you have,
and don't chase money. Don't chase. If you're like, hey, I lost this amount of money, I got to get it back. Don't chase your money.
But like, whenever I was younger and I had lots of money to throw around before I had kids, I wish I would have invested in specific stocks that I even was like, oh, I think that's going to be important later down the road. And I also wish my kids, they play stock games on their phones. They have some apps and they play stock games at school. And they're already thinking that way. They're thinking forward of it. And I'm like, man, I should probably give them some seed money and see what they can do with that and see if they can turn it into something and grow it. But investing is probably something I really wish I would have started doing sooner, because now I'm chasing. I'm behind on a lot of things and I'm trying to catch up. So yeah, that and also this life, the single life thing seems pretty cool. That a lot of people are experiencing right now. So that seems, a lot of people without kids, and they get to go on trips and all sorts of stuff without
wife
kids.
Is stupid.
Whoa. I thought that didn't exist anymore. I'm not. Look, I would want to do this, not the single life, but the married life with the wife. And I'm looking forward to when all the kids are out of the house.
So I don't know if I don't know if you salvage that.
I also know I'm going to miss them all. Because Kevin, let me explain this. Remember Trey Wingo? You know what?
Yes,
I'll do this.
I do.
I'll do this in the C block.
All right, let me throw this out there because it really speaks to what Corey was saying. Alec, there's a great line in The Simpsons where they're at an Italian restaurant and Maggie dumps spaghetti sauce in Marge's purse, and this single realty lady walks by and she's like, oh, that's too bad. All that I have in my purse is disposable income. And so, that really speaks to, I'm sure, a lot of people with kids out there.
By the way, my kid, when he saw his CD player, he goes, what is this?
Stupid kids.
But yeah, he's never used a CD player before.
See, I'm glad that I'm like just barely old enough to have experienced that stuff. Like growing up, I used to play with my dad's old pagers, you know, that he didn't use anymore for work, that he decommissioned because he got a fancier one. You know, so I played with the fax machine. Like I may only be 23, but I've experienced these things, so I won't be a total letdown in that regard.
Corey, did you think the downfall of the pager, outside of just developing technology, was that everyone attached 911 to their pages, and they're like, you can't all be that important?
Everything was important. Everything. And you're just like, what's going on? They're like, oh, hey, when you coming over? What? I had to pull over and find a payphone to talk to you, and you're asking me when I'm going to be there?
Yeah,
when I get there.
I love this. From the 817, getting braces / aligners. I tried to take care of the teeth, but braces was such a game changer. I'm glad I got forced to get those when I was like 13.
I am, Alec, I'm on, Carter just got his off, my middle son. He just got his off. Avery got his off last year, and now Lucy is going to get them.
Brandon didn't need braces, I'm sorry.
My kids all got the mom's side of the family teeth. And that whole family needed braces. I've never needed braces. My sister never. This experience again. If you're not with kids, you have extra income because you're not having to buy braces, Alex.
That's true.
Let's see. From the 214, they said investing, like you were talking about, Corey, a little bit. They said I've made more money in a week of investing in good index funds than I've ever made with my money sitting in a savings account for almost 20 years. So
that's fair.
Yeah, just learning different ways to try to stretch that money is definitely a big one that I've seen come across a lot. From the 469, I can agree with this a little bit as well. Star Wars Legos. You know, because they make all of the different, like models and dioramas that are meant for the adults to just build, sit on a shelf, and do not touch. You know, that is my favorite style of collecting right there.
Now, I'm really glad that you brought that up. And having Brandon get super into the minifigures aspect of this has been great for business at my house because I have some sets where you just have the minifigure with it, and he goes, oh, you know, this minifigure was only included in just this one particular set. It's worth $85.
Oh, my God.
And I'm like, get the hell out of here. I pay like $100 for that set. And I'm like, so I could sell that minifigure and still have the rest of it and like almost come out even? And he goes, if you want. And I was like, I think I do. And so he's like, oh, yeah, that one right there is this much. And I had no idea. They were all just
is there a site for that?
Yeah, I'll have to double check where he gets his prices from.
Cards?
No, it's not Sports Cards Investor. And
you don't know that.
I mean, that's fair. And it's not just eBay. He goes to some other site for this. I don't remember what it is.
It's not on Sports Card Investor, by the way. I just looked up. There's a lot of different options. Like, that's where I go for the Pokemon stuff.
That is true.
So Sports Center posted this last night on their Instagram account. Teddy Bridgewater talking about why he retired from NFL football and went to high school football. He has a little bit of fun with it, but at the end, something kind of eye-opening and a welcome back to reality moment.
I had one concussion, but I was asleep on the field, man. Them boys woke me up. I'm mad as hell. I'm like, damn, man, I'm sleeping good. Y'all tripping. Them boys like, man, you was only out for like 4 seconds, but felt like 3 hours, boy.
Yeah, damn.
Man, like, and I thought I was at the hotel and all.
Damn.
Yeah. So them concussions serious.
You be out there hitting, boy.
Was crazy, bro, but it was hot, dog. It was LaMarcus Joyner. You know, he from down here, down south. So when people like, man, we got to holler at I'm like, nah, he's straight, man. I slid too late, you feel me? I should have slid early. You know, that's why I don't slide no more. I don't slide, because every time you slide, you get knocked out. You know what I'm saying? So I had to stop sliding. Then I had my last concussion, though. Well, I had one when I was in Denver. That's when I woke up in the hospital. That's when I'm like, boy, I'm done with this ball. Boy. I don't want my son last images of me to be getting carted off the field on the stretcher. So I'm like, boy, this football is serious, boy.
Yeah, it is.
So the concussions catching up to Teddy Bridgewater there. And, you know, funny where he was like, you know, it felt like I was out for 3 hours, that first concussion, you know, in the hotel.
They said 4 seconds.
He was out for about 4 seconds, according to his teammates and the doctors. But he said it felt like he was in the hotel room asleep. And then the second one, he did wake up in the hospital. And that's when he was like, nah, I can't have my son seeing me on a stretcher, you know. So a little bit of reality check there for him, which is nice that he was able to have that moment before, and people forget that he almost had to get his leg amputated as well.
Yes.
So, if that wasn't a big enough wake-up call, the concussions, the stuff that happens with your head playing this sport, he says, I got a son I got to take care of. I don't want him to miss out on a lot of stuff because I'm out there, taking slides too late and getting hit by my buddies. So a bit of a very eye-opening story for me, at least, from Teddy Bridgewater.
Yeah, wow, that's great stuff. And as always, the question of the day delivers. Thank you very much, good sir.
Thank you.
That's AM on the FM. I bet you can catch it at the same time tomorrow right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block. We'll do it live from Shakerton's on your home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers. Next.
Our 2024 Firehouse Tour continues tomorrow as we hang with
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live in Arlington at Shakerton's off of North Collins. Now, I know the show's wrapping up in about an hour, but the delicious drink specials keep going. The pool table will still be here if you want to come on out. And now it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Yeah, I've been looking up, Kevin, at the wall here. They got Tuesday tequilas and tacos, and I know they got karaoke out here too. So be prepared if you like. There it is, karaoke, 8 p.m. every Thursday night. So sounds like tonight.
That's tonight.
That's tonight. Yeah, out here. So again, show up a little later if you want to. Roll all the way into karaoke and enjoy some Sagamore Spirit Rye whiskey.
Let me ask you a question. Tomorrow, it was going to be the Combo Platter National Hoagie Day. It could still be that. Or do you want to change it to the Combo Platter Karaoke? Sports opinion, and what is your go-to karaoke song?
Oh, my gosh.
You kind of want that, don't you?
I kind of do because
okay, you heard Alec.
When I was running I ran a bar off McKinney Avenue for a long time, and every Friday night we had karaoke.
All right.
And Adrian was a key feature. Every Friday night she would do Baby Got Back. And the whole place would go nuts because she didn't look at she just walked around on the stage acting like she. It was awesome. It was awesome. So yeah, I'm totally down for that, Kevin.
All right.
I have a song, but
I'm making the adjustment.
All right. By the way, I did just watch the video on Twitter of John Bon Jovi talking a potential jumper off of the bridge in Nashville.
That's wild.
And it is again. I don't know how to explain this other than he's just walking. And he's walking with somebody, sees this person standing on the other side of the railing, and just walks up quietly, leans over, and they start talking. And then the next thing you know, he's helping that person back over to the other side. And that is an absolutely incredible sight to see. It's pretty amazing. If you get a chance to see it, just get your eyeballs on it. There's no sound on the video I saw, so it's just footage from that.
I mean, good for him. That's amazing.
Yeah, so, congratulations to that. And, Kevin, one of the things that I was going to talk about in the last segment, but I'm glad I saved it a little more, was the other day when Trey Wingo was on with us, we had that great conversation with him, but he brought up the best day thing, and I think I had my best day recently.
Oh?
And I think it was Monday. We went to Carter's football scrimmage.
Okay.
And my kids are now older, they're all in middle school or high school, and I've never really had this experience before until now. But Adrian and I are sitting up in the stands with Lucy. We're watching Carter out on the field, and then I didn't expect it. Avery shows up to the game. He didn't come to the game to watch. He just showed up because he wanted to see us. And
that's nice.
As he was showing up, all of his friends' little brothers that are in 8th grade screamed his name and ran over to him. And he had this huge smile on his face. So, like, all this moment of being able to see my kid playing football, my other kid, is walking up to see us, and then Lucy's right there. It was a great family moment that I really enjoyed. So
that's super
so
cool.
far, that might be the best day for me. We'll see if we can add a few more to the list as we go along. But here is some sports conversation, Kevin, because the Raiders, who you know oh so well, had a hot mic incident. On their YouTube, which I think I'm pretty happy that our situation that Alec always has us covered, Alec and Carter always have us covered for these, because a Raiders reporter was caught hot mic'd at their press conference yesterday saying, quote, Gardner is going to get his ass kicked by Baltimore.
What?
And then
Did he really?
He really did. And then Raiders report, Mitchell Renz said they are talking S right now about Gardner Minshew on the Raiders hot mic. This is embarrassing. He said, someone tell the Raiders YouTube team they have a hot mic, and they were just going on and on about personal things about Zamir White, Luke Getsy, Devontae Adams, and more. And so it was caught on a hot mic. But the question is, was anybody else paying attention? I know Raiders Nation is pretty strong out there, but was anybody really paying attention to that?
Wow.
So good luck to them trying to cover that. That never happens. That never happens where a guy says something and it gets picked up like that, Nikki.
Yeah. So I remember that investigation. Was he go, or did he say, oh, please?
Oh, please.
Yeah. I absolutely remember that. But then, what was it? A couple months ago, the WNBA presser had a TV show on in the background.
Oh, yeah.
And they're like, Angel Reese goes, I'm sorry, what? Which I thought was a very fair reaction.
And it was like Love Island or something like that. Also, hot mic situation, Kevin. Shiloh Sanders. The microphones picked up on Shiloh Sanders going out to the during the Nebraska game, walking out there, and multiple times telling the players during the coin flip, "We are about to roll your ass, boy. You know we about to roll you, bruh." And Kevin, I don't know if you saw, but it didn't quite go that way. And then
he got hurt.
Yeah, and then Shiloh did get hurt. And he said, I think the quote is, it felt like somebody else's hand because of where his hand is injured, and it's bad. But the Cornhuskers went on to roll 28-0 at halftime. And that was
my God.
that was the
game,
halftime score.
That game was a destruction. We were at this place in Addison for one of Jess's friends' birthdays. Shout out to Melissa, happy birthday, called Putt Shack.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like a bar, but also we didn't get to play golf. It looked like it had the most badass miniature golf course in the world.
Yeah. Kevin, so here's when you brought up the conversation about Saquon Barkley earlier. I'm glad we were able to have that discussion because I was scrolling through and looking at NFL.com, and Maurice Jones-Drew had his RB index up.
Okay.
And
which I don't always agree with, but I appreciate it.
Right, and the question was who's going to bounce back and stay hot, and then the top 15 running backs right now ranked. And for the bounce back running backs, he says, I don't think Derrick Henry is actually going to be that bad for the rest of the season. It was a bad game against the Chiefs. They needed to catch up. They were trying to play along with what the Chiefs were doing offensively. And he also said that he thinks Jonathan Taylor is going to have an even better week too. So he's looking at that. He said Taylor entered the week averaging 135.2 rush yards per game with 8 touchdowns and 6 career contests against the Texans, but that wasn't the guy that you saw on Sunday. He thinks he's going to bounce back from that. Guys that he thinks going to stay hot, Saquon Barkley and Joe Mixon. That's where I wanted to stop here, Kevin.
Yeah.
Do you think that those two are going to be the best running back pickups for the teams, their respective teams this year? Or do you think Derrick Henry rolls in as the better pickup?
I'm okay if I'm wrong on this. I still think Derrick Henry is going to be in that top 2 mix. I guess maybe just because all those teams are probably going to be good. I think he will find his niche, and I think he will do it very well. But I understand Saquon and Mixon looked just unbelievable in week 1.
The thing about those two running backs different than Derrick Henry is they are good receivers. Joe Mixon's a talented receiver out of the backfield. Saquon Barkley, like he can catch stuff downfield just as well as he can catch stuff, in the flats. And as a receiver, as that option, you become a much more dynamic offense. And those were two already really good offenses. That's kind of what they were missing. With C.J. Stroud, his downfield stuff with his receivers was already there, and he knows he has a tight end that he can work with. But, Dameon Pierce was not up to what they wanted last year. And so I was interested to see how it play out in the first game. Joe Mixon goes nuts. That's where I'm a little concerned, too, with the Eagles this year is I was hoping that, and I'm not saying I'm hoping for it, but injury does become a thing with Saquon Barkley. It's typical.
Sure.
But I guess that kind of goes. Didn't Christian McCaffrey have a lot of injury history?
He did
before he got to San Francisco, and even with San Francisco, it hasn't been perfect. But he's been rather.
He has.
Okay.
But just think about how terrified. To your point, think about how terrified you are as a 49ers fan right now, where it feels like he missed game 1 kind of out of nowhere, and then there's already rumblings that he might miss game 2, and you're like, oh crap, is this going to happen all season?
Mm-hmm.
If that happens with Saquon, then I think it's inevitable they're going to be like, oh no.
And that kind of does flip me around to where the Cowboys are in this conversation, because in their offseason they said we're going back to Ezekiel Elliott. But I also look at it and I go, the only thing that was really missing for Stroud was that running back. The only thing that was really missing for Jalen Hurts was that running back. The Cowboys still have, do you feel completely comfortable with their offense, or do you think it's CeeDee Lamb or bust?
I think that.
I mean, I think you can get by with Ferguson as your tight end and, doing his work, but I don't think that he's a game breaker by any means. He's just what everybody would want their tight end to be. Everybody wants their tight end to be capable of doing all these other things, and then you have a guy like Travis Kelce who is a receiver at tight end, but that also knows the field so well.
And the reason why I know I'm not comfortable quite yet with the Cowboys offense is when you saw Jake Ferguson go down and we kind of feared the worst. I was like, oh crap, what's going to happen to our offense?
Yes.
And that's probably not what you should be feeling.
2 years ago in the playoffs, your only other real offensive option was Tony Pollard.
Yeah.
And then he gets hurt, and you saw what happened there. And so that's where I'm still uncertain about this offense. I know it's going to rely a lot on Dak Prescott, but where are the ways that you're going to get those game-breaking opportunities?
Yeah.
Brandon Cooks, I think this week, I really do. I think that Brandon Cooks is going to have a pretty good game. I think he's going to add another touchdown to the list. And I think it's going to be a couple, maybe one deep pass that turns into that touchdown because of the way that the Saints play. But, man, their cornerbacks are also pretty sticky too. So that's another factor that goes into it. It's just that Dak loves to see when a safety comes into the box.
Yeah.
And then he exposes their defense once he sees that. But with those guys, that was the thing that I was looking at. I don't know about Aaron Jones in Minnesota as a pickup also, because when I look at what he's done so far, good start for them. But is that team real, or did they play the Giants?
And
they exposed that just a little bit.
Probably where I'm going to fall.
Really good question there. And then I have Kevin, I want to continue on with a couple of overreaction or reality questions. Passing attacks have been grounded.
I mean, I feel like we did this segment a couple days ago, right? Like, I agree with that. Yeah, remember?
Oh, okay.
Because we talked about passing yards, like, getting shorter and shorter. I definitely agree with that.
Deshaun Watson will continue to struggle for the rest of his career.
Okay. Oh, man, this is a good question. I was thinking about this. I know he was amazing before all this stuff happened. Like, he's really, really good. I don't ever think he's going to be a quality quarterback for a sustained period of time again. That's where I am. I think he's done.
The mental struggle is what you think
and there's something. I agree with the mental struggle. I still think there's something physical there as well. But like every time he thinks he can get away from it, like, oh yeah, maybe I'm healthy, I'm ready to go this season. Boom, another accusation.
And the one that we have today, I mean, there was breaking news, Kevin, earlier today that you broke. I appreciate that.
There's a video to be shown to go along with this, and it feels like he can't get away. Now, I'm not saying, oh, woe is him. Like, he brought this upon himself. But, yeah, I don't ever think for a sustained period of time, I'm not saying he can't have a good game here or there, but, like, for a sustained period of time, I don't think he'll ever be a really good quarterback again.
Rookie quarterbacks can't play.
Disagree.
You disagree? You
Yeah.
think that this was just, hey, man, first week, let them get comfortable.
And look, if you're taking the component of Caleb, Bo, and Jaden Daniels, it looks rough. It does. It does.
Welcome to the NFL.
It does. But no, I'm not ready to say that.
Kirk Cousins doesn't look healthy.
He does not look healthy. Like, he looks wobbly out there more than usual. Because I know you brought this up, I don't know, like 4 years ago. And I hadn't really thought about it before, like how he kind of looks like he has a shaky constitution out there to begin with.
Yeah.
But now it looks like it's an actual physical issue as opposed to, I don't want to get hit. I don't want to get hit. So I don't think he's healthy.
Yeah, if you don't want a shaky constitution, you want Nicolas Cage's constitution.
Yes. Or National Treasure 3 that we pitched out at the Reagan Museum. Yes.
And that's it for right now. We'll get to more of those tomorrow, Kevin.
Okay.
Maybe not.
Oh.
I forgot we got Kyle Yeomans tomorrow during the C block.
Look
so.
at you trying to bump Kyle out of the picture. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, which 0-1 NFL team should worry and which should? RELAX. We'll do it next, live from Shakerton's on 105.3 The Fan.
You've made us #1 in DFW. Don't care what they say. Thank you for laughing.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333 with Frankel and Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys here in Dallas.
Back to throw, Watson on third down. Pressure up the middle of the line. Parsons has him now. Good coverage, because that was one where he was looking around.
Yeah.
And Parsons, who was close to play before, breaks through for his first sack.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Shakerton's in Arlington. Thank you very much to everyone who's already been out to see us. You can still come out here. We'll be here for about the next 40 minutes or so, but the deals keep going all day long. That pool table's been calling my name. Fun time at Shakerton's off of North Collins in Arlington. Now, I wanted to run this by you guys because I kind of broke down the list. As you probably figured out due to math, there are 16 0-1 teams in the NFL.
Okay.
Now, which one of these teams should worry, and which one of them should RELAX, baby? All right. I'm going to go through the list one by one. Some of these I feel like will be fairly clear to you.
Okay.
The Baltimore Ravens.
They should relax.
I agree.
But they're not a perfect team. So
not at all.
When I say relax, I mean relax from being concerned about a winning season.
Sure.
But when it comes to, do you want them to be at their best in the playoffs? They still have work to do to get to that point.
Does this show how really tight all sports are? That let's say the shoe size was one size smaller and the Ravens converted the 2-point conversion. Is the question we're asking today, are the Ravens the best team in the NFL?
Probably so.
That's what I think, too. And instead, here we are.
But
they're still a flawed
you're
team.
still probably arguing for the Chiefs because of how how explosive their offense
I get
looked.
that. I do.
So, yeah, man, that, again, could not have asked for a better opening game for the NFL this year than what we saw on that Thursday night game.
Now, I believe this is reflected in my overreaction to reality. You should probably guess where I'm going with this. Should the Bengals worry or relax? I think they should worry.
I think they should relax.
Okay.
I think they have to become a tougher team. When Ted Wynn was on the other day and he was like, they're a finesse team.
Sure.
I think he's totally right about that, and they do need to toughen up, but their two stars are T. Higgins. I know Joe Burrow's their quarterback, but T. Higgins and Jamar Chase are their stars.
Did you see people freaking out because of the way he picked up his bottle on the sideline? They're like, "Is your hand or your wrist
He's
busted
like, no,
up?"
shut up.
Yeah.
And those two stars, I think, because of the uncertainty with them, it's causing the team a little disruption right now. But they need to toughen up and be better, and they need to make sure that their defense is ready to go too. I mean, it looked pretty good against a bad New England Patriots team.
Fair.
But offense, at least. But they have a lot. They definitely have a lot of work to do. But I think they can relax.
What about the Indianapolis Colts? See, I put them, Corey, and you might think this is misinformed. I put them on the relax list because I guess my expectations are not as high, and I think it's going to be a slower process.
Okay. To continue to build on that team.
Yeah.
I think what's the other option? Relax or what?
Or worry.
Worry.
Or panic.
I would worry a little bit because you're in an arms race against that division getting out in front of you.
Yeah.
And Stroud is going to be out in front of you. Tennessee, I'm not sure I'll ever believe in Tennessee.
Sure.
But I don't really know what Jacksonville's going to be. So I think because of where they are and how close they are to – it's like the Mavericks a couple of years ago. They took advantage of their opportunity to get by and get to the Western Conference Finals. And I think that's where they are, is they have a chance, but they do have Houston in front of them. So I would be a little concerned more about Houston than I am anything else. But you're right. I think you're dead on. They have a lot more building to do with that team.
Okay, now this next one I'm hoping will be easy. The Carolina Panthers.
What was the options again?
Panic or relax. Panic.
Relax.
The team's even worse than you thought it would be.
Yeah, relax. It's as bad as you thought it was going to be.
Okay.
And you're going to be number 1 overall pick again. Just make sure that your front office knows what they're doing.
Giants.
Panic.
That
whole thing might get dismantled. If I'm the Giants, if I'm their ownership right now, I'm looking at this going, man, my GM's awful. My coach hasn't been able to get the best out of this. Their quarterback is miserable, and we have signed him to a bunch of money. I would panic about everything right now, except for Malik Neighbors. But you can't get the ball to Malik Neighbors because your quarterback was the 6th pick in the NFL draft and loves to throw pick sixes.
That is a good point. All right. Panic or RELAX.
Stop looking at me like that when you're saying that.
WILLNOT. The Atlanta Falcons.
Stop spelling words.
Okay. So that's just how you say that word. That's just how you say that word. That's not my fault. The Atlanta Falcons. Panic or relax?
Relax, because Penix is there. And
stop saying it like that. That's not right.
Michael Penix.
That is incorrect.
He's there. Kirk Cousins doesn't look right. The Achilles is hard to recover from anyway.
Yeah.
As an older player, it's going to take more time. I mean, we saw it with Greg Ellis too, way back in the day. It's going to take that time, and I think that they are going to turn to Penix a lot earlier than people suspected because Kirk can't do what he was doing before with Minnesota. And that's going to be a struggle for them. But I would relax because you actually have a quarterback in-house that can take over for that. And then the rest of the pieces, I think, are ready for it. They just need that quarterback.
The Arizona Cardinals.
Relax.
I think I'm there with you. But that's also because of my lowered expectations.
It's a struggle in that division.
They should have won that game, too.
Yes, and that's something that I would be a little concerned about is why you didn't win that game, but also you didn't work enough with your star receiver that you just drafted. So we haven't even seen what that can turn into. Maybe that could be something special and grow and explode. That could be something that could really be good for them. So I would relax and say, let's wait until we get this thing really going.
Okay.
But if you can't get it going, then panic.
The Denver Broncos. This was another one where I feel like Denver probably looks back at this game and thinks we should have won that game.
Yeah, I'll say relax again because it's a rookie quarterback. If it's going to be if you're out there with a rookie quarterback and he doesn't look great to start, then it's probably because he was a rookie quarterback. Work a little bit more. If he can't do it, though, if you start seeing this over and over and he's broken, then you got some problems. But I think Sean Payton's going to go back, sit down, calm him down a little bit, and say, look, man, congratulations. You've made it to the NFL. It's no longer the preseason. This is what we're going to need to do.
Right.
And I think it's really smart, too, because the defense on that team is fantastic. The Broncos' defense is very good. He's going to benefit from that. He's going to have more opportunities to get those, 11 to 10 wins.
Mike's team, and he's surely always listening, the Jacksonville Jaguars. Again, not to sound like a broken record, but this is a third team that had a decent-sized lead in Week 1 and lost it.
Yeah, panic, because I don't believe in the team anyways. Peterson, since he had a good flash season, right? Just like he did with the Eagles. He had that good flash season and then couldn't get it all back together. And I wonder how much of it is smoke and mirrors with those guys. But Trevor Lawrence has to prove that he can win those games more often than not, and they weren't able to. Now, again, it was a tough game against Miami. That was a tough one. But you got to come out of the victor on that one. So I would panic if I'm Jacksonville right now. Plus, they're already renaming their stadium.
Do you think? Yeah,
to Trevor Bank.
I hate it. Do you think Mike should also panic?
Yeah, he should sell every card.
All right. Okay.
Every card is for 10%, 10 cents on the dollar. All the cards in his collection, not just Trevor Lawrence. Every card in his collection, 10 cents on the dollar.
I'm very sorry. Did I already ask you the Titans?
No. You don't care anyway, all right? So neither panic nor relax.
Fair.
Yeah, like
I should have put indifference as one of the categories. All right, I'll give you a couple indifferences. That's one of them.
Yeah, that's the one where I would go back with the Panthers and say, relax. You are what you know you are. And so you have some things that you're still trying to figure out, but you're in a weird rebuild with that team right now.
The Cleveland Browns.
Panic.
You got panicked big time too, right?
Yeah, because you have so much invested in the quarterback financially for a long time, and the team is right there ready. They are ready, but the leadership in the locker room, I mean, you're not getting leadership out of Amari Cooper, I don't think. You see his body language. It tells you the story. And his body language on that field told me the other day, once it went bad a little bit, he wasn't ready to make it go good.
Yeah.
He's not that guy. He's like, look, if everything's good, I'm going to benefit from it, and we're going to help out. But I think it's going to fall apart really quickly. And that defense, as good as it can be, it's not going to be able to hold up if their offense can't hold their end of the bargain.
Corey, by no means am I saying the Browns would cut Deshaun Watson, but this is just a fun factoid for you. If they cut Deshaun Watson after the year, do you know how much dead money they'd have to eat?
$90 million.
More.
$110 million.
More.
$150 million.
Believe it or not, more. $172.7 million.
Panic.
The next 2 years, assuming they don't give him a contract extension, because why would that happen? He counts each of the next 2 years. $72.9 million is a cap hit. And they've run out of room to redistribute that unless they extend him.
From the 469, Kevin, you mean you almost didn't remember the Titans?
That's a fair point.
Yeah, that was.
And now I feel very foolish for Denzel tried to teach me. That's fair.
Yeah, I if I'm Cleveland, I'm panicking easy.
The Green Bay Packers.
Relax.
Okay.
Especially relax because you don't know what Malik Willis is going to be able to do. So just kind of guide yourself through whatever you have with him for the next few weeks. And then if Jordan Love doesn't look good after that, which I think he's going to look good. I still think he will. But if he doesn't look good after that, then I would start to panic. But right now, relax. You're in a tough spot.
All right, I only got 4 more for you. The Las Vegas Raiders.
Panic. You're a bad team. Devontae Adams is your team. That's it. Gardner Minshew's not a quarterback. Dude can throw. He can throw, but he's not a quarterback that's going to guide you to a championship by any means.
When one of the reporters is caught on the hot mic talking about how he's going to get his ass kicked this weekend, that's probably not a good sign.
I mean, then the offensive line everything's bad in there. Antonio Pierce has a bad job right now because he has to rebuild a franchise that has continually falling over themselves.
Yeah.
So, by the way, from the 817, Kevin, you might want to text them back at some other point. This might be a dumb question, but how does guaranteed money help/hurt the cap space? I can't tell you that answer.
Yes.
Kevin can probably break that down for
Gotcha. The Rams. Now, the Rams are another team like the Ravens that you feel like if you win that game, whether it's in overtime or not against the Lions, you're having a totally different conversation today, right?
Yeah, I'm relaxing on them.
Okay. The New York Jets, I think they should big time worry.
Did Aaron Rodgers look terrible?
Not terrible, but he looked fine.
He looked normal.
And
He looked like a human.
He looked like a human. He didn't look like normal Aaron Rodgers. And they got smoked by the 49ers. I know the 49ers are really good. Christian McCaffrey didn't play, and they got smoked.
Their head coach knows Salah's defense pretty well.
Fair.
And if Aaron Rodgers isn't able to keep pace with that offense, then they were going to struggle. Also, Kevin, we do consider the Niners one of the best teams in the NFL.
Absolutely.
So I will say relax. Let's see what happens this next week because I think they're still a good team, but they just tried out against the best team, one of the best teams.
Okay, I gotcha. And then last one for you. The Washington Commanders.
Panic.
Okay, I know they're breaking in, which is funny because you look like you could be a Washington Commanders coach right now. What with the shirt and khaki
this is
combination?
My Sagamore Spirit Rye shirt.
But I know they're breaking in their rookie quarterback, but they did give up 37 points. So they lost 37-20 to Tampa. Do you really think they should panic, or do you just want them to panic?
I do think don't panic on the quarterback.
Okay,
but panic on. As much as I love Dan Quinn, I still think there are some fundamental things about his coaching, his philosophy on coaching that I disagree with.
Okay.
So I would say that's what I'm still panicking about. But I do need to see Jaden Daniels connect with Terry McLaurin a lot more in this coming up.
Okay, gotcha. Now, I got one more quick thing for you. Alec, if you can go ahead and fire off cut number 10, I wanted to throw this out there.
McBinley, handoff Clark, launches, and hits a three. We are level.
Got a couple of WNBA notes for you. Asia Wilson just set the record last night for the most points in a WNBA season, and she still has, I believe, 4 games in the regular season to go. She's the reigning Defensive Player of the Year, 2-time league MVP. She's just an incredible player, setting a record right there. And then for Caitlin Clark. Caitlin Clark's a really good player. She's not Asia Wilson. Nobody in that league is. But we've been talking about her like business a lot more, right? So they put out a signature basketball for Caitlin Clark. It sold out in fewer than 40 minutes as part of their partnership with Wilson Sporting Goods. And one of the reps said, we haven't done a deal of this magnitude since the one we did with Jordan like 30 or 40 years ago. We're talking about tens of thousands of basketballs that sold out in less than 40 minutes.
Good night, man.
That's pretty damn impressive.
So we need to figure out how to get a Caitlin Clark autographed basketball for Peace-a-thon, is what you're saying.
I'm on it.
All right.
That's a great idea. Caitlin Clark stuff right now is like white hot. So I will see if I can figure that out. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we continue to be live from Shakerton's, but we will also go and chit-chat with those fellas from the GBag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Ciroc Vodka and Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
1st and 10 to it on the Van Instead the block, and he's going deep. He's caught Hill. Foot race. Driving. That is 6. Oh, he's a ghost. 80-yard touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Shakerton's in Arlington. It's been a really fun day, and a couple of things happened over the break. We were talking with somebody who said they remember back to the first Peace-a-thon because they're on the late shift, and I was like, man, what a half-assed affair that was that brought a suggestion in a commercial break. And then we get a text on the Franklin Injury Attorney text line. I've saved up about $3,000 to $4,000 for a Peace-a-thon this year.
Really?
That is awesome. I want to remind everybody, we take $0. Our expenses that we declare for this are zero. The amount of money we take from this is zero. Literally every single penny that we raise goes to My Possibilities, and anything we spend to make it happen comes out of our own pockets. So My Possibilities is a great place to check out any time of year, but we definitely appreciate folks rocking with us for Peace of Thought.
Yeah, I just got a conversation with a business too. Actually, a friend of mine did. That they might be connected to Toyota and have an opportunity for you to race on their track.
Hell
so
yeah.
I'm working on that one right now.
Let's get that done right now. Man, that would be awesome. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the GBag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Awesome, Hagee. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing good. Now, Dawson, I have an important question for you.
Oh, no.
When we talked to Jared earlier today, his phone cut out twice. And when he called you last week, I'm assuming his phone cut out, and that's why your conversation ended. Why do you think Jared is struggling with his phone service?
I don't know. Maybe he lives down, in a cul-de-sac that drops down. I know that happened to me when I used to live over by Sean, and I just had horrible cell phone service at the house. Tried all kinds of stuff.
See, we're trying to help.
Positive answer right there. I appreciate that.
Corey doesn't think I'm trying to help with that question, but that's fine. All right, so we played the Tyreek Hill clip coming back. Do you guys have a good vibe or a good feel for Thursday Night Football tonight? Who you got? What are you looking forward to?
I'm rocking with Buffalo. Josh Allen is undefeated on Thursday Night Football. He usually plays very, very well against the Miami Dolphins as well.
He freaking owns them.
He does, man.
Isn't it 2 like 1-5, 1-6 against them?
Yeah, the numbers
so.
are insane. So, I mean, I would tend to go with Buffalo in this game, but I was listening to Herb Street, who's getting ready to call this one. He was talking about the dew point. And I guess the dew point's a good indication for like how disgusting and muggy this thing's going to be. And it's like 77% dew point. So
that's a lot of dew.
Yeah, the Bills are going to be tested. The North Buffalo coming to South.
At least it's not a 1:00 game. They went through that one time where they had that 1:00 game. Then they run 90-something plays. And still got beat.
The big advantage for the Dolphins for sure is those 1:00 kicks where their canopy shades their own home sideline, but the sun is just railing into the away team sideline right there. So they won't have quite the same advantage. I think it's about a coin flip. Josh Allen has had great success versus the Dolphins. The Achane stuff, no Mostert as well. So we'll see. I think Achane's going to play, but not sure exactly what level of him you will be getting, but I think it's going to be super high scoring, man. I'm surprised the Dolphins only scored 20 in week 1.
Just pick Miami.
No, I think it's a coin flip game.
I know you hate Buffalo.
I just
you hate them.
He hates when you say circle the wagons all the time.
Nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills.
Like
but
the
it's a
Buffalo
Thursday night
Bills.
game at home. Miami's good. Buffalo's lost players. I don't think they're Vegas is favoring Miami. Yeah, no, for sure.
favorite.
Yeah. Miami should be the
Take
favorite.
the Bills to cover.
And
I hope it's a breakout game for my guy Jalen Wright if Achane doesn't play at running back.
I know. I'm wondering, is it going to be Jalen Wright? Will it be Jeff Wilson, UNT zone? I love the hometown kid getting some touches there. He's a physical back, but and the Bills are going to be without their starting nickel corner, Teron Johnson, which is going to be huge.
Is this another game we're going to be jealous of the other team's running backs?
Yeah, I mean, Miami's got like 6 I'd like to
like,
have.
Gosh, I wish we had that third team running back they got there in Buffalo.
Yeah.
That guy would have 180 yards for us right
Hey,
now.
we could have had Frank Gore Jr., man.
Could have.
We've talked about this the past couple of days, and I know we've only seen it play out with a new coordinator in one game, but what have you guys thought? What did you guys think about the Saints using a lot more pre-snap motion and play action in their offense?
I think I want their coach to be, the Cowboys' next head coach if Mike McCarthy doesn't work out after this year. If you can't do this or if you can't recognize the importance and the advantage that you gain doing it, you don't deserve to be running a front office or be coaching in the NFL at this point.
It's interesting how much under center they play. And that's something that's a lot of NFL teams don't do any in this day and age, but it gives their running back an advantage because they could take the ball back to him. They don't make him play sideways. So you get a downhill player with that kid, and you're going to have an all day have to deal with that. That could be tough. But, yeah, they made this guy a lot more comfortable playing football at quarterback, and that's the most important thing.
We haven't really talked about this too much because I know football has taken over, but Shohei Ohtani is on pace for 52 home runs, 53 stolen bases. He'd be the first 50-50 player in baseball history. Is that a quest that you're interested or following, or has the drop off of the Rangers kind of killed some of that baseball momentum for y'all?
I didn't realize Ohtani was that fast.
Yeah,
that's the thing. I kind of thought about a long giraffe kind of running guy. I guess giraffes are fast too, right?
Yeah. Probably 35 or so.
And they could kick you, and it could be tough.
They'll neck whip you too.
Yeah, I kind of felt like
I've seen that.
I was like going, man, how does Ohtani have so many steals? And then you watch him run, and you're like, damn, this guy's pretty crafty, and he's fast. You know,
you know that because you watch all the games, and Higgy, I'm the same way.
Yeah, I do. I got the Dodgers channel, by the way. Do you? I mean,
I do.
You know what? I
Got
think
that
you have the
package.
Dodger channel too, and you don't. I mean, and you don't watch the games. That's a little bit, but
Okay,
Yeah.
Dawson, you know what else I do watch, though? When you brought up the neck attack, I have watched giraffe fight videos.
Yeah, we watched
They're crazy. Just look up giraffe fight videos.
It's
I'm not
so-
saying
yeah.
you encourage the
Don't do it
culture
during
of
the
it,
show.
but it is crazy to watch that.
Yeah, don't do it during the show, though, because you'll be very distracted throughout the show.
It's true.
It's already begun, Corey.
Okay, yes. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking. Eric Kendricks Player Show 520.
Yes. Looking forward to that. Roll home with the GBag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. We've been live from Shakerton's in Arlington. Hope you guys have enjoyed. Remember, tomorrow, Buffalo Wild Wings in Irving. We got Cowboys Saints tickets to give away, courtesy of Miller Lite. Tons of fun swag and tons of great food. Come see us in Irving, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Savor responsibly, Kevin.
Savor responsibly.
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. You're rolling with the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We have some very interesting show news to open up. We'll get to that here in just a second. General at your service at East. There's Bras, the former Cowboy scout and NFL executive. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup. Wolchuk and Shia Follow. And Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the GBag Nation. Yeah, double bet payoff tomorrow as Wolchuk and Broadus, the latest to suffer the humiliation of supporting the Bengals in any way, shape, or form. It's been a fruitless endeavor for 6 decades, but there they were last Friday picking the Bengals to beat the Patriots, and they were both wrong. So last year, or was it 2 years ago?
It was 2 years ago now. Nobody had the fortitude to go into the little nitro gummy locker and pull that bad boy out.
Here on the webcam now, I just posted a picture of it at Gavin Dawson on X, is the world's hottest gummy bear.
You got to wear a glove to hold that thing.
Lil Nitro. I'm nervous that I'm going to rub my eyes now that I just handled the box.
Do it. Let's see you
it's
do
like
it.
a billion Scoville.
Yeah,
it angered Chiafalo 2 years ago. It didn't make him uncomfortable. It legit peed him off.
It did.
Brian, and that's what you're signing up for tomorrow.
I'll be ready.
Okay.
I'm doing it in honor of Shannon Sharp. I might have the exact.
Tell you what, Mathail.
I might have the
You about to get this here, Mathail.
I might have the exact same sound effects when it all takes place.
I'll never forget the heat in my jowls that day.
So about 5:20 tomorrow. What you drinking and what you thinking?
You know what?
We'll jump in there. Right on. And Wolchuk, have you decided yet what you're going to do for our entertainment?
Undecided. The nutting green seems like an option that I might end up selecting here.
Geez.
But 877-881-1053. I am a man of the people. I wouldn't mind if the Tolos have a suggestion that they'd like me to do. I'd be open to doing that.
Okay. Right on. Yeah, look forward to that. The more painful or embarrassing, I think, the better. You know? I'm trying to do ones that just are over with. You know? I want like less than... 5-minute duration, 1 segment or less, I think is where I'm drawing the line.
So no more eat like a pound of meat a whole show?
No more eating challenges.
Or the cheese?
So you wouldn't do the pickled pig's feet? Because I did think about going and buying those and just eating one of those tomorrow.
Y'all have to do that. Y'all have to do that. Somebody's got to do it, bro.
Do we have to pickle them? Could I smoke them?
No. They have to be awful. They have to be pickled.
Out the jar, baby.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that would taste like. I have no reference point of whether I might like it or not. It's pork, so chances are good if there's meat in there, I will enjoy it.
Maybe I'll try and find them at the store, and if I can get them, I'll do it tomorrow.
Somebody text in and let us know where you can get those, by the way.
I looked it up. Walmart, I think, has them. H-E-B, I think, has them.
I bet you they're in a glass jar.
They are in a glass jar.
And they look like a science experiment.
It looks disgusting.
Like, what's this? So it's chloroform with some monkey brain or whatever. You know what I mean?
You took the wrong turn at the hospital and ended up in a really spooky and creepy wing where they're doing experiments on animals. That's what you're eating tomorrow, Wolchuk.
That's bad.
I'm not excited about it
That
at all.
is bad. Wow. Credit to you guys, man. Coming out of the gates, quite literally on fire for Broadus.
Shut up.
Just the way you guys are, going about your business right now. I like it. You're not half-assing this thing.
Yeah, like we really want to eat the gummy, nitro gummy.
Be better at picking games.
You know what? There you go. Yeah. That's all that needed to be said, not like, hey, you guys are great teammates today.
I appreciate what you're doing, Eric, and I love you, and I just want to let you know that. I'm not going to be
What are you doing over there? I hope let me get the pig's feet for you then.
Okay.
I'll go pick those
would you
bad
mind?
boys. What?
Would you mind?
I got to go to the grocery store tonight.
Hey, if you can get them, Walmart for sure has them. If you can get them, that saves me a trip.
Broadus secretly has them in his fridge and he eats them all the time.
Yeah.
Let me know.
Chuck, you're going to eat the pig feet?
I'll do it. Why not?
Wow.
Lucius,
wow.
It's amazing, too, because he's such an anti-foot guy. He's the opposite of foot fetish guy.
Honestly, I'm the guy that should not be doing this. I don't like feet, and obviously being Jewish.
That's what I'm saying.
Pork, very non-kosher.
This is incredible.
But I don't care. I don't keep kosher.
Do we cook these?
No, man, they're already just saturated in this cooking grease.
Oh.
So you just eat them right out of the jar?
Right out of there, bro.
Do you warm them up?
No. I'd say straight out of the jar.
Room temp, Pigfoot.
214 says,
Football Friday.
Gavin doesn't do mayo but thinks pickled pig feet won't be too bad. Bro would puke instantly.
That's
a great point. That is great. Wait a minute. Like, if I were to do a pig feet, could I get an immunity with the nitro gummy?
What are you talking about? Two?
If you knock out two. Yeah, do both. And get an immunity.
Absolutely, Brian. If you want to eat one of those with me, and then you also do the nitro,
I'm going to have a look at these things.
That's a prepayment right there.
That's not going to help at all, bro.
I know it's not. When I pick them out, I'm going to be like, oh, what am I doing here?
I just wonder what that thing smells like when you open that jar.
It can't be good.
Oh my gosh!
Like dirty pig feet, maybe. Maybe
no,
dirty.
They can't be dirty. They've had to be washed.
Our government.
Pickled pig's feet aren't that bad, children. Says the 469 214 spicy Indian curry. That sounds bomb. That's like that's an award.
Yeah, give me some of that.
You guys are big Indian food eaters, aren't you?
Yeah, big time. Actually, I was driving to Cosm with my wife and Maya. Like we have Indian food. It's her favorite food once a week. And so she was listening to your Twin Peaks spot and you pronouncing the chicken tikka, and she was literally laughing out loud. She's
that
like,
was funny, wasn't it?
Tomorrow.
That was hilarious.
The chicken tikka.
Yeah. And the burrito tacos was right after that. I was like, who's writing this? This is beautiful.
The burrito tacos.
I think I nailed it, guys.
Probably calls it Peking duck as well.
No doubt, dude.
I used to say Peking duck for the longest time, too.
Me too, man.
Milkman Challenge, gallon of milk in the duration of the show. Chief did that last year. Pulled it off. What was your discomfort on a scale of like 1 to 10?
That one got me, like, during the show was actually not the worst thing ever. It wasn't that bad of a payoff, but that Friday night was touch and go for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, there's we're just not meant for that kind of amount of dairy.
Is the boomstick thing still involved while we have baseball going on?
Yeah, heck yeah, dude. We can usher in a 3-pound dog wiener and get that thing going.
Man,
that's what it is.
Okay.
I'd like that.
It's a burger dog. It's a burger dog wiener.
What was the harder one to do, the boomstick thing or the burger thing you did?
Well, the boomstick was the burger. Is the burger?
It was the same thing.
Yeah, because it's a burger. It's like a burger dog.
I thought the boomstick was actually a hot
the
dog.
original one. Yeah, the original one.
Yeah.
Okay, 315 says the toenails are still attached.
Yeah, you don't have to eat those.
Oh, what?
No.
Carter said it was a 3-foot dog wiener.
Yeah.
The boomstick.
Yeah, burger. Well, mine was the burger dog, but they do have the regular dogs.
That's
as
what
well.
I'm saying. That was still involved. Okay.
And that one was.
I had to say it. I thought it was genius.
That was very difficult. That was exhausting.
Yeah, that might have been second most difficult for you.
Yes, outside of the nitro.
Which was harder for you than the steak or the cheese?
The steak was. Yeah.
The cheese.
You kind of figured out how to divide the cheese up, didn't you? And you melted it.
And I melted it.
Yeah.
Yes, melting the cheese was huge. It was just like a giant inside of a cheese stick at that point. The steak was painful. I couldn't chew it and swallow it. I would throw up. So I had to make it so tiny I could consume it like tiny pills of steak.
I'll never forget just seeing
for 3 hours.
His eyes water every time he had that in his mouth.
How much time do I have left?
Hated his life.
Yeah, that was the worst one by far.
So you got to eat the toenails tomorrow on that pig's feet, by the way.
Fully cooked.
It's part of the foot.
It's cooked, cured, bone in, ready to eat. Big John's pig's feet.
Big John's.
Available at
Oh, those sound good.
Super vinegary, I heard.
Yeah, a lot of bones in there too. I enjoy pig feet. Never had the pickled ones. So there's a lot of bone in them joints. I'm telling you right now.
Not excited.
Yeah, that's going to start tomorrow. At what you drinking, what you thinking at 5:20.
What are we doing to ourselves?
You want to do the pig's feet early?
I'll do the
space them out a little bit.
Just let me know what you want done, and I'll take care of it.
Yeah, let's start the pig's
I'll go
feet
get
tomorrow
I'll
at
get
2:20.
Thank you.
And
I might
we'll
go
get
to an actual
the nitro
farm.
done during what you drinking, what you thinking. We're going to need to get a lot of beer for
You're
Brian.
Kill me.
Yeah, gonna need plenty of beer for Broadus after that. You're gonna want to drink the paint off after that.
What kind of
that
beer we
nitro.
drinking? We love those Stellas, right?
Love Stellas. Watch that blood pressure though. Watch that blood pressure with them pig feet and some beer. You be sweat like a fool up in here.
What else is new?
Can't wait. Okay, big day here on The Fan. For those about to rock,
we salute you.
There you go. Can Kumar Rocker step up and dominate big league hitting? Is the question going in. I believe like an 8:40 first pitch tonight. If he dominates here and is impressive the next 2 starts before the end of the season, I think we could be looking at the narrative being one of the game's best young pitchers. Now, we don't have like Skeens or Strasburg like hype. If you tune into MLB TV or you go to ESPN, you wouldn't be able to know that this dude who had better numbers than Skeens in 7 starts is about to throw for your Texas Rangers tonight, guys. What do you think? Is he going to be awesome? Going to be okay, or is he going to be bad?
I think this is a pretty good lineup to go up against, man.
Yeah, like this will be a fun one. I mean, the Mariners have certainly been struggling. I'm very optimistic that he goes out and has a very, very good start tonight. I mean, I'm going to try and keep expectations at a minimum. I'm not going to throw out there like a complete game no-hitter like DeGrom. And I wonder how deep into the game they let him go. Maybe it's just 5 innings. We'll see how the pitch count is. But I'm excited. I think we could maybe see double-digit Ks tonight for Kumar Rocker in his debut, and I think that would be a fantastic start.
I mean, that's what he's been doing here. That's the run he's on right now. And you just never know how a guy's going to react to that situation. And so these things can go a lot of different directions. But with the gas and command that he's had over the course of these last few weeks, you're going, my gosh. And he's capable of just about anything on the domination spectrum here versus this lineup. I think you could have a couple innings where you're like, holy smokes, dude.
I mean, who knows what the adrenaline is going to do,
right?
You know, and it could send it either way. But I feel like the hitters not having seen him, I assume nobody has faced him. That's got to be a huge advantage pitcher.
That's a real thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw Mike
Maybe
Minor.
that some cool weather would be great, too.
Yeah, I mean, Mike Minor went out. Glenn Otto and his first start, the guy that looked like Mike. There were so many guys the Rangers brought up for a period of time that they were hoping could end up being good. In their first start, it was kind of a tease. They went out and looked really good. Like Glenn Otto crushed the Astros. And then after that, it was like, oh, they kind of came back down to earth. But that's 100% right. First start for Rocker could be the best one.
Mike McCarthy on Dalvin Cook making some headlines. Impressive, phenomenal feat. I've had a chance to watch him a lot. Looks really good. Really fits into the room well. I think this is a huge story right here for the Cowboys because if Beebe and Guyton are going to be, good to sufficient somewhere in that range, rookie offensive lineman, and you have Terrence Steele, who's a good run blocker, and Martin and Tyler Smith, you should be a top 10 efficient running team in the NFL, but you don't have any good running backs. So find out if it's Dalvin Cook. Find out if Dalvin Cook's impressive, phenomenal feat can get him through the hole and actually take advantage of the holes that are being created. And if he can't, then you trade for somebody else. I'm not crazy for this, right? Like, good running back production should be gettable in the trade market. I don't know what you have to spend, a 5, a 6, a 7. Even if you have to, find a guy who's proven and for a fact he can do it. If you end up playing good defense, and, we know what this passing game is, pretty dang good, and you can't get it done because you don't have a sufficient running back, that would be like the biggest incompetent mismanagement of talent that the Jones boys have ever done.
Yeah, because you're not having to swing for the fences and really feel like you're giving up big-time assets to go get a running back. As you mentioned, that's something that you can be had there. Now, I'm not like in a super rush for it because of where the trade deadline sits and how much time you have. So if Dalvin Cook needs a little bit more time, a guy who didn't have training camp to kind of get his feet under him a little bit before they unveil him, I'm cool with it, but I do think that's absolutely a spot where you have to immediately think, you did it on the defensive tackle spot. You did it with Carl Lawson on the edge. Why not go see what you can, what can be had here over the course of the next month? I'd have my pro personnel scouts just looking at running backs like crazy. Which guy can we go get right here? Yeah. And as teams start to become obvious sellers, then you really hone in on who those teams are.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I still go back to, how good is this offensive line going to be? I think if the offensive line blocks up front, I'm not as stressed about this as maybe you guys are. I think you can get production from Rico Dowdle. Go with the hot hand. One game a Zeke game. Go ahead and keep him fresh, right? Put Rico out there, Deuce out there. Have Dalvin Cook active for a game. Let's just go ahead and rotate bodies. I'm more worried about this offensive line developing and blocking well up front, and you can get production from what you've got right now. And then if the opportunity presents itself to trade for, Jeff Wilson Jr. of the Miami Dolphins at the deadline, then hell yeah, go out and do it. But I'm just not as one game in, they ran the football better. Zeke looked better than I expected against a pretty good front. So I'm kind of in a wait and see mode. I'm more into if this offensive line can perform, they might be okay.
This game, and we'll get into it at 3:40 in Krusty's Corner when you start talking about the Saints defense. If the Saints blitz their secondary like they did against Carolina, you're going to need Zeke playing in this game picking up blitzes. So that's something you also have to think about when you're shuffling these running backs around.
Flagtober 2024 is right around the corner, an iconic piece of art will adorn the GBag Nation flag this year. Can't wait for everybody to see them. I know there's been some teases on social, but stand by for details on the Tour Day DFW and your chance to get a 2024 GBag Nation flag here before too long. Okay, what's next here, boys? We'll check. State Fair food?
Yeah, man. Morning News has the latest new foods and drinks that'll be at the State Fair of Texas. Which ones are you most looking forward to, and what's your go-to when you go to the fair? That's next in the nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
back. It is the GBag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Here's a breaking news situation in downtown Dallas. There's some Twitter activity, some text activity. An active shooter 25 minutes ago.
Yeah, 3 people, and this is per Fox and WFA News, were shot in downtown Dallas earlier, and the call logs show that police were called to the 1800 block of Commerce Street downtown next to the AC Hotel.
Jeez.
And police are still looking for the suspect, motive unknown. So this was posted about 20 minutes ago. So if you're working in downtown Dallas, you're toloing, you're listening to the show,
Commerce is completely shut down.
My gosh, yeah. I mean, the police presence out there, hopefully they find this shooter, but a developing story, trying to get more information as we can. That's terrifying.
Okay, thanks for the update there. Segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's been in an accident due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. And here's Wolchuk with some new State Fair foods.
Yeah, man. So we're getting really close to the State Fair. I don't think anybody loves the fair on our show quite as much as Lucius Alexander. Lucius, I mean, how often a week are you going out there during fair season?
Usually like maybe 3 times a week.
Man, that's awesome.
Yeah, you get season passes.
Yeah, you got to take advantage of it too.
Yeah, sometimes I go out there for dinner.
So, and you might, I mean, that's a great thing to do because the food items look outstanding, and there's so many you've got to go multiple times.
And I go dolo too, solo by myself.
Hey, I mean, to walk around there and eat some of these delicious delicacies that they're going to have. So here's some that, and I know, Gavin, I'm going to pick some that for sure you're going to be into.
Thank you.
Because they got a lot of cookie items here. That
Smoked cream cheese.
I'm going to have to take the tour of cookies.
Okay, so this is going to be this is going to be located at Big Al's Grill, Texas Burgers, Dogs, and More on Lone Star Boulevard and Cotton Bowl Plaza. Cookie butter nachos.
Okay.
So these nachos take the concept to a whole new level by using freshly fried flour tortilla chips coated in a heavenly blend of cinnamon sugar. The highlight of this treat is a generous scoop of homemade cookie butter cheesecake filling. Now, the cheesecake filling might throw you off, but it adds a creamy and rich element to the dish. You wouldn't give this a try?
Heck no, he's not.
It's got Biscoff cookies sprinkled on the top, homemade icing.
No, I'm going to claim false advertising as well. I think when cookie nachos denotes that the cookies are going to be the chips.
Right. That's where I was going.
That's the picture I had in my brain.
Yep.
We're about to just smother a bunch of awesome chocolate chip cookies in amazing different types of
cookie butter
whipped
nachos.
cream, butter. Don't get me wrong. I'm still trying this.
I would try this. I think this sounds absolutely delicious.
Well, yeah.
But the cheesecake.
I need to.
As soon as you see that, maybe if you just didn't know that there was cheesecake, I should have just not even thrown that in there.
I'm looking for it. I'm on the lookout in any dessert situation. Something could be cheesecake.
Those cheesecake Biscoff situations from last year's fair, amazing,
dude,
fantastic.
Hey. Now we've got.
I'm robbed here. I'm robbed of enjoying the cheesecake desserts.
Selling yourself short, bro.
Okay, here's
grow up.
I think you'll. The crookie. This is a croissant.
Yeah,
meets cookie.
There we go.
Broadus is out because of croissant.
Yeah.
So we've got the cronut. The cronut is.
I had the first cronut the other day.
He likes the cronut.
That cronut went bad.
You would eat the crookie.
Okay.
The crookie's delicious. A flaky croissant sliced and filled with cookie dough. Then it's closed and topped with more cookie dough. And it gets finished baked in the oven, drizzled with syrup. You got 3 locations to get this bad boy. It sounds delicious.
Wow. So it's cookie, croissant, cookie.
Yeah. I mean, it's like trifecta cookie.
Incredible.
With croissant.
Look at this.
I'd prefer they do it with a crescent, but I'm still very
The
intrigued.
crescent rolls are undefeated.
Don't you guys want to be? I'm surprised Broadus can't. He could probably get his way in there. Like, be in these meetings, these state fair meetings where you're just, no bad ideas, throwing stuff against the wall. What can we do to evolve?
I think Craig Gleber's brother, who I used to work with the Cowboys, who does operations for the Cowboys, I think his brother Mitch might still be the president of the state fair. I need to look this up. I can be on the committee.
Dream job to be on that. On that
the
team.
committee.
Yeah.
Or just be a
you
judge
call
and get to try them all.
Or just call the Glebers and have them send a few of these over.
I got to check and see if Mitch he was president of the state fair. Maybe they will send some stuff over. That'd be kind of cool.
Send us the cookies, please.
Didn't they send some stuff over the other day?
They did.
They did, yeah. But it was
us.
more like 4 hours before we got there.
By the time we got there, it was game over.
They sent it to the wrong show.
And it was 6 o'clock in the morning. They were eating burgers. It's crazy.
That show doesn't care about the fair. This show cares about the fair.
Well, and it was funny listening to Kevin.
I named my dog Big Tex.
Eat like one of the 6 items that they brought in. because Hagee does not eat anything. He's like kind of Gavin-esque, where he has a very
Hey, they were all
palate.
big fans of that candied bacon or that cotton candy bacon deal.
That looked pretty cool.
It can't be bad, right?
No, it can't
Cotton
be bad.
candy and bacon, it can't be bad.
Can't
Okay,
be bad.
you're a big tablitas fan, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
We got
100%.
deep fried tablitas.
Deep fried?
Deep fried. Juicy short ribs, fried to golden brown deliciousness, served with fried jalapenos, fresh lime slices, and a sprinkle of cheese on there.
Thin ribs, right? With the bone?
Mhm.
Got
Yeah.
round bone in it?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Meat around the bone. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
They've got another one. I don't really want to try and say this. Feel like this is a tough one to say.
Grilled cheese?
I got you, Wolchuk.
Yeah, go for it.
Dickles, triple meat, big back snack.
Okay. That's a little wordy.
That's a mouthful.
It's not really rolling off the tongue.
Dickles, triple meat, big back snack.
Okay.
You cannot say that 3 times fast.
What's all in it? Yeah.
This
Tell me this is a
Texas
burger.
size indulgence is presented with a boastful 5 layers and 7 tantalizing flavor profiles. Damn. It consists of
How can you get that many flavors in that in just that many layers?
So we've got elote street corn, including a fusion of roasted sweet corn, mayo, lime, butter, cumin, chili powder, and queso fresco. Then you've got smoked chopped beef brisket that paves the way for a delightful serving of gourmet smoked Gouda mac and cheese.
They buried the lead on this one, man.
A buttermilk biscuit crowned with tender cubes of pork belly burnt ends, slow smoked to perfection and coated in a house-made sauce.
Wow!
Still hungry? How about a savory loaded nacho beef brisket sausage linked is halved? And it's accompanied by heavenly deep fried crinkle cut maple waffle flavored potato slices on top.
Is this
Are you effing kidding me right now?
That's almost too much.
Are you ball sacking us?
Everything but the corn, weren't you?
The mayo and the
Mayo,
elote.
the corn, yeah, the corn, yeah.
That sounds like a hurtado barbecue tray.
Yeah,
but
just
but
in a
it's one
blender.
serving.
In a blender.
Yeah.
Wait, can you tell me what this is called? Because I got to Google this. It's Dickles Big
It's,
Back Snack.
And it's located at Dickles Smokehouse at Big Tech Circle and First Avenue. It's the Dickles Triple Meat Big Back Snack.
Okay. Dickles.
Yeah.
Triple meat.
When can we go get
big
one of these?
Back snack.
Big Back Snack.
And how do you spell Dickles?
Oh, you gotta give him that huck.
Dickles.
Okay.
Did you? How did you
I nailed
spell
it. I nailed it.
You
Yeah.
did?
I didn't know if it was a 2 C's.
Yeah.
I can't find it though on Google.
Well, maybe we'll have it soon once the fair opens. They've got an Oktoberfest pizza as well, pork belly, ceviche tamales, pulled pork, arancini. A lot of different items that we've got here.
On
that,
a pizza?
Sound fantastic. The arancini?
No, just is it a pizza?
Which one? Which one are you asking about? The Oktoberfest pizza?
Yeah, what's on that?
So
Did you
pizza
just say
and beer?
Oh.
So it's handmade pizza dough that bakes a buttery crunch topped with crave-worthy base of spicy mustard
Okay.
and infused white cream sauce covered with a gooey, tangy blend of mozzarella and cheese. And then it's topped with thinly sliced German sausage,
Okay.
German potatoes, sauteed onions, green peppers, and, of course, sauerkraut.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Time now
I pass
for the
on that
G bag of the day. Into the pink cup.
Yes, sir.
Here's Lucian.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. All right, our winner of G-Bag of the Day so far. Dawson, could you put some sauce on there for G-Bag of the Day for me?
Yes, sir. The G-Bag of the Day is the best audio for the world of sports, pop culture, talk radio, and or the internet. We play them all.
Yeah.
Vote on which one we like the best. That's your G-Bag of the Day.
Yeah. And our G-Bag of the Day winner right here is a grandchild trolling her grandmother in the In-N-Out drive-thru. Grandma's on the driver's side, of course, so she has to talk to and make the order to the speaker. So grandchild just trolls grandma with an order that is not even real.
Double, doggy style.
Animal style?
Animal or doggy? It's animal style. It's an animal, okay.
All right, and then what's the drink?
Stinker.
Anything to drink?
You got me. Yeah, that's hilarious. Raw there. Man, I can't wait for the fair to start. There's some great burgers out there.
All the food just sounds so damn good.
Juicy's Tailgate. I can't wait to see you, Juicy. I'm coming for you. Count your days. I'm coming for you.
Juicy's Tailgate.
Oh, I know they hate to see me coming, too. I'm pulling out all the tickets.
Bum, 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 bum.
Yeah.
So all these are ticket things, no cash, right?
Nah, no cash. Just all tickets.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, my son called himself having an attitude. He took his girlfriend out there, and they were having a little spat, a lover's quarrel. So I ate his burger too.
Perfectly timed.
Give me this, fool.
Now, is Juicy's right next to Dickles down there at the fair?
I've never seen Dickles, but I'll look for it, bro. Let's go to yeah. Thank you, brothers. You never know. Let's go to WFAN. Boomer Esiason and Geo. Apparently, these guys, they're a hoot. Someone recorded Boomer farting on the golf course and decided to play it for the radio show. Listen to this. We'll see.
I've got a video of Boomer farting in his backswing.
I have never seen it, so I don't know. Have I seen it?
You've seen it. It was sent to you, and I didn't take the video. It was sent to you in a group text of all of us that were there. Someone took the video. Just fast forward.
Is it fair to say Boomer was also a couple of transfusions in at this point?
Yeah. I just got to make sure we
it's
get
clean?
to the. Yeah, there's. All right, hold on. Let's just get to the point where it's quiet, where he's about to swing the club.
Nice. Not a bad push there.
Not a bad.
Good audio quality as well.
Is that usually when you're at your most vulnerable on the backswing? It feels like when you're really trying to follow through.
When you get through,
Yeah.
Hold on, let me hear that again. He said,
Pretty good exit, Velo.
Does golf swing make you want to poop? I've never played really golf. I've always drove around the cars and drank the margaritas.
Yeah.
If you got orange juice and soy sauce floating around
soy
in there.
sauce.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, you did.
Carry your golf towel with you.
Have
big old
a
golf
bad
towel.
situation on the golf course.
And if you want to
Traumatizing.
The beach towel these days.
beach towel, and then make sure you have your rain pants in your bag in case you have to go to your rain pants because something happens.
Yeah.
You finished up your game after that, huh?
I did.
Yeah, you couldn't touch my clubs, bro.
Yeah.
He had to leave his dignity at home before he left that day.
Never got it back.
Yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessings out here, y'all. I'll be praying every day. Shout out to my pastor, Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes, and Reverend Ike. Yeah. Reverend Ike counting that cash in the sky. Chiafalo, your father is a pastor.
Yes,
now,
sir.
my mother was a bishop, but she did not have her own church. She just traveled around, speaking God's word.
Mm-hmm.
But your father has his own church. Has he ever denied membership to someone?
Not that I know of.
Dang it!
That's awesome.
Lucy sounds disappointed now.
Nah, that's good. That's good because I've never heard it until now. Listen to this.
You want to join? You do? Well, you coming from Zion, right? Yes. Zion? Yeah, well, you got to get a letter from Zion.
Ooh.
You need to get a letter. And then you come and, let's see, you see me and Pastor Ellis before we take you in.
Mm.
We ain't gonna take you in. We ain't gonna take you in right now. Do you really? Okay, you got to take your medicine before you come in here. Yeah. And you leave our mothers alone. Quit calling Mother Wilson. You stop that. And my answer to you is no, you cannot marry Brother Derek Wilson. I'm just telling you now, you can't marry. No. The answer is no. Everybody say, the church, everybody just say, the answer is no.
Damn.
Wow.
I said, all right, go on back there and sit down. And when you come, sit near the back.
Sit near the back.
Wow. Jeez.
Yeah, apparently, I'll give you a backstory. The lady was stalking a church member, Brother Derek. That's why. Yeah. So she was stalking. And that's why she showed up at the church a lot. She had an infatuation with a gentleman there that he was married, had a whole life.
Oh, I can see it now. Yeah. That would explain the vibes.
I had to give you a backstory.
Man, stand up, please.
Yeah. The whole
something to
church.
say. Yeah.
Gosh.
Everybody tell her no. No. All right. That's toxic as hell. Last one right here. You guys playing the college football 25? Anybody's played it yet?
I've played it a couple of times, but I just don't have the time to play it a bunch.
Yeah, we're adults. It's hard to do that. Unless you're getting paid. Unless you're on Twitch getting paid or something like that.
Good for them, man.
All right, we've got a situation. I hope I explained it well to you. We have a gentleman playing college football 25. He's playing against Clemson. He is Georgia. It's the fourth quarter. 3 seconds left in the game. He's on the Clemson 10-yard line. He's up by 3 points. It's 29-26. Game's over with. Remember, I told you it's 3 seconds left.
Yeah.
What would you do in this situation?
Kneel it, right?
You kneel the ball. You kneel the ball.
Is Mario Cristobal the one on the sticks?
Yeah. Mining coach. Yeah. He's Georgia Tech. He did. He lost the game. He should have knelt it against Georgia
He should have
Tech.
knelt it. Well, this guy right here did a pitch to the running back, and the running back fumbled it.
No.
2. Wait, no.
Dope for the end zone.
Why me?
Idiot.
No!
He's crying.
No! How does that happen?
How does that happen?
How does that happen?
It'll make you fumble a lot if you hit that dive button.
Oh no! I hate this team! I'm never using Georgia again! Why did you fumble it?
Horrible coaching.
Yeah.
Oh! Oh!
Oh. Broke something?
He deserves it.
Yeah, dude. You don't feel bad for a guy like that.
That guy's, especially running a pitch in there. Come on.
Dude, Carl Ravitch, or whoever that is on the call, one of those old guys who's been at ESPN for like 40 years.
Is that Reese Davis?
Yeah, it was
Reese Davis, yeah.
He had some good commentary in there.
They did a great job.
Painted quite the picture.
Yeah.
Is it trolling Granny?
Oh, y'all should have Babe. What Babe do this morning? Gee, this is what I'm talking about, Tolos. I love the hell out of you, but you can't wait till GBag of the day to tell me what I should have had. You gotta let me know beforehand so I can have it. This is a community situation here.
Yeah.
We're in this community. Yeah, we're in this together, bro.
Communication is key.
Could be an early favorite for tomorrow, though.
Yeah, I'm definitely playing it tomorrow if I got an opportunity, for sure.
Okay, is it trolling Granny? Is it Boomer Esiason with Geo farting on the golf course?
And I don't even know what it is yet, but if 2 people said it's awesome,
must be good.
It's got to be good.
Pastor says you got to take the medicine, chasing off a stalker there.
My girl was listening to Babe and Brad on the broadcast. We were traveling to my dad's house during the game, and she was like, for some reason, she blinked out. She was like, why does he keep calling him Babe?
Well, Babe, what do you think?
Is that his Babe?
Or is it Georgia versus Clemson? Shoot. I'm going to go with Boomer Esiason farting on the golf course.
Yeah, I am too.
College football 25.
I'll go with the grandma doggy.
Star.
Brian?
Yeah, I starred college football 25.
Okay. Alrighty. So we have a vote off at GBag Nation. Jump on to our Twitter account. You can follow us all when you get there at GBag Nation on X. Our handles are in the bio. We'll create a little Insta poll, and you can vote there. We'll announce the winner on the other side. And then, what are we getting into, gentlemen?
Got a little college football for you. We got some big-time sportsmanship going on. Grade the sportsmanship on this one. And some are calling this the most unserious practice in football history. That's next year in the nation.
Well, let's talk some prize picks. Just had a Tolo text in like, hey, we got some football action. Yes, you do. You got prize picks tonight if you want to jump on with the Josh Allen, more or less.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the GBag Nation here on The Fan. Congratulations to Trolling Grana for winning a close vote off there on the X poll. You can follow us all at GBag Nation. Time now for Eric Chiafalo and some college.
Well, apparently the P in Pac-12 stands for Pulse, and they got one, ladies and gentlemen. How about that?
Man, so I guess it's cool they're living, but I think the more honorable thing would have been to just shut it down. So
there's something about like dying an honorable death, right?
But they're getting money, aren't they? Aren't they getting money from the rest of the schools for carrying
they're selling
on?
out is what they're doing.
Like, all the other schools have to kind of give them money for leaving them.
Yeah, but aren't you going to stay up until the wee hours of the morning on Sunday for Pac-12 football featuring Boise State, Fresno State, San Diego State, and Colorado State? I mean, isn't that going to really get the people going? And the other good news for them as well is Memphis, Tulane, Cal, and Stanford all might be a part of the Pac-12 expansion plans as well. So it's just
didn't Stanford go to the ACC already?
I don't know.
I don't think they did.
I don't know if they actually.
I don't know if they finalized that.
I don't think they went full ACC, but I do know like some ACC teams, or at least like Miami's going to Cal this year to play.
Yeah.
But that's like a non-conference situation.
Well, Auburn already lost to Cal.
The Stanford's playing an ACC schedule this year.
Yeah.
Okay, but they're not like technically full-fledged because they're a part of the rumored expansion of like adding more teams, where the Pac-12 has now officially brought in Boise State, Fresno State, San Diego State, and Colorado State.
So they took the Mountain West is what they did.
Yeah, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Nothing says ACC football like Stanford and Cal.
Yeah. No, absolutely, man. It's the tradition in college football that matters.
Yeah, I guess there's a big opportunity there in California to trade on the Pac-12 name or the Pac-10 name, and because of that, they're gonna do commerce around it. But that was the conference that I grew up watching. And I guess I have the same feeling that people have in this region for several decades, mourning the state of prior conferences.
I think is this weekend. Do we have I'm sorry, I'm doing this, but do we have a Washington State-Washington game coming up? I think there's some like old Pac-12 games, like Oregon State are playing.
Yeah, those are still alive.
So they got some rivalry games that are still going on.
Civil War, Apple Cup, you'll still get them.
But these were all into the season games, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were usually like Thanksgiving weekend, and I guess if like Cal and Stanford really want to go, they're gonna have to go to court like FSU and Clemson would to get out of their deals.
Yeah.
So this would be I don't know. I mean, it would be iffy.
Well, have you guys seen the FSU clip from their practice?
No.
This is the FSU football team that is, of course, struggling mightily. They are sort of the laughingstock of college football to some extent, at least in the early portion of the season. But they bring Memphis to town to Tallahassee on Saturday, expecting some rain. And so they've busted out the water guns at practice. So if you look at the fan cam, you'll see just a little clip you'll see a receiver running for the ball, and then there is right behind him is his coach with a water gun bazooka thing shooting at him as he's trying to catch the football. It's going viral.
The Bears did this training camp.
Well, the
slip and slide?
The Bears did the slip and slide for their quarterbacks.
I think,
which was fun, and we did that. Now, I also have another clip here because I want to make fun of FSU so bad, and it's easy to kick them while they're down. But you also had earlier in training camp in the NFL, you had the Baltimore Ravens being a team that pulled out some water hoses to try and simulate the wet and the elements of football. And so you'll see that video now here as well on the fan cam. And the Ravens are respected. John Harbaugh and company, that's a team that, hey, if they're doing it in practice, but they're doing like fumble recovery drills with it. And honestly, the hoses at the Baltimore camp look like that water pressure's a little too high for me.
Yeah, they're pretty intense, bro.
I'm like, come on,
no
man.
joke.
Might need to dial that one back a little bit. But I don't know. Water guns and water hoses at practice. Is this commonplace?
Got them 1960s water hoses.
Yeah, there's something unsettling about that imagery with that last one.
Alabama,
civil rights,
state of Alabama.
Stay down.
Yeah.
Coach, the sprinklers could have sufficed here, sir.
I thought the slip and slides were cool at the Bears practice.
That was a fun deal.
Yeah.
It looks more like team building though than actual functional. We're gonna because that would be monsoon conditions.
That'd be monsoon
planning
conditions.
to play?
Yeah. But what about
Hurricane Rita?
What about the coach chasing his wide receiver with the ball in the air and shooting him with a water gun?
Now that's awesome. Yeah,
hilarious.
I want to get into football coaching now if that's on the agenda.
Like water balloons would be better.
I mean,
just throw water balloons.
Just chunk it out.
That would quickly devolve into getting onto the internet and ordering the best super soaker possible.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that would be. I mean, what a fun day at the office when you show up and everything is down because you're 0-2. And you're like, but we are going to do the water guns today, boys. And you're like, all right. All right, the big upset of the football weekend in college, of course, was Northern Illinois and the Huskies beating Notre Dame.
Yes.
Now, their head coach, Thomas Hammock, was on with Pardon My Take and was explaining, apparently, like after the game, Coach Hammock reached out to Notre Dame's head coach, Marcus Freeman, to offer him, like, some help on, hey, this is what we saw. These are your weaknesses. If you want me to let you know, like, what our scouting report was on you guys, just let me know. I'd be happy to give it to you. So here he is explaining it after getting a huge upset victory over the weekend. NIU coach, I'm sorry.
I mean, he has taken me up on it, and we've talked on the phone a couple times and exchanged text messages. It was my first time meeting him. Obviously, I have a lot of respect for him as a head coach. I want him to do well, for obvious reasons. And, just because we competed don't mean we can't help each other or try to assist each other to make each other better. Sometimes when you become a head coach, you don't have many people you can really rely upon because nobody's going through what you're going through. And I understand. I don't understand what he's going through, but I have an idea of some of the things he's going through. And if I can help him and help him achieve the type of things he want to achieve, that's what it's about. Paying it forward. They're never going to play us again, so we will never be a common opponent. And I want to see him win a national championship.
Yeah.
He's at a program that can win a national championship.
So, I mean, I've never really, I don't know. Have you seen something like that before, Broadus? After the game, I mean, that's quite the sportsmanship right there. Hey, I beat you down, but now, here's the blueprint.
Yeah.
Here's the blueprint to beat your team.
He felt obligated because Notre Dame gave him $1.3 million to do that. No, I'm just kidding. That's what they
feel so bad for you.
You feel bad for your coach.
Ass.
No,
this is just good. This is just good guy, good Samaritan of the week.
No,
man.
This is just this is like he's right. We're not going to face you anymore.
Right.
But hey, this is things we thought you guys, and he's right. I mean, there's these coaches. I mean, it's not easy for them. Especially with black coaches. It's just not. And so to try and help each other, stay in the game and be winners and kind of further things. He did the right thing. He absolutely did.
Yeah, I love it from him, and I love the humility out of Marcus Freeman to be like, yeah, please, let me know. We all got some blind spots here. Let me get this thing figured out. Right the ship. All right, there it is. College my football.
Thank you, Chief. It is the GBag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. A big day coming up at 5:20 as our Cowboys player show continues with Eric Kendricks. Tomorrow, a double bet payoff. Wolchuk is taking down Pickled Pig's Feet at 2:20. Broadus has the Lil Nitro Gummy Bear, a record-breaking gummy bear for the amount of, Scovilles or whatever that's in
it's
there?
like 1 billion Scovilles. And they said we might actually have to have we're going to have to figure out if we can get the medical team in here.
Oh, paramedics maybe?
Because of with your age and the hazardous situation with this gummy. I'm not
it's
kidding.
a bad idea?
We just got the email.
YouTube might flag the content.
Man.
Yeah, YouTube might actually take our stream down. That's how dangerous this gummy bear is. But Brian ain't scared.
There's
and
some
he's going to do it at
nutritional facts to
5:20.
this thing. I'm interested. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fortifying. Okay. What are we doing next, Wolchuk?
All right, let's do some NFL news. The day, records, trends, and a former Eagle giving praise to the boys. That's next in the nation.
I love my friends at Window Nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour number 2 of the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And we're heading towards Cowboys Saints Sunday at noon right here on The Fan. Pregame at 9 with Broadus and Chiafalo. And for more on this week's NFL headlines, here's Wolchuk.
Yeah, man, the trash talk has already started as Dak's talking to the media. He says he's got a couple buddies, obviously, from in Louisiana that have already been texting and blowing up his phone saying, "Who dat?" So hopefully Dak goes out there and has his buddies going
Who
home very, very upset. Yeah, who Dak? Go out there and throw for 404 touchdowns.
You would have got blocked from me.
Yeah.
I'm the Cowboys quarterback. Who dat? Block.
I'm not here for this trash talk, all right? Now, Dak's getting a lot of love, a lot of praise. We'll get to Bill Belichick in about an hour. He's been loving Dak Prescott, well-deserving of his contract as well. But I know this had to pain one specific member now of the media, Jason Kelce, former Philadelphia Eagle, went on the podcast with his buddy Travis, and he had to give number 4 his respect.
I'm going to say this, and I think it's probably going to upset some Eagles fans. I like where Dak Prescott is at right now. Like, when you can see it in his interviews, how much more comfortable he is being like a leader in the NFL.
Oh, yeah.
I think early on in his career, and anybody's like this, you're going to get more generic answers. You're not going to get a lot of depth. You're not going to get really insight into who he is. And I think that's a big turning moment for a lot of players when, like, I'm just going to say whatever the I want because this is where I'm at, and I'm confident in who I am and what I can do. In the last 2 years, you've seen, I just feel like he's more confident. It appears on the field, off the field. It just, I'm digging his entire vibe right now. I really
He's figured it out, man. Yeah. He's figured it out, and he knows it. And on top of that, I was talking to Chris Jones in the locker room.
Yeah.
Today about it, and he was mentioning to me, he's like, man, a lot of guys don't know Dak Prescott, one of the hardest working guys out there.
Yeah.
I was like, what? Is that how do you know this, Chris?
How do you know this,
and
Tim
I guess
Meadows?
Well, they did play together there at Mississippi State, but how about a Chris Jones impression from Travis there? But yeah, I mean, Jeff Saturday on ESPN was getting in a fight with Screaming A. Smith about Dak as well. He gave like a Dak Peyton Manning comparison. Peyton was another quarterback that was thought of as like, you're a regular season champ, you can't get it done to the playoffs, and finally he broke through. Now, granted, he had made a conference championship game at this point, but couldn't get past the hurdle of Brady and Belichick, and then finally was able to cash in. But Dak's getting a lot of praise right now from his NFL well-respected fellow members there.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
incredible.
And, I think it's an interesting observation. I wonder if what he's picked up on is the recent aggression from Dak in the media because he was in the midst of a negotiation. Where you're speaking more freely. Maybe you're backed up against a wall. You're throwing bombs about the owner that maybe you would never think of doing publicly. So we'll see. But, I trust Jason's read on it. He's been in the NFL. He's seen a lot of guys come and go. And I definitely agree the longer these guys are in, they figure out a great comfort zone where they can show more and more of their personality. But I also think Jason has shot now way past Travis in the cool guy category. I think since he retired, he's doing this podcast. He has spots. He picked up like the most handsome man of the year type of deal.
He did.
And Travis has kind of slid into being like a Ken doll for his girlfriend Rockstar.
Ooh, getting shout outs from Taylor Swift at the VMAs last night, that kind of role. But yeah, I mean, Jason knows Dak. I mean, he's played against him plenty of times. But I did love an Eagle having to take a moment to show some love to a Dallas Cowboy.
Well, it's important though too for he's taken the approach that a lot of other media members haven't. There's a lot of media members now that go after Dak,
no doubt,
and he's kind of taken the other, he's taken the opposite. Talk about former Eagles like Shady McCoy has taken the approach.
Dak stinks.
Yeah, he's
worst
taken.
Quarterback in the league.
Kelce understands that when you talk about the Cowboys, you get people to, you get people's attention. When Shady McCoy talks about it, you piss people off.
But when Jason says he's figured it out, or Travis says that, we're talking about media relations like you saw in the second half, and you might see for a quarter or two against the Saints. Right. This offense is getting the brakes put on it way too much.
Yeah, you're going to need to see some improvement. There's no doubt there. That second half was not pretty.
Nope.
NFL averaging 21 million viewers per game during their opening week. That is up 12%. Over last year, according to Nielsen. I'm still trying to find out who Nielsen is, but 123 million people saw at least part of one game, its highest total for an opening week since 2019. So the NFL still very, very healthy, and they're probably pumped because scoring was up for the first time in 2 years on opening week as well. Yes, scoring was up this past week. So NFL Week 1 numbers are suggesting that offenses really, really good. NFL saw 45.8 points per game across the 16 contests, highest since 2021, and it gets the league above the 45-point watermark, which it's hoping to hit every week this season. So incredible. And there were 35 passing touchdowns thrown in Week 1. That was the fewest, though, since 2006. So a lot of rushing scores coming up. Most rushing scores since the merger in a Week 1 in the National Football League. So passing touchdowns down, rushing touchdowns up, but overall offense was up for Week 1 in the NFL.
Reason to take away another preseason game, Dawson?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you can get rid of all of them. You know,
we don't need them.
See, everybody will argue that the play was really sloppy. It was sloppy play, but the numbers tell you that the scoring was up. So, I mean, is really which one was it? Sloppy play, or these offenses they don't need the extra preseason stuff?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's probably a combination of the two, but either way, it's like it wasn't stopping people from watching football.
No,
so it's okay. We can watch a little bit of sloppy play for a week, and they'll get it all figured out. I don't think it's like a detriment to the game.
I just heard a bunch of people talking about that they felt like the games weren't very,
because you don't have your first team in there, and if you're not going to put your first team in there at all, you can do your evaluations in these joint practices.
Yeah, but I also think you're talking about just there's a lot of not good quarterbacks in the league right now. And some of that is guys that are just bad and we know they're bad, or some of that is just there's a bunch of young guys that are learning on the fly. How many rookies started this past week? How many guys are in year 2 like Bryce Young and still haven't figured it out?
Yeah.
So I think how many guys are Kirk Cousins right now and he's not the same version of himself.
And defenses took a big step last year.
They did.
Like they have turned a lot of offenses into dink and dunk, and it's going to require a lot of sophistication with your scheme and your quarterback's abilities to find the windows to throw in down the field. It's getting harder and harder to do it.
Well, and because last year the the defense is taking that step and the numbers being down offensively, the NFL's got to be pumped that the numbers were up for Week 1. So we'll see if that trend ends up continuing.
Dude, I when you really look at these quarterbacks that are starting in the NFL, there's so many bad starting quarterbacks right now. Bad starting quarterbacks.
That's why these teams are paying the guys. Like if you have somebody that's good, they're paying them. It's like, hey, if I got a guy that's borderline top 10, I'm probably giving him the contract.
And how many good ones do we have? I mean, Tua's good, New England's bad, Buffalo's good, Aaron Rodgers is good, right? There's 3 out of 4.
Yeah, but he's still not the same version of himself. Joe Burrow came out of the gates slow as well. That's a guy that you expect to be good, but think about it's rookie quarterback, so Caleb Williams, you have Bo Nix, Deshaun Watson's terrible, Anthony Richardson still growing, Jaden Daniels still growing. You have Kirk Cousins, he's a problem. Daniel Jones is a problem. Trevor Lawrence, super up and down. Aaron Rodgers, not himself at this point. Jordan Love looked a little bit shaky. Bryce Young is bad. Jacoby Brissett, Gardner Minshew. My
half
goodness.
the league.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah. Will Levis, Sam Darnold was good this past week, but Justin Fields, that's a lot of not good quarterback.
It's a lot
play.
of mediocre, and then a lot of bad. Absolutely.
And scoring was up.
Rushing touchdowns.
Wow.
Most rushing touchdowns since the merger. Okay, we got Bills-Dolphins tonight.
I do think that's a lot of teams paying a lot more attention to the run game, though. I know you're trying to move on, but they're looking at how defenses are playing and like, guys, if we can't run against a light box that has 2 safeties back the majority of the time, what are we doing?
Well, it's that and it's the running quarterbacks.
The quarterback, right.
Yeah. Jay Daniels had 2 rushing touchdowns. It's the quarterback certainly being willing to run.
Which is the same thing. It's what Shoddy told us.
Yeah.
Like, ultimately,
and that's a weapon.
The answer is the quarterback's taking the risk to run it because defenses are built now to challenge you to do that, and they believe teams aren't going to.
And they're not accounting for that extra player in the quarterback there. If they're going to take out and run, that can be a big thing. Now, everyone's wondering, like, Achane, is he playing tonight? There's optimism that he's going to play with his ankle injury. I did see Jordan Schultz report that rookie running back Jalen Wright expected to be active tonight, make his NFL debut. Raheem Mostert is out. Achane is questionable. We'll see. Maybe we get a heavy dose of Jalen Wright out of Tennessee, who is kind of my pet cat during this running back draft. But I don't know.
Especially in PPR because he'll catch some passes. They showed in the preseason they want to throw him the football. Achane's a guy that catches a lot of passes, especially this past week. So if Achane's going to be on a snap count, Wright or Jeff Wilson could be solid players.
Yeah, both of those those guys probably going to get some playing time. And Dolphin fans are optimistic. Like Achane was posting on his Instagram that he's going to be playing. So we'll see when we get closer to kickoff tonight if we get something either way. We'll let you know. Now, there was this comment made by Kyler Murray that I know has made some unhappy. I also thought it was a little bit of a strange comment, but Marvin Harrison Jr. did not have a good week one. It was actually a historically poor performance. 1 catch, 4 yards on 3 targets, including a drop. So since 2000, Cardinals wideouts week one outings have been 60 out of 61 among qualified receivers. They've been amongst the worst in the National Football League. But we did see plays where Marvin Harrison Jr. is running open, specifically for a game-winning touchdown. Yeah. Kyler doesn't throw him the football. He was asked about that, and here was Kyler's response.
It looked like Marvin had some space downfield. Did you see him there?
Nah.
Is that just because you were moving around?
Yeah, you play football, like, there's a lot of stuff moving around. You're moving fast, like, you don't see everything.
What would they do to take away Marvin?
Honestly, man, I wouldn't say they were just taking him away. I think, I'm just, as a quarterback, obviously you're going through your read. Sometimes the ball goes to him, but that's not, it's not my job. Obviously, I have a sense and a feel for guys when they don't get the ball and when they're, when they are getting the ball. But, I leave that up to Drew. Drew always, he tells me don't worry about that type of stuff. Just keep playing your game and, get the ball to where the ball's supposed to go.
It's not my job. Kyler, your job, that is exactly your job, right? Quarterback's job is to throw to the open receiver. Now, I get it. Maybe the play's not designed to go to Marvin Harrison Jr. Totally fair. I'm going through my prior progressions. But that, and I know Ryan Fitzpatrick was on with Up and Adams and hated this comment as well. He was like, when you have a special receiver, like, I don't give a damn. If the play call was called that, like, I'm always trying to at least look over and see, is he open? I'll go through the play as it's designed, but I'm always kind of keeping an eye on that receiver. And for Kyler, man,
he just distanced himself like he's not even a part of the process at all.
I hated the comment here from him.
Yeah, it's fair to hate that. That's not the response you want from your quarterback right there, and it makes him not the easiest person to like and get along with. How can Marvin Harrison appreciate a comment like that? Now, I will say I saw some of the speed numbers and I saw some of the clips of Marvin Harrison Jr. I mean, looking like he's laboring, looking slow. I don't know what it was in terms of if he was just not happy with the way the game was going, and so he wasn't running fast. But like, he maxed out at 16.7 miles per hour, which is slower than any one of these rookie receivers over the weekend. I mean, even Keenan Allen, old man, who was being called fat all off season, was 18.3 topped out at. Marvin Harrison was 16.7. That feels a little bit weird.
It does. And hey, we've seen receivers kind of get dejected when they're not involved in it. And Marvin Harrison Jr. needs to also take it upon himself, like, learning moment. Let me get better as well. Let me make sure that I am getting open. So
yeah, it was a bad drop.
Yeah, I mean, he's a rookie, right? Like, he needs to learn trust from his quarterback too. But yeah, your job's to throw to the open guy. And if he's wide open for a game-winning touchdown, you probably should have, hopefully, as a fan, like, I'm hoping you see that guy.
It's been a couple of years since we had that Kyler Murray, real acceleration in the news cycle as far as his leadership. And I'd hoped, he's getting into his mid-20s now, that something would improve for him. I'm pulling for the guy. I love watching him play. The escapability, the quickness. I love his arm.
Local kid.
But I would not want him as my team's quarterback. This is a moment. I don't know if Marvin Harrison is going to be the great NFL player that it looked like at times he was going to be at Ohio State. Maybe Kyler Murray is trying to keep the young kid accountable, and tell that kid, hey, you got to be better. But the way that things come off, I think it's better that he's just silent. I think it's better that he's the silent version.
I think, I mean, we've seen so many quarterbacks, whether it was just recently with Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs, and there's an issue there. Josh Allen was always saying he's holding himself accountable first. He's never pointing the finger at anybody else. It's just one of these things with Kyler where it kind of seems like it's deflection, right? It's not my problem, right? It's somebody else's. This is a feud, Robert Kraft and Jerry Jones. Don Van Natta actually has a big old piece on ESPN today about Robert Kraft and his desire to try and get into the Hall of Fame. He's been waiting now for 15 years. Now, we had part of the story. Some voters believe he was part of the biggest cheating scandal in NFL history. That's a tough one to overcome. That was one voter that told Don Van Natta that in regards to Robert Kraft. Robert Kraft also apparently very upset that Jerry Jones is in the Hall of Fame, and he is not in the Hall of Fame. He said Jerry hasn't made a conference championship in over 2 decades, yet he's in the Hall, and I'm not.
Wow, said him by name.
It's a contributor thing, right? He made all those gentlemen billionaires, and some of the ladies, too, that own teams. Their families are billionaires because of the contributions. That's what Jerry Jones is in for, right? Not being a general manager. It's the contributions that he made to the NFL. Bob Kraft needs to keep his mouth shut.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of voters were saying that it just seems like super needy and they're turned off by this push from Bob Kraft. But Peter King's got his back. He said, has there ever been a player, a coach, an owner, a commissioner who has a perfect resume, who has never done anything wrong? Look at Joe Namath. He threw more interceptions than touchdowns. He's in the Hall of Fame.
Well, there's a lot of guys that are in the Hall of Fame that probably shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame. You know, you go back, some of those quarterbacks from the 60s and 70s that their numbers weren't, but it was a different era of football and all that. But still,
they were the best.
I think a couple guys like
we
Bob
didn't know
Greasy
you should be
like,
throwing 4 touchdowns for every pick back in the day, or at least 2.5.
Yeah.
There's your NFL News of the Day.
Thank you, old Chuck. NFL News Today, most days, 3 o'clock here in the GBag Nation. What we have coming up next is a C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening, key storylines for Cowboys Saints. Broadus is going to break down the film on the Saints defense. What's the Cowboys offense in for coming up Sunday at noon? And those are the next 2 segments right here on your home of the Cowboys 105 through the Fan.
This nation is growing.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, great.
right, buddy, let's go. It's time for the C-Note. Cowboys news of the evening here in the GBag Nation. And why this Cowboys-Saints game might be the terrific barometer for how well this season is going to go. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's been in an accident due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels for a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate your vehicle today. carsforkids.org. And we go to DallasCowboys.com, where they have posted storylines for Cowboys Saints. And the first one that jumped out to me, I'm only going to give you 2. They have 10 in there if you want to go read the rest of them. But just that the Saints might be figuring things out and are about to emerge as one of the new teams that, looks solid out there and is trying to become a contender. If you go back to last year, the Saints have won 5 of 6. And they actually have scored 40 plus 2 games in a row. This goes back to even last year before they brought in Clint Kubiak. Had one of the most impressive wins of any team in week 1, 47-10, 37 points, biggest blowout margin and all that, but not the most points that New Orleans has scored in 2024. To win the regular season, back in January, the Saints put 48 in a win up over the Falcons. Brian, this is a great opportunity. Yesterday, you previewed the Saints offense for us. Do you get the feeling watching this that the combination of Kamara and Olave and Derek Carr is setting this team up to be a powerful force? Or what was your vibe?
Yeah, I feel like though that you have with Carmichael used to be the primary play caller. Sean was a play caller, and then Pete Carmichael became the play caller, and they got really stale looking.
He'd been there for like 2 decades.
Oh no, he and Sean were forever together. And matter of fact, he was the guy that was Sean was calling the plays, but Pete was putting together the menu and stuff like that, and Sean was cooking the meal. But they got when Pete became a play caller, then all of a sudden they they lost a little bit of their identity. They tried some things with the Taysom Hill stuff. I mean, Pete was still trying to do those things, and it just really wasn't working out. When Clint Kubiak, it just in one game sample size, the motion to a double motion, to alignment, to playing with a fullback, to putting guys in positions, to the bunch formations, the motions, the quick. The ball with the Saints, it's always been kind of go down the field. This is more the number, more in between the hashes, in between the numbers. This guy didn't miss a throw. Everything was kind of intermediate underneath, like, hey, get the ball in your hands. We don't know how good our offensive line's going to be. Play under center a bunch, hand the ball to Kamara. That way, then instead of like putting the shotgun and making him play sideways.
Lots of play action.
Yeah. I mean, it's clearly a different offense the way they play now.
And it's an offense that the Cowboys have struggled against under, Dan Quinn and Rod Marinelli before that. Whenever you'd find some sort of this motion, you saw it against Green Bay. Obviously, San Francisco does it quite well. The Rams historically have kind of had the Cowboys number when they had the personnel. So it kind of comes down to the first great test for Zimmer's defense. Like right now, the narrative is Zimmer has made the Cowboys defense better, and along with Overshown and Kendricks and maybe Joseph and Mozzie Smith playing better, this is going to be a completely different look. Well, I think we get the truth to that maybe by 1:30 or 2 o'clock Sunday afternoon in the middle of that game.
Yeah, I thought this was kind of a truth serum game. Is this New Orleans Saints offense legit, or was it just going up against maybe the worst defense in football, the Panthers last year? Is this Cowboys defense legit, or was it just going up against Deshaun Watson and a broken offensive line? We'll get a chance to really see that. But I think it's a nice challenge. It's a nice challenge for the Cowboys defense here because the scheme and everything that Kubiak is running right now is absolutely what you would want out of your football team in this day and age of offensive football. And they've got a lot of versatility with their skill guys.
The running back specifically, like Kamara.
Moving
Jamal
guys around
Williams.
like crazy.
Yeah, what they're able to do there. I think the right side of their offensive line is susceptible.
I agree.
Olave did not have a great game. He's certainly their best receiver. Shaheed's a guy that can go deep on you. I mean, no doubt about that. I'm with you. Like I think there's
Foster
a little
Moreau is a tight end. They've thrown the ball. They went from being one of the teams that does never ever targets the tight end to now targeting. I think they were number one in targets to the tight end. in this, just in one game. I know small sample size, but they never threw the ball to the tight end, and now they're trying to kind of find ways to make those throws.
So that's, Moreau's a guy to circle.
Derek Carr is a guy, though, that is,
Look at Darren Waller.
We know about him being under pressure. He's kind of like one of these Jared Goff dudes. Yeah. He's a solid quarterback, but under pressure, he is not himself.
Well, but he likes to throw to the tight end.
Yeah, but that's what they've tried to do, and they're not allowing him to get hit. Carolina does not have the type of pass rush. I mean, they've got some guys. But
exactly.
And Zach's right. The right side of that Saints offensive line is susceptible to giving up some pressure.
Yeah, I think that the Saints, there's definitely a little bit of over-exaggeration personally with how good they are and how good this offense is heading into this week. I think they kicked maybe the worst team in football's ass on Sunday.
Right.
And so all these numbers are looking fantastic. I think the Cowboys defense is going to have a totally different type of game plan under Mike Zimmer for them that they're not really going to be able for 4 quarters to sustain. But it is a fun challenge because for 3 years under Dan Quinn, if there is something that he didn't have an answer for, it was all of this motion, and the Saints ran a lot of it in week 1.
Yeah. Does Derek Carr pass your guys' line of good NFL quarterback?
He's right there as like solid to good.
Made the cut.
Yeah. I would say that he's in that good range. Yeah.
Okay. 2 offensive players the Cowboys should use more in week 2. Maybe there's an offensive player you want to see the Cowboys use more in week 2. This is Blogging the Boys. We're going to start with a tweet they pull from Skywalker Steele. He's got stacked box numbers. With Rico in the game, the Browns stacked the box 62.5% of the time. With Zeke, 20% of the time. What do you think of that metric there, Brian?
Yeah, that's they're clearly they think that one of them is quicker, faster than the other. That they can play more of a base style of a defense, so they don't need to go with the heavy box because they feel like that they could rally before that guy gets to the hole.
Yeah, I also would love to dive into these because some of this is Zeke was on the field a lot more, playing on third down, playing in obvious passing situations where, okay, we're not concerned about stopping your run here. And Zeke benefited from that on at least one of his carries. It was a third and quite a bit, and he ran for 9 yards. Yeah. And it's like, that's fine. We don't care about a 9-yard run on third down and 13 or whatever.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think I would do that research if I'm in the Cowboys building this week because I think we're making a Jason Witten level mistake here where a significantly inferior player is going out onto the field because of the respect that he gets in the locker room or whatever factor
this is where in the second half of that game, and I get killed for this, but this is in the second half of this game, you give a team that you have on the ropes that they're not coming back.
And you have no faith in running against them.
You shouldn't get killed for it. Zach Martin apparently said the exact same thing today in the locker room. He said they missed an opportunity in the second half.
I just feel like that to me that, if all of a sudden the Browns are not coming back in that football game, let's load this thing up and see if we can really run the ball against them. They're kind of wore down, they're beat up, they're tired, but it's still a great test to see if we can block their linebackers and block their front. And you just kind of just let that thing go where you could have killed, even if you don't have great success, you give some confidence maybe, and people say, well, what about the other end if you got stuffed? Well, if you get stuffed, then damn good and well you have no running game. That's one of the better run defenses you're going to play right there.
Yeah.
And if you get stuffed, now you need to go back and think about, are we good enough at running back? Are schemes good enough up front, blocking the way we block? You learn something about yourself that way.
Yeah, and I think the Cowboys wanted to run the ball going into 2023. They tried up until the bye week, and they were like, this isn't working. Yeah. I think in the second half, when the times they did run it, the production was so pathetic that they answered that question. We can't.
Yeah.
And they were like, well, if we're going to have any chance of moving the chains, it's got to be with the passing game. And that's got to be a big red flag because I feel like your offensive line is good enough that you should have at least some level of confidence in your running game. So if we're that unconfident and we're going to send Zeke out there again, that is organizational malpractice. I think anybody involved with the Cowboys should be, at the very least, printing off a bunch of these copies and anonymously handing them out. If you think it's too big of a party foul to actually bring that up in a meeting that, guys, we should not be putting Zeke on the field, do it anonymously. But somebody, please be our hero up there and save us again from this. I wanted to believe that, Zeke could come back, find a fountain of youth, but the numbers are staggering, and the fact that you weren't even trying to run the ball in the second half tells me you don't have faith in him or Rico. Yeah. And why should you?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, that there were times they didn't, but I think the opening drive, they went 3 straight passes. To me, there could be a mix. There could be the play action mix. There could be the run mix. But you're right. Maybe they looked at it and they said, "Hey, we're not gonna have any success." But I would have gone to it and tried to say, "Okay, let's see if we can find some creative ways." They were doing things with the traps and things like that. If you have some success running in the second half, you feel a little bit like, okay, this is a good defense. This is a good defense we just moved the ball running against, and that would give you some confidence going forward here, because you're going to play some games where you're going to need that 4-minute offense.
Yeah.
And when I say 4-minute offenses, that's the offense that kills games.
Yep.
And if you get into a 4-minute offense and you can't do that, then you're going to go back at this game against Cleveland, I think, and say, why did we not try and see what we could maybe accomplish? Instead, we just let it pass by.
Yeah, we're up 4, we're up 3. What we don't need is to get a quick field goal. What we need to be able to do is make 3 first downs and end this game. Yeah. And if you can't do that, I don't think you're legitimate in January. And right now, I'd be looking at the rest of my team like, damn it, we're good. We got a lot of good players on this team. We need to take care of this running game right now.
I know the game was really close. It was a 2-point game, the Texans and the Colts. But you watch what the Texans did in the last 4 minutes of that game to kill it.
Yeah.
And Joe Mixon, and here's a guy that picked up during the, basically during training camp and said, okay, well, here we go. Let's go for it. Let's run this way. And they did. And you could see on their sideline when that game was over, the final first down, there was a sense of pride that they found a way to finish that game running the ball. And I think they'll be a better team for it down the stretch because they felt like, hey, we needed to run the ball. Mission accomplished.
Outside of the 1 year with DeMarco Murray, where they had him for 4 years, but only really used him once. And then like 2.5 years with Zeke or 1.5 years with Zeke. This last 15 years, I mean, it's been a joke. The Joe Randall thing, the Darren McFadden year, it's just been really for a long, long time. I mean, you can go back to Felix and find
Felix Jones,
a fat guy in training camp out in Oxnard, California, that was scheduled to be their running back number 1 that year. It's just I don't know how they could be so brilliant at some positions and have I think a massive blind spot here with what it's going to take. And then when they do find one, they overpay him worse than anybody in the league. It's just crazy. Okay, we got to run, Krusty. What's coming up next?
Yeah, let's talk about this New Orleans defense. There's some things you need to know about it. We'll do that next.
I want to go from GBag Nation to Window Nation here with you, though, because Window Nation is a proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys, and they have an incredible plan here for you to get new windows in your home. Buy 2, get 2 free. Pay nothing for 2 full years. And if you fill your home with new energy-efficient windows, you'll get a customized, authentic Cowboys jersey while supplies last. And you can help fill the Cowboys house. Get out there to AT&T because if you fill your house with windows, not only do you get the jersey, but you get entered to win a pair of tickets to an upcoming Cowboys game. 866-90Nation. Go to windownation.com. Talk to my friends in the window biz.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. So we'll get to Krusty's Corner here in 2 seconds. Jake Ferguson, DNP today. Same with John Stevens. What are we looking at tight end, Brian?
Yeah, that would be probably, they have an elevation maybe with Fant. You get 2 elevations, per game from the practice squad, so you have to be careful about that. They might have to do Carl Lawson depending on what happens with Nealon.
Limited.
Yeah, so I would keep an eye on that tight end position for sure.
Okay, with the Saints, Talisa Fuaga, the starting rookie tackle.
Left tackle, yeah, he showed up with a back. So,
DNP.
Yeah, he DNP'd it.
That is big.
That is huge for them.
Same with Lattimore again.
Yeah, Lattimore, I believe, is a hamstring, and that would mean that Kool-Aid McKinstry would start there.
Sign me up for CeeDee Lamb versus Kool-Aid McKinstry. I mean, Kool-Aid, good player, a lot of speed, but he's a guy that will gamble, and you can beat him deep. I think CD could feast versus Kool-Aid. That is a plus matchup for the Cowboys.
Tyrann Mathieu limited for the Saints. Didn't realize he'd gone home there.
Yeah, I'll tell you where the thing with Mathieu is, you have to be careful with him because what happens when he's involved in a tackle, he's always punching at the ball.
Yeah.
He's one of those guys that's kind of figured out that, like, okay, I might not be able to, like, run you down or anything like that, but when he gets in position, he's figured out how to, his career's been creating turnovers.
Yeah.
So if he gets in the game, anything where he's around, you have to be very, very careful of him creating turnovers there.
He is the man, and he's had a great career. It's time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. I appreciate that. With this Saints defense, and I'm really, this was one of those times where I was, you think about the opponent and you think about the quarterback and you think about the youth of the quarterback with Bryce Young, and you wonder, did the Saints play this game with Bryce Young in mind with what they tried to do to him? And because what happened, the Saints, I feel like, have got some guys that are legitimate pass rushers. When you talk about Cam Jordan, when you talk about Carl Granderson, when you also, Chase Young, who they, was with the Washington and then with the 49ers, these guys can rush the passer. But this was a weird game in a way, and I had to look this up because I kept noticing on tape. The Saints had, and this is exactly what it was from the metrics. The Saints had 5 off-ball players generate a pressure in this game.
Yeah, they were blitzing.
Yeah,
they've got good linebackers.
Yeah, the Saints sent 12 different players who did not play edge or defensive tackles on blitzes in this game. They got 8 pressures on 14 blitzes. So that's something, I don't know if it was one of those things. There was one time I was watching their nickelback, Alante Taylor had 3 sacks in this game. So, here's a team that was bringing safeties, they were bringing linebackers, they're bringing nickel guys. They were doing things in a way that really gave the Carolina Panthers a lot of problems. And I don't know how you go into this game thinking like, okay, well, this might be our plan, but they might also feel like there was one of the teams that was 28th in the league last year in sacks. And they might feel like, you know what, if we don't generate pressure, we're in trouble in these games. So this could be the new identity of the Saints, is finding a way to bring pressure, whether it's slot pressure, safety pressure, linebacker pressure. That might be that way because of but I mentioned about Granderson and Jordan and also with Young. Those guys I think are capable pass rushers, but it was pressure through other means that they were able to get that home.
Yeah. Well, I'd love it if they try that against the Cowboys.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, because Dak understands that. Dak is, there was times in this game where where they gave up a sack. Bryce Young moved a running back from his left to his right, and they brought the pressure off the left. It ended up being a sack, and the running back he moved never blocked anybody.
It's a big difference going up against Bryce Young versus Dak.
And maybe it was one of these games where they felt like, okay, we can confuse this kid. They're going to play a ton of press coverage. They have, that's just the way they are. They've done it for the last 2 years.
A lot of man.
Yeah, they are just I don't think they respected Carolina's wide receivers in this game at all. The Carolina actually only had 5 completions when the Saints played man coverage against them. So a lot of single high look.
Dak dominates that.
Yeah, and what you got to worry about a little bit though, and missing maybe Ferguson in this game, or having a tight end when you play single high, is those seam routes that you're able to kind of get the ball up the field that way.
Dak loves throwing those.
Yeah, loves throwing the seam.
Man, it's probably his best throw. I wonder if Hunter Lipke, you start to see a lot more of him take over that role a little bit.
Let me just throw it out there. Big game potentially, not big game, but big game for him as a Dallas Cowboy is Luke Schoonmaker.
Sure.
Luke, if these tight ends don't play, Luke Schoonmaker is going to have to find a way to step up in one of these games. He is going to have to be a guy that they rely on here. So we'll see how it all plays out there. We mentioned Marshawn Lattimore on the injury report right there. I'll say this. I went back and looked at this because I was curious when the last time that Lattimore and CeeDee Lamb played. They did play against each other in 2021. Lattimore carried him 5 times in that game at 36 routes. And Lattimore had an interception, only allowed 1 reception on 3 targets. Against all the other defensive backs in that game, Lamb had 6 receptions for 86 yards. So if Lattimore doesn't play, you're going to see, we mentioned McKinstry. McKinstry was he was an accomplished DB at Alabama, but last week he only gave up 1 reception on 3 targets. He had 17 snaps that he played in as well. So that's something that you have to keep an eye on, because the one thing is that Lattimore, he's got that kind of ability to lock your guy down. But with the hamstring, I think that's maybe a little bit of a tall order. He hasn't practiced the last couple of days. I mentioned about the pass rush. Chase Young, I'm going to say, is probably the guy that I would worry about the most. I know Cam Jordan. Cam Jordan's a lot like when you look at what Tank Lawrence does for the Cowboys. He's a good run defender. He's got the ability to pass rush at times, but I don't think he has the quickness, though, of maybe what Tank was. So they went and got Chase Young, and he plays mainly on the right side. He's going to, he gets that opportunity to go against Tyler Guyton. Of all the guys that rushed, Young had the most pressures in this game. I mean, he had 25 pass rushes, and he had 6 pressures, and you could see it. That was double more than any of the other Saints pass rushers in this game. So you have to be ready for him jumping around blocks. He's not afraid to take a chance and just rush inside to attempt to make a stop. He'll freelance a little bit on you, in that different way. I mentioned Granderson. He's kind of a long, edgy, rangy type of a guy. Plays well really on the move. He's got a slippery element to his game. So we'll see what happens with Terrence Steele played really well for you last week. We'll see if he can back that up with another good game and having to deal with Granderson. The linebackers, they're not as good as what you saw last week. The linebackers at Cleveland are clearly better players. Pete Werner and Demario Davis are like I say, the linebackers on this team. There's nothing flashy about these guys. I've seen them both get in position to make plays and then miss in space. The one thing that the Browns linebackers were able to do, they were able to tackle. And so this group right here, with what I saw in the games, was that Warner and Davis both position guys, but might miss as well. So I feel like I'd say the crew you played in Cleveland is a little bit better group for you to go against right there.
Well, it's about time Demario Davis isn't one of the best linebackers in the league. Seems like for the last 10 years, he's just been a model of consistency.
Yeah, well, it was, like I say, with Warner, there were times where the ball got to the outside a little bit, and he was running to get there and just was a step or two late. So
they're not the fastest guys. They tried to add some speed with Willie Gay, who they brought in from the Chiefs.
Yeah. This front, as I mentioned, I gave you the names of the guys. They'll like to angle the front, and the combination with the linebackers, they'll angle the front, and then they'll fill with the linebacker to the back side of that. So whatever way they angle, say they go to the left, they'll take the linebacker and put him to right. So what they're really trying to do is kind of fill all the gaps there in the run defense. And so that's that's the way that they're going to kind of play. So you might be able to pop a run or two on these guys, because what will happen is they'll slant one way and then the ball might go the other. So they'll slant themselves, they'll take themselves out of the play. Carolina was able to kind of take advantage of that a couple of different times. We'll see if Dallas is committed to trying to run the football a little bit more in this game. And if they have some success, it might be because you see a slant front, and then they're able to hit the slant front going opposite of where they're taking the football here. So it's a defense. It's with the pass rush. It's been a lot about the blitzes, especially last week. I will be interested to see if they try and do the same thing to Dak. I think that would kind of be disastrous for them if they try and blitz him, because Dak won't miss those reads like that kid at Carolina did last week.
No, that's for sure. I think your best bet is just trying to time something up nicely to confuse the lineman, like what happened. It ended up being a touchdown for the Cowboys to Brandon Cooks, but the lineman screwed it up and allowed a free rusher right up the middle.
Inside,
and so if you're the Saints, like,
bust,
can we try and confuse the offensive line, because Dak's not going to be confused.
Man, Brian, appreciate the breakdown.
Yep.
I love it. Krusty's Corner every Wednesday and Thursday, 3:40, delivers the scouting report for your Cowboys opponent. Tomorrow, what you drinking, what you thinking at 5:20, Brian is going to take down the Lil Nitro gummy bear, the world's hottest gummy bear. And I'm just reading online people talking about this thing, dude. And on X, they're really saying, do not do this. He said, I had trouble with this. I'm an extreme hot sauce guy.
Yeah. Saw that.
This is going to end badly for you. This is no joke.
Yeah, saw that too.
Please be careful, Brian. Don't do this, Brian. How about D-Town Fan Man? The cardiologist better be on call for you.
Oh, okay.
So this is tomorrow at 5:20, a can't-miss radio event. A man of Brian's age attempting the Little Nitro gummy bear. I don't know if anybody this old has ever eaten one of these.
No, this has to be the most hazardous payoff weed.
Should we get Guinness here? Like, is this a Guinness Book of World Records?
Yeah.
World record? Oldest
Well,
man
they'd
ever
say
to
it's
have nitro?
900 times of a jalapeno pepper, right? That's what they say.
No, I think it's like 900,000 or 900 million.
I was reading the box. I was doing a little box research here.
Sometimes the box will fool you.
That box score.
9 million Scoville, right? 9 million Scoville, is that what it is?
Yeah,
Scoville?
9 million Scoville.
Yeah, making it 900 times hotter than a jalapeno pepper.
I hope you don't have an ulcer. And if you don't today, you will certainly by Saturday
you're
morning.
Be just fine, Brian.
Yeah,
you got this, man.
I think so, too.
Very confident after a couple of weeks ago, our remote downtown where he was trying all kinds of hot sauces.
Yeah.
I think that
It's a new
confidence
ball
might
game.
get the best of you. Okay, the GOAT has high praise for your Cowboys. Is he working an angle here trying to get the job, or is this genuine? It's next in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 3, GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. What do you think about Bill Belichick and him sniffing around the Cowboys? Is he hinting that he wants to be here? Is he telling us that they are the real deal or what? The Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line is open for you here at 877-881-1053. Please leave your name and city you're texting from. We'll make you famous here in the nation. We're all here today, and We want to thank you for making us a part of your day. Pregame Sunday at noon. Pregame at 9, kickoff at noon with the Saints in town. This should be good. So, Bill was on with Matt Patricia and your buddy Mike Lombardi, Brian.
Yeah. By the way, we're outside, so come by the Miller Lite Plaza to see see Eric and I if you want.
Oh, it's the best, dude.
Yeah.
So glorious after our summers when we get livable weather again.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's enchanted. I think probably now through mid-November we have the best weather in America.
I think it's going to be 95 degrees that day.
That's
perfect. At least it's 9 a.m.
But it's an a.m. game, so I think we're okay. I think it's an a.m. pregame show.
That'll feel nice.
I think it would be good. Yeah.
I mean, after battling the summer, 95 is not too bad. 89 feels amazing. 89 is like we're in Santa Barbara.
The weather the last week has been really nice here, right?
It has.
Really
I've loved it.
Hey, by the way, real quick, I'm sorry. You see where Brunoff's taking tomorrow off? Like he gave you hey, no weather forecast. I'm taking tomorrow off.
Hey,
when does the weatherman ever take a day off, right?
Yeah. Oh wait, are you criticizing him for this?
I'm watchdogging him.
He gets his one day every year.
We got a hurricane going on in the Gulf, right?
That's right. Yeah, but Saints are having to fly in early.
Those golf balls aren't going to hit themselves, man.
I am watchdogging my man because I need my weather report every morning.
Oh, that's where you're getting your weather?
Yeah. He does a great job of giving the weather report. I'm like, he's like, hey, no weather report tomorrow. I'm taking a day off. I almost texted back like, bro, really?
I've worked here 7 years. I think that's the first time he's taken a day off.
That's Dan Brunoff, KRLDAM.
He does a fine job.
Knocks it out of the park.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Belichick on the Cowboys playing with the lead. Nobody's better at playing ahead than Dallas is. They control the ball. They can play from ahead on defense with their pass rush and their coverage. That really plays into their hands. We'll see what happens when they get into a tighter game. Maybe they have to play from behind. Some
teams are more comfortable that way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, sure.
That's established. I don't know. Does Belichick have a good beat on what the Cowboys are good at here?
I'll tell you what. The one thing that Bill will do is he's
got to have draft envy.
He'll study that tape. It's amazing. His career and Tom Lander's career very similar. How they both ended. But Belichick, he'll watch all your tape.
But where's he getting that they control the ball offensively?
I don't know where that's coming from.
Okay. Yeah, maybe that was just some word potpourri. He snapped back into coach mode.
Yeah, I think that to me that the controlling the ball, maybe he watched the first half of the game the other day, but I just like the questions I had, we all know that. I'm not going to say it anymore. But I would say that, he understands where they played last year, 2 years ago, right? That kind of thing. Maybe Bill's kind of having a little bit of that.
They played last year, yeah. And it was the worst loss that he's ever had in the history of his career.
Yeah, so maybe that's what he's kind of basing things on.
Now, he's going to talk about the Cowboys personnel department. I think his answer here is just fascinating to try to read between the lines because, Brian's been telling us since Belichick was let go of New England that would be the biggest obstacle is the Cowboys front office has been established for so long, you'd be disrupting a lot of very important and influential people in the organization.
Yeah.
Would you want Belichick as your head coach? Here's the thing with me. Before the Cowboys hired Mike Zimmer, you tell me, can I get Belichick as a head coach, scouting the opposition, deploying his defense while I have a completely different independent offensive mind and front office? I would sign off on that. But now that you have Mike Zimmer here adding this layer, I'm not sure where the benefit of hiring Belichick would be. We saw that he was great with Tom Brady.
Mm-hmm.
We believe he can still coach defense. Mm-hmm. But if he's going to insist on bringing offensive coaches and insist on disrupting this personnel department that I think is doing a hell of a job over the last decade plus, I don't think it would be worth it to get Belichick for that. Bill says, I think you got to give Dallas personnel department, Steven, a lot of credit. Look, the only way that you can afford CD, Dak, some of their other high-priced players is you got to find good players that don't cost much.
Yeah.
They've done a really good job at that, other than the 2023 draft and a few others.
Yeah, that was not a good one, but to me, if you give me, say, Ben Johnson from Detroit and Mike Zimmer, if that's the case, I mean, if there's a change, I don't necessarily. How do you guys feel about Josh McDaniels with this offense?
Yeah, I would not be in favor of that at all. I mean, I think that's a great qualifier to have if you're kicking the tires on Bill. It's like, man, we don't really trust
it's more
you.
Important Ernie Adams comes along with him than anybody.
I think
he was a great fit with Tom.
Yeah,
and Jay Cutler.
I just kind of feel like that if you're doing something with Bill, okay, who are the coaches you're bringing along? Because now you have Dak for, you're going to have Dak for 4 more years.
Yeah,
you better find somebody that can make the quarterback work.
Yes.
Make the quarterback. And we talk about how can you develop it. I guess you can get better, and everybody does. But I just kind of wonder, if you're telling me it's Josh McDaniels, and I'm not necessarily getting fired up about that.
No, I would like Mike Zimmer and name a different offensive coordinator. Just pick one.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If Ben Johnson were your head coach potentially, and then and he's the primary play caller, and then Ben Johnson's got a really good offensive line coach can. There's a lot of toughness about that Detroit team, and there's the way that he's got that guy Goff playing at a high level, and I don't know. I was never the biggest Goff fan, but man, their offense, the receivers, how they get the running game. There's a lot of things you really like about what he's done.
Obviously, values running back. Might even use a first or second round pick on one of them. Okay, they've Belichick on what's the question here on continuing to praise the Cowboys' kicking game. I'll pass on that. Okay, yes, Aubrey's great though. Salute to Aubrey.
Aubrey's awesome.
Salute to the sport of soccer for developing good, accurate kickers. And on DeMarvion Overshown, Belichick, another thing the Cowboys got this year was like another free draft choice. Overshown, 11 tackles, didn't even play last year because he tore his ACL, so he came back for his second year. And this is the thing to me that gives him a chance to be different. Along with Kendricks, Overshown, could they get, above average, or maybe Overshown in his youth can give you dominant play there? That's what's been missing from their defense.
Their whole linebacker room is completely remade.
Yeah,
it just completely remade, and he's right though about what Overshown brings. It's just so much of a speed element, and the kid playing safety, playing linebacker, he's got really good instincts. He tackles very well.
Yeah,
you see, that's a young guy in space, bringing down a guy like that, the wrap-up tackle and all that, man, the guy's textbook the way he plays.
He's a no-brainer superstar. I mean, he does it all. He's got the athleticism for the splash plays, and he's a great finisher, as you said, but he's also got the instincts as well, where he's doing the right thing so that somebody else is making the play here. And it was a thing of beauty to watch him and Kendricks play next to each other last week.
Yeah, and doing the right thing so your teammate can make a play is something they missed big time last year in some huge key situations that, ultimately embarrassed them. And, that's the next topic here as we go to Tim Kalashar's article this morning in the Morning News, talking about Dak and not being the only critical piece to a successful Cowboys season. And you look at the highest paid quarterback and top paid wide receiver, a lot of focus can go there. But I thought the key to his piece was when he's talking about the Chiefs. He says, I would argue that no one has been better in the modern era of football, that as he will prove over time. But the Chiefs' defense has been more dominant than its offense during at least 2 of these Super Bowl runs, especially last year's. I don't think we talk enough about the personnel, the defensive stars over there, and Steve.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I mean, look, and I brought it up last week when we talked about, as great as Mahomes is, he probably isn't winning as many Super Bowls without Chris Jones on the other side, who also has stepped up and made massive
secondary,
plays.
I think, was huge in that Super Bowl game, right?
They were, right. But Chris Jones is their best defensive player, and Chris Jones has come up with some massive plays throughout their run. And yeah, the secondary was great. L'Jarius Sneed's been awesome for them. I mean, and what Steve Spagnuolo's done, he has built himself as arguably the best big game defensive coordinator maybe in the history of the NFL, with what he did with the Giants and winning Super Bowls there, and now carrying it over and doing it with Andy Reid and the Chiefs. So 100%, that is very, very fair. The Chiefs defense, we love the quarterback. We love what they did with Tyreek Hill and Andy Reid on offense, and that all deserves praise, right? Travis Kelce, but that defense has been outstanding.
Yeah, and I don't think Tom ever won one without a top 5 defense, so I think it's, definitely worth focusing on, especially because we have this opportunity with this personnel and this coordinator. I mean, the Cowboys at times over the last 2 years have appeared to be having the potential to play great defense, but the longer the season went on, the more it became clear how we're going to break this thing down. And that's, again, what makes this New Orleans game so important with the style of offense that they run. Kind of reminds me of Arizona last year, even though New Orleans better than Arizona. Are you going to get into trouble with your discipline and end up on the ropes against a team that you're a touchdown favorite against at home? And if that happens, I think this narrative is, on thin ice right now. Could it become solidified in a big way, Sunday? And then the following week against Baltimore. Like, these next two games are going to go a huge way. I'm doing my best to not get carried away. I've made a pledge. I'm not going to fall for optimism because you beat bad offenses like the Cowboys have been doing for pretty much all of Dak's career. But, these next two tests are pretty dang big ones, and a chance, I think, to give this thing some credibility, right? Even the most cynical Cowboy fan, at some point, you would turn and say, oh, okay, this is a great team. And, maybe we're about to see that. All right, maybe you're about to see people slow down on 75 finally. The speed limit has been lowered and increased patrols down here, right here on this highway. Okay? So don't go flying out of here. They're saying they may even arrest you if you're doing 95 here through town. Apparently there's been a bunch of wrecks last couple of years.
Unless you're a receiver for the Kansas City Chiefs.
It's one of the yes, and that was actually mentioned in the morning news article about that. Yeah. That that incident, several others.
That was good.
NBC5 investigated and found drivers going 120, $130 down here this Monday night.
Let me tell you what. Let me tell you what.
$130.
Their cars. I've come back from Mavs games, coming from downtown back up to Northwest Highway where I live, and it is scary. Cars flying around you, going that fast and all over those hills and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But at night it's crazy. It's crazy on that highway at night.
Apparently, speeding tickets written in the zone have come down significantly since like 2019. So they're gonna pick up patrols.
Where are they gonna hide? The policemen. Where do they hide? Do they hide on the other side of the hill, or where are we hiding?
All over the place, man.
Well, it's because
overpasses.
I mean, where is it? Overpass?
They'll get you on an overpass.
They're not on the side, right? They can't get. They would.
Yeah,
they
just sitting on the shoulder, not really.
That's a dangerous situation, isn't it?
Yeah, but just having them cruise, maybe just having them cruise up and down the expressway more.
Okay.
Just for a slowing effect. You see it, you're like, whoa, you see it, and you're like, whoop.
Yeah. Oh, tap the brakes.
Alrighty, it is the GBag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. About halfway done with today's broadcast. We'll go all the way until 7 o'clock. Woolchuck, it's top 10 time. Where are you taking it?
National Video Games Day. I know we got a lot of people that love their video games, but I got the top 10 sports video games of all time. What's your favorite? That's next in the nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, GBag Nation. You know what time it is. It's time for the Wooly Bullies Top 10. Segment's brought to you by Window Nation. Go to windownation.com/Cowboys. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're hurt in an accident due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels for your free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. And here he is, Zach with an H, your Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much. Happy National Video Game Day to all of you who participate. 877-881-1053. I've got the top 10 best sports video games of all time. And if you have an idea that you want for your top 10, hit me up on the socials. Happy to bring that. Already had a couple of Tolos reach out with some list ideas. And we'll get those to you very, very soon. Last night, got to go check out Cosm. It's amazing. In Grandscape at the Colony, and if you want to go check out Cosm as well, I'd highly recommend it. You can go to the odyssey.com/1053 the fan/contest page, enter to win a chance for a free trip to go see Cosm. You can also go to cosm.com to buy tickets, but it's an 87-foot diameter 8K LED dome. You walk into this thing, it is breathtaking. I saw Cirque du Soleil last night, and it's amazing, but I do think being there for a college football game, or they'll show like when the Mavericks season starts, they'll show basketball, hockey. Like they showed what it was like in a preview for the NBA Finals, and then for the Stanley Cup Final, and then for EPL, English Premier League's there. They'll probably have some World Cup games there in the future. It looks incredible. I mean, it's like you're literally right behind the goal. You're at center ice. You're at the 50-yard line. It's amazing. I mean, and they've got a full bar set up. The food was really good. We tried the brisket nachos. I can't recommend it enough. I thought it was incredible. So if you want a chance to go for free, go to odyssey.com/1053 the fan contest page, enter for a chance. But they'll show the UFC fights, and the UFC on Saturday is actually going to be at the Sphere in Vegas. This is like a mini Sphere. So you can go and check out the UFC fights there as well on Saturday night. But it was badass, boys. I mean, I can't speak highly enough. I know RJ reached out. He's like, dude, I'm trying to go as well. Tim Collins is going to go, I think, see Cirque du Soleil. So I was pumped about it, dude. It was a great time. Wife had a great time. It's a blast.
Looks next level, man. 180-degree LED display can go from 8K to 12K. They flip through 5 to 10 camera angles per event.
Yeah, and they've actually got people at these games. Like Cosm has a relationship with the NFL, the NBA, like they're licensed partners.
They own a company called C360, which handles video technology for the league. So like pylon cameras in the NFL.
Yeah.
Boom, 360-degree cameras at MLB games. So yeah, that's what, because I was wondering, I'm like, how are they getting such a great look here? Do they have their own Cosm cameramen outside there in these stadiums? But looks next level, dude.
It's worth it. And the seats are outstanding, super, super comfortable. I mean, I can't imagine if you were to go with a group of friends to go check out like a college game that you really want to, and you're just kind of like owning your own little row. It'd be a blast. It really, really would be. So if you haven't gone, I highly encourage you. You can go check out, enter the contest to win. And how expensive are the food and drinks? Like pretty much your standard price at any bar that you would go to. So
$30 an entree?
Wasn't no, I don't think anything on the menu that I saw. There might have been like the steak frites was the only thing that was more expensive than $30.
Steak frites. We've done that before, haven't we?
We have done the steak frites, but it was honestly pretty reasonable. Like I think the nachos were like $15 or something like that.
Was there an entry fee?
Yes.
How much is that?
You got to buy tickets. I think it varies per event.
Okay.
You go check them out at COSM.
Varies per event. Okay.
Were you thinking like you could use your state fair pass?
I'm not sure if Cirque du Soleil and like the college football games are the same price. But yeah, maybe you can like trade.
Let's
like,
just show up with the state fair pass.
Never know.
Let me in here, man.
All right, let's slide into the top 10 best sports video games of all time. Those of you that are fans of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, which is an honorable mention.
Oh, 100%. 1 and 2. Lost years of my life to that.
Give me Pro Skater 3.
Okay.
For the personal victory here.
Well, get excited. All right, Tony Hawk says he's working with Activision again to build a new game. It will be something that fans will truly appreciate. So I think we're going to get an updated invitation for Tony Hawk and a new game there. So that's going to be pretty awesome. I'm excited for that because I did love playing that as a kid. We got NFL Street is an honorable mention on here. I loved NFL Street.
Great game.
Same here, man. NFL Street was wonderful.
NBA Street. Yeah, Tony Hawk was amazing. You're in this giant, basically open world, just doing rail slides.
Like my age.
Truck grinding. Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, I mean, this game was out like 25 years ago at its peak,
Yeah.
right? It was a long
Yeah.
time ago, but it was freaking amazing, dude.
Great soundtracks. And
Was
everything.
it like high quality graphics and stuff?
Great
for the time?
graphics, yeah.
Absolutely, dude. And you like the airport. You could be skateboarding through an airport. You're grinding on escalators and whatnot. You're grinding on the luggage claim. It was
Kick flips,
just a
ollies,
fantastic game.
Okay, dude.
Yeah, I could never skateboard for real, but that game got my attention.
I thought Tony Hawk and I are about the same age. He's like 56 years old.
Oh yeah.
So is this like modern Tony Hawk? What do we got going? I mean,
apparently they'll be making a new.
It's going to be a new game. Yeah. So
like old man Tony Hawk, is that what we're going to do?
Like the Madden video game, right? Like,
Yes.
boom, I used to do this, and now I'm the face of it.
And they have a bunch of other skaters.
Right.
It's just like the Tiger Woods golf game. You don't
like
just have to play with
FIFA
Tiger
or-
Woods.
Sophie Lopez was a pain in my ass. That
Solo.
lady, yeah.
they've got Fight Night Round 4 is on here. Tiger Woods PGA Tour, the 2004 edition is an honorable mention.
That's what I'm talking about.
How about Tecmo Bowl getting some love? Gosh, Tecmo Bowl, that's a throwback. Ken Griffey Jr.
Absolutely. The first real football game, Tecmo Bowl.
I remember playing
I would like to
Tecmo
throw
Bowl.
out Royal. Was it Royal Rumble? Ring Kings.
Oh,
Ring Kings. Original Nintendo
Is that
was a
the
very
Mike
fun
Tyson,
boxing game.
Mike Tyson thing? What was that
Well,
one
the
called?
Mike Tyson video game was great. No, this is a different boxing game. But, Mike Tyson's Punch Out on Nintendo or the regular Punch Out you would play at the arcade definitely belongs in the top 10.
We got Backyard Baseball being texted in, Blitz the League, Fight Night Champion. A lot of good texts rolling in with their favorite video game.
Let me
as
throw a couple
sports
out
game.
for Gen X. Little League Baseball on the original Nintendo. Ice hockey on the original Nintendo, where you could choose. You had 3 different sizes of dudes you could select for your team. So you could make a team with all tiny guys and try to outspeed them, or big guys and try to knock them down. There was fighting Blades of Steel. Great game.
I used to love NHL Hits, and I would do a similar thing, but they had like a big head version where you're like skating around with like the body's all tiny, but the heads are huge, and the hits were just awesome. Like the guys are flying around all over the damn place. It was just a funny thing to watch. Lucius, did you have a favorite sports video game growing up?
Yes, NBA Live 95. I will put you to bed with Mitch Richmond. I'll put you to bed with him, boy. Right there in that corner, you can't stop me.
First NBA Live I owned, and I miss NBA
95.
Live.
NBA Live 95.
Steve Francis on the cover. With the
Junior
Houston
high,
Rockets.
bro.
It's a good game.
I played with the Rockets a lot in Live 95 because they were right in the middle of it, and Otis Thorpe, power forward, Hakeem Olajuwon at center. You did not have a great chance.
Man.
The feeling of heating up and being on fire in NBA Jam.
Yeah.
That must be a pretty special one.
Yeah, we played NBA Jam where you had to have quarters. You had to go to the arcade and play that thing at the 7-Eleven down the street.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, right after school, all of us.
Couldn't get it on the console yet.
Nah, not yet.
Just had to jump on the arcade.
Nope.
That's fantastic.
You skip lunch and you beg for quarters on your way there, then everybody's playing.
Hey, how about the great?
Oh my!
How about the great snowboarding game SSX? Anybody play a little SSX?
I know what you're talking about. I did not play it.
Oh, man. That was after the Tony Hawk, and I was looking for something similar.
Yes. Yeah. I think I found myself in a similar position, and we got it. And that was at least 2 or 3 years of having a lot of fun. They made, I think, a second one. I don't know if they made a third one, though.
So number 10, top 10 best video games of all time. 10 is NBA Street Volume 2.
Tennis.
No, and NBA, they need to bring back the street games. Like, I don't know if they have, and maybe I just am unaware, but like NFL Street, NBA Street, I thought those were all a blast play.
Yeah.
MVP Baseball 2005 is number 9. NCAA Football 14 comes in at number 8, which I believe was the last edition until we just got our newest one. Number 7 is Mike Tyson's Punch Out. 6, we're getting this back. Backyard Baseball. Backyard Baseball.
I don't think I ever played it.
You didn't. It was a PC game. They did have it available for like PS2, Wii. Wii Sports, by the way, was honorable mention. Wii Sports is a blast to play. But Backyard Baseball was awesome.
Hey, the UFC games, played a little bit of those in high school.
I like the
Those
original
got hot.
one.
Yeah.
And then they like kind of started changing up the way that you would do it, and then I couldn't keep track. Like UFC 2 had different controllers to the first one. UFC 3 had like
You can't do that to your core
No, I
members.
just I got good with this one, and now I've got to learn a different way to play it. It
You
just
guys started playing the racing games like NASCAR Thunder or any of that stuff?
I loved Midnight Club growing up. That was a fun one.
Cruising the USA.
Yeah.
Okay.
The racing games are fun though.
Okay.
I'll tell you the best fighting game ever was WCW versus NWO. on the old Nintendo 64. An incredible game.
Just like smashing chairs on people and stuff.
Yes.
That's pretty
This was the first wrestling game where you could like jump over the turnbuckle out of the ring and like fight out there, throw them back in.
Okay.
You could tag your partner and double up cheat and stuff like that. It was great.
903 Dirt to Daytona was my favorite game as a kid. Dirt track racing all the way up to NASCAR.
There you
That
go.
sounds fun.
All right.
That sounds fun. We've got a new Mario Golf game. I mean, anything Mario is usually pretty kick-ass.
How about Wii? Like the Wii Golf?
Yeah,
Wii
that
Golf
was so
and Wii
fun.
Tennis?
Wii Sports, all of those are a
Oh,
blast.
man, I had a blast.
Just the home run derby.
Home Run Derby?
Oh, yeah, the home run derby.
dude.
Number 5 is NBA Jam.
There it is.
Jam.
Yeah.
4, we've got FIFA 13. Specifically, FIFA 13. And I will say, I do remember that edition, one of the first ones that I was playing. Messi was unstoppable in it. That was a blast of a game. Number 3, the best of the Maddens. Madden NFL 2005.
Ray Lewis.
With Ray Lewis on the cover. Yes.
Yeah,
I
that
feel
was
like Michael
prime.
Vick. A lot of people played Michael Vick back then.
Yes, Michael Vick was unstoppable in that game. He was absolutely brilliant. And then the fantasy drafts that you could do were like you're drafting from the entire league.
Yes, that's what we would always do.
It was the best.
It's incredible.
Number 2, NBA 2K11 with Michael Jordan on the cover.
How many covers was he on? Not many?
No, he wouldn't do the endorsement
Okay.
deal. Yeah.
So I guess this one they threw in Jordan challenges where you could literally play out MJ's career. And
Yeah, I remember that. That was a big deal.
That sounds pretty badass.
Yeah, there'd be moments that you try to recreate.
And number 1, best sports video game ever according to Complex Sports.
Track and field, the old Pizza Hut.
Track and field.
Golden Tee.
They got some love. ESPN NFL 2K5 with T.O. on the cover. And actually the first sports game I ever played, I got the Sega Dreamcast as a kid.
Me too.
And it was NFL 2K.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I played that with the keyboard. You could
Yes.
kind of like chat with people and
Yeah.
stuff, and you were connected, but it was buffering so much in like 1998.
Oh my!
Yeah.
It was terrible. Like
Yeah.
you look back on it, you're like, "Gosh, that was lagging all
We
over."
thought it was-
but it was fun.
yeah.
I thought it was
Yeah.
the greatest thing in the world.
You were chatting with other people?
Yeah, but you'd only have like a key chat.
Oh.
You wouldn't have a voice chat.
Communication,
Yeah,
okay.
like with a headset
Yeah.
and like the modern games. But yeah, a game would start and they would ask, "Do you have keys?" Be like, "Yeah,
Do
here we go."
you have keys?
Yeah.
But man, we got a lot of good feedback.
creepy?
on this one?
You got a lot of good feedback.
Yeah,
old Chuck?
the
Yeah.
Twitter's going off on this. The texts have been awesome. So I'm glad you guys enjoyed that top 10 Happy National Video Game. Go ahead and play your favorite sports game today.
Yes, sir. There he goes. Woolchuck. Alrighty, coming up next here, I believe it's a college football super segment. We'll get you caught up on your college pigskin news and more here in the GBag Nation. I want to check.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the GBag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's coming up at 5 o'clock. It'll be time for an edition of The Finest, but it's Thursday, and at 5:20, it'll be time for the Eric Kendricks Show right here on your home of the Cowboys. Here's Wolchuk with the college football super segment.
All right, so I just saw this. Pretty awesome. North Texas obviously going into Lubbock to take on Tech this Saturday. Texas Tech is doing a whiteout. That's what they're telling all their fans. Hey, wear white. So what did North Texas do? They've decided to wear their all icy white uniforms for the game. This is either going to age very poorly for our main green, or it's going to be badass, because the last time I do remember they wore some all whites was when they went into Fayetteville and upset the Hogs a couple of years ago. I'm pumped for this. I think it's a great troll job from my North Texas main green.
Yeah, they're taking a page actually out of the University of Miami's book, because week 1 in Gainesville is the same thing. Florida was like, hey, white out, this is what we're doing. Fans, make it all white up in here. And then, of course, Miami wore their all whites, and well, they kicked the Gators' ass.
They sure
probably going to change how you organize these things now. I don't think we do whiteouts unless we're planning to wear white.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. We should be dictating what we want to wear for what of our home uniforms going to be this week. We should have that jurisdiction.
I thought was weird. Like, I had assumed if Tech was going to do the whiteout, they would have worn their white jerseys.
Sure.
So I was very surprised to see them promote the whiteout, and then North Texas already said, like, hey, we're wearing our all-white uniforms, which look absolutely fantastic. But
so for this weekend, you'd want to do something other than a whiteout or a green out.
Yeah.
You're good.
You're good.
Yeah.
Do a red out.
But this is an interesting decision, I think, to make as a university, because there's one of two ways. Are we gonna be adversarial, or are we gonna high road the hell out of them and be like, we're shake your hand guy? Everything's high sportsmanship. You're firing a shot over the bow, and it can be an intimidating one. And if it plays well for you, then you're gonna look like a genius.
Yeah.
But if they play with their hair on fire and they're talking about you post game, this can get ugly.
It could be bad.
Yeah.
Did you, speaking of uniforms, did you guys hear about, the Lions in that game the other night wore their all blue with their silver helmets? And they're saying that maybe that Stafford, he threw the interception in the end zone and he didn't see the defender because the uniforms
matched the end zone.
And matched the back wall.
Ooh.
Yeah. Like it had the back wall with the blue. And so when you look from the end zone,
I was giving Stafford a pass on that one.
You look, you're thinking like, my gosh, this player did blend into the end zone and into the back wall he just threw it. But you're kind of like, there's a uniform combination that maybe got you an interception there down on the goal line.
Yeah, and 5-1-2. The home team does usually rep the dark colors. The Cowboys are one of the only teams in the NFL. Yeah, there's a few that don't, right? LSU will wear theirs.
We will wear our
I'm sure we could find a handful of other college teams that do that too. The Cowboys will wear their home whites, right? I think there's one other team in the NFL. Bobby and I actually looked this up, and I'm blanking.
The Dolphins.
It's the Dolphins, yeah. Those are the only two in the NFL that is their home jersey is the whites. Otherwise, most home uniforms are the dark.
I did not know that the Dolphins' home jersey. I always thought it was the
Aquas.
The Aquas.
No. They like tonight they'll wear the Aquas. I think they're wearing the Aquas in throwback style because it's a night game. They like to wear.
I saw the end zones are very 1970s looking with the diamond pattern end zones.
Dolphins are wearing the throwbacks tonight. I just don't know if it's the Aqua or the whites, but generally the Dolphins play 1 o'clock games in the sun, and so they want to be wearing the white.
Which makes a lot of sense. Yeah. I'm surprised the Bucks might actually do that.
The Bucks are a team that you see wearing white all the time as well.
They'll move over later in the season.
Yeah.
NIU
Eagles.
obviously got the big upset over Notre Dame. You brought up the coach and offering to trade information. Well, I did think this was also badass. NIU football has a boneyard where the Huskies stack their marquee wins over major programs. So they're adding their 19th bone after their first dub versus a top 5 team. So it's literally just they got a giant bone and then the logo of the team that they've defeated. So like
just a wall of bones.
Yeah, Nebraska's on there, Alabama's on there. They've got K-State on there, Minnesota, like all the Power 5 schools that they've beaten. But now they'll add the Notre Dame Fighting Irish as Team 19 in their boneyard there in LA.
I think somebody does some sod that way too.
Yeah.
Like somebody does a thing, if they get an upset, they take sod out of the team stadium they beat, and then they put it. They have a place they plant the sod.
They plant the sod.
Yeah.
Unless Les Miles finds it and eats it first.
Yeah.
Les, he cares about that.
Sod games. Let me just look it up here.
So we've talked quite a bit about Dylan Raiola, who is the freshman sensation there at Nebraska, but he also
School of Dragons. What the hell?
Is a Patrick Mahomes twin, essentially.
This is better than Kobe impersonating Jordan. It really is.
Yeah.
This is just a more bloated version of Mahomes.
Yeah, I mean, Eric brings up the fat Mahomes thing, and he's got a little bit of chub to him, but he's a hell of a football player, and I don't care. You know, I need my quarterback having a little bit of body armor. But Pat Mahomes was asked today about the Dylan Raiola Pat Mahomes comparisons.
I mean, it's cool, honestly. I mean, I was that guy. I grew up watching players. I remember when I would grow up, I loved Alex Rodriguez, played shortstop, and would try to make plays just like him and do stuff like that. And it helped me become the athlete that I am. And so I've it's just telling me I'm getting a little old. I think that's the biggest thing is that you have these guys that are coming up and doing some of the sidearm stuff and everything like that. But I know Dylan. I trained with him in the off seasons. Great kid, a great football player, and I think he's gonna make his own stamp on the game. And I think you've seen that early in his career. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if whenever you come in as a freshman, you want to be on Twitter and be the part of the team. I think he wants it to be about his team, and I think that's the right way to play the quarterback position. Is that it's not about you. It's about going out there and having success as a team, and they've done that so far this year. So even though I think he just kind of wants to push us out and play football and go out there and win football games, and I think that's the right way to play the position.
He's a badass. I mean, I think Dylan Raiola is a stud, and he is the next up-and-coming future #1 overall pick in 3 years.
Florida State's the team that does the sod games. They've been doing it since 1962.
State?
Probably won't get any sod this year.
There's over 100 bronze plaques commemorating sod games. And so they take a piece of the turf.
What's it got to be, a ranked opponent or any opponent?
Yeah, it's the long-standing tradition they have that, again, it's against the big wins. It's huge program wins. Nice. On the road, away from Doak
so
Campbell.
They got to be road.
They got to be road
wins.
games,
and they take the sod from that road venue and bring it back.
And they have over 100 of these. They have a cemetery with the sod buried with the plaque from those games. So yeah, I knew somebody did that.
That's awesome.
I can't remember anything anymore, but I remember that.
Yeah, I mean, so we got some texts in like it's weird. And look, if he wasn't any good, he would be getting trolled and made fun of. But the bottom line is he's backed it up, and Matt Rule, he patents his game after Mahomes, and he wears number 15 in honor of Mahomes. So look, he's
just a super fan. You know,
it's weird. I mean, he does play a lot like him, and he's been really, really good. And now what's not aging well is the Shiloh Sanders deal with that audio that's now out as he goes up to midfield.
We're gonna roll their ass.
We're gonna roll you. Yeah, at the handshake line there for the captains meeting at the 50-yard line. That did not go well.
There was no rolling. There was some rioling.
It's
amazing that he felt that way, because I didn't feel that way watching it. That's
Great
amazing
confidence.
my God, dude.
Shiloh does have the confidence though.
Delusional, but
a little bit. Yeah.
Is he out for the year? Did he break his? He broke his arm.
He did
right?
have surgery. I'm assuming that's a year ender. I don't know.
Yeah.
Last I saw was he was not going to be out for the year.
Okay,
at least
good
for now.
him.
But I'll
good for him. Yeah.
Well, Sharon Moore, he just signed a fully guaranteed deal
2 to 3
there
weeks
with Michigan.
Okay. There you go.
Okay, so 2-3 weeks. Yeah, that's good. That's a fast recovery.
I thought it was maybe more.
Let's
than that.
go. So he signed a full contract just under 9 months after he accepted the job. I'm a little bit surprised that this has happened now, considering what just went down against Texas and what might happen the remainder of the season. But Michigan's showing their full faith in Sharon Moore. Now, later on, I think we're going to get to who might end up being the next head coach at Michigan if they want to give him a ridiculous amount of money.
Do you want to do it right here? We can do it right here.
You want to do it right
Scratch
here?
and sniffs,
We can do
coach?
it right here.
Would this be like the biggest turncoat move of all time.
Don't say
because
Urban Meyer.
I think it just might be. Now, I will say the amount of money that he's throwing out is something that I don't think Michigan would pay. But then again, things get crazy in college football. Here is former Buckeye, Florida Gator head coach Urban Meyer on what it would take to go to the big house.
Hold on.
All good.
It.
But we did have Urban.
Urban Meyer talking about possibly coaching for the enemy, or just going.
He's being interviewed off the set, Big Noon Kickoff in Ann Arbor just on Saturday with Matt
The quarterback,
Leinart.
dude, Matt Leinart.
Matt Leinert's the one who pulled him aside and had this little interaction with him.
I said I have it.
Oh, no.
Well, it's
the ever elusive Urban
Coach,
Meyer.
how much money do you think it'll take? Well, I don't know. I've got this restaurant and
he's got a
Columbus,
number in mind. The number
I was
in
trying to imitate him
mind.
Can I kick the kickers here?
$25 million a year.
$25 million a year to coach him
is what he said he would accept to coach.
Pound
Michigan.
sand, bro.
Yeah. I don't think now again, right? Like he's probably trying to make
sand, bro.
a ridiculous amount of money.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't want to coach Michigan. At least that's what he says.
Yeah.
Because he's an Ohio State Buckeye. And if I were a Buckeye fan, I would be absolutely livid to see Urban Meyer coach
Coach at
Michigan.
Utah. He
Finally
coached
found it.
Bowling Green. Where else
Lucius,
he
you're the
coached?
best.
No, it took a long time, bro.
It's okay. This was on the fly. We weren't even planning on playing the audio.
Oh, okay.
And you
How
found
much money would it take a year for you to coach at the University of Michigan? 10
negotiating right now and
10 mil. I offer you 10 mil a year. You taking the job?
negative.
For 10 mil a year, you're not going back?
That's what they pay me here at Big Noon.
25.
Maybe not. 25. I'm taking it.
You heard that first. Coach Meyer, if they offer you 25 mil a year, he's taking the job.
You think Michigan fan wants to do that right now?
like right now, today, probably not. They're still on the high of winning the national championship.
Let Ryan Day get his first dub.
Yeah. Like give it the end of the season. And if they end up having like 3 losses, all of a sudden it's, I don't know if Sharon Moore's our guy here. Urban? National championship at 2 different programs? Yeah. Maybe I'd say yes.
Watch out, ladies of Ann Arbor.
I'd pay the spy guy $25 million before.
Just bring Connor Stallings. Did you see Connor Stallings get his butt kicked as a head coach of a high school team?
Oh, I did,
60-0.
Oh, no.
It was not good. It was rough. So I don't know that he's leading your program, but maybe they should bring him back.
They need something.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Another college football super segment is in the books, and we turn the page now to an edition of the finest. Eric, what do you got?
We got some football quotables. We got the secret sauce to the NFL's best, and a good news trend for the Cowboys this weekend. That's next right here on The Fan.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour 4 of the nation. We have 2 hours to go. A lot of football content on the way. Play-by-play football on the Fan here on Saturday. Bama in Wisconsin. Kickoff at 11 a.m. Of course, Cowboys and Saints is slated for noon on Sunday with the pregame at 9. Dean Blandino's going to be on the show. So that'll be fun. Right?
Should be. Eric, you ready to tackle Dean Blandino?
Yeah, I am actually. I'm hoping that we can get him out there so we can do a nice little Oklahoma drill out there in the Miller Lite West Plaza. I look forward to.
He's rallied pretty good, hadn't he? Don't you think?
I'll be the low man in that situation. I'll win. I'll wrap up. I'll go form tackling on this guy.
He went from being public enemy number 1 to everybody kind of being a nice guy, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he's a good dude. Yeah. He's a good guy. He's a good person. Yeah.
Well, I've just been informed we might be getting Eric Kendricks here a little bit early, our Cowboys linebacker, Cowboys player show.
It's exciting.
We might, he got out a little bit early.
He's so excited to talk to us.
He's like, hey, guys, I'd be ready to just join you now if you guys are. So I think he's about to be ready to pop on here.
I'm always ready for some Eric Kendricks, especially after a debut like that. We got to ask him if that's one of those, like, is that a random drug test kind of game? I think it might be. That's how dominant he was.
I mean, you go off like that. That's a pattern in the NFL. They're like, we just want to make sure.
It's just a tip of the cap.
All those tackles, a couple of sacks,
interception.
Yeah. Guy was everywhere.
Yeah.
Well, we have an edition of football's finest here coming up before too long. It's a big night in the world of baseball as Kumar Rocker is taking the hill for the Rangers. He's out there in Seattle getting to take on the Mariners in his debut. Not a bad lineup. But we'll have a proper round trip or go around the bases brought to you by Uber Eats coming up at 6 o'clock. Great opportunity, and I feel like by the time we go to bed tonight, our level of optimism about what this Rangers team might be heading for in the foreseeable future might be significantly different. What's your confidence level now that this team is going to bounce back and 2025 is going to be amazing? I think that's a legitimate question right now, and I think either answer is fine. But Kumar Rocker going out there and being electric and, staking his claim as I am the guy that left Vanderbilt as one of the top pitching prospects to ever come out of the SEC. That's who I am. And move over, name your young star pitcher. I belong comfortably in this group. And, that's what we're hoping to see tonight. Pregame at 8 o'clock, the first pitch about 8:37, I think is how they did that up there in Seattle. A slightly later start tomorrow as we stand by for our Cowboys player show, Eric Kendricks. As he joins us now here in the GBag Nation, brought to you by Keurig and by Dr. Pepper. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
What's up?
Man, congrats on the first game. How did it feel out there?
It felt good. It's always like, anticipation builds up for that first game of the year, but, now that it's behind us, we can really lock in on the rest of the season.
So when this opportunity came up, given the Cowboys' need and Mike Zimmer, was this a no-brainer, exciting opportunity for you to come in and plug this hole? Because you look like exactly what we've been needing, man.
Man, honestly, it was one of the harder decisions I've ever made. But at the end of the day, I feel like I made the right decision, and I'm happy. Now it's just a little bit of work, so let's get to it.
What were those variables in your decision? Could you share that with us?
I mean, yeah, it's there's so much that came into it. Honestly, I'm over talking about it, but at the same time, like, I'm just glad to be here. Glad to be, have my presence felt out there.
Heck yeah, man. It was a real joy to watch you. It was one heck of a game. I was curious, after a game like that, is that a NFL randomly drug testing you game? Because it was a damn good performance, Eric. Let's be honest about it.
Yeah, I got more.
Now, have you ever gotten the, wow, Eric, you were, excuse me, I'm getting emotional.
He's getting choked up. He's so excited about it.
I really do. I'm so excited to have you here. Have you ever had one of those performances where you were so badass on a football Sunday that the league was like, let's check this guy's pee?
Oh yeah, right after the game, just in the locker room.
Is it just waiting for you there in your locker, like by way of hello after the game?
There's just so many different. You can get it. During the week, you can get it the first. The next day, you can get it after the game. There's so many different. In the off season. Doesn't they don't discriminate. They just get you whenever.
Are they? What's the? Can you take me into that situation there? Or like, are you got eyeballs on you?
Oh yeah. I remember one of the. I can share a funny story. One time I was in London, and I got drug tested in London, and we were in a hotel bathroom, and it was a public restroom, and I'm over here facing the door, And let's just say people walked in the restroom,
Wow, goodness gracious!
Anybody run right back out?
What are we doing?
You can't be pee shy to play in the NFL.
Gotta get the pee. Gotta get it.
I don't think I could make it. Definitely a little pee shy over here. I'm curious. So you bring up London, and we had like the Brazil game last week. Do you like the international games?
You know what? I feel like the process of it is always annoying. Obviously we're here to play football. We're sometimes when you travel to a away game, it could be, coast to coast, still a long flight, but going overseas, going into a different country, there's a lot more variables, a lot more, your chances are you're traveling longer days, you're more on lockdown. It's like, you have less freedom. So it's more annoying. It seems a little more annoying at times, but man, when I'm in London, when I was in London playing, and you see, both flags hanging up from the stadium, you're kind of like, man, this is pretty cool. This is pretty dope. So I feel like, once you step on the field and you start playing, you just feel, I mean, at least me, I have gratitude for it. So, even though I'm a little bit annoyed at times.
Did you get to sample some of the cuisine there in London? I hear that they do not do any seasoning, really.
Yeah, very, very, very few salt packets around and various garlic seasonings and stuff like that. It's very, very bland.
You turn it up out here, though. I mean, my gosh, you probably the barbecue just off the chain, right?
Yeah, I think Texas barbecue has completely blown my mind at this point. Obviously, I feel like I thought I knew what barbecue was. I thought I knew what barbecue culture was, but I was gladly, mistaken when I got to Texas and I started eating the beef ribs are my favorite.
Oh my. The beef ribs are delicious. Yeah. What about the Tex-Mex, though? Because Dalton Schultz, who is also a fellow Cali guy, kind of took some shots at our Mexican food when he was a Cowboy.
You see, how do I tiptoe around this?
Well, what are the big differences? Like, as a Cali guy, when you come here and you're eating Tex-Mex, I mean, what are some of the things that you're like, this isn't as good? Like, why wouldn't it be as good?
I feel like it's just more Americanized. So, when I look for my Mexican food, I want it to be like, as authentic as possible, and I feel like, with the queso and everything like that, it kind of gets like, you see a couple things on the menu that you're like, what? Like, and so I respect it. I respect that they have their own version here, but I'm a Cali Mexican food kind of guy.
I got to ask you a question on the off day. How do we get to check up on the cars and rebuilds and things like that? Do we order a bunch of parts? What do we do on a day off like that? Do you make sure that ride's looking right?
No, you know what? I'm lucky if I'm taking one of my cars to all my treatment sessions. I feel like I just fill my off days with body work, physical therapy, Pilates, doctor, mental health, everything. I just try to cover my bases, and if I could drive my car in the meantime to appointment, I'll be happy.
Well, that's good mental health right there, right?
Mm-hmm.
You throw that top down or something like that, and just that's great mental health.
Oh, yeah.
Therapeutic. 32 years old there, Erica. How has that changed your process throughout the week since when you first got into the league?
I feel like for the most part, I try to stay consistent. I developed a good routine early, and it's worked for me, and I've stuck with it. I've definitely had to adjust here and there. Especially after games. I have to know my body, especially what it's capable of. But I feel good. I think I've received probably more backhanded compliments this week than I've ever received. And you know what? I'm looking forward to getting some more because I'm going to keep trying to shock people.
Moving pretty good for an old guy. Is that what they're saying?
I've heard it all.
Hey, Eric, I was going to ask you, did you share your pregame meal with Overshone by any chance? Because, man, whatever you were eating, and he had a little of that too. You guys were out there together. It's like watching the Rockettes dance in New York City, the way you guys were teaming up with everybody.
Yeah, I'm just excited. We're gonna keep doing it. I think that's the beauty of the NFL is we have 17 chances, and the NFL is always humbling. So we got to bring our game, and I mean we're motivated too. So I'm excited to get another opportunity.
So what do you think about this Saints offense? They're getting a lot of love leading into this week with all the motion that they're using. You didn't face a ton of that, it seemed like, against Cleveland. So what are some of the challenges the Saints might present for you?
Yeah, that just the motions, heavy motions just makes you think a lot. Obviously we could replicate it, but with the pieces they have on offense, we're going to have to get some stuff in the game and play it out and obviously make adjustments on the sideline. But yeah, they had a great first game, put up a lot of points. They have a lot of weapons, experienced quarterback. So we have a challenge ahead of us for sure.
Motion running game has been, kind of a bugaboo for the Cowboys. In your experience under Mike Zimmer, do you feel like you guys have had a pretty good handle on, how to make your adjustments?
Yeah, I think that it's every team is different. Every team I've been on has been completely different, but it's a want to, it's a desire, to stop the run. And there's going to be some games where it's easier than other games. And in those games where it gets tough, like that's when you really have to buckle down and stick to it, because it's obviously a priority. So, I think that with the motions and stuff like that, we're going to see a lot of different looks, a lot of different line schemes and stuff like that. So the boys better bring it.
What was it like playing with the new team, new teammates, finally running around out there? I mean, we talk about Overshone. He was incredible, but playing next to guys like Micah Parsons and whatnot, did you learn maybe just the attitude? Like, well, I didn't realize this guy was such a trash talker or whatever once you get in the
So you chirping a little bit out there.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, you gotta get into the game somehow, So I feel like it's always so cool because, you put that jersey on. It's kind of like, Clark Kent, putting that cape on.
Mm-hmm.
You don't really see it until you need it. So it's like just seeing how calm everybody was, and just how everybody handled themselves. Obviously, you got to have a little bit of crazy in there, here and there. That's what makes football. But for the most part, communication and everything like that, very calm. Sideline, correcting things, very calm. And it's gonna definitely be when we get into these these other games in the season, there's gonna be chances where we face adversity. So it's like when we face adversity, we have to come back to the fundamental things of staying calm, talking through things, getting things done, and chipping away at whatever we need to fix.
So it's going to be your first home game then as a Cowboy at AT&T Stadium, where you've played obviously as a visitor, but does that add a little bit more of anticipation for you getting to come out and play for the home crowd for the first time?
It's going to be cool. Nothing like a home game in the NFL. I'm a big fan of away games too. I like entering hostile environment, but at the same time, home is home. So, we got to put on a show. I'm excited to, suit up my first game as a Cowboy in AT&T. I've obviously played there in college, played there a couple times in the pros, but it's the real deal now.
Hey, Eric, when Parsons tipped that ball in the air, you were coming on a blitz too. I mean, did you know did you hear it or did you see it when the ball went in the air? I mean, which one did? Because you, like I say, you were rushing there and you did a great job of peeling back and getting that ball. How did that all kind of transpire on the interception?
Yeah, so as soon as I started going and I saw the tackle squeeze down on me, I knew that Micah was free. So I knew either one, Deshaun was going to either make a move and start running, or he was going to throw the ball hot to somebody on that side of the field. So as the tackle came to block me, I kind of just started peeling off, and I turned around and peeled off, and I saw him tip the ball and ran to it. But I was getting ready to probably run to the ball if he threw it,
Sure.
After so many years, after a big game like that, do you watch the highlights more the next week?
I've stopped. I feel like you kind of, especially with today's social media and stuff like that, people are, tagging you in things, you see things. But the faster you can just put that to bed and get to work on the next week, the better. Because, it's all about consistency in the NFL. Everyone remembers your last play. Everyone remembers your last game. So, who cares? Next.
You're the quarterback of the defense, and we love that mentality. It's just like you put it behind, and you're on to the next one. That's fantastic. When being the quarterback of the defense, we always talk about how wordy these play calls can be for quarterbacks, but defensively, you're calling out these plays and everything like that. How wordy does it get defensively? Like if you're dialing up an exotic blitz on third down, what does that sound like?
They're not too wordy. So with defense, if we have a pressure, it'll be like a pressure call, and then it'll be like a coverage associated with it. And if there's a double call, it'll be they kind of try to categorize them so it could be said quickly. Because offense is one thing; everything is dictated off offense, correct?
Right.
But defense, you kind of have to get things going quicker, and plus, we have to make a lot more adjustments based on what the offense gives us. So we have a call that may be a double call. Let's say cover 8, where you're playing a certain coverage over here and a certain. I don't even know if I want to give all this information out.
Yeah.
I'm kind of trying to keep my cards close.
There you go.
But at the same time, you'll have 2 different coverages, and everybody knows that kind of thing. But based on if it's 3x1, 2x2, if there's a certain combination of players over here. We're playing things all differently. So everybody has to know the rules of engagement, but the call is quick.
It's our reigning player of the game on the Dallas Cowboys radio network.
Absolutely
here, Eric Kendricks. I saw the Cowboys social media team was asking what's everybody's guilty pleasure TV show. Some people were very nervous. You blurted out right now it's Love Island because I love the banta. I'm with you, man. I got sucked into the Love Island UK as well. Let's go over and let's have a chat. I don't know if it's the accents or what it does, but it's entertaining.
I mean, I would hate on that show. My wife would put that show on, and I would just hate on it. What are you watching? This is trash. What are we doing? And then I'm like, wait, what did that person say? Who that? What is she wearing? What? They got them doing what? They're kissing who? And then she's like, you might as well sit down and watch it with me. So I would always join during the what's it called, the Casa?
Oh yeah.
That's when I join right there.
That's the best part.
So where's the best beef rib you've tried so far, Eric?
You're gonna put me on the spot like that?
I want to try it out. I haven't.
So Himes is the first one I had.
Yeah.
Himes is really good.
Yeah.
Fire. Now, do you have any?
Hutchins is good too, though.
Yes, sir.
There you go.
Yes, sir. Hurtado, Pecan Lodge.
Yep.
Now, do you have any desire in learning to make your own? Because once you leave Texas, you're probably going to be up to your own devices there if you want that flavor.
You know what? I feel like it's one of those things where you got to just come and get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who seems like, is there anybody that feels like they got some talent on the team that's like, hey guys, I'm grilling out or I'm smoking some stuff. Why don't y'all come over and let's enjoy something here?
I just don't see it. I could see them having some good food, and I feel like if you're gonna come to my house, you're gonna eat good for sure. My wife is an excellent cook. I claim sous chef, So she does all the seasonings and everything like that, but
There you
I'm in
go.
there chopping, I'm cooking, not really during season, but so if you're gonna come to my house, you're gonna eat good. But I don't have faith in the guys on the team to just bring a good barbecue or beef rib. I just don't see it happening.
I hear you, dude.
guys
It's
are-
magical how they do it.
These guys are just like Postmates guys, They're not, they're DoorDashing everything nowadays. They're not even putting putting the work in.
How are the knife skills then? I mean, do we own like a set of like Japanese knives or something like that? I mean, and then we like pull the knuckles back and all that stuff that. So, all right.
But, I try to make my chops consistent. You know what I mean?
There you go.
You already know. I got a set of knives for Christmas a couple years in a row.
There we go.
So I'm loving that.
Okay, when you're doing the onions, do you have a method for not crying? That's the problem I have every
Absolutely
single
not.
time. There's got to be something when you're chopping them onions that's because you're worried about going after your fingers
No,
when
you
your
gotta-
eyes start watering up like that.
You gotta just take it. You gotta. That's
No,
the
I
price of doing
don't. I don't
business.
have to take that. I
That's
don't
the
want
price
to
of doing
cry.
business. You gotta. You gotta stay strong. You gotta keep a low eyelid.
Yeah. Okay.
But
You're so much better at me than this. I cry every damn time. I can't help it. I have to stop.
Eric, I couldn't help but notice the hair flowing underneath that helmet. I love the Troy Polamalu Head and Shoulders commercials. Do you have your own hair brand?
I do.
You do?
I do. It's called Switch Lanes. You can get it at switchlanes.us or just visit the Instagram at Switch Lanes. But I've created my own curl cream. I started probably like 4 years ago. Kind of, worked on the formula, worked on the bottles, the labels. I've kind of like, it's in a great place now to where I love it, and I'm, gonna start to push it. But yeah, I love it. I use it. I use it to comb my hair out. I use it to put it in, and use it to leave in. It's very versatile, like curl product for my active lifestyle.
It's looking good, man. You're a hell of a spokesperson for it. So
Thanks for the plug too.
Yeah, you
I
got
got
it,
you,
dude.
bro.
Anytime, man.
I
You
got
come
you.
on and plug anything you want.
We
Yeah.
love you.
Yeah.
Right on,
Not
bro.
anything.
Yeah.
Well-
yeah, we can be careful with that. Yeah.
Thanks
Some things
again
are off limits.
for your time. Give the Saints hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Let's go.
Right on, dude. There he
See you
goes.
guys.
Eric Kendricks, Cowboys Player Show every Thursday, usually starting at 5:20, but he got out of the meetings a little early today, so he jumped on, and salute to him for that. That means in addition to the finest coming up next, Chief, what do you have in store?
Yeah, we got a lot of good stuff for you, including a good news trend for the Cowboys this weekend next year in the nation.
Okay, do you need...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Welcome back. It is the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and it is time now to hit the expressway. We're going commercial-free to the top. LA Live with Lucius coming up at 5:40. Segment's brought to you by Soda. That's state-of-the-art. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And the expressway presented by the On-Time Experts. Now, we just had Eric Kendricks on, so it's time for Eric Chiafalo's edition of Football's Finest.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Eric Kendricks. Now 2 for 2 on the player interviews. I'm so thankful that we get him all season long. He's fantastic, great personality, and I actually have some nuggets on the Zimmer defense for this past game versus the Browns as we start to try and figure out what this iteration of the Zimmer defense is going to look like. Obviously, small sample size versus one team here, but Match Quarters has all the data, and they inform us that Dallas was in zone coverage for 77% of the snaps over the weekend. We know that a guy like Dan Quinn last year, I mean, he played the most man coverage of any team in the sport. So that's an immediate difference right there. When he played zone, it was mostly cover 3 as well. And he played all that man last year without even Trayvon Diggs being on the field. It wasn't like, hey, I got Diggs and Bland, 2 lockdown dudes. Let's just play man because that's our personnel. It's just like that's what Dan Quinn wanted to do. But with Zimmer on Sunday, 77% of the defensive snaps were in zone. Lots of cover 2, 4, and 6. A little bit of cover 3 as well. No snaps, 0 snaps of dime personnel lived in base defense and in nickel. That's a little bit more the standard. We know Zimmer's been much more of a base defense guy over the course of his career, so we anticipated that. Last year with Dan Quinn and the Cowboys, no linebackers. They basically lived in dimes, so you have a bunch of DBs on the field, even disguised as linebackers, but not in the Zimmer scheme, at least for the first game, just base and nickel. They blitzed 25%. That's below league average, but they still pressured the heck out of the quarterback. And I think Pro Football Focus had all of the sacks for the Cowboys over the weekend being all on Deshaun Watson and not on the offensive line. We know sacks have become more of a quarterback stat. The offensive line plays quite a large factor as well, and some are more obviously on the quarterback or the offensive line. But in general, sacks are now considered to be more of a quarterback stat. And for all the sacks that the Cowboys had over the weekend in Cleveland, they were placing those sack blame on quarterback Deshaun Watson. But you only blitz 25% of the time and you pressure 45%, which would be like
incredible,
leading the league in pressure rate if you're doing that.
Shout out to guys like Marshawn Nealon with like 6 pressures as a rookie.
Yeah.
That means your front four was getting after it.
No doubt, dude. I mean, and that's why when Brada said, like, who are you giving the, which unit on the defense or position group on the defense was most impressive. I think it all started with the guys on that defensive line, whether it be DeMarcus Lawrence looking like it was a turn back the clock game a little bit, dude. And then the interior guys playing a little bit better. But yeah, a guy like Nealon, that was outstanding. They ran a higher percentage of defensive line stunts, more than anyone in the league in week 1. So, having guys switch roles and things like that at the snap, that was pretty awesome. So there's just a couple of nuggets on what it was that Zimmer was bringing to the table there defensively for week 1. I also have a nice little trend here as we look to week 2 and trying to advance to 2-0 versus the Saints. Under Dennis Allen, the Saints are 4-10-1 against the spread after a win. So that's an under 30% cover percentage. That's the worst mark in the NFL since the start of the 2022 season. So, and Cowboys are favored by 6.5. So after a win, the Saints have not been quite the same team over the course of the Dennis Allen era, you could say. So just a nice little something there. Maybe the Cowboys aren't able to cover, but hopefully they're still able to.
They were. I mean, obviously, look, playoff game aside, they were so damn good at home last year. So I'm expecting a cover here.
Yeah, I think I am. I think I am as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just not a believer in the Saints team. Clint Kubiak, maybe he saves Dennis Allen. Maybe he is the offensive coordinator, like we talked about. Zim saving McCarthy. Maybe this was the perfect hire. He got this thing right. But Dennis Allen's history as a head coach has been very, very mediocre.
Yeah, I think the Saints have been on a nice regular season run. They finished last year winning 4 of 5, then to come out and smack Carolina like they did. But ultimately, that's a Cowboys-like regular season run against bad competition. But I do believe with Kamara and Carr and Olave and some of their young defensive players, this isn't a bad Saints team. This isn't one you should be overlooking.
Yeah.
And a touchdown's a big number.
It's a big number. I think we can do it.
Speaking of numbers, maybe not a big number, but it's actually the smallest number 0. We know that DeMarvion Overshown wants that number. Agent 0 is his Twitter name. He was number 0 in college, but for some reason he's not number 0 with the Cowboys. Apparently that's being blamed on Rowdy, the mascot. He wears the 00 jersey, but I guess the Joneses were not wanting to give up the number 0 because Rowdy, the mascot, wears the 00 already. So now people are all upset at Rowdy, and DeMarvion Overshown has had to take to Twitter to say, hey, leave my man Rowdy alone. So he says, take it easy on my boy Rowdy, because people are now upset that DeMarvion Overshown, who's a superstar in the making, isn't allowed to wear the number that he wants. How much better could he be if he was looking as good as possible as he could and feeling as good as he could?
That's the real reason why.
Man, I feel like at 13, he looks pretty solid.
13's a good number for him.
I mean, he is like, it looks right for him.
But no organization should favor the mascot's 00 over a player request to wear number 0. I mean, making CeeDee Lamb be an 88 wasn't that bad, an egregious of a mistake, even though it might have got a little uncomfortable. This one's just weird. How is the mascot pulling rank over one of the fastest rising star linebackers in the NFL?
Yeah, he's not. I think there's another player that has his eyes set on number 0 at some point in the future.
Yeah, I know Bobby was hinting at that this morning, and he refused to say that player's name on the air, but Wolchuk's got bigger balls than Bobby, so go ahead, Wolchuk, let us know.
I mean, who would be the player that would have that type of sway as a defensive player?
Parsons. Micah Parsons?
I didn't say that.
Okay, no, you didn't. All right, you know what was said? Alex Smith talking about Andy Reid's love of cheeseburgers. This could be the secret sauce to the Chiefs' success over the last handful of years, because we know he loves the cheeseburgers. Here's Alex Smith, who's been obviously a member of the Chiefs in years past. He was on the Pat McAfee show, and listen to, this is true love and dedication for the cheeseburger.
His final words, every single team meeting, the night before the game, kind of you've done your positional meetings, you did your special teams, your unit meetings, and then you come together as a team. Final words for the team every single night before a game is, I'm going to treat you guys to a cheeseburger. and then you break for team snack, and there's cheeseburgers.
Yeah, you break for team snack. It sounds hilarious. So childlike.
Want a Saturday night cheeseburger?
Saturday night cheeseburgers. I mean, who's not looking forward to that all the time? And it also explains a little bit of the pear-shapedness to a guy like Pat Mahomes. He's like, dude, I'm getting cheeseburgers by my coach every single Saturday night. And obviously the affinity for all those mini ice creams in the Coors Light, which he drinks to hydrate during practice.
I miss cooking for Andy. Andy was like the nicest guy. I mean, I like cooking for you guys on Fridays, but
that's a blast.
Andy on Saturdays, we would do red beans and rice, and I was superstitious, so we'd cook, and Andy would eat a bowl, and then he'd circle back around, and like, hey, is there any left? And then he'd
word winning,
and then he'd circle back around a third time. And I would.
Gotta love his cheeseburgers too.
He was fun to cook for. He really, really was.
So do players not care about the horrible health food decision that came out the day before a game?
Not at all. No,
it doesn't bother them at all.
No, you heard what Kendricks was talking about.
I know Tom Brady would turn it down.
Yeah,
that's the GOAT. Yeah. I think you got to look at yourself in the mirror if you're Alex Smith and say, could I have a better career with brown rice and salmon?
No, I couldn't.
Saturday night. Yeah. Stuff our face for multiple cheeseburgers.
Like enchiladas and all that's probably the best thing before a game.
I mean, the beef inside the bread, that's a health food right there. So maybe some of these guys are avoiding the bread, but at that time, you're carb loading for tomorrow's action. Yeah. How many dudes are, shoving pasta in their face hours before
pasta,
the game?
Chicken, and all, yeah.
But I love it, man. I love the commitment from Andy Reid. He's not just, he doesn't talk the cheeseburger talk. He walks that cheeseburger walk, and we all got respect for that. Yeah. Now, we also have respect for football guys like Jim Harbaugh, and we have the Jim Harbaugh football quote of the day brought to you by Jim Harbaugh.
Did you see him, his quarterback was trying to hug him before the game, give him, and then Harbaugh started banging on him and doing all that. Like he's like hitting his pads. And the guy's
all over. He wanted,
leave me alone.
He wanted Herbert to feel like some contact on every part of his body before kickoff
hit him
started.
In the back
and Herbert had no clue what was going on.
Had no clue what was happening to him at that
He's
time.
got some unconventional techniques, that Harbaugh. Might be the biggest weirdo in coaching now that Leach is out.
I think you might be right, dude. I mean, he's doing heavy back squats in khakis.
Pre-game, he's got the cleats on the field. You've noticed that? He wears cleats. He's got the gloves and the cleats. He warms up with them.
He's just football through and through.
Yeah. Did you see that bird impression that he did at Michigan like 5 years ago, though?
No.
This viral video of him just like squatting on a training table, like with his arms out like they were wings.
He was peacocking?
And he was like more like a pelican.
Wow.
Like a T-Rex, like short arms, big head.
Yeah.
I would throw McDaniel in the mix, though, as well. At least sound bites. McDaniel gives us some gold.
The picture or the video of him showing up today at Dolphins headquarters and getting out, I mean, he is so chicken-legged.
Yeah.
He's in like these Cedar Springs and Oak Lawn like capris.
Yeah.
And I'm just like,
Super
no
tight in his
shame.
Bentley.
Oversized shoes.
Gotta love it.
Man, I saw some Dolphin fan is standing with the sign, like where the Dolphins players drive up, like where Tyreek Hill got arrested last week, that says, "Dolphins players, please slow down." And as they drive by, he's like, just slow down. He's trying to help him out over there.
I like that, dude.
Good bit.
Jim Harbaugh quote of the day: "I love guys that like football, and guys that like football like me back." That's a great quote from our guy. And then in the hodgepodge, I got a couple of fun football clips. We'll dial up.
Looking forward to it. It is the GBag Nation here. We're mid-expressway, and it's time now for LA Live, where we go into the Pink Cup. Here's Lucius.
All right. Tell you, bro. You say the juggling knives or something back
there?
Yeah,
chainsaws.
I'm doing a whole lot. Yeah. All right, let's get into a Thirsty Thursday Ladies Night edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. All right. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
I'm gonna put that so it is. Slap it on your face like a beaver on the creek. Give me what you got for a pork chop. Oh, that thing wet like a catfish bite. Yes, sir.
Yeah, we will be talking about Uncle Shannon in just a second right there. This is LA Live for Thursday, September the 12th, 2024. It is a Thirsty Thursday Ladies Night edition of LA Live. Always for the ladies! Always for the ladies. And shout out to the youngest Chick-fil-A franchise owner. The youngest in the country, youngest in history. It's a Georgia native, Ashley Lamoth, I believe it is. Started working at Chick-fil-A at the age of 15 years old. By 26, she became the youngest franchise owner in the company's history.
It's quite an accomplishment
for her.
Yeah, now 26 years old, started at 15.
That's incredible. That's what it's all about. I love it.
Next week is the fries.
Yeah.
Yeah, she went to Spelman College. Shout out to the HBCUs out there. My sister went to HBCU. She went to Howard University, and you can't tell her nothing. She calls herself Mama Warbucks. You can't tell her nothing. All right, G-Back of the Day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P, LUCIOUS. Please do not wait until we do G-Bag of the Day to say, "Oh, LA, you should have played this, dog. You slipping, cuz." Yeah, I am, man. I can't catch it all, bro, so I need your help, man. This is a community thing right here.
Yeah.
All right, at Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook. You can follow us all if you find GBag Nation on Twitter. Our winner is still the grandma that got herself trolled in the In-N-Out drive-thru. Granddaughter said, "I want it doggy style."
Double doggy style.
Animal style?
Animal or doggy? It's animal style. It's the animal, okay.
All right, and then what do you drink?
You stinker.
You stinker.
I think Granny might be a little tipsy. mid-afternoon stroll through. What are you drinking?
Gummy.
Some White Zinfandel.
Yeah. We need something to eat while we're drinking.
Yeah. I don't know.
She's got the Yeti cup filled with wine.
She does.
For me, like bedroom jokes around family members, it's like seeing a nude scene in a movie. You know, you're like, when you're around family, it's just, it's way different.
Nah, I hear what you're saying, bro. Yeah. I hear what you're saying. All right, LA Live 105.3 The Fan on the ladies' night. Oh! For the ladies! Yeah. See what else I got for the ladies in here.
All of this happened because I got laid.
What a night.
Yeah, man. All right, one more.
Give it a whack for the ladies.
Shout out to you, Roy.
Hard up 3.
Yeah. All right, let's do one more.
If you're a host, stand up. Laura, stand up.
For the ladies, Shannon Sharp. The great Uncle Shannon Sharp was offered a porn deal. You know how they always do.
Yeah.
Anytime a celebrity gets caught up in something salacious that's sexual, here comes the porn companies.
Oh, is it Cam Soda? It's always Cam Soda, I feel like.
Yeah.
They're lowballers.
Vivid Entertainment, Cam Soda. Yeah, Shannon Sharp was offered a porn deal after his accidental Instagram live streaming session.
Accidental.
Do you believe it's accidental, fellas?
I think so.
I would say yes.
No.
I think it was probably accidental, yeah.
Think so?
But I think he's handled it remarkably.
I mean, it's not looking bad.
Who cares?
This is ultimately this is great for him.
You couldn't see anything, right? It was just
Couldn't see anything. Maybe the breathing.
Just an audio sex tape.
Yeah. The way he's talking to her, he talked all the way through it.
Yeah.
Well, right now, look here. Look down now. Yep, you're here. Watch out now. You better prepare for this here. Here come Uncle Shannon now.
It's adult content for blind people.
What was her name again? Yeah.
Michelle.
Mathail.
Yeah. Thank you, Lucius.
Mathail. Watch out now, Mathail. It's my Mathail. He said my Mathail.
Mathail.
Yeah.
Gosh, you're so good at that.
Michelle Tafoya, I believe.
Oh, no.
Shannon Sharp streamed himself linking up on Instagram on Wednesday before explaining what happened. Said it happened by accident. Let's listen to Uncle Shannon for a second.
I did not know IG Live. I've never been on IG Live. I've never turned IG Live on. So I don't know how it works. And so all of a sudden my other phone is going off and people are calling me FaceTime that I've never talked to a day in my life on FaceTime. And it didn't, I'm like, why are y'all calling me FaceTime? And after a while, Jamie, and he says, Shannon, you on IG Live. I'm like, doing what? You know, I'm like, what am I on IG Live for? I ain't hit no IG Live button. He says, they can hear. I'm like, so now, Ocho, you know, I say, ask for patience. He said they can hear. And now I'm starting to get agitated again because you called me and say I'm on IG Live when I know I didn't click myself on IG Live. And he said they can hear me. I said, hear me doing what? He said, it sounds like you were having sex. Man, my heart sank.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, bro. I don't think he did that on purpose. I mean, I feel like we've all kind of been there where we accidentally posted something by mistake.
Oh, yeah.
No doubt.
Oh, yeah.
No
Something
doubt.
that's went to my Instagram stories before, and you don't realize till the morning, and you wake up and you just look down at your phone. You still got your covers over you and everything because it's Saturday morning. You look and you're like, oh, no.
Accident. Delete.
Like everything around you becomes out of focus. It's just you in focus. Like, yeah, done that before. A site called The Porn Dude has offered Shannon $100K. 100K, that's light work.
Shoot, that's 1 gold medal's worth for him. Or 1 world record.
He probably had to re-up.
Yeah.
That was an expensive Olympics for those guys.
He's got that podcast money coming in. You're going to have to throw probably 8 figures his way.
You're going to have to.
Yeah.
Because he just went viral with, who's that? One of the Wayans brothers.
Marlon.
Look up Marlon.
Why is it Marlon? Marlon's always the first one that comes to mind.
Marlon. Look up Marlon. After initially claiming that he had been hacked, Shannon Sharp revealed that actually happened. Yeah, we got it. More than 6,500 people were watching smack it up at one point in a time.
Yeah.
Or listening more than anything.
I like the emojis they were leaving. It was like hearts.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, some laughs. But who's leaving those hearts during Uncle's situation? Listen to Ocho Cinco talk about it.
I was upset, but then I also remembered that you're not very good or you're not very technically savvy with phones and computer equipment and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So I gave you a little grace, but I was still a little upset. I was a little hurt. But the fact that it was a Michelle and not a Michael, that's my dog.
It's never been a Michael.
Y'all know the rumors out here.
Michelle, see, and that's the conspiracy theories with the rumors.
Yeah.
It's like this is him proving once and for all. It's Michelle, not Mike.
So I'm not zesty.
Yeah.
Well, good for Unc. He killed all the rumors right there. And it wasn't a young girl; it was an older girl. And he always talks about the older women.
Oh.
Now he did say it's about what, a minute? So is all he got for you? That was a longer stream than a minute, bro.
You know, you get into a time warp situation, I think, there's sometimes.
Yeah, you can. It's almost like time doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Like, honey, that was not 30 seconds. It wasn't. Time is relative, sugar.
Yeah.
The sentence or headline of the day, though, reads, Shannon Sharpe is not expected to face any discipline from ESPN after accidentally having sex on Instagram Live.
Yeah, I don't know how that could come to be.
That's just a remarkable sentence I was not anticipating.
Thankfully,
seeing today.
I can't get fired for honest mistakes.
Yeah.
That must be, comforting for Shannon.
That means the ESPN executives had to listen to the whole audio. They all had to sit around.
Board meeting.
What do you think
Suspension?
about that?
Can we fire him?
Fire? Just let this one go.
Are you kidding? Why are we firing him, man?
They had to listen to the commentary.
Who the hell's Michelle?
Watch out now. Here it comes.
Not one of ours, is it?
No move around now. Hey! R.I.P. to the great Frankie Beverly.
Oh, yeah.
And Maze.
You don't think the girl Michelle had any interest in maybe turning that live on and getting that thing going?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you think she to run away all the other suitors?
I don't know.
Women are smart, man. They leave like hair ties at your house.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they do awesome things like to make sure that they let the other girls know that I was here. There's an earring under your pillow all of a sudden.
Ooh.
They do weird things. Leave hairs on you.
Oh.
Make sure you have nice long blonde hairs when your girl's a brunette. You know, that type of vibes.
What do you like, date a CSI chick or something like that?
They're all CSI chicks.
Yeah.
What? All CSI chicks.
They're all CSI chicks.
Yeah,
right?
I could be leaving on a Saturday afternoon, just riding around with my friends and everything. And all of a sudden, my phone is saying, "Bing, looking for location." I was like, "Oh, you're trying to find out where I am." The phone location is here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
We playing a little game, I see.
Okay, where are you?
Yeah, I see what you're doing, girl. LA Live 105.3 The Fan. Keeping it on the same conversation. There's a lonely dolphin blamed for attacks on beachgoers in Japan.
Dolphins attacking?
A lonely dolphin has been blamed for a spike in attacks on beachgoers in Japan. With experts warning the animal could be lashing out due to its sexual frustration.
Oh.
No eligible dolphins in the area?
There's no. Look like he's been kicked out of the pack. He's out here soloing.
Well, they don't have professional ladies of the night in the dolphin world. Just go get that thing handled for yourself.
With those kind of manners, I could understand kicking him out of the pod, though.
Yeah. Hey, those dolphins, they are kind of assaulty.
Randy.
Yeah, they're assaulty. More than 45 people have been injured in dolphin attacks.
More than sharks?
This is like sexual assault?
Yeah.
You're getting after it.
Yes, it is. Yes. Yes. About 200. Yeah. So apparently this dolphin is like rubbing his groin against you while you're swimming. Yeah. He just comes through and bow, bow, bow. He's like, wait, what's that? It's a dolphin.
Okay. Guess I'm pulling for the Bills tonight.
I think they've had this problem in the swim along with the dolphins thing.
Yeah.
You know, like some of these places you go and they have the dolphins in the pool.
You get a little bit more than you bargained for.
Yeah, and like, oh wait, I'm filming what's the dolphin doing? Oh my god.
Yakety.
Yeah, exactly.
Look out for me, man.
Golden retriever puppy in the water.
Yeah.
I did that experience in Hawaii, by the way. It was fun.
Wait, let's be clear.
Yeah, you lay down in the water, and then you can grab
Face
their dorsal
down, or-
fin. Yeah, you're face down in the water.
Did you order the doggy style?
And you put your feet out.
So you got to pull your shorts down now.
They put their nose right in the middle of your foot, and they send you through the water like you're Superman. It's pretty badass.
Yeah.
They start swimming super fast.
When
You're
they're
like, whoa!
when they're done with you.
That's the finishing move.
Get out of here.
That's the goodie bag. That's their Uber.
Dolphins can unintentionally harm humans when acting out mating behavior
I
due
believe
to their
it.
extraordinary strength.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's just trying to hit on you. He's just too strong. He doesn't mean it. You know what I mean?
Flipper.
Yeah. I'm going to leave it at that. Going on to more animal situations here on a Thirsty Thursday. Ladies' night.
Thirsty Dolphins.
Yeah. There's a female jogger. She was left bloodied, dazed, and crying after being mauled by a pack of otters.
Oh, dude, Wolchuk just sent me this as like a biggest L nominee for the week. There's no question this lady's in the running.
The picture's terrible.